This is a story where the male protagonist is the villain. Chapter 1. Damn, no way, I actually became the backup villain in a novel? Chinyu sat in the back seat of a Rolls Royce, his expression dazed. He was a fan of urban romance novels and had stayed up until 3 in the morning last night waiting for an update. Unexpectedly, with a racing heartbeat, he suffered a heart attack and ended up in the novel. A peerless master in the city. This is an urban romance novel set in a fictional city, taking place in Binhai City, Longwa. The protagonist, Xiao Fan, trained for 18 years in the deep mountains under a master. And one day, he became a master and descended into the city to stir up trouble. Not only is he exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but he is also an outstanding physician, knowledgeable in music and cooking, and proficient in both cold weapons and firearms, making him a versatile genius in the world of novels. After descending, he arrived in Binhai City, where he excelled, showing off and slapping faces, winning a fortune of billions while also gathering countless side characters as his underlings, truly a winner in life. In contrast, Chinyu, the minor villain in the book, is simply a joke. As the top rich second-generation heir in Binhai City, he becomes the perfect backdrop for the protagonist's show-off and face-slapping. When the protagonist needs to establish authority, he gets beaten up. When the protagonist needs to make money, he gets beaten up. Chapter 2. Miss Su, young Master Chun, has already taken the elevator up. Okay, I got it. Hearing the voice from the intercom, Su Xingyue sneered coldly. Trying to act aloof with me? Just a little sweetness from me, and he'll obediently come up for me to deal with, right? Just as she was feeling pleased, Chunyu pushed open the main door of the hall. Bang! Boom! Cannons fired on both sides, and ribbons flew everywhere. Inside the hall, hundreds of people crowded at the entrance, warmly welcoming Chunyu's arrival. However, their eyes were filled with disdain. In their view, Chunyu was nothing more than a cash machine being toyed with by women. Amidst the crowd, Su Xingyue, with a shy expression, approached Chunyu and gently linked her arm with his. Everyone, you came at the right time today. Brother, you said he would give me a diamond ring the size of a pigeon. You all are in for a treat. Su Xingyue became more and more excited, pulling Chunyu toward the center stage of the hall. Unexpectedly, Chunyu suddenly shook off her hand. Damn bitch, stop acting. I'm calling off the engagement. The applauding hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xingyue turned around, looking at Chunyu in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. Chapter 3. Hey brother, you're so bad. It turns out you're just craving my body. So annoying. I'm about to become your bride. So you don't need to be in such a hurry. All right, be good. And after the engagement tonight, I will reward you. Chunyu looked at the text message sent by Su Xingyue, his jaw almost dropping to the ground in shock. This woman really dares to think like this. Her imagination is almost on par with the king of understanding. Young master, are you sure you want to inform the master and madam to cancel tonight's engagement banquet? Huang Lei in the front row turned around and asked seriously. Huang Lei grew up with Chunyu, so he was very concerned about his matters. In fact, in the original story, he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect the Chun family. No need. Let's go home first. Chunyu thought for a moment. Since he wanted to break off the engagement, he should announce it in front of all the prominent families in Binhai. The family engagement banquet tonight was the most suitable occasion. Su Xingyue's birthday party was just a minor event, not enough to deliver a fatal blow to the Su family. The Su family was the culprit that led to the downfall of the Chun family, and Chunyu naturally wouldn't show mercy. He had to uproot the Su family and all of its minions before the protagonist Xiao Fan made his appearance. Chapter 4. Wait. Su Xingyue suddenly called the manager and instructed, please settle the expenses upstairs as well. Miss Su is so impressive. The manager's eyes lit up. Generally, the customers here were big clients who usually didn't pay on the spot. They would keep a tab. Unexpectedly, today, Su Xingyue wanted to pay right away, saving the hassle of chasing payments later. Xingyue, it's great to have you. No, it should be great to have a backup. I'm so envious of Xingyue. But you can't be envious. Not everyone has Xingyue's beauty. Su Xingyue said proudly, all right, stop gossiping, go back and tidy up. And don't forget to come to my place for the engagement banquet tonight. After her friends left, the manager approached with a credit card, looking troubled. Miss Su, I'm not sure if it's a network issue or if your card has insufficient balance. The card reader isn't responding. Su Xingyue snatched the card and said impatiently, how could there be insufficient balance? It's definitely a network issue. For such a large transaction, the bank's feedback is usually slow. Why are you panicking? It will definitely be credited within 2 hours. All right, then I'll send the items to the address later. Miss Su, please walk slowly. Chapter 5. The Su family mansion was brightly lit at this moment, with luxury cars parked at the entrance. In the past 2 years, relying on their connection with the Chun family, the Su family had rapidly risen, and various forces were throwing olive branches at them. Of course, most were doing so for the sake of the Chun family's reputation. After all, if one couldn't cling to the Chun family, clinging to the Su family was also a good alternative. Su Xingyue was wearing a pure white evening gown, looking like a celestial being, standing at the entrance to welcome guests. "Sister, I heard that bastard Chinyu wants you to sleep with him tonight." It was Su Xingyue's brother, Su Kan, who spoke. "Don't worry, I have my ways. That trash will never touch me." Su Kan then nodded in relief and said, "Come on, before your super backup arrives. Let me take you to meet a handsome guy." The guests present were all prominent figures in Binhai, and the handsome guy Su Kan was talking about naturally had significant connections. "Young Master Qin, my sister is here." Su Kan pulled Su Xingyue in front of a young man and enthusiastically introduced him. "Hello, young Master Qin." Su Xingyue pretended to act shy. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, swallowing hard as he smiled and said, "Miss Su is indeed as famous as her reputation. She is stunning beyond compare. It's a pity she's marrying a brain-dead, rich second generation. What a waste." Chapter 6. Brother Yu, what kind of joke are you making? This is our big day. Noticing the curious gazes of others, Su Xingyue awkwardly got up, biting her lip and glaring at Chinyu. "This damn man. Did he get his brain caught in the door? Making me look like a monkey in front of everyone. If it weren't for my Su family still needing you, I would confront you right here." Su Xingyue suppressed her anger and had to use her trump card. "Brother Yu, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry." The backup should obediently listen. "How dare you play tricks with me? Just wait until I get you back." "Brother Yu, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for us." Su Xingyue smiled slightly, wishing she could dismember Chenyu. Unexpectedly, this time, Chenyu remained unmoved. Could it be that the sweet talk wasn't enough? Right? This fool proposed to develop our relationship further, so let's play along with him first. Su Xingyue lowered her voice, pretending to be shy. "Brother Yu, as long as the engagement banquet is over tonight, I'll be yours, and then you can do whatever you want." When a woman says such things, it means she gives the man the initiative and lets him have his way. "Oomph, I gave you a way out, and you still want to cooperate? Hurry up and apologize, kneel and flatter me." Chapter 7. Qin Yang was instantly choked with anger. No one told him Qin Yu's words were so sharp. He angrily said, "Qin Shao, I respectfully call you Qin Shao, but don't get too arrogant. Although my Qin family can't compare to your Chun family, we are also well known in Binhai. Since you admit the Qin family can't compare, then mind your own business. Only those who can compete with me are worthy of talking to me." As soon as Qin Yu said this, his imposing presence was fully unleashed. Even if the Qin family ranked second, they were still insignificant. Qin Yang almost broke down, but forcibly held back. "I just can't stand it. Qin Shao's behavior is not what a gentleman would do." "Did I say I'm a gentleman? If you're a gentleman, why are you meddling so much?" Qin Yu shot back directly. "Are you studying marine management? Since you like to meddle, why not apply to be a neighborhood committee leader? Still can't stand it? As if I don't know what you're thinking. You're just trying to step on me to rise and casually flirt with girls to gain favor in front of the guests. Dream on. What? Do you want me to introduce you to a job?" Qin Yu knew that the guy named Qin Yang was known as the good guy of Binhai. A nice guy. In reality, in the story, Qin Yang's position was similar. He was just a minor cannon fodder. Chapter 8. 190 million. There was supposed to be some change, but my young master said that young Master Qin is a good person, so let's waive that change. "Pay up, young Master Qin." Lawyer Zhang was straightforward, having already prepared the check for Qin Yang. Just sign it, and the funds would be transferred directly, leaving no room for regret. Noticing the curious eyes around him, Qin Yang felt trapped. He now understood that Chun Yu was setting him up. Over 10 million was forgivable. But 190 million, this was a heart-wrenching amount. "Young Master Qin, everyone is waiting for you," Lawyer Zhang reminded him, and Qin Yang clenched his fists. Indeed, countless eyes were on him. Having impulsively agreed to Qin Yu earlier, if he didn't sign, how would he establish himself in Binhai in the future? "I'll sign." When signing his name, Qin Yang felt the darkness before his eyes and almost fell. "Qin Yu, I will never forgive you." Ding. Choice completed. The host forcefully slaps the face of the cannon fodder and gains god-level medical skills. A mechanical voice sounded, and Qin Yu felt refreshed. Not only would he slap Qin Yang's face, but with god-level medical skills in hand, combined with innate divine strength, he would see who dare to show their face. One would be dealt with one, and a pair would be dealt with a pair. Even if Xiao Fan appeared, Chen Yu wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 9. Chen Yu on the other side. Su Xingyue watched Chen Yu being flattered and surrounded by others, her expression growing increasingly ugly. It shouldn't be like this. Why is Chen Yu treating her this way? Isn't he just a spare tire that she could summon and dismiss at will? How did it suddenly change? This Chen Yu felt so unfamiliar. Completely different from the one who had been sent by her to run from the east of the city to the west in the middle of the night for a bowl of sour plum soup. The more images flooded her mind, the more chaotic her heart became. It was like a ball of yarn completely tangled, unable to distinguish the beginning from the end. Today's status, everything today, was given by Chen Yu. If Chen Yu no longer listened to her commands, then everything she currently possessed. Su Xingyue shivered, too afraid to think further. Seeing Su Xingyue shiver, Qin Yang gently spoke. Miss Su, is the temperature here too low? After saying that, he gentlemanly took off his suit jacket and draped it over Su Xingyue's shoulders, but after draping it, he didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he wrapped it around the woman's shoulders. Since he had already been conned out of 200 million, he had to reclaim his interest. Su Xingyue was one of the 4 great beauties of Binhai City, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Playing with her was not a loss. Chapter 10. Bah. What bad luck. Can't even pour a drink. What use are you? Damn it. This woman has all sorts of tricks and schemes. But he had long seen through it, knowing she was a femme fatale and would never fall for it. Get lost. Just being around you brings bad luck and ruins the mood. Chen Yu disdainfully threw out a sentence, not caring about Su Xingyue's pale face, and left the Su family mansion with his parents. Tonight's objective was achieved. He successfully annulled the engagement with Su Xingyue and reappeared in front of various families in Binhai City, feeling satisfied. As for the others, of course, there would be plenty of time in the future, and Chen Yu would slowly settle scores with them. The first thing Chen Yu did upon returning to the Chun family mansion was to open the system panel and check his current data. To compete against the destined male protagonist, he couldn't lack strength. With a thought, the electronic panel immediately appeared before him. Host, Chen Yu. Destined value, 1. Luck value, 40. Every 100 can be exchanged for a new skill. After exchange, the value resets to 0. Wealth, 0. Skills, innate divine strength, God-level medical skills. With God-level medical skills in hand, why did the wealth value become 0? Hadn't he already scammed little BTCH, Su Xingyue, and the foolish Qin Yang out of money? Chapter 11. Good dogs, don't block the road. Can you move aside? Lu Xuanning looked expressionlessly at the 2 greasy middle-aged men in front of her. Her icy beauty and sharp tongue exuding a strong aura. Stinking men, none of them are good. They're all lechers. The gleam in the eyes of these 2 fat pigs disgusted her. She wished she could take a knife and gouge out their eyes to use as balls to kick. Oh, this beautiful lady. Don't misunderstand. We are professional street photographers, truly shocked by your charm. If you could join us, you would definitely become famous. That's right. Once famous, you will be an internet celebrity. A star. Absolutely a national goddess. The 2 men's faces flushed. They looked as if they had discovered treasure. Looking at each other, the 2 brothers smiled knowingly. Fame? That was a matter for the future. With this face, this figure, this beauty, they could enjoy her for a long time. Oh, God. It seems like images of nosebleeds are already playing in their minds. They must have her. No success, no life. Not interested, move aside. Lu Xuanning remained icy, with not a hint of expression change. Street photography? The legendary talent scout. I believe you, you big-headed ghost. Peddling sex under the guise of becoming famous and rich. You fat pig. Chapter 12. Chong Chu was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly took out his phone. This young man in front of him was truly terrifying. Hey boss. We've run into a hard nut. Chong Chu stammered into the phone. A deep voice quickly came from the other end. What kind of hard nut? Explain the situation clearly. Chen Yu scratched his ear, feeling a bit impatient. He thought these 2 were looking for Qin Yang. Just the 2 of us brothers came out for fun. Before Chong Chu could finish, Chen Yu snatched the phone away. Stop dragging it out. You're really useless. Chen Yu spat, loudly shouting into the phone. Your brother has kidnapped my girlfriend. What do you think we should do? Chong Desheng was stunned, almost dropping his phone. Is this the tone of someone who is kidnapped? This friend. Are you sure it was my brother who kidnapped your girlfriend, and not you who kidnapped my brother? Chong Desheng asked uncertainly. Chen Yu was very dissatisfied upon hearing this and cursed. What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Besides, why would I kidnap these 2 useless fools? Chong Desheng was completely confused. After a few seconds, he spoke again. Where are you? I'll go find you. Let us meet and talk. Chapter 13. Lu Xuanning was already scared pale by the scene, shrinking behind Chenyu and trembling. Chenyu looked terrified, glaring at Chang Desheng, warning, "This is your own doing." Bang! Chenyu threw a punch at the black-clothed man rushing at him, with a muffled sound. The black-clothed man flew several meters away, gasping blood. A few seconds later, he tilted his neck and lost all signs of life. Everyone was horrified. The black-clothed men also began to retreat. Although it looked like more than 10 against 1, they had a great chance of winning. But they couldn't withstand Chenyu's punch that could take a life, although Chang Desheng had promised them a generous reward. Having a life to earn money depended on having a life to spend it. However, Chenyu wouldn't give them many chances to regret. Chenyu shouted, charging at the black-clothed men. The dozen or so burly men turned pale, each avoiding the suddenly charging thin youth, as if he were the plague. But they were no match for Chenyu, who had system support. In just a few punches and kicks, he took care of the black-clothed men. In less than a minute, only Chenyu, Chang Desheng, and Lu Xuanning were left standing. "Who are you?" Chang Desheng was so scared he couldn't even speak. Chapter 14. Speaking of which, as the young master of the Chen family, it was quite embarrassing to still be living off his parents at this age. "Young master," the old man called to say that Miss Su is visiting the Chen family and asked how you would like to handle it. The driver Huang Lei spoke up. "So Xinjue, what is that bitch doing at the Chen family?" Chenyu was very displeased. "Is this woman shameless? I treated you so well before, yet you always acted indifferent. Now that I've kicked you away, you come back to cling to me. Isn't that shameless? Go home. I want to see what she's up to." Upon hearing this, Huang Lei started the car and rushed back to the Chun family at the fastest speed. The Chen family was located on a small mountain in the outskirts of Binhai City, with a high gate and a large courtyard, decorated in a Western style, covering hundreds of acres. Such a large villa on the mountaintop made the Chen family seem like a secluded noble from Western legends. Chenyu got out of the car and rushed into the Chen family. The servant opened the heavy Nanma door, revealing the scene in the living room. Chen Youfa and his wife were sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. Su Xingyue stood aside, biting her lip, looking at a loss, making all the men unable to help but feel pity for her. Chapter 15. How can a cooperation that was supposed to be agreed upon change just like that? For Qin Yang, facing Chen Youfa was much easier than facing Chenyu. After all, Chen Youfa was a serious businessman who cared more about benefits. As long as there was profit to be made, the cooperation could proceed. But what about Chenyu? What does he understand about cooperation or real estate? "Young Master Qin, what are you daydreaming about?" Chenyu waved his hand in front of Qin Yang's eyes, startling him. Just thinking about having to cooperate with this useless young Master Chen, you made Qin Yang feel uncomfortable, and he replied irritably, "Nothing." Chenyu exclaimed, turning to the butler with dissatisfaction, "Why hasn't anyone kicked Su Xingyue out yet? Is she here to disgust me?" The butler quickly admitted his mistake and ordered 2 burly servants to drag Su Xingyue away. As Su Xingyue struggled, she pleaded with Qin Yang, "Young Master Qin, Qin Yang Frowonet." He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but thinking about the 200 million he spent on Su Xingyue made him feel pained. "Young Master Chen, you still have 3 years of feelings together. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Qin Yang tried to mediate. Chenyu suddenly realized and nodded. "Qin Yang makes sense. Su Xingyue was my former fiancée. How can you drag her away?" Chapter 16. Chenyu didn't care about Qin Yang's thoughts. If they could cooperate, then great. If not, then forget it. The Chen family was powerful. Were they afraid of not finding a builder? Moreover, only Chenyu knew how much appreciation potential these 2 pieces of land that everyone else looked down on really had. He focused his mind and quickly called up the system panel. "Host, Chenyu. Destiny value, 1. Luck value, 0. Every 100 can be exchanged for a new skill. The value resets after exchange. Wealth, 0. Skills, innate strength, divine medical skills, divine eye vision, genius speculator." Chenyu looked at the system panel with delight. Unknowingly, his luck value had already exchanged for 2 skills. The vision skill felt okay, but the genius speculator was really tempting. As long as there is a market and investment, the existence of a speculator is guaranteed. Speculators are extremely rare in this world. Such people have the insight of wolves, able to quickly grasp market trends, seize opportunities, and have a strong foresight. As long as they have money, they can help you make a fortune. In a sense, his father Chen Youfa was also a speculator. Otherwise, how could he have created such a large family business? Ordinary speculators are already so formidable, let alone those produced by the system. Chapter 17. The next day, Chen Yu sent a message to Chang Dixing and Lu Xueqing early in the morning. How you at hotel? 9 o'clock. On time. Chen Yu. Xueqing, are you free for lunch? The first to reply was Chang Dixing, who was bandaging at the hospital. Sure. I will definitely be there on time. After replying to Chen Yu, Chang Dixing directly pulled out the four, changed his clothes, and headed to Hao Yue Hotel. Having been in the business circle for so many years, he knew the meaning of being on time. What does being on time mean? Does arriving exactly at 9 o'clock mean being on time? Wrong. If Chen Yu arrives at the hotel at 8 o'clock, even if Chang Dixing arrives at 8:05, it means he did not keep to the time. Status is the standard for measuring time. Meanwhile, after Chang Dixing finished replying, Lu Xueqing called Chen Yu back, starting with an angry remark. We're not familiar. Chen Yu, dressed in clothes worth over 100,000 while being waited on by several servants, replied with a smile, Xueqing, this is the first time you've actively called me. Have you fallen for me? Bah, shameless. Who would fall for you, the useless young master? Lu Xueqing retorted angrily. Chen Yu was completely unconcerned about Lu Xueqing's opinion of him. He knew that her view of him had already changed. The reason she still thought of him as useless was merely because of her established impression of him from his previous infatuation with Su Xingyue. Chapter obsprzezycie, lazy. You drive back first. I'll go to Hao Yue Hotel with Chang Jun. After speaking, Chen Yu turned to the receptionist and said, keep the G, for I just bought. I'll pick it up in the afternoon, understood? The receptionist nodded repeatedly, her eyes practically sparkling. Chen Yu looked like a reincarnated god of wealth. After this deal, her commission would be at least $1 million. A money-spending child, Huang Lei was ordered to drive back to the Chun family. Chen Yu asked, can Chang Jun drive? Chang Jun replied, surprised, I have a license and have driven for others, but I've never driven a supercar. Okay, you drive. You know the way to Hao Yue Hotel, right? Chen Yu tossed the car keys to Chang Jun. Chang Jun nodded repeatedly. Since the young master trusted him so much, how could he be pretentious and refuse? Congratulations, host, for gaining Chang Jun's loyalty value of 20, luck value 10. No way, this can increase loyalty value? Chen Yu found it a bit unbelievable. He simply thought that it was a bit out of place for a young master of a 100 billion group to drive himself. However, gaining luck value for free was better than having none. Free luck makes me happy. By the time Chen Yu arrived at the hotel, it was already 9:30. Just as he and his companion got out of the car, they bumped into Qin Yang and Su Xingyue holding hands as they left the hotel. Chapter 19. Every single thing was something he had done. If previously Chen Yu had only used force to intimidate Chang Dixing, now he had completely grasped Chang Dixing's Achilles heel. Any one of these matters, if exposed, would mean Chang Dixing would have no chance of survival. Some incidents even involved big shots from above. Forget about himself. It was possible that his entire family would be put on a hit list. At that time, it would really be a complete family annihilation. And looking at Chen Yu's demeanor, he clearly knew much more than that. You don't need to care how I know. Just tell me who your master is now. Chen Yu picked up his teacup and looked at him with amusement. How'd he know? Of course, it was because he had read the original work. When the Qin family was destroyed by Xiao Fan, this deputy general manager's actions were the most impressive. Chang Dixing was completely kneeling. He kept bowing to Chen Yu on the ground, pleading, my master is you. Just say the word, and I will go through fire and water. Chen Yu took out a card from his pocket and slapped it on Chang Dixing's face. 10 million in the card. That's your bonus for this month. From now on, someone will wire you 10 million every month, got it? Chapter 20. The stock market dropped? Chen Yu and Lu Xuening both turned to look at Chang Jun. Did it really drop? Chen Yu asked seriously. Chang Jun nodded affirmatively. Yes. It dropped. Chen Yu laughed heartily. Great. Well done. The more the demon stocks drop, the higher they rise. Chang Jun also squinted his eyes in laughter, completely unable to see his eyes. Lu Xuening shivered, looking at the two with a chill. How could they be so happy when the stocks dropped? Could they be two fools? Kue Ning. Let's go. Time to eat. Chen Yu laughed as he stepped into the Lake Heart Pavilion, clearly in a good mood. Lu Xuening reluctantly followed behind him. A waiter had long prepared a table of food for the two. Chen Yu chose the best spot in the entire Lake Heart Pavilion, with a breathtaking view of the entire Silver Lake. But Lu Xuening was distracted while eating. Chen Yu's attempts to serve her food were ignored. Chen Yu was puzzled by Lu Xuening's unusual behavior. Normally, she would either scold him in disdain or shout to leave. Why was she so silent? Chen Yu frowned as he recalled the plot of the original work and suddenly remembered something very important. Before the protagonist Xiao Fan met Lu Xuanning, Lu Xuanning's grandfather suddenly fell ill. Chapter 21. The next morning, Qin Yang, dressed in a white suit, looked handsome and like a prince charming out of a fairy tale, attracting the attention of all the women. However, he walked straight to the end of the corridor and pushed open Su Xingyu's door. Sure enough, Su Xingyu was wearing a simple shirt, staring blankly at the mess in the room. Why was she wearing a man's shirt when she woke up? Why were her clothes from yesterday scattered all over the floor? Did something happen to her? Countless possibilities swirled in her mind, but she couldn't remember what happened last night. She only remembered that she had toasted Qin Yang yesterday. And then Qin Yang, did you hear what I said behind? She was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Qin Yang pretended not to know it. You got drunk after one drink yesterday, and I had to carry you to this room with the help of 2 waiters. By the way, did you know that Qin Yu came yesterday? I heard he was looking for you. Did you see him? Qin Yang's suggestive words successfully broke down Su Xingyu's psychological defenses. Qin Yu. She thought Qin Yu was interested in Lu Xuanning and had kicked her aside. Chapter 22. Not bad, kid. I didn't misjudge you. Today, let's go out. I'll treat you to a big meal. Consider it a reward. Qin Yu said with a smile. He Chongjun fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a choked voice. This isn't my credit. It's all thanks to you. Young master, if it weren't for you spending lavishly, this stock would have ended up like I did before, completely worthless. As he spoke, He Chongjun wiped his tears and cleared his throat. Young master, I will never forget your kindness. A man is willing to die for his benefactor. Just give me a shout if you need anything in the future. I'll jump into a fire pit. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. This was the first time he had encountered such a loyal person like He Chongjun. Congratulations. Host, you have gained maximum loyalty from He Chongjun. Achievement unlocked. Human Talent Scout. Skill acquired. Talent Scout. Whenever the host encounters an undiscovered talent, a system prompt will be issued. You will also receive all information about the individual. Hidden passive skill. The host can view the loyalty value of their allies. What the hell? Seriously? This is possible? This means he won't have to worry about not having anyone to use in the future, right? Talents will be laid out before him one by one. Enough said. We are definitely having that big meal. 12 o'clock noon at Haoyue Hotel. Qin Yu slammed the table. Chapter 23. Want it? Beg me, and I'll give it to you. Qin Yu said in a teasing tone. Lu Xuanning was slightly annoyed and said, Qin Yu, don't go too far. Qin Yu realized he was about to provoke her and quickly said, Hey, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'll send you the acupuncture diagram right now. Hurry up. Beep beep. Lu Xuanning directly hung up the phone. Qin Yu called out to the system. System, can you copy the Yang Yujing to my phone? Yes. But it will cost 50 points of fortune value, the system replied. Qin Yu decisively clicked to copy. 50 points of fortune value is nothing compared to the connection with the Lu family, right? After Qin Yu sent the Yang Yujing to Lu Xuanning, he only received a cold thank you in response. Qin Yu put away his phone, got in the car, and left the Chun family, heading straight to Haoyue Hotel. He Chongjun had been waiting at the hotel for a long time. When Qin Yu entered, He Chongjun excitedly took out his notebook and pointed to a red line. Young master, the stock is still rising. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Xiang Yun, what do you think about me buying Daohe Company and giving it to you? He Chongjun was startled. Young master, no free lunch. I can't accept that. Chapter 24. The banquet started at 10 o'clock, and Qin Yu did not make an appearance. The entire Su family began to panic. After all, this banquet was prepared for Qin Yu. If he didn't come, wouldn't it be a wasted effort? As the Su family members eagerly awaited, Qin Yu finally arrived at 10:10. Qin Yang and Su Xingyu, who had arrived early, both brightened up. Qin Yu really came. Son-in-law, why are you so late? Son-in-law. Chun Ling pulled Su along and hurried to the door to greet Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned, disgusted. Who the hell is your son-in-law? What are you shouting for? Be careful. I'll sue you for defamation. Chun Ling's smile froze. Could it be that Qin Yu really wouldn't acknowledge it? Qin Yang appeared just in time to tease. Young Master Chun might have amnesia. He needs Miss Su to help him remember. Where's Miss Su? Qin Yang was dressed in a pink suit today, and instead of looking effeminate, he had a rare, gentle aura. Jontles socialites tu flirtatus glanges et Qin Yang. Compared to Qin Yang, Qin Yu's black suit appeared even more domineering, an imposing aura that looked down on the world. Qin Yang, mouths are for eating, not for spewing nonsense. Hurry up and roll. Chen Yu couldn't be bothered to deal with the provocative Qin Yang. Chapter 25. Everyone stared blankly at the furious Qin Yang, struggling to digest the scene they had just witnessed. Chen Yu actually slapped Qin Yang more than a dozen times? This is more terrifying than the earth exploding. Who gave Chen Yu the courage? Liang Jingru. Qin Yang feared a punch at Chen Yu. He used all his strength in this punch. If it landed, it would either kill or injure. Chen Yu squinted, standing still. Qin Yang's punch landed solidly on him. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the banquet. Was that scream from young Master Qin Yang? Su Dalong stared blankly at Qin Yang, who was lying on the ground with a pained expression, unsure of how to react. Instead, it was Chen Yu who first spoke up, feigning concern. "Oh, young Master Qin, weren't you going to hit me? Didn't you want my life? Why are you lying down instead? Useless." Qin Yang clutched his seemingly broken wrist, looking at Chen Yu with grief and anger. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. But he had no idea what had happened. Why did it seem that he was hitting Chen Yu just now, but it felt like hitting a hard stone? If he hadn't practiced Tai Chi and released most of his strength in time, his wrist wouldn't just be broken, perhaps his life would be lost. Chapter 26. Since Qin Kaitian took this position, he had never been insulted by anyone like this. Even Chen Youfa, the boss of Benhai, wouldn't dare to speak to him like this face to face, let alone Chen Yu, this junior. "Kid, I must break one of your arms today to teach you a lesson. Even the king of heaven can't save you." Qin Kaitian roared. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice filled with suppressed rage suddenly came from outside. "Who the hell wants to break my son's arm? Step forward and let's settle this." Chen Youfa, the undisputed boss of Benhai City. Many business people present were eagerly anticipating the outcome of this farce. The two bosses of the Benhai business circle gathered here. Was this a declaration of war? Qin Kaitian glared at Chen Youfa, who walked in with big strides, pointing at his son. "Chen Youfa, look at what your son has done to my son. Is it excessive to ask him to kneel and apologize?" Chen Youfa walked up to Qin Yang and clicked his tongue. "Looks like you really did a number on him." Qin Kaitian thought Chen Youfa was going to uphold justice, but just as he was about to speak, Chen Youfa actually raised his hand and slapped Qin Yang. This left not only Qin Yang, but even Qin Kaitian dumbfounded. Chapter 27. Lu Xuanning explained, "Because of your Yang Jade Sutra, my grandfather's health has improved. You're truly a good person." Chen Yu was somewhat speechless. Is good person used this way? Chen Youfa noticed the subtlety between the two and smiled. "Son, you should spend some time with the girl. Dad has some matters at the company, so I'll leave first. You two take your time." After saying that, Chen Youfa left like a gust of wind. Lu Xuanning could guess with her toes that Chen Youfa had misunderstood their relationship and lowered her head shyly. Chen Yu waved his hand. "It's just a Yang Jade Sutra, nothing much. By the way, Xuanning, have you eaten?" Lu Xuanning shook her head. Chen Yu snapped his fingers, and Huang Lei quickly drove up. "Xuanning, get in the car. On the way." Lu Xuanning took the initiative to find a topic. "You look very handsome today." "Huh?" Chen Yu was surprised. "Haven't I always been handsome?" Lu Xuanning, narcissist. "Humph. My grandfather said your Yang Jade Sutra is a rare method of warm pulse, hard to find, and praised you for being thoughtful." Lu Xuanning said with annoyance. Chen Yu chuckled. "I also know a master who practices Sanha gold needle technique. He is definitely confident in curing old Master Lu's old ailment." Chapter 28. The old man laughed heartily. "Your insights are truly unique. I heard you understand the Sanha gold needle technique. May I ask who your master is?" Chen Yu shook his head. "The name of my master is forbidden. I cannot disclose it." The old man was not dissatisfied. Instead, he proactively apologized. "I was too abrupt." Chen Yu didn't want to say much and got straight to the point. "Old sir, you should go back to your room and lie down. Your heart is surrounded by toxins, and many toxins have already entered your internal organs through your blood vessels. If you're not careful, you could die at any moment." The old man looked at him in surprise. "How do you know this so clearly?" Chen Yu remained silent, only giving a mysterious smile. Looking like an otherworldly immortal, Chen Yu now resembled a hidden deity even more. He had just used his skill to see through and clearly knew all the conditions within old Master Lu's body. When he first saw old Master Lu's heart, he was startled. How could a person's heart be surrounded by a mass of black mist and still be alive today? Old Master Lu's blood vessels were now all emitting black mist, clearly indicating that the toxins had begun to spread. Old Master Lu seemed to agree with Chen Yu's statement and called for his servants to push him back to his room. Chapter 29. After Chen Yu left, the entire Lu family was in an uproar. Chun Yuanfang excitedly instructed his assistant to inform all the members of the Lu family that there was hope of curing old Master Lu's old ailment, especially Lu Xuanning. Dad, what did you say? Is there really hope for my grandfather's illness to be cured? Lu Xuanning asked in disbelief. Could it be that Chun Yu really found the successor of the Sanhe gold needle technique? Chun Yuanfang affirmed, yes. The ancient master introduced by young Master Chun Yu is indeed the successor of the Sanhe gold needle technique. He helped old Master Lu expel most of the toxic blood this afternoon. Old Master Lu is sleeping now. Lu Xuanning covered her lips, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandpa, Chun Yuanfang instructed, you must thank young Master Chun Yu properly for this. Lu Xuanning lowered her head and whispered, Father, I know how to handle it. Doo-doo. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xuanning leaned on the table, unable to contain her inner excitement, and quietly sobbed. She cried for a long time before taking out her phone, her tear-filled eyes searching for Chun Yu's phone number. Hello, Xuanning. Why have you been actively looking for me lately? Have you really started to like me? Chun Yu's voice on the other end was as cheeky as ever. But this time Lu Xuanning no longer found it annoying. Instead, she felt it was very friendly and reliable. Chapter 30. As soon as Xiao Fan entered, the security guard immediately closed the main door tightly and shouted, Xiao Fan is here. Xiao Fan was puzzled about the purpose of the guard's shout. The next second, more than a dozen strong men rushed out. So you're Xiao Fan? One of the big men pointed at Xiao Fan's nose and asked arrogantly. Xiao Fan took a step back, frowning. What do you mean? The big man cracked his knuckles, the joints making a popping sound that made one feel a sense of fear. Nothing, just here to entertain you. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took a half step back, easily turned around, and grabbed the big man's wrist with his other hand. The big man raised an eyebrow, stepping back half a step, and tripped Xiao Fan's legs with his right foot, pretending to pull him down to the ground. Xiao Fan quickly let go, using fists to entertain. Is this entertainment or provocation? Xiao Fan was slightly angry. What does the Lu family mean by this? The big man waved his hand, and more than a dozen brothers rushed forward. Although Xiao Fan was not afraid, he felt his scalp tingle. After all, 2 fists could hardly compete with 4 hands. Moreover, these big men clearly looked like trained fighters, tough characters who had come from the military. The killing intent on them was not fake. Chapter 31. Wang Jinqian's face turned ashen, and the several business tycoons behind him could no longer stand firm. If Chun Youfa were present, it would be fine. Everyone was a businessman, and it was merely a matter of profit. Everything could be negotiated. But the person in front was Chun Yu, which was different. After all, Chun Yu was not considered a strict businessman. In the eyes of several tycoons, Chun Yu was still a child, and whether to sign a contract depended entirely on his mood. However, Chun Youfa was very indulgent towards Chun Yu. Whatever Chun Yu wanted to do, Chun Youfa fully supported. This included business cooperation. Moreover, they all knew the industries released by the Chun family were a piece of fat meat for anyone. There were many people outside wanting to get a bite of this meat. Don't mention 10%. Even if it were really 5% profit, there would be a group of people eager to sign contracts with the Chun family. The reason they could stand here to discuss cooperation with the Chun family was simply that Chun Youfa believed that cooperating with them could maximize benefits. If they really pushed too hard with Chun Youfa's ruthless character, he could indeed do something like sacrificing the big for the small. Young Master Chun, let us stick to 10%, haha, Wang Jinqian said with a hard head. The tycoons behind him echoed. Yes, we were just joking earlier. How can we really ask for 20%? Let us go with the 10% your company mentioned, and let us sign the contract now. Chapter 32. Wang Ying's face began to turn pale. Chun Yu was right. She had only risen in Benhai for about 10 years, and had indeed heard about Zhang Huilan's glorious moment 20 years ago, but she thought it was impossible. How could a woman establish a company worth over 100 million without relying on her body? Her current company's value barely exceeded 100 million. Who knows if what you said is true? Maybe you just made it up for the sake of face? Wang Ying scoffed. Chun Yu raised his hands, looking at Wang Jinqian, who dared not speak. Wang Jinqian felt uncomfortable under Chun Yu's gaze and said, what Chun Yu said is true. Wang Ying's expression changed instantly. Looking viciously at Wang Jinqian, old Wan, whose side are you on? Although Wang Jinqian didn't want to admit it, Zhang Huilan had indeed been the #1 person in Long Country when she dominated Benhai. He had once thought about trying to curry favor with Zhang Huilan. However, at that time, Chun Youfa was just as dazzling as Zhang Huilan. Wang Jinxian was merely a wasteful young master at that time. Naturally, he was too intimidated to pursue her. A woman should stay quiet. Wang Jinxian thought of Zhang Hualan's thunderous methods when she ruled Binhai, feeling a chill in his heart, and shouted. Chapter 33. That night, Lu Xuanning arrived at the Chen family with a large bag of gifts. Upon entering, Lu Xuanning looked at the empty Chen family and couldn't help but wonder, where are uncle and aunt? Chen Yu shrugged. They went on vacation. They probably wanted to be back for 2 or 3 days. Lu Xuanning was a little surprised. They had just declared war against the Qin family during the day. And now they went on vacation? Were the Chen couple really that carefree? Or did they not care about the Qin family at all? It seemed that the latter was more likely. All right, the purpose of my visit this time is to thank you. Lu Xuanning placed the gifts on the coffee table and sincerely bowed deeply to Chen Yu. Chen Yu quickly reached out to help her up. My dear aunt, please don't do this. It shortens my life, okay? Just thank me normally. No need for such a big gesture. Lu Xuanning looked down, being helped to the sofa by Chen Yu. Thanks to you for introducing to the master Gu Dao to my Lu family. My grandfather's illness now has hope. If it weren't for you, my grandfather would really be out of time. As Lu Xuanning spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she truly seemed to be moved. Chen Yu scratched his head, not knowing what to say with his thick skin. Chapter 34, Binhai Daily. Qin's enterprise involved in illegal bidding is under investigation. Due to a report from concerned citizens, Qin's enterprise is suspected of hiring a hitman and is now under investigation. Qin's enterprise has been found to engage in hiring business spies, and the court has summoned them. Overnight, scandalous information about Qin's enterprise spread everywhere. The stock of Qin's enterprise plummeted overnight. The partners that originally belonged to the Qin family suddenly announced the termination of cooperation. Qin Kaitian smashed everything he could in the office. Qin Yang stood beside him, too fearful to speak. What's going on? Overnight, why is everyone against my Qin family? It turned out that those suppliers who had received considerable benefits from them were all turning against them. The secretary entered and reported, Boss, Su Dalong, the head of the Su family, is here to visit. Qin Kaitian barely suppressed his turbulent emotions and said, Let him in, although he looked down on Su Dalong, who could only make a name for himself thanks to his daughter. Su Dalong was still an ally of the Qin family at present. Hearing Qin Kaitian's voice, Su Dalong hurriedly rushed in, but was startled by the mess in the room. Chapter 35. Qin Kaitian's thoughts were unknown to Qin Yang. His mind was filled with thoughts of Chen Yu. It's all Chen Yu's fault. If it weren't for Chen Yu, how would he have fallen to this state? Fine, father. I'll listen to you and go abroad to help my brother. Once I achieve something, I will definitely return to the country and deal with Chen Yu. I must kill him. Qin Yang's eyes were red, looking fierce and menacing. Qin Kaitian nodded with satisfaction. My son is finally grown up. The private jet will take off at noon today, directly sending you to the United States. Now you should go back and prepare, Qin Kaitian said. Qin Yang left in a huff. He brushed past Su Dalong, who was standing at the door, without giving him a glance. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing Chen Yu. As for Su Xingyue, she was just a foolish woman who didn't even know who had slept with her. She wasn't worth his attention. Su Dalong watched Qin Yang leave in a huff, feeling inexplicably a bit intimidated. Su Dalong, Qin Kaitian called out in the office. Su Dalong hurriedly entered, bowing and scraping. Boss Qin, are you planning to save my Su family? Qin Kaitian snorted coldly and said, The Su family is after all my ally, so they must be saved. However, the Su family needs to contact all construction companies in the city within 3 days. Chen Yu plans to bid for land soon, and when the time comes, I will make him develop it at 3 times the market price, even if he has the land. Chapter 36. After failing to negotiate with Su Dalong, Su Xingyue decided to go out for a walk with Xiao Fan. Although they had not known each other for long, Su Xingyue sensed, through a woman's intuition, that Xiao Fan was not an ordinary person. Perhaps Xiao Fan is the key to the Su family's rise in Binhai. Is Lu Xuanning still in school? Xiao Fan suddenly asked. Su Xingyue felt a bit displeased. Lu Xuanning was almost giving him a green hat, yet he was still thinking about Lu Xuanning. Yes. Do you see that noble academy over there? That's Lu Xuanning's, right? Qinyu, Lu Kuening. They're actually at the school gate. Su Xingyue intended to just point out Lu Xuanning's school to Xiao Fan, but unexpectedly saw Lu Xuanning being escorted by Chen Yu. At that moment, it seemed Chen Yu and Lu Xuanning had just arrived. Chen Yu voluntarily got out of the driver's seat, walked to the passenger side. personally opened the car door for Lu Xuanning and even extended a hand. Lu Xuanning not only did not refuse, but instead graciously held Chen Yu's hand. Lu Xuanning was the most beautiful woman in Binhai, and Chen Yu, after the system's transformation, had also become extremely handsome. The two stood together hand in hand, like a golden boy and jade girl. Xiao Fan was seething with jealousy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for holding hands with the female lead, successfully triggering the jealousy of the protagonist Xiao Fan, gaining 10 protagonist destiny value. Chapter 37. The next day. Early in the morning, Qin Kaitian got up to check the daily news. The negative news about Chen Yu that he had imagined did indeed appear, with half of the newspaper devoted to one name, Dalha Company, an investment of 5 billion. Opening tomorrow. Qin Kaitian was taken aback. Dalha Company? What the hell is that? An investment of 5 billion? When did Binhai see such a large investment? Why hadn't he, the head of the Qin family, heard any news about it? Secretary, find out what this Dalha Company is all about. Qin Kaitian immediately instructed. After speaking, he picked up the newspaper again, looked for a moment, and suddenly remembered. He was trying to mess with Chen Yu. He hurriedly flipped back, and sure enough, the negative news about Chen Yu only occupied a small portion on the other side. Compared to the sudden investment of 5 billion from Dalha Company, what were Chen Yu's little troubles? Besides, Chen Yu's reputation in Binhai was already poor. People were already used to Chen Yu's scandals. It was a failure. Just like that, he failed so confusingly. Qin Kaitian slammed the table in anger. If it weren't for this Dalha Company suddenly jumping out, his plan would have succeeded. Chapter 38. After a lot of trouble, the old man fell into a coma, and Chen Yu was exhausted. The butler quickly arranged for someone to help Chen Yu to lie on the sofa. Just like last time, prepare the meals. The old man will wake up naturally. Chen Yu said weakly. To detoxify the old man requires real energy. With so much energy leaking out, he is only exhausted. This is unbelievable for Chen Yu. Lu Yuanfang quickly said, "Thank you, Master Gu Dao, for giving your all for my father. This card has 1 billion. Consider it a small token of gratitude from the Lu family." Chen Yu weakly waved his hand. "I'm already old. I don't need the money. Please take it back." Head of the Lu family. Lu Yuanfang insisted, and only then did Chen Yu accept the card. After resting for a moment, Chen Yu regained some strength and managed to sit up. The toxins in the old man's body have almost been expelled. I have completed the task entrusted by young Master Chen. The rest relies on the nourishing Jade Sutra, Chen Yu said. Lu Yuanfang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Gu Dao. Your great kindness, I Lu family." Chen Yu interrupted. "All right, no need to say that. Speaking of which, I do have something to discuss. Please help me relay it to the old man when he wakes up." Chapter 39. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. He Changjun stepped onto the stage, commanding the attention of the crowd. Everyone looked at He Changjun. He smiled and said, "I am He Changjun, the general manager of Dalha Company. First, I want to thank everyone present for giving Dalha Company a face by attending our opening ceremony. Our Dalha Company focuses on real estate development. So for today, South Real Estate bidding at noon, I hope everyone can give us a little face. Thank you all in advance." The crowd applauded. Real estate development. Now that's interesting. Some people's attention turned to Chen Yu. According to unreliable sources, Chen Yu seemed quite interested in this real estate bidding. Sure enough, Chen Yu stood up amidst everyone's gaze. He stood up. "Real estate bidding? Sorry, this is something I want to play with. Dalha Company can wait for the next time," Chen Yu said with a smug demeanor. He Changjun frowned slightly and said, "Young master, we are all in Binhai together. Our Dalha Company must win this real estate bidding. Let us give each other some face." Chen Yu sneered. "Give face? Give you face? Do you know who I am?" Chapter 40. The starting bid for lot number 1 is 10 million, and each bid must not be lower than 1 million. The auction begins. Immediately, someone raised their paddle. 30 million, 40 million, 60 million. Chen Yu raised his paddle and shouted, 100 million. Wow, young Master Chen really dares to shout. 60 million directly jumped to 100 million. He really doesn't care about the consequences. It has nothing to do with us. We're just background characters. The Chen group has money and ISN short of this 100 million. Chen Yu looked proudly towards Xiao Fan and He Changjun. He Changjun immediately pulled a long face and raised his paddle. 130 million. Chen Yu immediately raised his paddle. 150 million. 160 million. He Changjun shouted. Chen Yu scoffed. "A million is all you dare to shout? I'll bid 200 million. He Changjun's face instantly turned ashen. It felt like the land he had his eye on was being forcibly snatched away by a spendthrift young master with a financial advantage. The crowd was shocked. Although this land had potential, the potential was not great. After development, the maximum profit would only be $2 billion. The staff quickly shouted, 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million three times. Sold. As the hammer fell, He Changjuan's displeasure vanished, and he instead smiled and congratulated Chunyu. Congratulations, young Master Chun, on spending $2 billion to win a piece of mediocre land. Chapter 41. Unreasonably mocked by Chunyu as if he were cat or dog. Xiao Fan felt a bit unhappy, but thinking about the opportunity to catch He Changjun this time, he thought, what Chunyu? Just wait and see. Young Master Chun, don't be so angry. Xiao Fan smiled and said, we have no grudges, no enmity. There's no need to be so confrontational. Chunyu sneered. There are no grudges or enmity, but in the original story, it was Xiao Fan, this destined protagonist, who caused his family to be ruined. Next, we will auction Lot 6. The starting price is $8 million. Each bid must not be lower than $1 million. We will begin now. Once again, there was a prolonged silence. All the big shots present were as shrewd as monkeys. Who would want to buy such a piece of land that was clearly a losing investment? There was no value in developing it. Businessmen tend to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Just as the auction was about to end, He Changjun slowly raised his paddle. 8 million. If the crowd had just found He Changjun a bit strange, now they began to wonder if he was a fool. Who would buy this worthless land? Although they understood that Daoha Company had just been established and was eager to establish a foothold in Binhai, this was not the way to do it. What benefit was there in making everyone think he was a fool? Chapter 42. Breaking news. The government has decided to develop the area outside the fourth ring of Binhai City into a new technology city, currently planned as. The news suddenly broadcast on television caught He Changjun's attention. He stared intently at the preliminary plan on the TV, his eyes wide. The area designated for the technology city perfectly matched the two pieces of land that Daoha Group had just acquired. Not a bit off. Young master, could it be that you can predict the future? He Changjun exclaimed in shock. The government's development announcement was such big news that no one in Binhai knew about it. But Chunyu had already been preparing for these two pieces of land. Moreover, his initial design was aimed at the direction of the technology city. Chunyu didn't respond, engrossed in watching the news. He Changjun was completely taken aback. The real deal does not reveal itself. Young master, I am utterly convinced. You are truly remarkable. Chunyu nodded slightly, finally able to relax his heart. Reading the original work was one thing, but hearing the news report was another. This meant that his plan could still proceed as originally intended. Tomorrow, I will ensure that Xiao Fan is completely crushed. Chunyu whispered. Although He Changjun didn't understand why his young master harbored such animosity towards a newly emerged young man, out of absolute loyalty, he still nodded and said, Young master, tomorrow, our plan can be executed. Chapter 43. Waiter, hurry up with the dishes. After sitting down, Qin Hang smiled slightly and got straight to the point. Mr. He, your two pieces of land have skyrocketed in value overnight, potentially worth billions. Do you have any development plans? Qin Hang's directness drew the attention of both Xiao Fan and He Changjun. This somewhat obscure second son of the Qin family was indeed too straightforward. He Changjun felt a bit embarrassed by the question and, after deliberating for a moment, tentatively replied, the news came too suddenly last night. I don't have any plans at the moment. My boss told me last night to handle these two pieces of land entirely, but given the policies, I dare not act recklessly. I wonder if young Master Qin has any suggestions? Qin Hang smiled slightly. Indeed, with land worth billions, anyone would be at a loss. He Changjun nodded in agreement. If young Master Qin has any good suggestions, please don't hesitate to share. The waiter entered, pouring red wine for the group. Qin Hang raised his glass, took a small sip, and sighed. The taste of Lafite is so rich, it truly deserves to be called a fine wine. Xiao Fan also raised his glass and said with a smile, Young Master Qin, if you have any good suggestions, just say them directly. No need for roundabout talk. It makes us all anxious. Chapter 44. This pair of sisters, the elder sister Lin Yuanyuan, is a world-class Taekwondo champion. Lin Yuanyuan's martial arts skills are renowned globally, and she was quickly recruited by the organization above, becoming a sharp sword for the dragon country. Don't let her delicate appearance fool you when she fights. She is a standard fierce woman. Lin Yuyu is even more incredible. In the book, Lin Yuyu is portrayed as a genius girl with an IQ of 400. Authentic. Technology and geek are two words that seem harmless when separated, but when combined, they become terrifying. A tech geek is a miraculous being capable of building rockets. Lin Yuyu is even more impressive. In the original story, to help the protagonist Xiao Fan, she built a giant robot. How absurd. And this pair of sisters has a common feature. They are both protected by the national organization. They have a powerful background. Such formidable sisters have encountered Chinyu first. One can only say, Xiao Fan, you truly have bad luck. Chinyu quickly extended an olive branch. Ladies, do you have time to go for a drive with me now? The sisters exchanged smiles, and Lin Yuanyuan said, sorry, we have things to do. Maybe next time. Chapter 45 Annie, I really can't accept such a precious gift from you. Lu Xueqing had tried to refuse Zhang Huilan as politely as possible. But Zhang Huilan wouldn't listen. Her son had finally managed to win over the young lady of the Lu family. And, as a mother, how could she not lend a hand? Just accept it. I was just discussing with your uncle about getting you a pure gold phoenix crown and wedding dress. Zhang Huilan was getting more and more excited. It'll be used when you get married. Upon hearing this, Lu Xueqing couldn't take it anymore. Chinyu, stop the car. Lu Xueqing's tone turned a bit cold. Chinyu instinctively pulled over by the roadside, and without saying a word, Lu Xueqing opened the car door and got out on her own. No matter what, he couldn't indulge such a spoiled young lady. Chinyu didn't mind. If Lu Xueqing wasn't the destined female protagonist, he wouldn't bother spending effort to flirt with someone with such a bad temper. Zhang Huilan was a bit confused. Did I say something wrong? Mom, don't worry about her. Let's go home first. Chinyu waved his hand, indicating it was not a big deal. Having read the original work, Chinyu knew that Lu Xueqing liked to use this tactic, pretending to be angry, and then making the boy coax her, firmly capturing his heart. Chapter 46 This slap left Xiao Fan stunned, and he quickly explained, I meant compensation. I'm going to give them money. Of course, let's include last night's overnight fee as well. CC's impromptu performance was quite impressive, seamlessly picking up on Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan, the protagonist in the original work, wasn't foolish, seeing these two nightclub girls suddenly causing trouble. He sensed that this was deliberately arranged to disrupt him, but he no longer had the chance to explain. Lu Xueqing had already walked away briskly. At the next intersection, Chinyu stood under the streetlight, holding a large bouquet of roses, leaning against the light pole, with a bright smile and a handsome posture, waiting for Lu Xuanning to come over. Forget about my parents' abrupt words earlier. You know how the older generation can be a bit impatient. Chinyu handed the flowers to Lu Xuanning and then led her to the car. I also prepared your favorite propolis matcha cake, so hurry up and cheer up. Forget today's unpleasantness. You're the best. Lu Xuanning, pouting, took the small cake and took a big bite, finally feeling better. Chinyu smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Ding! The main character's negative emotions towards Xiao Fan will change the overall plot direction, and Xiao Fan's destiny value is 30. Additionally, the host is rewarded with 10 destiny points and 80 fortune points. Chapter 47 At the entrance of a large courtyard, a middle-aged man in a high-end suit was pacing back and forth, looking somewhat anxious. From time to time, he would say a few words to a person who looked like his secretary beside him, but he still had a furrowed brow. This was Ma Junan, the vice mayor of Binhai City. He had sent out many people to look for his old father, but there was no news. A bunch of useless fools, good-for-nothings. The vice mayor had quite a temper, cursing, What do I usually raise you for? The few people below dared not speak. Just then, a stretched Lincoln slowly drove over. Ma Junan was taken aback for a moment, and then straightened his back unconsciously. At such a busy time, a big shot actually showed up. This was truly a case of misfortunes never comes singly. Complaining a bit in his heart, Ma Junan still stepped forward to personally open the car door for the passenger in the back seat. When Ma Junan saw his father, Ma Liang, he was taken aback. How could his father return in such a luxurious vehicle? Could it be that his family is a super hidden wealthy clan? At this moment, Chinyu, the driver, got out of the car. Thank you, driver, for bringing my father home. Ma Junan quickly stepped forward and shook Chinyu's hand tightly. Chapter 48 Of course, the choice is option 2. Without a doubt, although the title of Lucky Pet sounds a bit silly, at least it's a positive title. After making the choice, Chinyu saw that a new skill called Lucky Pet appeared in the skills section on the panel. Skill, Lucky Pet. Its explanation is, when the host's destiny value is higher than the main character Chinyu's, during random plot triggers, the host will be prioritized for selection. Hidden passive skill. The host gains gambling skills at the level of a gambling god. Goodness, Chen Yu exclaimed. This thing is too useful. Gambling, god-level gambling skills. Chen Yu was already pondering when the right time would be to try his luck with things like gambling stones, or perhaps take a trip to Las Vegas for some high-stakes gambling. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Over there, Ma Jun-nin had already finished his phone call, and it was clear that he was quite respectful to the person on the other end. Mayor Ma is really busy with official duties. Chen Yu thought to himself. Right? Ma Jun-nin's response was watertight. Some matters must be handled by me. There's no way around it. I hold a prominent position. Chapter 49, after bypassing Xiao Fan. It was time to head to Su Dalong's place. That little girl Su Xingyu is quite the schemer. She was wearing a deep V black evening gown that revealed her ample assets, with her shoulders partially exposed. Walking in high heels, she swayed and suddenly fell into Yuan Zhenglong's arms. Be careful not to catch a cold, Yuan Zhenglong joked. Thank you for your concern, Governor Yuan. Su Dalong, fearing that Su Xingyu would cause some embarrassment, quickly pulled her back. As everyone knows, our Su family chain of restaurants is of top-tier standard in Haibin. Governor Yuan, why not come with me? Oh, really? Yuan Zhenglong replied, but did not stop. Wanted to continue walking. Su Xingyu, knowing this big shot's background, certainly did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She bounced back out and affectionately linked her arm with Yuan Zhenglong's, rubbing against him. She really knows how to play her cards right. Yuan Zhenglong was indeed hesitant. Governor Yuan, do you know what my best dish is? It's our family's traditional silky tofu. Su Xingyu said sweetly and softly. Don't you want to try my tofu? Chapter 50. What are you all doing? In the car. He Chong-jun pretended to reprimand his underlings, scolding. How could you not find any information about the relationship between that Governor Yuan and that Chen Yu? What a bunch of useless fools. How embarrassing. The underlings lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, advised, forget it, Mr. He. You can't blame them. If anyone is to blame, it's that Chen Yu who is too secretive. He Chong-jun continued to pretend to scold Chen Yu a bit more. But inside, he admired Chen Yu immensely. Young Master Chen not only has an eye for talent, but also possesses an extraordinary business mind. It seems that young Master Chen's background is quite deep and powerful. He Chong-jun was glad he had aligned himself with the right organization. Upon arriving at the luxurious hotel owned by the Chen Group, the entire floor had been cleared for the day, as Chen Yu had already arranged it. All hotel staff were there solely to serve Governor Yuan Zhenglong's arrival, because there were even more exciting events to arrange later. A super luxurious meal, of course, cannot be omitted. Chen Yu didn't care about such a small amount of money. Today, everyone who came with other families was invited to the dining table to eat together. Chapter 51 outright. Xiao Fan was not an idiot. He immediately realized that He Chong-jun was trying to shift the concept. What's wrong? He Chong-jun retorted. The one pulling a fast one is that Governor Wan or that Chen Yu kid. It doesn't involve us. Xiao Fan understood that the current situation was not particularly favorable for him. After all, this was a relationship between a godfather and son. Why should an outsider like Xiao Fan get this project? He Chong-jun chuckled and whispered his plan into Xiao Fan's ear. Xiao Fan's eyebrows slowly relaxed. If it really goes that way, then this upcoming major project in Binhai, with several $100 million in charitable startup funds, could indeed give Xiao Fan a chance to succeed. There's potential. Gamble. Xiao Fan knew his luck in gambling. He always won, and he wasn't afraid. In this respect, Chen Yu, who had read the original work, knew that Xiao Fan indeed always won. That guy had the main character's halo and had never lost even when gambling for toy blueprints as a child. But what the world did not know was that now Chen Yu already had the gambling god skill by his side, so he wasn't afraid. Chapter 52, that was the unique spade J that Chen Yu held. There won't be such coincidences in the world. Even if the gambling god came today, the card in your hand couldn't possibly be the spade jack. Wang Jinqian pointed at Chen Yu and shouted loudly, "You lost, kid? Don't be anxious." Chen Yu imitated the gambling god's pose from a movie, slowly rubbing the card in his hand. In fact, it was a diamond 9, completely unrelated to the spade jack. Chen Yu didn't want to lose. Please grant me the power of the gambling god. Chen Yu silently recited that over-the-top line in his heart. All right. Chen Yu lifted a corner of the card and took a quiet look. Sure enough, it changed. The gambling god, forever a deity. Chen Yu casually threw the card onto the table. The crowd was stunned. It should be noted that today's venue was equipped with broadcasting devices connected to the big screen. Just when Chen Yu was rubbing the card, the camera had already focused on his hand. When a spade jack was thrown out, The entire venue hesitated for a moment, then erupted into cheers. Gambling god! Gambling god! Gambling god! Chen Yu raised his hand, signaling everyone to be low-key and not too anxious. Chapter 53. Su Xingyue was originally a bit embarrassed, but seeing so many people loudly declaring their willingness to accept defeat, she didn't want to lose face. After all, the Su family still needed to make their way in Binhai City. Losing money wasn't important. Losing face was what truly had a huge impact on the Su family. Bastard. Su Xingyue had already wished for Chen Yu to be torn to pieces in her heart. One day, I want you to kneel at my feet and lick the soles of my shoes. Su Xingyue really let it go. I'm not afraid of you. Saying this, Su Xingyue slowly lifted her black evening gown. The men in the audience erupted into cheers and shouts. But Su Xingyue wasn't foolish. She wouldn't let this group of stinky men take advantage of her. A pair of panties. It was suddenly thrown onto the gambling table. Truly a shameless person. Chen Yu was shocked by Su Xingyue's move. This could indeed be considered keeping the bet, as she had taken off the lost clothing. But in front of Su Dalong, Su Xingyue tried to maintain her composure and hurriedly left the hotel, getting in her driver's car to rush home. This round of gambling ended too early. On the other side, other families and people were still deeply involved in high-stakes gambling. Chapter 54. Thinking about playing games with a pair of twin sisters soon, Chen Yu felt a bit excited. If he remembered encountering this pair of twin sisters before, he shouldn't forget their heavyweight identities. The elder sister, Lin Yuanyuan, was a world-class Taekwondo champion. She had become a sharp sword for Longhua. Lin Yuyu was even more outrageous, being set as a genius girl with an IQ of 400. A tech was capable of building her own rockets. Chen Yu drove to the corridor outside the girls' dormitory and elegantly extended his long leg. Leaning against the front of the stretch Lincoln, Lin Yuanyuan and Lin Yuyu quickly came out. However, what Chen Yu didn't expect was that the bastard protagonist, Xiao Fan, was also there. Brother Xiao Fan, look, it's this shameless guy who keeps causing trouble just because he's my roommate's boyfriend. Lin Yuyu clung to Xiao Fan's arm. Damn protagonist. When did Xiao Fan even get involved with the Lin sisters? How could Chen Yu not know? And calling him so affectionately, with one brother Xiao Fan after another, instantly made Chen Yu feel jealous. Oh, it's you, Mr. Chen Yu. Xiao Fan, unaware of Chen Yu's intense jealousy, came over and reached out to shake hands with Chen Yu. Chapter 55. This art exhibition was something Chen Yu had learned about earlier. Duo Hong, a nationally renowned young painter, was known for his hyper-realistic modern paintings and enjoyed a certain reputation internationally. He was currently holding an art exhibition in Binhai City. Originally, Chen Yu planned to have Xiao Fan drop him off at the exhibition center and then leave. However, Lin Yuanyuan and Lin Yuyu, for some reason, insisted on dragging Xiao Fan along to visit the exhibition. There was no way around it. Chen Yu could only let Xiao Fan follow. In the original story, Chen Yu remembered that Xiao Fan quickly charmed Lin Yuyu and then swiftly conquered her sister Lin Yuanyuan. At a party, Xiao Fan, after getting drunk, simultaneously made a move on both of them. It could be said he was pulling the sisters together, but now that Chen Yu was present, he absolutely wouldn't let these two beautiful girls fall into the hands of a scoundrel. There were many people visiting the exhibition, coming and going. This excellent young painter, being so handsome, naturally attracted many female fans. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Yuyu shouted loudly because she saw a cyberpunk hyperrealistic oil painting. Although the painting was fictional, the details were very well done, and overall, it indeed showcased the distinctive theme of cyberpunk to a certain extent. Chapter 56 du Honnes Atraced. Although he was a person with professional ethics, he was still an ordinary man. Once when he painted in a dim and dark basement, he understood the despair of not being appreciated or understood by the world. If he had this 10 billion, he could live worry-free for the rest of his life. Moreover, he could invest this money into his artistic creations, use the funds to learn more knowledge, and then stand on a higher platform to showcase himself. Du Hanrun was moved. Chen Yu naturally noticed it. Well, I'm a bit pressed for time here. If you don't agree, that's fine. I won't force you. Chen Yu secretly sneered in his heart. In front of this huge sum of money, still trying to act reserved. Kid, you're still too young. Wait. Du Hanrun was genuinely worried that Chen Yu might decide not to buy it out of anger. So he changed his tune. I think talking about money for the sake of art isn't that serious. I've decided to use this money to invest in myself so that I can create even more wonderful artworks in the future. Chapter 57. Over here, everyone was dumbfounded by Chen Yu casually spending 10 billion to buy that painting. As long as he could win the favor of Lin Yuan and Lin Yu. 10 billion was nothing to Chunyu. After all, the pocket money Chunyu received from Chunyu Fa was already more than this amount. When Lin Yu saw that only Chunyu came out of the bathroom, she still cared about Xiao Fan. Where's my brother Xiao Fan? He had something to attend to and left first. Chunyu waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you both to explore somewhere else." Lin Yu looked towards the bathroom direction and indeed could not find Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had left first. Staying here was of no benefit to him at all. With Xiao Fan's current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting Chunyu. He could only find ways to ally with other families and take the opportunity to make money, which was a temporary solution. "I think your way of spending money is not right." Lin Yuan finally couldn't help but say to Chunyu after getting in the car. "What's wrong with it?" Chunyu asked playfully, why didn't you say that earlier? I'll go get you a painting too. Just tell me which one you like." Chapter 58. The charity auction gala was held at the largest exhibition center in Binhai City. The lights were dazzling and the crowd was bustling. In order to allow more citizens of Binhai City to experience this feast, He Chang-jun, as the host, naturally invited a television broadcasting team to conduct a simultaneous live broadcast on both television and the internet. Generally speaking, such high-end charity auctions are usually only accessible to relevant personnel of the participating companies. However, He Chang-jun specially set up 8,000 audience seats. After all, such a large exhibition center could accommodate this number of people. Tonight, a charity auction unprecedented in Binhai City would be completed under the witness of 8,000 audience members. Unlike Chunyu's previous charity gambling game, the money from this charity auction would genuinely go to local charitable organizations in Binhai. Su Dalong took out a piece of Zhang Zedwan's rare calligraphy and painting, while the Qin family's Qin Hang presented a national treasure-level Tang Sankai ceramic horse for auction. It must be said that both families were indeed making big moves and had attracted many collectors from outside the city to come and admire the items. Chapter 59. You want to steal my painting in front of everyone? Su Dalong slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Little thief, if you have the ability, come at me." After scolding, feeling unsatisfied, Su Dalong continued to say to the people around him, "Just watch me tear him apart and feed him to the dogs." Suddenly, everyone knew about this matter. Xiao Fan remained calm. He found He Chang-jun and quietly praised him. "You really have it, He Chang-jun. Such a great marketing tactic. Amazing." He Chang-jun scratched his head. "I really didn't know." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Fan thought of his ring. Could it be that someone is really coming to steal tonight's exhibits? "Don't worry, I hired the best security team in Binhai City. You can rest assured." He Chang-jun patted Xiao Fan's shoulder and said, "Even a fly, I won't let it in." Xiao Fan felt a bit more at ease. Such legendary events caused public opinion to explode. Even those who had not paid any attention to tonight's charity auction joined in the discussion, including many science fiction and anime fans. Chapter 60. Seiji but not ba. Civilization you me him. Chinyu thought this name was quite good, but it had a slight flaw. Why not call it Anji, alright? Sure. Lin Yuan thought it was fine. The crowd had already started bidding. The Tang Sankai, valued at 80 million, was indeed not something many could afford. Only a few families were bidding, and although the pace was slow, the price had already reached the astonishing figure of 110 million. 110 million, first time. 110 million, second time. 110 million, third time. At the moment the auction hammer fell, the whole audience gasped. They were cheering for the value that this piece of art deserved, and at the same time, the power went out. Yes, the entire venue fell into darkness. Such an important gala, with so many high-ranking officials and nobles. How could there be a power outage? This was indeed Chunyu's masterpiece. At this moment, in the power room, Chunyu had already taken down an entire team of security personnel, since it had been publicized in advance. The security team had anticipated that someone might breach their power system, so they had arranged for 12 people to guard the power room early on. Chapter 61. Now that we've succeeded, the next issue is how to leave. Whether it was a phantom thief or a vigilante, stealing something involved 3 processes: choosing a target, stealing it, and leaving. Chunyu had already planned the escape route from the beginning. After Lin Yuan succeeded, he would hide inside a mascot and blend into the crowd to leave. As for Chunyu, he had a fun role. Chunyu was responsible for drawing fire. Indeed, after confirming their success, Chunyu quickly threw off the pursuit of those security personnel, then used his disguise skill to turn into the previously encountered impoverished artist. After changing his appearance, Chinyu walked out from the bathroom with his head down. The pursuing security quickly grabbed Chinyu. Did you see a masked guy? A bit tall and thin, run in? No, no. Chinyu deliberately put on the uncertain expression of an artist and hurriedly waved his hands. It's not safe here. Get lost. The security pushed Chinyu. Wait. After all, this was the best exhibition center in Binhai City, and the security personnel were top-notch. They had trained in specialized skills. Chapter 62. Humph, you useless thing. At this moment, Situ Bei appeared again. You've even lost the master's ring. How can you face people? I will definitely get back. Xiao Fan didn't want to say much to Situ Bei and waved his sleeves to leave. Xiao Fan was not a fool. He had vaguely sensed that something was off about everything related to He Chang-jun. However, he couldn't find any clues. Persuading He Chang-jun to buy low-price land was his initiative to get close to He Chang-jun. During the charity gambling game, the peeping glasses He Chang-jun gave him were indeed effective. He could clearly see that Qinyu's cards were correct. But later he didn't know why he misjudged his own cards. This time, the ring had always been in front of Xiao Fan, and that thief had boldly claimed he wanted to steal it. He hadn't kept an eye on it, so in the end, it was still his carelessness. Xiao Fan knew that the Qin group had placed many insiders in Chun Yu's family company, so he approached Qin Hang to borrow a few people for an investigation. Qin Hang was now on the same front as Xiao Fan. In the original story, Qin Yu remembered that after Qin Yang went abroad, Qin Hang took over, quickly integrating other families and companies besides the Chun family. Chapter 63. Indeed, the three of them were all tall and handsome, especially their arms, which clearly showed they had trained specifically for muscle definition and were quite strong. But it should also be known that Chun Yu already has god-level fighting skills at his disposal. Ding! Threat detected. Choose one. Host severely teaches a lesson to the three people in front and takes them as little brothers. Choose two. Host admits inferiority in front of the three, apologizes, and avoids disaster. No need to think. Qinyuan didn't expect that these three people could trigger the system's task. It seems that these three people will have other uses. With a slight tilt of his neck, Qinyuan dodged the punch that was about to hit him and then pulled that fist back, striking another person. Ouch! Feng Xiao was hit by his own man and shouted, "Do you not have eyes?" "I am sorry. That little brother quickly apologized, Feng Xiao. It was his trick. Feng Xiao shouted angrily, jumped up, and was about to kick Qinyuan. Naturally, Qinyuan could easily dodge, but he still wanted to create some conflict for them, so he casually pulled the third little brother over to take the kick. Chapter 64. Chun Yu had been chasing for so long in the original work, and of course, he knew that in this world, people's hearts are complex. Many employees are double-dealing, always leaving themselves a way out, even at the expense of the company's interests. Such people are the most infuriating. The place he was going to today was not the headquarters of the Chun Group, but a subsidiary company, Guangxuan Freight. This is a logistics company serving the entire Chun Group in Binhai City, where important resources, storage, goods, and some production materials are processed by Guangxuan Freight Company, Ltd. The operation of the entire group is actually crucial at every part. Any problems in any area can lead to very serious consequences. Chun Yu arrived, carrying an account book and a bag of cash. The person who called Chun Yu was named Gan Haoding, a pawn Chun Yu had placed in Guangxuan Freight Company, limited to monitor the financial director, Yao Zhenxin. When he walked into the company's office floor, unexpectedly, Chun Yu was stopped by the receptionist. "Sorry, may I ask who you are looking for?" The receptionist said politely to Chun Yu. Chapter 65. Everyone was naturally shocked, but they quickly reacted. Young Master Chun Yu is indeed wise. Such an internal traitor should be properly caught. How detestable. Who would have thought that our usually gentle boss was doing such shameful things behind the scenes, truly a wolf in sheep's clothing? Amidst the discussions, they had already trampled Yao Zhenxin to the lowest point. Chun Yu was quite satisfied with the performance of these few people. That who director by? Chun Yu called out a couple of times, but found no one responding. Gan Haoding quickly nudged Bai Jing's arm and whispered, "I'm calling you, Bai Jing. You're now the director of the finance room." "Oh, I'm here." Bai Jing quickly replied, "Young Master Chun Yu, do you have any instructions? Remember, from now on, you are director Bai. When someone calls you, you must remember to respond." Chun Yu was relatively satisfied with Bai Jing's performance and said, "Organize a thorough investigation into this Yao Zhenxin matter. Then write a news announcement and send it to our headquarters." "What is this for?" "It was to expose such shameless behavior, warning all employees throughout the company." Chun Yu sneered and said, "Let certain people restrain their actions." Chapter 66. Ma Bai Wei just wants to be an ordinary person, so she opened a restaurant and wants to do it the way ordinary people do. In fact, she only needed to give her father a heads up and speak to the people at the business administration office, and she could easily obtain a business license. But she stubbornly refused. We must go through this process as ordinary people. Before entering, Ma Baiwei reminded Chinyu once again. Okay, I understand. I am an ordinary youth of the Chun family, and no one is allowed to give me special treatment. Whatever the young lady says goes. Chinyu had no rebuttal, and everything proceeded according to Ma Baiwei's instructions. Once inside, before they could say anything, they had to fill out forms. No. How do you know what business I want to handle? Ma Baiwei was puzzled. No matter what business, you must fill out a form first, the staff replied expressionlessly. If this were a normal situation, Chinyu would have exploded by now. But now he was in the identity of an ordinary person. So he quietly stood aside without saying a word. And then they had a queue. Yes, they had to line up to submit the forms. There were at least a dozen people ahead. How long do we have to wait? Ma Baiwei was a bit distressed. Chapter 67, The First Shop? Good heavens. One should know that this first shop is one that countless people in Binhai City have fought over but couldn't obtain. And it just fell into Ma Baiwei's hands so easily. Both sides are pedestrian streets, and with surrounding high-end residential areas. The environment here is great, facilities are complete. And there is also a super large plaza mall boosting popularity. The high consumption goes without saying. The foot traffic can explode at any minute. With the shop secured, they could directly obtain the business license. This rapid progress made Ma Baiwei exclaim with excitement. After coming out of the office hall, Chinyu smiled at Ma Baiwei and said, "You should now understand the difference between being an ordinary person and being a special figure, right? I didn't rely on anyone else's connections to obtain so many benefits." Ma Baiwei tilted her head in a good mood and said, "You must know that luck is also a kind of ability." Ding. Task completed. Assist Ma Baiwei in successfully opening the Chinese restaurant. Task reward. 80 luck points. 1 farming instance fragment. Wealth value 50,000. Ding. Gained Ma Baiwei's favorability 10. Current favorability 55. Chapter 68, That was indeed a debt of sin. After Chinyu understood, he looked at his father with a hint of ambiguity. "What are you looking at me for?" Chin Yofa glared at Chinyu. "I didn't expect that you were quite the playboy when you were young." Chinyu smiled mischievously and said, "I must learn well from you. Get lost, you little brat." Binhai University, Chinyu was quite familiar with. Debts should be repaid, it's only right. Sinful debts are still debts and must have an explanation. His mother's name was Zhang A. Fen, so her daughter, who was also Chinyu's half-sister, was named Zhang Ruolin. Zhang Ruolin? The name is quite nice. Big brother. It's an honor to have you here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you properly. You found us 3 in your busy schedule. Is there any important instruction? Please speak up. Big brother, and we will definitely go through fire and water for you. Not to mention that I would stab someone in the back for you. But after becoming Chan Yu's little brother, Du Feng has really changed, looking just like a sycophantic lackey. Enough, enough. Chen Yu almost vomited when he heard this flattery. He originally thought Du Feng was a principled person, but after being showered with money, he turned out to be just another bootlicker. Chapter 69. This is too brutal. Now Chen Yu understands why Du Feng and his gang would rather endure his disdain than go upstairs. Zhang Ruolin is simply a spicy queen of the human realm. Chen Yu thought to himself, luckily Zhang Ruolin carries the bloodline of their Chen family and is as beautiful as a flower. Otherwise, such a character would be backstabbed in school. Before the crossover, Chen Yu remembered there was a girl in their class who had a face as if someone owed her money. Her nostrils flared, and she was chubby, yet she thought of herself as a little princess, meddling in others' business and reporting to teachers everywhere. Such people are truly terrifying and annoying. In this age where looks are justice, even though Zhang Ruolin became the chairperson of the self-discipline committee, many still pursued her, risking their lives. "What are you thinking?" Zhang Ruolin asked Chen Yu coldly. "Nothing, I just forgot to bring my campus card," Chen Yu said weakly, spreading his hands. "Let us go. We'll go accept the education from our self-discipline committee together." Chapter 70. But to be fair, some girls smile like they can topple nations. Some can close the moon and shame flowers when gentle, and this Zhang Ruolin, even when angry, can look like a celestial beauty. It really refreshes Chen Yu's understanding of beautiful women in this world. "I'll deal with you later. Now all of you get to the playground." These people, forced by circumstances, could only follow her to the playground. They actually thought about resisting, but it was useless. How could it be useless? Chen Yu, curious, walked to the back of the line and asked a male student next to him, "Brother, You're bold. We're not as fierce as you were just now. What would happen if we went against her? She can't beat you, right? Could you really fight a girl? This statement did make some sense. It's not easy for a boy to fight a girl, especially a pretty one. If you linger too long, she might accuse you of taking advantage of her. Chunyu shook his head. He didn't believe there was no way to deal with Zhang Ruolin. After all, she was also from the Chun family. And if news of this spread, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 71. Chunyu's actions really made Zhang Ruolin furious. He teased her multiple times and then provoked her in front of everyone. Zhang Ruolin had already concluded that this suddenly appearing Chunyu was the kind of boy with a twisted mind. Just a jerk trying to get the girl's attention with all sorts of tricks. 7 minutes. He really ran down in 7 minutes. 3 kilometers. My God, does such a person really exist? Look, he is not even out of breath. He must be cheating. Someone thought it felt like heaven had sent someone to deal with the spicy queen. A flattering guy was deeply impressed by Chunyu and knelt down, wanting to pay respect. Big brother, my admiration for you is endless, like the waters of the Yellow River. Why not take me as your little brother? That's not suitable. Chunyu waved his hand, exhaling a smoke ring. I already have 3 little brothers. What a pity, I came a step too late. The person immediately prostrated and said enviously, I bet your 3 little brothers are also exceptional people, legendary figures. Chapter 72. Big brother, we just got beaten over there. You have to help us. Dufeng pulled Chunyu, crying and snotting. They are too much. Come on, who would dare bully you? Chunyu remembered that these 3 dared to block him back then. They were school bullies, very arrogant, and didn't take Big Brother seriously at all. That has nothing to do with me. Chunyu said indifferently. You'll learn your lesson after getting beaten a few more times. It's fine. I'll give each of you $1,000 for some supplements or something. No, Big Brother. Dufeng didn't expect his big brother to be so cold-hearted. Where did I park my car? I have to go. Do you know why we fought with those bullies? Why? They were talking trash about sister-in-law behind her back, saying disgusting things. Big brother, I couldn't stand it when I heard it, so I went to teach them a lesson. How outrageous! Hearing that those bullies were talking about Lu Xuanning behind her back, Chunyu couldn't let it go. If his girlfriend was insulted and he didn't do anything about it, that wouldn't be acceptable. Chapter 73. This punch was fierce, making the bullies involuntarily gasp. Is this the long-lost rising dragon left hook? One of the bullies, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, recognized Dufeng's move and exclaimed. Everyone was intimidated by Dufeng's momentum and paid close attention to his actions, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Many students passing by the basketball court after class, who enjoyed watching the fun, naturally stopped to watch. Boom! This punch hit Qing Longji's chest, making a shocking sound. However, Qing Longgu only frowned. Haven't you eaten? Qing Longgu asked. Isn't it just after class? The cafeteria just opened. Dufeng smiled bitterly and asked. Qing Longgu, is there anywhere else you feel itchy? I can scratch it for you. Get lost. Qing Longgu shouted and then punched Dufeng in the chest. Dufeng flew out and landed on the ground. No, it's not right. This isn't what I imagined. Chunyu was puzzled. Were the combat abilities of the villain's bodyguards this week? Chapter 74. On Chunyu's side, he helped these 3 little brothers up and then touched their foreheads. System, now they're members of my villain's bodyguard team, right? You can't go back on your word. The system has successfully recorded the information of the 3 members and is currently transforming their bodies. Ding! Transformation complete. It has also detected injuries on them and has conveniently healed them. Then I can rest assured. Chunyu patted Dufeng's face and said, Hey, stop pretending. You have no injuries on you now. Huh? Only then did Dufeng open his eyes, touch his body and face, and indeed found that there were no injuries at all. Dufeng quickly called the other 2 up, and they realized that not only had their injuries disappeared, but they also felt full of energy, as if they had an endless supply of strength. What was going on? Dufeng didn't know, and the onlookers didn't know either. At that moment, 2 girls squeezed into the crowd of onlookers. One of them was a cute girl with curly shoulder-length hair, big sparkling eyes, wearing a pink little dress, looking just like a character from an anime. Chapter 75. Chunyu really remembered that there was such a party in the original story. After Xiao Fan lost all his money, he managed to attract an investment from a wealthy patron of the party, and from then on, his business grew bigger and bigger like a snowball. Moreover, in this segment, his relationship with Lu Xuanning progressed rapidly, making substantial advancements. Thinking of this, Chunyu could hardly contain his excitement. He got in the car and asked the driver Huang Lei, Tell me, where's the most high-profile gathering in Binhai City today? Wherever the protagonist is, the standard must be high, and Chinyu quickly locked in the location. Longting Villa. As soon as he got out of the car, someone came up to welcome him. Sir, do you have an invitation? The receptionist, seeing that Chinyu was driving a Rolls-Royce, was very respectful and polite. Invitation? Slap. Before Chinyu could speak, Huang lay next to him, directly slapped the supreme black card on the receptionist's face. Upon seeing it was a black card, the receptionist nearly wet himself, bowing and begging for mercy, and immediately let them through. Once inside the wine party, Chinyu quickly found Xiao Fan sitting alone in a corner, eating snacks. As expected of the protagonist, while everyone else was mingling like high-class people, he was off doing his own thing. Chapter 76. Boss Qian left with harsh words. He believed that Xiao Fan had eavesdropped on his conversation with young Master Chun and wanted to ask for some benefits. Such a person, Boss Qian had 100 ways to squash. Ding! The protagonist Xiao Fan was disliked by an important supporting character. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of luck value. The red wine went down Chinyu's throat, and he felt extremely comfortable. Knowing the advantages of the plot was great, and he easily intercepted the protagonist's progress. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt somewhat disheartened. He had originally thought it was a great opportunity, but unexpectedly it turned out like this. He was increasingly unable to see through Chinyu. He always felt that Chinyu seemed to know what he was thinking. Whatever he did, Chinyu could easily manipulate him. But it was his first time coming down the mountain, and they had never interacted before. How did Chinyu know about him? Brother Xiao Fan, over here. Lin Yu waved and called Xiao Fan over with a smile. Only then did Xiao Fan tidy up his emotions and approach with a smile. Brother Xiao Fan, didn't you say we were going to gamble on stones? Let us go now. This so-called gathering at Longting Villa was just a cover, primarily for the wealthy and powerful to gamble on stones. Chapter 77. However, if Xiao Fan accepted Chinyu's gift, he would be greatly embarrassed in front of the three girls. No need, I believe in my own stone gambling skills. Besides, I still have some family background. If Chinyu hadn't known that Xiao Fan was so poor he took the bus, he might have believed him, but he didn't care. Wow, brother Chinyu, you're here too. Look, this is the jade stone Xiao Fan just opened, so green, so pure. It was indeed very green. It's just a piece of broken stone, right? Let me tell you, I can casually open a pile of jade stones better than this. Gaining the god-level stone gambling skill, along with the X-ray vision skill, Chinyu could accurately see every stone. There was no chance of missing. Lin Yu burst out laughing, causing Lin AI, and many around to laugh as well. What? Don't you believe it? It's not that we don't believe it, it's just too funny. Haha, laughter erupted. Who didn't know that Chinyu was a playboy? Although he had changed a bit recently, he was still essentially a playboy. Useless and still wanting to compete with Xiao Fan. They had been watching, and Xiao Fan had almost never missed. He was always accurate. Chapter 78, but that layer of skin, referring to the stone, was just a layer of skin. Besides the outer layer of stone skin, inside was completely a pure ice-type imperial green, making these people feel their scalps tingle. This is such a big piece. How much would it sell for? Some people gave a valuation. At least 10 billion. Gulp. Everyone in the room was stunned, unable to believe it. Chinyu, this silly boy, casually picked a piece of stone they thought was absolutely not possible to open jade from. And it turned out to be such a premium item? Would they still be able to live? Even Lu Xuanning, Lin Yu, and Lin AI were attracted by the jade Chinyu opened. It's so beautiful. If such a beautiful jade were made into jewelry, how dazzling it would be. Women love unique items, especially those that are one of a kind, which could immediately capture their attention. Lu Xuanning was not interested in the several million yuan raw stones opened by Xiao Fan, because the Lu family had them too. But the pure jade in Chun Yu's hand, let alone the Lu family, was hard to find even a few pieces nationwide. Her eyes sparkled. How romantic it would be to wear a necklace or a jade bracelet made from this jade. Do you want it? Chinyu asked with a smile. Chapter 79, if he really moved all the liquid assets, the Qin family would probably be finished. Now was the time to snatch food from the tiger's mouth of the Chun family. And if such a big mistake happened, Qin Hang would become the center of the Qin family. Chinyu, take care of yourself. We're leaving. Qin Hang ignored Xiao Fan, this idiot, who actually owed someone 100 billion. He was really a talent. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the ability. Ha, you crack me up. I said he was a big-tailed wolf, right? And this is it? Chinyu laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. You still want to find trouble with me? Let me show you what it means to be slapped in the face. Surely, after losing so much face, This Qin Hang guy would be less active for a while. You're so bad, brother Chinyu. Lin Yuyu was holding Chinyu's arm, still thinking about that piece of ice seed Emperor Jade, which was the only one in the world. Even Linen, who was usually quiet, looked at Chinyu in a new light. Although Chinyu seemed unreliable, he never disappointed in his work, giving an inexplicable sense of trust. As for Xiao Fan, he had been slapped in the face every time, and each time it was a brutal blow, significantly lowering the favorability of the two women towards him. Chapter 80, Boss. Do you have any instructions? He Chongjun was very polite, showing no signs of arrogance, just because he was the general manager of the He Dao group. He never forgot that everything he had was given by Chinyu. Without Chinyu, he would still be that kid hanging out in internet cafes, perhaps never seeing a bright future. Without a talent scout, a 1,000-mile horse would likely wither away and die. Did Xiao Fan come to you? Chinyu shifted his thinking. If he were Xiao Fan, he would probably seek help from Chongjun. Xiao Fan, I haven't seen him today, and he hasn't contacted me. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Chinyu pondered. Xiao Fan's destiny value seemed pitifully low, having dropped to 60. The system had said that if it fell below 50, the protagonist could be directly killed. Chinyu didn't want to miss this opportunity. If he could find a chance, he definitely wouldn't let the protagonist develop. But now that Xiao Fan hadn't sought help from He Chongjun, what forces could he find in Binhai City to assist him? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make sense of it. He just had a few more guesses in his heart, but it wasn't the time to verify them. Chapter 81. Zhang Afen's face was grim. She was a strong woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed away from Binhai City for so many years. If it weren't for her daughter insisting on attending university here, she probably wouldn't have looked at this city again. She had no abilities and could only do menial work to barely support her daughter through college. Her daughter was very hardworking, making her proud. She originally thought this kind of life could continue indefinitely. However, the diagnosis of liver cancer hit her like a thunderbolt. She wanted to bear it alone, but today, it erupted, and her daughter brought her to the hospital. Zhang Afen said nothing, forcing herself to get out of bed, preparing to leave. She truly had no money for hospitalization. Mom. At that moment, Zhang Ruolin ran over with a cry, hugging Zhang Afen. The scene of the two mother and daughter in tears made Chinyu feel a headache. Damn old man. It's bad enough to have an affair. He even abandoned them. What the hell is he doing? The nurse, who looked quite unattractive, saw Zhang Afen, a woman in her 40s who was more beautiful than her. Not to mention the young Zhang Ruolin, and her face twisted with jealousy. Chapter 82. Who would have known? Director Lin stamped his foot as the big shot Qianjin, who could shake the whole hospital, went to curry favor with the kid he had just looked down upon. Young Master Chun. How do you want to handle him to be satisfied? Although Chun Yu was the second largest shareholder, he was first, but the person behind him was the Chun family. Qianjin wouldn't dare provoke such a behemoth as the Chun family. Chinyu glanced at Li Yu and Director Lin's disgusting faces. I don't want to see them in Binhai City again, understand? Understood, understood. Qianjin nodded vigorously, then turned to the hurried security. What are you still standing there for? Drag these two out. From today on, you two are fired. As long as I'm Qianjin in Binhai City, you won't be able to make a name for yourselves here. Qianjin's words were ruthless, directly sealing off the paths for Li Yu and Director Lin. The two remained dazed until they were dragged out, showing no signs of life. Young Master Chun, I'm really sorry for the scare in my hospital. Just be more careful next time. Chun Yu waved his hand, leaving those outside who hadn't dispersed gaping in shock. Chapter 83. Damn it. Last time, the Chin family caught the Qin family off guard. Now, they were counterattacked. How the tides had turned. Business wars were like this. A slight misstep could tilt the balance of victory to the other side. Taking out his phone, Chinyu called Ma Baiwei. After establishing a connection with Ma Baiwei last time, it was just the right time to use it now. What's up? Looking for me? Ma Baiwei asked curiously. What? Can't I contact you if there's nothing going on? I still want to get closer to you, Wei Wei. Chinyu couldn't help but tease. Ma Baiwei was also a stunning beauty, the daughter of the deputy mayor, and in terms of beauty and status, she was a perfect match for him. Stop talking nonsense. Ma Baiwei's face flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed by Chunyu's words. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. She still had to focus on her restaurant and didn't have time to chat aimlessly with Chunyu. Don't hang up yet. I just wanted to ask. Do you know about the news of foreigners coming to invest in Binhai City? As the daughter of the deputy mayor, she would surely have more insight into this kind of information than others. Sure enough, Ma Baiwei smirked, saying proudly, of course. I know all the ins and outs of this matter. Chapter 84. Isn't that Jenny? Chen Yu's mind exploded. He finally understood. This was the plot from the later part of the novel, where the protagonist went abroad to show off and took in a beautiful woman named Jenny. The information matched up perfectly, so it wasn't wrong. However, the plot had advanced a lot sooner than expected, catching Chen Yu off guard. Chen Yu remembered that Jenny's family was an ancient and wealthy one, and in the original story, they helped the protagonist Xiao Fan break into the foreign market, allowing Xiao Fan to thrive abroad as well. A mere tens of billions of dollars was just a drop in the bucket for Jenny's ancient family. If they suddenly saw potential in Binhai City's development and came to invest, it could still make sense. After all, Jenny's family had made their fortune through investments and placed great importance on this aspect. At the banquet, Su Xingyue also arrived, bringing along a large family, including Su Kan and Su Dalong. Brother Yu. Su Xingyue approached Chen Yu with a sweet voice and a smile, not mentioning the last time when she lost a bet and had to take off her underwear in public. Chen Yu felt disgusted and waved his hand to tell her not to come over. Brother Yu, I'm still your little yaya. I've long been yours, don't you remember? Chapter 85. What left Qin Heng dumbfounded was how Xiao Fan could reveal his scandal in public. Wasn't he risking his investment? Sometimes, speaking carelessly comes with consequences. Mr. Qin, what does my speaking have to do with you? Is there something wrong with your brain? I think it's necessary for me to perform a lobotomy on you, no? It should be a brain transplant. Look at these foreigners, blonde and blue-eyed. Oh, they really look like a bunch of livestock. Thinking about it makes it quite harmonious. Xiao Fan's voice was not small at all. In fact, it could be said to be quite loud. People within a 10-meter radius could hear him clearly, including Jenny and others. Jenny had been learning Chinese since she was a child. Though not extremely proficient, she could easily understand the meaning. The humorous and witty Xiao, at this moment, seemed to have his mouth stuffed with something, spitting words at anyone he saw, which made her very uncomfortable. Jenny believed that to know someone, understanding their language was enough. Zhao's words undoubtedly destroyed all the goodwill Jenny had previously felt toward him. A minute passed. Xiao Fan, looking confused, realized what he had said. He had no idea how those words came out his mouth. Chapter 86. When she saw Chen Yu, Zhang Ruolin was extremely happy. If it weren't for Chen Yu, she didn't know what would have happened to her mother. Even if they could afford the medical expenses, she knew cancer was essentially incurable. With astronomical medical costs, they could only wait for death. But now, Zhang Afen's condition was visibly improving. Nothing could be happier than this. If there was, it was knowing Chen Yu. You were Chen Yu? Zhang Afen recognized Chen Yu at a glance, who somewhat resembled Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded and smiled, saying, Auntie, you should rest well. Try to speak less, and, after a week of good care, you'll recover almost completely. After speaking, Chen Yu placed the herbs he had just selected from the herbal medicine shop on the table. This made the mother and daughter feel deeply touched. After all, the prescription Chen Yu had given contained quite a few precious herbs. If they had to bear the cost, it would probably be a significant expense. Okay. After a long time, Zhang Afin finally said emotionally. Chen Yu had done so much for them, clearly treating Zhang Ruolin as a sister. With that, she felt reassured. Chapter 87. Chen Yu felt particularly fresh. Don't be fooled by Lin Momo's usually quiet demeanor. She was quite fierce, especially when it came to fighting, never backing down. Her shy side had its own charm. When did I think that? What are you talking about? You aren't thinking of something inappropriate, are you? As Chen Yu ran, he exerted a little force with his palm, making Lin Momo even more shy, so much that she hit him on the head in annoyance. However, it was nothing serious. Hold tight, I'm going to speed up. With Lin Momo's exclamation, Chen Yu's speed increased again. Soon, he shook off the pursuers behind them. But they faced an awkward problem. Where's this place? Lin Momo got off Chen Yu and looked around. The abandoned residential houses seemed to have no one living there, and there wasn't even a light in sight. Many grass blades had grown through the cracks in the concrete, clearly indicating that no one had taken care of this place. Let me check my phone. As a result, Lin Momo found her phone was broken. As for Chen Yu, he hadn't taken his phone when he got out of the car. There was no one around and no means of communication. Chapter 88. Chun, you could completely imagine it. After Lin Momo left her sister Lin Yuyu, something must have happened to Lin Yuyu, and then Xiao Fan came to the rescue. Isn't that exactly what the protagonist loves to do? He had overlooked it. He had given the protagonist an opportunity. After Lin Yuyu and Lin Momo shared their innermost thoughts, their attitude toward Xiao Fan had clearly changed dramatically. Ding! Protagonist Xiao Fan's destiny value 10 has seized host destiny value 5 points. The corners of Chun Yu's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to accept this fact. Mr. Chun, long time no see. Upon seeing Chun Yu, Xiao Fan took the initiative to speak. However, the dejection on Xiao Fan's face had vanished, replaced by a strong confidence reflected in his every movement. Hello. Chun Yu completely did not want to talk to this destined protagonist. Xiao Fan's smile froze, awkwardly chuckling. Mr. Chun is still so humorous. Don't worry. The 10 billion I owe you, Xiao Fan, will definitely repay. I keep my word. Xiao Fan was extremely proud inside. If anyone else owed such a large sum, they would have been thinking about how to escape. Starting from nothing is incredibly difficult for anyone. Chapter 89, if it weren't for Chun Yu pointing it out. Chen Youfa wouldn't have known these guys were merely bluffing with borrowed power. But thinking about how the 3 youths were beaten away, he felt somewhat relieved. Chen Youfa couldn't help but admonish Chun Yu. In the future, try to stay out of these matters. The most important thing for you now is to enjoy life and spend the money your mom and I earned. Chun Yu, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. It seemed he had to act more ordinary in the future. Otherwise, he would be lectured by Chun Youfa and his wife every few days, which left Chun Yu feeling quite depressed for a while. He hadn't seen other people's children spending money all day long. Was it really not good for him to be treated specially? If others knew about Chun Yu's thoughts, they would probably shoot him jealous glances that could kill. Who wouldn't want a life like Chun Yu's, where he didn't need to work hard, and all success seemed like a fleeting cloud, because he was already very successful. Having hundreds of billions at home as pocket money, if that isn't success, then what is? Hundreds of billions. Even if an ordinary person worked their whole life, they might not earn that much, yet it was within Chun Yu's easy reach. After dinner, Chun Yu went to inspect the He Dao Company. Chapter 90, just think about it. Lin Yu was a super genius who could stay at home and research rockets and even more advanced technologies. Considering her age, few people in the country could compare to her, not to mention Lin Momo. In terms of martial arts, even some secret organizations of the country have maintained contact with her. In the original work, she was invited to join a very mysterious organization in Longhua, which has a considerable level of influence. On the opposite table, Wang Xiong and Wang Yun, the 2 brothers, besides being able to speak some sweet words, can be said to be completely useless. Their strength is world apart, so they naturally can't have a conversation. I'll go to the restroom. Chun Yu stood up. After leaving the private room, someone followed him. It was Wang Xiong. His gaze towards Chun Yu was not friendly. Kid, I've tolerated you for a long time. If I don't show you some strength today, do you really think I'm Wang Xiong easy to mess with? So you want to fight me? Chun Yu glanced at the unsteady Wang Xiong and said with a sneer. 1 minute later, Wang Xiong was kneeling on the ground. It hurts. Big brother, spare me. Spare me. I won't dare again. Chun Yu locked his hand and said with a half smile, what's wrong? Didn't you say you weren't easy to mess with before? What about now? Chapter 91. Fool. Chun Yu simply gave the 2 a middle finger and ignored them. Instead, he continued to eat harmoniously. After working for so long, he was somewhat hungry. Chun Yu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lina I was worried. After all, they were introduced by their father. There's nothing inappropriate. Trust me, if your father is well informed, he will call you soon. Chun Yu revealed a mysterious smile and continued eating, showing no regard for his demeanor in front of the 3 girls. If he wanted to eat, he would eat. That's Chun Yu's style. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Lin sisters' phones to ring. Hello, daughter, this match is off. Come back quickly. Oh, why, Dad? The 2 sisters looked back at Chun Yu in surprise, not knowing why he seemed to predict the future. Chun Yu, however, had a nude expression. If this incident had occurred and Lin's father still wanted his daughter to go on a blind date, then Chun Yu would have to question his intelligence. Don't say more. The Wang family's father has been exposed for wrongdoing. Not only has he been fired, but soon he will also face court trial. We won't recognize this match. Chapter 92. After finishing the meal, Chun Yu sent the 3 girls back to their dormitory. At the same time, he received intelligence from Huang Lei regarding the underground forces near Binhai University. King Longman? King Longman is not a small force in Binhai City. Not only do they have a foothold near Binhai University, but almost every small street and alley in Binhai City has their territory. Such a huge underground force is not easy to deal with. The Lin sisters have offended the Deputy Hall Master of King Longman, who is specifically responsible for the areas around Binhai City. Of course, they wouldn't dare to touch Binhai University, but a little further away, the official forces can't manage it. Huang Lei, take me to Wanyong. I want to talk to him in person. Wanyong is the Deputy Hall Master of King Longman. This time, Chen Yu is going to resolve the matter. Young master, this is not appropriate. Huang Lei was sweating profusely. These underground forces are different from ordinary family forces. They are people who have been living on the edge for years. If you provoke them, it doesn't matter if you're from the Chen family or the Qin family. They'll cut you down first. In simple terms, they're a group of desperados. Even Huang Lei wouldn't dare to easily provoke these guys and could only secretly investigate. Chapter 93. It seems that at a critical moment, I still have to rely on myself. Master Lu approached Chen Yu, his eyes revealing disdain. Where did this young brat come from, daring to attack my King Longman people? Seeking death? Master Lu is a worshipper of King Longman, equivalent to a hired martial artist. Hitting King Longman's face is like hitting his face. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a bit of anger. It's me, so what? Chen Yu walked step by step towards Master Lu, appearing careless and unrefined. Since you admit your guilt, then kneel down. Master Lu, seeing that Chen Yu didn't take him seriously, felt even more furious. He raised his hand, reaching out to Chen Yu, intending to suppress him. Young master, be careful. He is known as Iron Palm Lu Wei. When Huang Lei first met Lu Wei over a decade ago, he only felt familiarity. Upon closer inspection, isn't this the Iron Palm Lu Wei who single-handedly fought against 20-plus thugs and bloodily fought his way out over a decade ago? Remembering Lu Wei's achievements, Huang Lei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Chen Yu. To hold the title of master, that is not simple. Facing the aggressive Lu Wei, Chen Yu also struck out with a palm. Chapter 94. He understood the system's function. As long as he opposed the protagonist, he could obtain a large amount of rewards. Continuously seizing the protagonist's destiny points, he could become increasingly powerful, and it was not impossible to reach the level of dominating the city in the later stages of the novel. Therefore, what he needed to do was to take away all the protagonist's opportunities and to conquer all the protagonist's women. Anything beneficial to the protagonist would be snatched away by Chen Yu. He wanted to see how the protagonist would grow and how he would oppose him, the villain. With this thought, a smile formed at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth. This feeling of being the big villain was incredibly satisfying. You stay outside, I'll go in alone. Next, Chen Yu might do some secretive things, and bringing Huang Lei in would only complicate matters. Yes, young master. Entering the luxurious bathing center, Chen Yu's prestige immediately attracted a manager. He warmly greeted Chen Yu. Young Master Chen, here is a diamond membership card. I hope you'll visit our store more often in the future. The manager happily lowered his status and handed Chen Yu a diamond membership card. It is worth noting that at the Paradise Bathing Center, one would need to spend at least $1 million to obtain a membership card, and that would only be the lowest level gold membership card. Chapter 95. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Wan Yong and brother who exchanged glances. The visitor was not friendly and had come prepared. They even knew the name of another martial artist they had hired, which meant that the other party had likely been to King Longman's territory and had encountered Master Lu. Kid, who exactly are you? What grievances do you have with my King Longman? Chen Yu sneered. Less nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. My time is precious. I don't have time to waste talking with you losers. What cocky kid? Who tangs you? Let me handle him. Su Wusher stepped in front of Chen Yu, swinging his arms, energy bursting forth. This was a sign of a master of dark energy. Kid, remember my name before you die, the inheritor of the crumbling fist, Su Cheng. Without waiting for Chen Yu to respond, Su Wusher charged in with a powerful punch, clearly intent on killing Chen Yu. Chen Yu's expression became slightly serious as he tightened his grip and met the punch head-on. However, he soon realized that his divine power was being offset by a strange and inexplicable energy. Chen Yu stepped back 3 paces, while Su Wusher retreated 4. How is this possible? Su Wusher's face showed disbelief. Chapter 96. The best solution. It was to treat her, but the X-drug spread quickly, requiring him to loosen her clothing to administer it, and the place was in chaos, clearly inconvenient. Picking up Tang Yun, Chen Yu called Huang Lei. Huang Lei, go buy a box of whatever, and bring me the needle I left in the trunk of the car. Hurry up, room number. Chen Yu asked the manager for a new room, which was much quieter and no one would disturb him while he administered the needle. When Huang Lei brought the needle and left, Chen Yu began to treat Tang Yun. Tang Yun, bear with it a little, I'll fix you up soon. Tan Zun Lai Ti Zet Ponde. As Chen Yu loosened her clothing, he silently recited a calming chant and plunged the needle in. But before he could succeed, kiss me. A pair of delicate hands wrapped around Chen Yu's neck. A warm, fragrant breath wafted over his face, shocking Chen Yu so much that the needle fell to the ground. Without the needle, He had to use something else to continue the treatment. The next morning, Tang Yin opened her eyes. Fatigue made her head buzz, and she had no idea what had happened. Where am I? She remembered being introduced here by her best friend to work as a waitress. Chapter 97. System. Purchase a bad luck talisman. A black card appeared in Qinyu's hand. It had some strange patterns on it, and after staring at it for a long time, Qinyu gave up trying to understand it. How to use it? Ding. Any person who has come into contact with the host within 24 hours, as long as the host recalls their image in their mind, can use the bad luck talisman on them. 24 hours, huh? The first person that came to mind was naturally Tang Yin. Cough, cough. After all, he had been communicating deeply with her for so long. But he wouldn't use this on his woman. Although Qinyu thought that even if he used the bad luck talisman on Tang Yin, it wouldn't be much use. As the female lead, her fortune must still be very high. Then, should he try it on Xiao Fan? If he could strip away some of his destiny value and gain a few more encounters with Fate's heroines, that would be perfect. Ding, reminder. The bad luck talisman is ineffective against the protagonist. Qinyu was taken aback. Why? Ding. The protagonist Xiao Fan possesses great fortune, and using the bad luck talisman on him would be offset by his destiny. So that's how it is, Qinyu understood. After all this, it really was just a talisman based purely on luck? Chapter 98. Tang Yun is a third-year student at a music academy. Because of her good talent, she studied under a famous pianist, gaining experience far beyond her peers. She always viewed pieces rationally, meaning that regardless of whether they were pleasant or not, she could maintain her rationality and provide objective evaluations. But when she heard Chun Yu's piano piece and looked at his back, she understood deeply. An unprecedented feeling spread from her heart. A powerful attraction, one she couldn't resist and didn't want to, came from the melodious sound, bringing her into a world that only had the two of them. In this world, there was only her, only Chun Yu. The two stared at each other. Chun Yu's eyes contained countless stars, while she rode the colorful butterflies and flying flowers. Everything in the world blessed them. They seemed to be a match made in heaven. Eternal lovers who would never be separated. Tang Yun understood. This was Chun Yu expressing his love for her through his piano piece. If a person's language and actions can be deceptive, then Tang Yun firmly believed that the emotions contained in the music would never lie. Chun Yu liked her, and he played such an unparalleled piece for her. Chapter 99. No way. After Tang Yun clearly heard Chun Yu's request, she lightly spat and blushed. Asking her to do such a thing was truly too embarrassing. As expected, all men are big pig's hooves. So, do you want to have my level of piano skills? I can outplay those so-called piano masters by miles. If you agree to my request. Tang Yun's eyes brightened, as if she had seen the light. The temptation was simply too great for her. Who doesn't have an artistic dream, especially at her age when dreams are abundant? If she could play at that level, it would surely be a completely different scenery. Hubby, Tang Yun said, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. It was just too embarrassing. Goodness. They had only known each other for a day. The relationship was progressing too quickly. Now she was already calling him hubby. What would she call him later? That bad guy Chun Yu would definitely take advantage of it. Tang Yun considered that she had figured out Chun Yu's lecherous character. Wifey be good. Chun Yu patted Tang Yun's head, smiling. So, does that mean you agree to teach me piano? I want to learn that piece from just now. Chapter 100. Chun Yu drove straight to the Su family. A mere second-rate family dared to provoke the Chun family. Truly thinking that the Chun family wouldn't dare to touch them? Anger surged in Chun Yu's heart. Losing face was one thing, but having rotten eggs thrown at his door was truly disgusting. Since the Su family didn't play by the rules, why should Chun Yu go up and fight? That's it. This was the purpose of Chun Yu's visit. If he didn't crush the Su family, he really wouldn't recognize himself, would he? He parked in front of the Su family's gate. Two drowsy guards of the Su family, upon seeing Chun Yu, greeted him with smiles. Chun Yu directly slapped both of them, sending them flying. Dump the stuff into the Su family. If I don't ruin the Su family today, then I'll write my name Chun Yu backward. Behind him were hundreds of thugs he had hired. Each thug held a large bag. Having collected all the rotten eggs from the entire coastal city, tens of thousands of them. Fortunately, the bags were sealed. Otherwise, the smell of rotten eggs would have taken over the entire street by now. Chun Yu pulled out a silver needle and inserted it into an acupoint to block his sense of smell. What followed was quite a spectacle. Hundreds of thugs surrounded the Su family's courtyard, opened the bags, and began tossing rotten eggs one by one inside. Chapter 101. They would never forget. 3 days ago. That nightmarish day. Just recalling that scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was truly terrifying. Chun Yu was too arrogant. truly believing that no one would dare to touch him just because he was backed by the Chun family. Su Dalong shook his sleeves, his old face twitching. In just 3 days, Su Dalong appeared even older. He nearly suffocated from the stench of rotten eggs, and now he was still holding up. All the members of the Su family fell into silence. It seemed that being backed by the Chun family was indeed quite impressive. However, the Su family was not a soft persimmon. Yes, what father said was right. Chunyu was just a spoiled good-for-nothing. As long as we plan well, we can make him. Su can make a throat-cutting gesture. He hated Chunyu to the core, brushing his body dozens of times. Yet he could still smell the odor of eggs on him. Burp. A burp attracted the attention of the Su family members, coming from Qin Hang. Qin Hang let out a loud belch, his face showing an expression as if he had eaten something terrible. He was the most unfortunate person. The throwing of rotten eggs had stopped, and Qin Hang wanted to run out of the Su family courtyard. But he never expected that this stupid Su family would set the water level in the pond so low, requiring steps to go down. Chapter 102. The golden retriever wagged its tail, panting, looking like a devoted dog. Come on, little Chunyu, let me smell my paw. Su Xingyue had calculated Chunyu's weakness, knowing that he had a special fixation on feet. So before coming here, she painted her toenails red, making them very enticing. After saying that, she stretched her foot towards the golden retriever's mouth. To Chunyu's surprise, this so-called little Chunyu actually rubbed his nose against Su Xingyue's toes, looking as if he was enjoying the scent. Little Chunyu, do you want to lick my feet? Be good. Little Yel lets you lick my toes. Next, the dog obediently licked Su Xingyue's toes, wagging its tail even more joyfully, like a captivated dog. Chunyu brother, look, are my toes pretty? I want to reconcile with Chunyu brother. Please take me out to eat. There will be rewards. At that time, you will be treated just like little Chunyu. The implication was that Chunyu could lick her toes like that golden retriever. In Su Xingyue's eyes, it was an honor for Chunyu to lick her toes. Chapter 103. Su Xingyue stood dazed in place. She had never felt as helpless as she did at this moment, as if the whole world was against her. How could this happen? Chunyu hitting her was one thing. After all, she was a member of the Su family. But the Su family members who had been overly enthusiastic before were now speaking harshly to her. Su Xingyue felt a chill in her heart. Silently, she stayed in a corner, covering her face, not daring to say anything. She began to recall the good things Chunyu had done for her. Compared to these money-obsessed people, the previous Chunyu had been very good to her. A lewd uncle from the Su family sneaked up beside Su Xingyue, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, grinning lewdly. Xingyue, I'll help you with your face, but what do you want to do? So Xingyue froneth. You be my lover, and I'll let you do whatever you want. Before the uncle could finish speaking, he was slapped by Su Xingyue, leaving him dazed. Su Xingyue clutched her chest, furious. She truly hadn't expected human hearts to be so malicious. This was her uncle. At that moment, he was like a beast extending his claws toward her. Chapter 104. Thud. Su Dalong's phone fell to the ground. His face was pale. What Xinyu said was true. Everything was true. The Chun family could easily destroy the Su family with just a phone call. The Su family couldn't even resist. This scene left the other Su family members feeling chilled. Even Su Dalong felt despair. They had no way to turn the situation around. Su Dalong forced a grim smile. Little you, we were family before. Don't be so ruthless. Can't we discuss things properly? Xinyu nodded, looking genuinely agreeable. Sure. How about each of you eats a rotten egg, and I'll spare the Su family. Xinyu clapped his hands. A Biao immediately brought out the prepared rotten eggs. There were a dozen rotten eggs inside, just enough for one per person. A nauseating smell immediately spread through the air, causing the Su family members, including Qin Hang, to instinctively cover their mouths with their hands. Their stomachs reflexively reacted to the smell of rotten eggs. Fortunately, the rotten eggs had not yet been opened. The smell in the air was just faint. If the rotten eggs were broken, not a single person would be able to stand. Chapter 105. But I heard you say you wanted to kill me earlier. How do we account for that? Yes. Who wouldn't be disturbed if someone was found out to be plotting to kill them? Ahem, that was just a joke. Don't take it seriously, right everyone? Qin Hang awkwardly turned to the Su family members. The Su family immediately nodded, echoing Qin Hang's words. That's right. How could our Su family have such thoughts? We would never provoke Lord Xinyu. Yes. The Xinyu we just mentioned is a different person, just a name coincidence. A dozen people cleared their names thoroughly, afraid of getting into trouble with Xinyu. Since it was just a joke, then things would be easier. Xinyu took a rotten egg from Ah Biao's bag and walked step by step towards Qin Hang. Qin Hang showed a wary expression. Qin Yu, what do you want? I already said that was an accident. No one wanted to harm you. You're just paranoid. Look, so many people can testify for me. Testify, you bastard. Taking advantage of the pause, while Qin Hang was speaking, Qin Yu stuffed the egg directly into his mouth. Chapter 106, however, when Qin Hang called the Su family, he found that he couldn't get through. What the hell do these idiots at the Su family want? Have they grown wings and won't even answer my calls? Qin Hang's face twisted in anger as he threw his phone to the ground. Quick, take me to the Su family. Su family. The atmosphere was unusually silent. No one dared to speak. They all knew what they were about to face. Su can you please plead with young Master Qin? Su Dalong asked with a shameless face, but Su Can shook his head. He had no way out. He felt that even Qin Hang might not be able to do anything. After all, the Chun family and the Qin family belonged to groups of similar size, and their power was not very different. If one side wanted to crush an ant, it might not necessarily be able to protect it. Moreover, even if it could protect it for a moment, could it protect it for a lifetime? Xingyue's Su Dalong turned his gaze to Su Xingyue, and everyone else followed suit. But just thinking about how Chun Yu had swollen Su Xingyue's face made it seem impossible. The crowd also had no expectations for Su Xingyue anymore. The Su family was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 107. As the door opened, a group of people appeared, led by Su Dalong, the head of the Su family. Following him were Su Can, Su Xingyue, and a crowd of others. Qin Yu glanced around, estimating there were about 100 people. He remembered the Su family had only recently risen to power, and he didn't expect there to be so many members. It was quite a lucrative business. What does the Su family want from my Qin family? Do they want to go down together? Qin Yu smirked, mocking their overestimation of themselves. A mere Su family actually dared to think about going down with him. Putting aside whether the Su family had that capability, even if they did, Qin Yu was not to be trifled with. He possessed various skills given by the system, even if he couldn't resist modern weapons. Escaping was not a problem at all. Qin Yu contemplated whether he should exchange for some divine anti-detection skill or divine parkour skills for escaping. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. It was better to save the fortune value for the crucial moment to maximize its effect. Don't dare. Su Dalong spoke in a low and submissive tone, contrasting sharply with his previous demeanor at the Su family. Chapter 108, I want you to be mine. Qin Yu's face revealed a cold smile. On the way to the Su family, he had roughly figured out Qin Hang's intentions. Since the Qin family wanted to support Su Can to rise to power, Chun Yu would support Su Xingyue. Along the way, he would also make Su Xingyue his own. Calculating it, it wasn't a loss. Brother Qin Yu, I can become yours tonight. Su Xingyue said in a charming tone. What I mean is not just physically, but emotionally. Qin Yu pointed at Su Xingyue's chest and displayed a confident smile, causing Su Xingyue to feel a sudden shock. The impression Qin Yu gave her was vastly different from before, as if he had transformed from a useless playboy into a man who commanded the winds and clouds. This change was subtle, but undeniably present. Brother Qin Yu, my heart really belongs to you. Why do you doubt me? Su Xingyue continued to act cute. Qin Yu then used identification on Su Xingyue and saw that her favorability rating was only 30. Generally, a favorability rating of 60 or above indicated a good friendship with basic trust established. Below 60 was unreliable, and at 30, Qin Yu could only respond with a ha. Chapter 109. The news that the Su family had submitted to the Chun family quickly spread throughout Binhai City. The Su family became the laughingstock of Binhai City. However, the Su family did manage to survive and was not wiped out by the Qin family. Nonetheless, after this incident, almost everyone in the Su family went to the hospital for gastric lavage. Although no one died, leaving a lifetime of psychological trauma was inevitable. In response, Qin Yu expressed his disdain. With such little ability, they dared to provoke him? Qin Yu sat leisurely on the sofa in the villa, enjoying what was almost the highest level of treatment in Binhai City. In front of him were two lovely maids. Ahem. No, one was Tang Yin, and the other was Su Xingyue. Both of them were female leads, although not the destined female lead. They had a strong presence in the original story. Now, they were both in Qin Yu's grasp. However, when there were many people, it was inevitable that some unexpected things would happen, just like what was happening now. Hey, this is my work area. Can't you work somewhere else? You have to keep an eye on this place. I think the toilet suits you. Tang Yin teased Su Xingyue with a sour expression. Chapter 110. What Qin Youfa said next left Qin Yu dumbfounded. Why? Wasn't I doing well? During this time, Chen Yu had handled quite a few important matters in the Chen family group. Did he really do so poorly that Chen Youfa couldn't stand it? That's impossible. As my son, how can you think like that? How much money have your mother and I earned? Have you counted? You can't count it. But is it enough for you to use for a lifetime? Instead of learning how to spend money, you're messing around in business. I won't allow it. Chen Youfa said sternly. Yeah, son, look at you. You've lost weight from all the hard work. Here, take this 10 billion and buy some good food to make sure you eat plump and healthy. As she spoke, Zhang Huilan took out a black bank card. Chen Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What kind of food costs 10 billion? Is that even something a person should eat? Moreover, he felt he wasn't tired or losing weight. Instead, after working for a few days, he felt a bit energized. Perhaps he could do even better. However, before Chen Yu could refute, Zhang Huilan exclaimed as if she had discovered a treasure, looking at Tang Yun with surprise. Chapter 111. Don't, brother Yu. I'm just coming in to sit for a little while, just a little while, okay? Then, Su Xingyue entered Chen Yu's room. Speaking of which, this was Su Xingyue's first time entering Chen Yu's room. The old Su Xingyue would have never deigned to enter Chen Yu's room. Even looking at him more than once felt like an insult to her sacred body. Now that she has become Chen Yu's person, she no longer has such thoughts. Instead, her mind is filled with endless curiosity about Chen Yu, wanting to explore the secret behind him. What kind of secret could cause such a significant change in such a short time? Or perhaps, Chen Yu's previous behavior was all an act, and the high intelligence he is now displaying is his true, hidden self? The more she investigates, the more fascinated Su Xingyue becomes. She feels that Chen Yu is truly unfathomable, as if he is always shrouded in a fog of mystery. However, she is quite disappointed. There is nothing special in the room. It is basically an ordinary room with an alien computer, a comfortable bed, and a luxurious chandelier. Aside from the somewhat extraordinary items, everything else is very ordinary and exceptionally clean and tidy, with hardly a flaw to be found. Chapter 112. What benefits will I gain from that system? Ding. The higher the host's destiny value, the more functions this system can use. For more functions, please discover them on your own. The system's meaning is clear. There are benefits, but no further details. All right, isn't it just a competition with Xiao Fan? Who's afraid of whom? Speaking of which, ever since Chen Yu seized Xiao Fan's destiny value, causing it to drop significantly, Xiao Fan's appearances have indeed decreased. Recently, there have been major events in Binhai City, but Xiao Fan's shadow is nowhere to be found. If this were a novel, it would be absolutely impossible. No wonder the power of the world chose to help Xiao Fan. If it didn't give him this Destiny Child a boost, the Destiny Child would have been ruined by Chen Yu. Besides, if the protagonist doesn't have advantages, are they still the protagonist? With the power of the world granting him advantages, it can be justified. While eating, Chen Yu inquired about the system situation, which allowed him to understand the so-called power of the world better. However, to others, this scene looked quite foolish. Tang Yun asked with some concern. Chen Yu, you didn't overexert yourself yesterday, did you? Su Xingyue also looked over with a strange expression from a distance. Chapter 113. Chen Yu couldn't figure out how Xiao Fan ended up here. If it were coincidence, it would be too coincidental. However, after careful thought, he recalled that the system had previously hinted that the power of the world would help Xiao Fan increase his destiny value. Generally, to gain destiny value, one would focus on encounters, beautiful women, and such. Isn't Zhang Ruolin a great beauty? Although she isn't the female lead in the original work. Since Chen Yu has already taken several of the female leads, perhaps Zhang Ruolin is the female lead that heaven has arranged for Xiao Fan. And this series of melodramatic events is meant to make Xiao Fan have a hero's moment to save the beauty and win her love. Then, naturally, he could move on to the next step and develop into the female lead, right? Wouldn't the destiny value increase? Chen Yu, all right. You're even thinking about your own sister. Chen Yu squinted his eyes. Since he was here, it had nothing to do with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, what a coincidence. You're also here for a stroll. Chen Yu tidied himself up and then walked out from behind some discarded steel. Xiao Fan was startled by the sound. He hadn't noticed anyone hiding there at all. Chapter 114. Where is Zhang Ruolin? Tell me, and I'll spare you, Chen Yu said with a grim look. In his heart, he used his divine-level investigation skill and found that there was no one nearby and no surveillance, which was good. What he was most worried about was that the enemy might tear up the deal early. Since no one was monitoring the situation here, it meant that Chen Yu could act freely. Oh, you dare to negotiate with me? Kid, I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending. Since you're here to deliver money, just put the money here and the repayment will be none of your business. If you dare to meddle, I'll make sure you come in standing and go out lying." The thug was clearly very impatient. In his eyes, Chunyu was just a naive college student with some money. He didn't mind letting Chunyu learn about the harshness of society and teaching him the ways of the world. "I'll ask you one more time, where is Zhang Ruolin?" Chunyu's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous aura, looking like a tiger about to strike, intimidating those around him. The thug was momentarily stunned, almost frightened by Chunyu's aura. But he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 115. The thugs were laughing and joking, not taking Zhang Ruolin's words to heart at all. They even kept teasing her. Zhang Ruolin's face turned red with anger. You guys, you bastards will face divine retribution sooner or later. You won't have a good end." Hearing this, Scarface stepped forward, crouching in front of Zhang Ruolin with interest, and said, "Oh, you have quite the fiery temper. I just wonder if you're as fiery in bed." With a snap, he pulled out a spring knife, holding it with the tip poking at Zhang Ruolin's chin. "What a beautiful face. Tell me, if I scratch a line on this face, will anyone still want you?" Zhang Ruolin was very scared inside, but she pretended to be tough on the outside, retorting, "Come on, do it. You might as well kill me. Then you can wait to eat prison food for the rest of your life. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Scarface was furious upon hearing her words. He had killed many people, and his background was quite dirty. The one thing he feared most was people mentioning ghosts. Once someone said something like that, he would definitely have nightmares for a long time. Chapter 116. But before being subdued by Xiao Fan, Scarface was merely a thug who could fight on the street. No wonder he could hold his own against Chunyu. He turned out to be a tough character that appeared in the novel. Chunyu felt a bit hesitant. Looking at Zhang Ruolin, she seemed to be fine. So could he take this opportunity to subdue Scarface? If he could subdue him, it would be equivalent to gaining a strong warrior. If Chunyu's guess was correct, Xiao Fan came here not only to rescue Zhang Ruolin, but also to subdue Scarface, paving the way for his future dominance in Binhai City. Damn it. I was just about to have some fun with that little girl, and here you come. Kid, it looks like you're planning to be a hero to save the beauty. I'm gonna knock you down and let you watch me have my way with her. Scarface grinned wickedly as he faced Chunyu again. If you want to be a hero, I'll turn you into a bear. Scarface repeatedly provoked Chunyu, especially when Scar said he wanted to go after Zhang Ruolin. Chunyu was truly angry. It felt as if a surge of fury filled his chest. How dare you bully my sister? Chapter 117. Faced with the straightforward teasing from the seasoned driver, Zhang Ruolin's face turned so red it seemed like steam would burst out. Chunyu was her brother, not her boyfriend. Chunyu chuckled and explained, "You've misunderstood. This is my sister. Isn't she beautiful?" The seasoned driver raised an eyebrow, revealing an understanding expression. I get it. Just a good sister, right? So, which hotel are we going to? Couple hotel or a high-end hotel? Just tell me your requirements, and I can get you there as fast as possible." Zhang Ruolin was so embarrassed by the teasing that her heart raced, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too embarrassing. "Go to this address as fast as possible. Money is not an issue." "All right, but I must remind you, there aren't too many hotels around there." Zhang Ruolin's face was flushed from the seasoned driver's words, and she nearly buried her head in her chest, not daring to look at Chunyu. "Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen," Chun Fan said softly as he held Zhang Ruolin. On the top floor of a commercial building, below was a bustling shopping mall, and the very top was an empty space with nothing stored. A hot-looking woman wearing sunglasses looked down at the endless stream of pedestrians below. Chapter 118. Damn it. This guy's too arrogant. Everyone step aside. I'll deal with him. Dozens of people were actually called trash by a weak-looking pretty boy. Who could stand that? The group of strong men immediately pulled out their weapons, mostly iron rods, which were quite deadly. If one of those hit someone on the head, their brains would probably be scrambled. Zhu Xiaowen felt a flicker of interest in Xiao Fan. Facing such a large group of thugs and still maintaining his composure, should she praise him for being fearless or call him foolish? Observing Xiao Fan, Zhu Xiaowen leaned more towards the former. After all, Xiao Fan clearly didn't seem like a fool, but she really didn't know where his confidence came from. Even she herself would struggle to deal with a dozen skilled fighters alone, let alone Xiao Fan. She didn't believe that just anyone could be a master. However, the next scene confirmed that Xiao Fan was indeed not an ordinary person. Several people charged at Xiao Fan, only to suddenly realize, where did he go? Watch out behind you. Chapter 119. You. Damn it. Zhu Xiaowen felt thoroughly disdained by Xiao Fan. She gritted her silver teeth, glaring at Xiao Fan as he left. Feeling helpless. In the brief confrontation just now, Xiao Fan had struck several of her acupoints, rendering her unable to move for a short period, let alone confront Xiao Fan again. This ignited Zhuo Xiaowen's competitive spirit. As the daughter of the Qinglong sect leader, she had never suffered such a loss, and she had to find Xiao Fan again to make him pay. Ding! Notification. Xiao Fan's fate value is 10. Ding! Notification. Xiao Fan's fate value is 10. A series of notification sounds left Chun Yu, who was rushing to the mall, stunned. This is possible? Didn't he just con Xiao Fan? But what did this guy do that he didn't know about to earn so much fate value? System, what is going on? Ding! Notification. Xiao Fan's aura of arrogance has returned, greatly boosting his confidence after showing off, making beauties with scores above 90 curious about him. The system's notification stunned Yu. Wasn't he Xiao Fan supposed to be preparing to dig the gold mine I specified? Chapter 120. Meanwhile, at Zhang Ruolin's home, Zhang Yifan felt completely refreshed after Chun Yu treated her illness, walking with a sense of vigor. Now, Zhang Yifan couldn't sit still. She paced between the living room and kitchen, even cooking herself. Originally, she wanted to invite Chun Yu to eat here, but he refused, which made her think of Xiao Fan. Daughter, since Chun Yu has something to do, let us invite him next time. Why don't you contact Xiao Fan? After all, Xiao Fan saved Zhang Yifan's life, so inviting him for a meal would be a nice gesture. Zhang Ruolin instinctively wanted to refuse. She didn't know why, but she felt that Chun Yu had changed, especially when she saw herself getting closer to Xiao Fan. He seemed a bit angry or something. It just felt off. Since she had always been by Chun Yu's side, she could sense his changes in attitude, especially after saying goodbye to Xiao Fan. Chun Yu's attitude became lukewarm. This made Zhang Ruolin a bit anxious. Although she didn't know what had happened, she guessed it must be related to Xiao Fan. Was he jealous? Chapter 121. Yu Chen. Do you know? I feel so happy today to meet you. After talking so much, do you find me annoying? After drinking, the woman slumped against Chun Yu. As for the name Yu Chen, it was just something Chun Yu casually made up. In this day and age, everyone in the Jianghu had to have a name they could show off. Chun Yu thought this one was pretty good. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. The two went to a hotel room. After a night passed, Chun Yu woke up to find himself alone in bed, feeling a bit dazed. It seemed like he had drunk too much last night. Damn, waking up alone in a hotel made him feel silly. How'd he end up here? Memories from last night surged back like a tidal wave, and Chun Yu finally recalled bits and pieces. In other words, was he carried here by that beautiful woman? He opened the blanket. Did he just get reverse pushed? Chun Yu was speechless. As a villain, he had actually been reverse pushed by a beautiful woman. That was quite ridiculous. However, it wasn't too much of a loss. After all, the other party was a super beauty with a score of over 90. Not inferior to the female lead's looks. If he could really pursue her, that would be a good thing. Chapter 122. Zhang Ruolin. Do you have any dissatisfaction with my class? The math teacher was a bald, middle-aged man, tapping the blackboard with chalk, his eyes revealing a dangerous aura. Being interrupted halfway through the class was not something that put anyone in a good mood. No. Zhang Ruolin blushed and quickly sat down. Once seated, she playfully slapped young man, saying, "Are you trying to get us killed?" Startled, I almost got scared to death. Then, I patted my chest to calm myself down. Young man came over, leaned close to Zhang Ruolin, and poked Zhang Ruolin's cheek. Oh, what is this? Did I catch you in the act? What act? Don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything against the rules, Zhang Ruolin said, puffing out her chest and pretending to be righteous. However, her tone clearly lacked confidence. Deep down, she felt a sense of guilt, as if she were a thief. She couldn't help but wonder what was going on with her. She wasn't usually like this. But for some reason, during her WeChat chat with Chun Yu just now, she couldn't help but express her emotions. Chapter 123. Okay, I was just joking with you. There's no Jiao Jiao, no Xiaoli or Xiaomei. It was all made up to make you happy. You are my favorite treasure, Chun Yu whispered in Tang Yun's ear. Faced with such cheesy lines, Tang Yun couldn't take it anymore and huffed. What about Su Xingyue? She said she's your maid. How do you explain that? Chun Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. But as a big villain, isn't it normal to juggle several relationships? However, if Chun Yu were to say that, it would probably infuriate Tang Yun on the spot. She said that, not me. Would you rather believe Su Xingyue than your husband? You're not my husband. Chun Yu chuckled. Whether you like it or not, I get to decide. Wifey. Tang Yun's face turned so red, it was almost bleeding. That term was just too intimate. She couldn't understand how this bad guy could say it so casually. At that moment, Tang Yin wished there was a crack in the ground for her to hide in. That term was just too embarrassing. Chun Yu secretly gave a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Women just need a little flattery. Chapter 124 at this moment. Su Xingyue had finished her bath, lying on her bed with her little feet exposed while calling Chun Yu. Thinking of Chun Yu, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She was becoming more and more curious about her master. He used to be her loyal backup, someone she looked down on. But now it seemed that Chun Yu's intelligence was quite high, even surpassing most people. The strategies he had entrusted her to implement were spot on. Originally, if she had been alone, she would have been isolated and hated by the Su family. But due to some small incidents, the Su family members not only did not hate her, but instead praised her, improving her impression among them. This made Su Xingyue feel like a little cat was scratching her heart. If Chun Yu were to check the favorability panel now, he would find that Su Xingyue's favorability was steadily and slowly increasing. Although it was slow, it was consistent, rising significantly every day, already from 70 points, nearing 80. It's important to note that once favorability breaks 80, it means reaching the level of liking. Even if it hasn't reached that point yet, it's already infinitely close. Su Xingyue was now constantly thinking of Chun Yu, making it unlikely for her to do anything harmful to him. Chapter 125. The next day, Chun Yu woke up alone. He received a call from He Changjun. Boss, I've sent someone to investigate. The recent operation of the Qinglong sect was very covert. I found out it was related to the Chun family, but I don't know who was behind it. The day before, Chun Yu had asked He Changjun to investigate the true culprit behind the kidnapping of Zhang Ruolin and her son. He thought it wouldn't be too difficult for He Changjun to uncover the mastermind behind this incident. But the reality was beyond Chun Yu's expectations. You haven't found any clues? Chun Yu asked again. If they couldn't catch the person behind it, it could lead to endless trouble. Not exactly. It said that this task was personally ordered by the leader of the Qinglong sect. So to understand the truth of the matter, we need to talk to this so-called leader. All right, let's leave it at that. I'll contact you if there's anything. After hanging up, Chun Yu squinted his eyes. The Qinglong sect again. It seemed that in the novels, the Qinglong sect didn't have a high profile. Aside from Zhu Xiaowen, who was about to become the female lead and was the daughter of the leader of the Qinglong sect, the rest of the people from the Qinglong sect didn't make an appearance. And in the original plot, they were merely a backdrop for the protagonist to unify Binhai City. Chapter 126, however, a group of experts, after clicking on Xiao Fan's post, exclaimed that they were impressed and were moved by Xiao Fan's dedication. To identify what metal it was, he even risked his own safety, truly a role model for the people. Following that, these experts began to search various texts. Based on the approximate quality, volume, scent, and taste provided by Xiao Fan, they conducted a comprehensive analysis and came to an astonishing conclusion. It was a metal that had never been seen before. Upon reaching this conclusion, the experts went wild, each leaving comments to express their opinions. I've studied for decades and researched thousands of metals, but I've never seen such a strange metal. It's truly rare in the world. Exactly. I suspect its density is problematic. It may not belong to any metal or substance on the periodic table. This could be an unprecedented discovery in the scientific community. Congratulations to the original poster. You might win the next Nobel Prize in chemistry. I am truly impressed. I never expected my great dragon country to have such talents. I must upload this new discovery to the Academy of Engineering so they know that there are experts among the people. Chapter 127, putting away his phone. Chun Yu drove to Binhai University. He had already made arrangements with Lu Xuanning to have lunch together. After all, as Lu Xuanning's boyfriend, he had to be responsible. Of course, more importantly, it was to dig at the protagonist Xiao Fan's corner. You like to dig, right? Well, I like to dig at your corner and take away all the female leads, leaving none behind. With this mindset, Chun Yu arrived at the entrance of Binhai University, holding a large bouquet of roses. As a qualified scumbag, how could he not understand romance? Since he was determined to win over the destined female lead Lu Xuanning, Chun Yu was ready to put in the effort. Chun Yu had also figured out some basic patterns of the protagonist. Almost every time he was about to make substantial progress in his relationship with Lu Xuanning, Xiao Fan would come to disrupt it. This might be the protagonist's destiny acting up, trying to match the protagonist with the destined female lead and bring them together. Chun Yu's actions could be considered going against the heavens, and, of course, he would face countless obstacles. But for Chun Yu, these were trivial matters. Just a Xiao Fan. Nothing to be afraid of. Not a real obstacle at all. When Chun Yu's Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance of Binhai University, it drew a wave of astonishment from the students. Chapter 128. Oh no. Suddenly, a girl ran out from inside, whispering a long string of words to Lin Yuyu and Lin Aiden, causing the two girls' faces to turn a bit ugly. Is there something wrong with Xiaoxue? Chunyu asked with a frown. Yes, Lin Yuyu nodded. The girl who just ran over was very close to them, so she couldn't possibly be lying. At this moment, the girl noticed Chunyu standing beside them. Her eyes lit up with stars, gazing adoringly at Chunyu. So handsome. He looks just like a star who walked out of a youth drama. Much better looking than any big celebrity. In an instant, all thoughts of her crushes were cast aside, leaving only Chunyu in her mind. Yuyu, where did this big star come from? I'm in love. From today on, I'm his die-hard fan. No one can stop me from chasing stars, the girl exclaimed in a lovesick manner. Lin Yuyu and Lin Aiden exchanged glances, clearly recognizing Chunyu's charm. If not strictly managed, who knows how many little girls will be harmed by him. Hurry up and lead the way, May Dai. You little love-struck girl, don't even think about it. He has already taken. Chapter 129. However, no matter how Lu Xuanning argued, it was of no use. Because the evidence was right there, people often believe the evidence presented on the surface without digging into the truth. Although this may sound harsh, reality is indeed like this. One could say it's human nature. I can't believe our beautiful campus flower is actually hanging out with other men. Everyone, quickly check the campus website. Zhuan Lulu has posted many photos of Lu Xuanning mingling with men. This is too explosive. I could feast on this gossip for a year. Wow, I never expected Lu, the campus flower, to be that kind of person. I've seen through her, right? The so-called campus flower is just a slut who relies on her beauty to do as she pleases. She looks pure on the surface, but has no idea how many men she has been flirting with behind the scenes. Zhuan Lulu continued to post many things about Lu Xuanning. Lu Xuanning took out her phone and saw that they were all exaggerated photos. There were pictures of her walking with others, even with their arms around each other, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious that they had been edited. Are these people blind? Can't they see such obvious edits? Lu Xuanning felt utterly furious inside. Chapter 130. Who hasn't been beaten enough? I'll keep hitting. Chunyu's words were full of dominance, immediately stunning the few female college students who had been knocked to the ground into silence. They never expected that Chunyu would actually lay hands on such beautiful women. Someone is fighting. What the hell? I can't believe my eyes. That Zhuan Lulu. Someone actually dared to hit her. Do they not want to stay at Benhai University? This guy is so fierce. He just went up and slapped her twice. It's making my blood boil, but isn't that a bit too ruthless? The onlooking college students stared with their mouths agape at the scene of Chunyu arriving, as if they had seen a ghost. Chunyu was simply too fierce. Usually, people wouldn't dare to lay hands on beautiful women. Looking at the few who didn't dare to speak, Chunyu sneered. Indeed, good people are easily bullied. When facing such villains, you have to be even more ruthless and aggressive than them. Only then will they fear you. Moreover, these people had bullied his woman. Would Chunyu let them off easily? A slap? That was a light punishment. If something happened to Lu Xuanning, Chunyu might even kill a few of them. Chapter 131. Xiao Fan could clearly feel that this gradually disappearing thing was extremely important to him. But the damn thing was he had no way to stop it. Better practice first. But he almost forgot that he was still soaking in a pit full of shit. Xiao Fan let out a strange cry and rushed out, heading towards the nearest pool of water. After soaking in the clear water and washing off the filth, Xiao Fan finally felt relieved. But what followed was a feeling of suffocation. Endless suffocation. First, he had been careless and fell into the shit, and then there was an inexplicable turmoil in his heart. He had no idea what kind of calamity he was experiencing. Was it true that heaven would give great responsibilities to a person only after testing their will, laboring their muscles, and starving their body? But the problem was, all he had tasted was bitterness. He hadn't seen any so-called great responsibilities at all. This feeling grew stronger. The destined female lead was gradually approaching Chunyu, moving further away from Xiao Fan. He felt agitated and couldn't help but dive into the tranquil pool, hoping to calm himself down. However, something shiny caught Xiao Fan's attention below. Chapter 132. I refused to accept it. However, there was still one person standing firm, facing Chunyu's imposing aura. But upon closer inspection, one could see beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was that senior from the 4th year, also Zhuan Lulu's most loyal admirer. For the sake of the goddess he cherished in his heart, he was determined to stand before her today, even if it meant death. You can't scare me. If you want to harm my goddess, you have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, I will never allow you to hurt her. His words were passionate and moving. Many college students felt a surge of anger rising in their chests. Yes, isn't life all about protecting the most important things to you? There must be something worth cherishing even more than one's own life. If you can live like this, you can say you have no regrets when you reach old age. Juan Lulu was also touched inside. She never expected someone would go to such lengths for her. She was truly moved. At that moment, the senior turned to Juan Lulu, saying affectionately, "Lulu, with me protecting you, there is no need to be afraid. I'll help you get through this ordeal, and you'll be my girlfriend, okay?" Chapter 133. Lu Xuanning looked at Chen Yu's back, her eyes shining with light. I'm afraid there is no woman who doesn't hope her man is a domineering CEO figure, domineering to outsiders, yet gentle only to her. At this moment, Chen Yu seems to be just that. The favorability of the destined female lead is once again rising rapidly, filling Chen Yu with a sense of accomplishment. Especially when looking at these brainless villainous side characters, they're simply machines for boosting the female lead's favorability. Zhang Lulu glares at Chen Yu with resentment, cursing him. But as Chen Yu approaches, Zhang Lulu can't help but feel afraid, because Chen Yu's behavior is just too abnormal. Could it be that he isn't afraid of causing trouble and getting punished by the police? When Chen Yu reaches Zhang Lulu's side, she finally becomes scared, getting up and stumbling backward. It seems like Chen Yu is a bully picking on a morally dubious girl. You can't hit me. My boyfriend is Su Yinyu. He's from the Su family. If you hit me, he definitely won't let you off easily. The Su family? I like to see what he's capable of. Hee. A scion dominating the campus dares to threaten me. Chen Yu thinks if a few of these come out, I'll just take care of them myself. Chapter 134. Impossible. I know Xuanning very well. She can never have a boyfriend. Don't pretend to be her boyfriend anymore, or I won't be polite. The moment Su Yinyu sees Chen Yu, he feels that Chen Yu is not a good person. How could someone like him ever be worthy of the pure, angelic Lu Xuanning in his eyes? He doesn't believe a word Chen Yu says. At this moment, Zhang Lulu is crazily clinging to Su Yinyu, pulling at him and saying, "Yinyu, I'm your girlfriend. Are you being bewitched by that SLT Lu Xuanning? Don't worry. I will force that SLT to drop out, so she won't be able to disturb our world anymore." Just a moment ago, she rejected that senior from her 4th year, and now she is completely transformed into Su Yinyu's sycophant. There's no way out. Zhang Lulu has spent several years trying to win over the perfect prince Su Yinyu. She barely succeeded, having invested so much. She certainly doesn't want her efforts to go to waste. Just as she was about to step into the role of a rich wife, everything was ruined by that SLT Lu Xuanning. Chapter 135. Su Yinyu has even made up his mind. As long as Chen Yu squats down in front of him, he will accidentally step on his head and find an excuse to brush it off. A playful smile hangs on Su Yinyu's face, as if he can already see Chen Yu's fate. Even though Chen Yu is just a fake boyfriend brought in by Lu Xuanning, it still irritates him that he has touched Lu Xuanning. Chen Yu laughs. Who the hell do you think you're insulting? Just a few $100, and you think you can buy the heir of a 100 billion group? Acting tough in college is one thing, but does he really think he's someone in society? Maybe in 10 years, but right now Su Yinyu is just a kid. And with his level, he dares to go against me. Chen Yu? He truly doesn't know how to die. Who dares to hit my boss? Which blind fool is it? A group of tall, strong youths steps out. It's Du Feng and his gang. Despite Du Feng's sturdy appearance, he is also the president of the student council at Binhai University, responsible for managing students. The moment he appears, many people retreat in fear of provoking Du Feng. As soon as he sees Chen Yu, Du Feng immediately turns into a sycophant. Chapter 136. With this thought, Su Yinyu feels more balanced. But as he looks at the students surrounding them, he sees them all staring blankly in the direction of Chen Yu. Su Yinyu secretly feels pleased. He even anticipates the ugly expression on Lu Xuanning's face and the raised hand that is about to swing at Chen Yu. Ah, my goddess actually kissed someone. My heart is shattered. Goodbye, my youth. No, give me back my goddess. My goddess can never have a man. A large group of boys wails in despair, looking so tragic that Su Yinyu's heart skips a beat. He looks back and just happens to see Lu Xuanning pecking Chen Yu on one cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. Moreover, the expression on Lu Xuanning's face is no different from that of a girl in love. Su Yinyu is instantly petrified, sitting on the ground, speechless for a long time. The next moment, something even more despairing happens. Chen Yu is not satisfied with just a light kiss. Instead, He hugs Lu Xuanning and directly kisses her on the lips in front of her wide-open eyes, delivering a French wet kiss. Chapter 137, If You Run Now. There's still time. A cold smile appears on Su Yinyu's face. Of course, he is facing away from the crowd. He doesn't want his image to be damaged in any way. If it's just a deal with Chunyu, it's not worth it at all. However, not only Chunyu, but even Lu Xuanning's face reveals a strange emotion. She knows very well what Chunyu did to the Su family before. But now, a side branch of the Su family dares to act so arrogantly toward him. Su Yinyu's expression will probably be quite interesting when he learns about Chunyu's deeds. Chunyu waves his hand, looking indifferent. Whatever you rely on, just call it out. Don't say I didn't give you the chance. Seeing Chunyu still so arrogant. This truly angers Su Yinyu. His face looks slightly ferocious. You just wait. These guys actually dare to make him look so foolish. He will repay this debt sooner or later. Look, Director Su is coming. It's that Suba Pai. I've heard he did many bad things to girls when he was in school, but no one dares to punish him. Scatter, or he will catch something on you. Many people scatter like birds and beasts, only daring to watch from a distance. Chapter 138 Director Su is the big brother of Du Feng and the others. Du Feng and the others, as the student council president, not only beat me, but also colluded with bad youth from society to disrupt the school. They are simply a disgrace to our school. To deal with such bad youths, I suggest calling the police and letting them reason with him. Of course, it is inevitable to place a high hat on Chunyu. Whatever threats to student safety, just put it on Chunyu. You'll have a hard time. Very well. Then let's deal with him too. Anyone who dares to insult me, no matter who they are, I won't let them off. Hello, security? I have a group of troublemaking students here. Can you come and handle it? There's also a social misfit. Not long after, a group of security guards rushed over. Chunyu, do you need help? Lu Xuanning subtly signaled to Chunyu. In fact, she didn't really want to ask the Lu family for help. She was a very strong-willed girl who wanted to accomplish everything independently, and she was internally resistant to relying on family power. But if she didn't seek help soon, she was afraid Chunyu would suffer. Chunyu grabbed Lu Xuanning's delicate hand, and his strong voice gave her a sense of security. Chapter 139. Just as Su Yinyu was in a daze, Director Su directly kicked Su Yinyu's knee, causing him to kneel down. Su Yinyu was stunned for a moment, then felt an endless humiliation. How dare he? Remember this is Master Chun from the Chun family. From now on, when you see Master Chun, you must serve him respectfully, Director Su said with disappointment. If he had known that Su Yinyu had provoked Chunyu, he wouldn't have dared to step forward. Chunyu curled his lips, beckoning Director Su over. Master Chun, what do you need? Just give me any tasks. You don't have to worry about it. I will teach him a lesson. But Chunyu shook his head, kneel. Director Su's face immediately turned ugly. He had already shown enough respect to Chunyu. Did Chunyu want to make him lose face at Binhai University? There were many onlookers' cameras pointed at this place, and if anything happened, they would definitely record the moment he knelt down as a video. At that time, he would not be able to hold his head up at Binhai University. I don't like to repeat myself, since you won to kneel voluntarily. Chapter 140. The Wei family, where Weiyan belongs, is a second-rate family in Binhai City. Weiyan is the son of the head of the Wei family. But the key point is not Weiyan himself, but another person behind him, someone that even Chunyu is somewhat wary of now. Ye Vantiang. He is the biggest villain in this book. If Xiao Fan is the protagonist running through the entire plot, then Yi Wenyang is the ultimate antagonist throughout. From the beginning to the end, Yi Wenyang, like the protagonist, has continuous adventures, and his growth speed is no less than that of the protagonist, even more fierce. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan has the protagonist's halo, and at every critical moment, he can catch Yi Wenyang off guard. As a result, even though Yi Wenyang clearly had a good hand, he ended up losing miserably. However, in the early stages, Chunyu remembered that Yi Wenyang had come to Binhai City once and had grown up here. Of course, in the early stages, he and the protagonist Xiao Fan did not have much conflict until they reached the imperial capital, when the conflict between Yi Wenyang and Xiao Fan suddenly erupted. With his intelligence and extraordinary charm, Yi Wenyang attracted a large number of talents, and with his own strength and intelligence not being mediocre, he was able to oppose the protagonist for thousands of chapters before ending up in a tragic defeat. Chapter 141. Wei Xiao. Are we not waiting for Chunyu? Wei Xiao's little brother asked curiously. He had heard Weiyan bragging that when Chunyu came, he would give him a birthday gift. Now, they hadn't even seen the person, let alone any gift. Haha, what are we waiting for? Chunyu is just a dog. In Binhai City, everyone knows that Chunyu is a super sycophant, a useless person who follows a woman all day long, completely unaware of what he is waiting for. Wei Xiao said that even that sycophant must call you brother, and even if he has grievances in his heart, he wouldn't dare to say it. Weiyan loved to hear this. Weiyan came from a small family and had finally managed to curry favor with Yi Wenyang, so his vanity had skyrocketed. Chunyu is the heir of the Chun family, one of the four great families, but in front of him, he still had to obediently call him brother. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Weiyan was a bit tipsy, swaying as he scanned the surroundings, and suddenly grabbed a pretty waitress. What kind of hotel are you running, serving such garbage? Chapter 142. Ahem, you always say the company is in a remote location and you complain about commuting every day, right? Weiyan cleared his throat and began to speak. Yes, the company's office is indeed a bit far from my home. I spend more than 2 hours just on the road every day. What is that? The company is in the west of the city, and my home is in the east. Isn't that impressive? How do you manage not to be late? Because I rent a place in the west of the city. Everyone, this twist caught them off guard. However, the company does indeed have this problem. Of course, the main reason for this situation was the company's major relocation earlier, which led to a significant change in location, and many people hadn't reacted yet. But why was Weiyan bringing this up? Could it be related to their renting? Many people began to anticipate. The next moment, Weiyan's words were like thunder, shocking everyone thoroughly. After today, I guarantee each of you a house, very close to the company. Let me ask you, how does that sound? This news was explosive. What does it mean to have a house for each person? There were at least dozens of executives present. Chapter 143. At this moment, his mother suddenly sent a message saying that Lu Xuanning's childhood friend had returned and they probably wouldn't meet until tomorrow. Chenyu rolled his eyes. His mother was being overly concerned. Wasn't this just creating chaos? Making him uncertain about whether to go or not. Really? Ha ha. Weigo, I was just joking with you. I'm on the way now. I'll be there soon. Chenyu laughed heartily, reviving the almost dead conversation. Hearing this, Weiyan and the executives of Wei Entertainment finally breathed a sigh of relief. Weiyan, I knew it. You little brat can't be honest. Just don't forget to bring a birthday gift for your brother when you come. Weigo, don't worry. The gift is on the way. Just wait a little longer. After hanging up the phone, Chenyu sneered. A gift? No hurry. When he arrives, there will naturally be a gift. Meanwhile, in the private room of the Bushing Hotel, Weiyan's face regained its confident color. Haha, Weigo, I told you, that sycophant is still the same. How could he change so suddenly? It's still my Weigo who is wise. With just a few words, I've scared him into rolling over in fear. Chapter 144. People say Chunyu is foolish, and that is because he is really easy to fool. As long as you flatter him a bit, you can gain huge benefits from him. Last time, Weiyan just promised to say a few good words for Chenyu next to Yi Wentian. And who would have thought that Chunyu directly gifted him a luxury car worth tens of millions? As long as you grasp Chunyu's weakness, you can almost continuously obtain benefits from him. And for Weiyan, Chunyu's greatest weakness is knowing Yi Wentian from the Yi family. Just that title alone is enough to make an ordinary person feel shaken. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Gao Xiang was still talking nonsense by himself, clearly quite drunk. Ha! That sycophant actually calls me brother. I am just too awesome. Besides Wei Xiao, I am the most awesome person in the world. I want beautiful women. I want luxury houses. My life is about to reach its peak. Sycophant Chunyu, hurry up. I'm waiting for you to give me a mansion. Gao Xiang raised a corn cob, using it as a microphone, singing continuously, leaving many people speechless. How much do you like daydreaming? The person hasn't even arrived, and you're already talking nonsense. It's almost time. Chenyu is probably coming. Later, let the security give him a warning. I'll go enjoy myself in the next private room first. Chapter 145. The sycophant young master you mentioned. I'd like to meet him. A strange voice came from outside the hotel. Zhou Zhuang instinctively sneered. You don't even know the sycophant young master. What a country bumpkin. Anyone in the upper circle of Binhai City knows about sycophant Chenyu. But halfway through his words, Zhou Zhuang's voice stopped abruptly, stuck in his throat, and unable to continue. Why you? Zhou Zhuang's voice stuttered, unable to speak coherently. He pulled out a photo, compared it, and it was an exact match. You are Chenyu, he exclaimed, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Despite the arrogant words he just said, he was merely a dog under Wei and, at best, a slightly bigger dog. Even the Wei family, which he regarded as a huge force, couldn't he compete with the Chun family, let alone him. The gap in status between him and Chun Yu was like heaven and earth. Moreover, He still remembered Wei and had warned him not to provoke Chenyu. If Wei had found out he angered Chenyu, he would definitely make him suffer, right? Could there be a second Chenyu in Binhai City? Earlier, I seem to hear you talking bad about me. Chapter 146. Burp, everyone, I'm here. Bang. The door to the private room was suddenly burst open by someone. Everyone looked towards the door in surprise, wondering why someone was kicking the door today. Did they have a grudge against it or something? Gao Xiang stood outside the door, drunk and grinning foolishly. He intended to go to the private room of the Wei Entertainment executives, but stumbled into this one instead. However, for a drunk person like him, it didn't make much difference. Oh, you are. As Gao Xiang passed by Chenyu, his slightly swollen eyes stared at Chenyu, who was eating, as if he had discovered a new continent. This is Wei Xiao's seat. Why are you sitting here? Tell me, or I'll make sure you regret it. Seeing this shocking scene, some of Gao Xiang's friends hurriedly went up to pull him away. They couldn't afford to offend the Chen family. Even though Chen Yu was a sycophant, he was still Wei Xiao's sycophant, not theirs. If they provoked Chen Yu, the Chen family could easily make things difficult for their families, making it impossible for them to survive in Binhai City. So they hurried to shut Gao Xiang up, fearing he would foolishly provoke Chen Yu. Chapter 147. After a satisfying meal, Chen Yu comfortably sat on the sofa, a look of enjoyment on his face. Life should be like this, that's what makes it pleasant. With a toothpick in his mouth, Chen Yu casually surveyed the room and noticed that it seemed Wei and was not there. Just as he was about to call Wei in, the door to the private room opened. A stunning figure appeared in the doorway, capturing the attention of all the guests. In a red split cheongsam, revealing large areas of snow-white skin, the split looked like a bottomless black hole, tempting people to lose themselves in it. Above was a charming S-shaped curve, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. Her wavy hair framed her enchanting face perfectly. The person who entered was Tong Leah, a woman with nearly perfect looks and figure, and also a top-tier actress. Wow, it's Tong Leah. My God, I've only seen her on TV. She is my dream goddess. I'm so excited, bro. Did you see that? It's Tong Leah. It's Tong Leah. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Damn, who told you to pinch me? You are the one who should pinch yourself. Tong Leah's appearance ignited the atmosphere in the room. Chapter 148. What you did was not following, it was touching. Tong Leah could no longer hold back. Her impression of Chun Yu had dropped to rock bottom. Being a sycophant and lewd was one thing, but now she had to add the label of being a pervert. To actually touch her, but in broad daylight, was simply too lewd. Hey, sister-in-law, that's not right. I just wanted to explain to you. Am I wrong for wanting to follow you to find Wei Ge? Is that wrong? That's right, but I'm blind to everything else, but not to butts. Is that wrong? That's right, but sister-in-law, my eyesight isn't too good. Can't I touch it to move forward? I'm a very upright person. All I'm thinking about is how to find Wei Ge. Definitely not having any improper thoughts. Chen Yu was spouting nonsense, and Tong Leah couldn't immediately find a fault with it. After a moment of being stunned, she reacted like a puffed-up kitten. You still touched it. You clearly did that on purpose. Chen Yu, acting nonchalantly, smiled and said, Sister-in-law, what you said is not right. As the saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than a sister-in-law. What is wrong with having a little fun? Chapter 149. But isn't this way an S birthday party? Why are they all fawning over him? It's not even his birthday. Could it be that these people finally realized that Chen Yu is actually their father? Chen Yu thought with a mischievous grin. Chen Xiao, come, sit here. You see, this is definitely the most comfortable spot in the entire private room. I've already tried sitting here, and it's absolutely comfy. Chen Xiao, I have million-level wine here, even more expensive than the 92 law fight. I'll personally pour it for you. Grass, you're not trustworthy. You said this was a task I was doing for Chen Xiao. How could you jump the gun? It's really too insidious. It's your fault for being too slow. Hey Chen Xiao, I see you come such a long way. You must be a bit tired. Let me massage your legs and shoulders. One person after another rushed up, almost wanting to devour Chen Yu, overly enthusiastic. Tong Leah was a bit dumbfounded, standing at the door in a daze, unsure whether to enter or not. At this moment, Chen Yu seemed to become the center of the universe, feeling all the beauty in the world. Even though he knew it was all fake. But the feeling of being flattered was truly wonderful. Chen Yu was not the least bit embarrassed, striding in boldly without a care for anyone. Chapter 150. Really? Chen Xiao, I really like you too much. I'll just drink this wine. Sun Hong was very happy. Even a man as exceptional as Chen Yu was attracted to her, which showed she still had her charm. No matter how handsome a man is, he must bow down under my pomegranate skirt. A happy expression appeared on Sun Hong's face. Back then, she had learned makeup skills for 10 years just to attract these obnoxious men. And now she had reached the pinnacle. Perhaps she could even hook up with Chunyu, the young master of a wealthy family. Sun Hong was not foolish. In fact, she was quite smart. She knew that the only reason so many big shots were flattering this person was that he had an extraordinary identity and status. But just as Sun Hong reached for her wine glass, Chunyu pressed down on her hand. I said to drink this glass of wine, but I didn't mean to drink it. Qin Xiao, do you mean? Sun Hong hesitated. Could it be that Qin Xiao had some special preference and wanted to do something with the beer? She suddenly became interested. However, Chunyu was not playing by the rules. Splash. Water splashed everywhere, and everyone was stunned, especially Wang Liang and the executives from Wei Entertainment, who were gaping at Chunyu in shock. Chapter 151. Tong Lia was truly frightened. She could say she experienced two events today that refreshed her aesthetic standards. The first was, of course, Chunyu's looks, which exceeded her imagination. She never expected there could be such a handsome man in the world. The second was seeing Sun Hong, which was even more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Just a glance made her feel like her eyes would never be clean again. Instinctively, she threw herself into Chunyu's arms. When she came to her senses, her face was flushed, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so embarrassing. How could she do that? She was Tong Lia, a top star in Long Country, and she was married, yet she threw herself into Chunyu's arms in front of so many people. It was too absurd. How could this happen? After realizing it, Tong Lia's body stiffened, like an innocent little lamb lost in a vast prairie. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will protect you. Your matters are my matters, haha. Chunyu not only didn't feel embarrassed, but instead joyfully hugged Tong Lia tightly, pulling her into his embrace, taking a deep breath, and whispering in her ear, Sister-in-law, your body fragrance is really nice. Chapter 152. Chunyu sympathetically patted Wang Liang's shoulder. Liang, have some self-respect. Your taste is really too heavy. If it were Chunyu himself, this could have become a lifelong psychological shadow. Fortunately, he had the appraisal technique. It was simple to determine if a woman was beautiful. One appraisal technique, and the truth would be revealed immediately. Wang Liang nodded with tears in his eyes. He was almost crying in the bathroom. This is unbearable. Who can withstand this? He had been quite confident in his aesthetic taste, but after this incident, his self-confidence completely collapsed. He was directly ground to dust. Wang Liang's colleagues looked at him with sympathetic expressions. So pitiful. How could a person be this unfortunate? None of the women he had been with were beautiful. They were all ugly. It was tragic. However, Chunyu didn't care about these people. Instead, he sat on the sofa and continued to leisurely enjoy some dessert after the meal. At first, he felt disgusted. However, after Tong Lia threw herself into his arms, he found himself back to normal. Not only that, but his appetite also improved. Now he was relaxed and carefree. Chapter 153. Wei-en, what are you? As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly ignited the entire venue. All the executives from Wei Entertainment were in an uproar. They never expected that Chun-Yu would say such rebellious words. What surprised them even more was the drastic change in Chun-Yu's temperament. Everyone present had only heard of Chun-Yu's deeds before and subjectively assumed that he was just a licking dog young master. But upon meeting him, they realized the gap was enormous. In front of everyone, it was actually a licking dog who criticized Wang Liang. Can you believe it? Is there such a domineering licking dog? Everyone was dumbfounded. Chun-Yu completely refreshed their definition of a licking dog young master, allowing them to recognize a whole new Chun-Yu. Seeing that all his efforts had been in vain, Wang Liang's face was filled with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he said, Chun-Yu, what are you? How dare you say such things to Wei Xiao? Do you really not want to live anymore? Young Master Wei-en. He is a big shot who has connections with the wealthy Yi family in the capital, Yi Wentian. Does Chun-Yu dare to say such things to Wei Xiao? Doesn't he fear retaliation? Chapter 154. Sister-in-law, I want to eat that. Can you pick it for me? Chun-Yu hugged Tong Lia, grinning as he pointed at a cucumber on the dining table. A green cucumber, it must taste good. Tong Lia's face was flushed, and her mind was racing with thoughts about what to do. How could she be in Chun-Yu's arms? If Wei-en found out, he would kill her. She was so overwhelmed that she didn't even hear what Chun-Yu said. What? Oh, I didn't hear clearly. After Tong Lia came to her senses, she stammered. Realizing she couldn't escape from Chun-Yu's clutches, she gave up. No matter how hard she tried, or how outrageous her words were, Chun-Yu just continued to smile. giving her a feeling akin to punching cotton. In fact, she had no way to deal with Chunyu at all. Didn't hear clearly? Chunyu was taken aback for a moment. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. Oh dear, if you didn't hear clearly, you might have to face a punishment. What kind of punishment would be good? How about, sister-in-law, just divorce that way and I'll take care of you from now on. No, no, no. Tong Leah immediately refused without thinking. If she really did that, her future would probably be very miserable. Chapter 155. Everyone was sweating profusely. Women are different. It can't be calculated like that. Someone hadn't finished speaking when Chunyu, with a mouth like a cannon, spoke up again. What's wrong? Do you look down on women? Do you want to get punched? At this moment, everyone was stunned by Chunyu's bandit-like remarks. They understood one thing. Debating with Chunyu was like playing the lute to a cow. They were simply not on the same wavelength. Chunyu secretly felt pleased. Little did they know, they wanted to convince him. It was really absurd. From now on, please call him the little Zhuge of tongue battles. Chunyu ignored them and picked up Tong Xiaoya again. This time, he didn't hold her with his hands. Instead, she fell into his arms, too shy to look up. Chunyu also knew it was best not to provoke her right now. Let her think for herself. Maybe she would self-strategize, Chunyu thought shamelessly. Then, Chunyu turned his gaze to the executives of Wei Entertainment in front of him and frowned. Why are you still here? The executives were confused. Isn't this their territory? You barged in and asked us why we are here. Their faces turned pale, but one by one. They didn't dare to refute and could only pretend to be dumb and lower their heads in silence. Chapter 156. Isn't the boss paying? Upon hearing this, Abayo's eyes lit up. He immediately called over his brothers and shouted, Thanks to the boss for treating us to a meal, so we won't be polite. This lobster is great. I've never seen one this big. Delicious. What's this? Buddha jumps over the wall. Wow, I've only seen it on TV. Damn, this is even better. A bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands. I'll have to take a few more bottles to let those guys try and make them envious. After Abayo and a group of brothers sat down, the food on the table was quickly swept away like autumn leaves. Chunyu was stunned. Damn, you guys are taking away my emotions. That, Chen Xiao, Wei Xiao said you're the one paying. An executive in charge of finances at Wei Entertainment thought it necessary to remind Chunyu. After all, if all this money came from Wei Xiao, it would be a terrifying number. Slap. 40 big men all put down their bowls and chopsticks, standing up in unison with fierce eyes fixed on the speaking executive. Chunyu rested his chin on his hands and smiled at him. I would love to pay, but only if you can convince my subordinates. Chapter 157. Really disgusting. Damn, someone almost wiped their snot on Chunyu's pants leg. It was really too annoying. Hurry up and get out of my way. I'm going to find Wei-in. If you keep this up, I'm really leaving. Upon hearing Chunyu mention going to find Wei-in, the executives all turned excited as if their faces had changed. Finding Wei Xiao is great. In their view, only Wei Xiao could control Chunyu now. Moreover, their mansion was all in Wei-in's hands. Chunyu twitched the corner of his mouth, puzzled. Are these guys really the upper management of Wei Entertainment? Why does everyone seem like a country bumpkin? Chunyu distanced himself from them, afraid of catching their bad luck. Thus, a group of people marched off to find Wei-in. At this moment, in a quieter room, the atmosphere was filled with pink light, creating an ambiguous and enchanting ambience. Inside the room, there were 3 people. One was Wei-in, and the other 2 were the headliners here, their looks and figures far surpassing ordinary women. Seeing the 2 women taking off their clothes, Wei-in stared with lewd eyes. Fortunately, he hadn't witnessed the earlier scene with Sun Hong, or else he probably wouldn't be in this state right now. Chapter 158. In the private room, Tong Leah was peeling oranges, feeding one slice after another to Chunyu. Really good. The oranges peeled by sister-in-law taste amazing. After biting into the orange, Chunyu leaned forward and bit down on Tong Leah's delicate finger. Slurp. Sister-in-law's taste is even better than the oranges, Chunyu said with a smile. Tong Leah sat in Chunyu's arms, not making a sound, as if resigned to her fate. Wei-in had already tidied himself up and hurriedly rushed to Chunyu's private room. But the moment he entered, he was struck by a thunderous scene. Chunyu was holding his wife, with her pristine finger in his mouth, and his wife was actually not resisting, allowing Chunyu to do as he pleased. Wei-in's face instantly changed dramatically, his expression dark as water. Xiaoyu, Weiga usually treats you well. This is how you repay me? I specially invited you to my birthday party, and you dare to put a green hat on me. Xiaoyu, do you still consider me your brother? Wei-in forced himself to calm down. He was afraid he couldn't contain himself and might accidentally rush up and kill Chunyu. Chapter 159. The Tiangu that Wei Yan referred to as naturally Yuan-Tian. Originally, Yuan-Tian was supposed to attend his birthday party, but was delayed due to some matters. He was still in the capital and would return tomorrow. Otherwise, if Yuan-Tian were here, Wei Yan believed Chun Yu would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. Just as he was about to take out his phone, Wei Yan's action was stopped by Abayo. Abayo let him call. After receiving Chun Yu's order, Abayo finally put his hand down. However, he stood like a steel tower beside him, ready to stab Wei Yan with his dagger if he dared to plot against Chun Yu. Hey, Tiangu, it's Shaoan. I want to report something to you. That is, he rambled on, revealing all of Chun Yu's actions that insulted him. Chun Yu sneered and snatched his phone away. He said, Speaking of Tiangu, it's been a long time since we last met. If you really believe that idiot Wei Yan's words, then you can estimate how far you are from being an idiot yourself. The fact is, then, Chun Yu recounted how Wei Yan had plotted against him, the mansion, and the insults he had hurled at him in secret. I call you Tiangu. If you don't take charge for me, then our friendship ends here. Chapter 160. Sister-in-law, don't waste your efforts. He has already passed out. Chun Yu, possessing godly medical skills, could see Wei Yan's condition at a glance. Wei Yan's brain mechanism had entered a self-protective state, and to avoid excessive pain, he had fallen into an overly deep coma, unable to get up even with a shake. So what should we do? Tong Lia asked Chun Yu in confusion. Do you want to know? Tong Lia nodded. Then come a little closer, and I'll tell you. When Tong Lia obediently moved closer, Chun Yu suddenly picked her up around the waist and walked out, saying arrogantly, Don't worry, that guy won't die. Let us not care about him for now. Tonight, you are with me. Chun Yu grinned and led the group, including Abiao, out of the private room and towards the outside. The outermost private room was also the largest one in the Bosheng Hotel. This was where the guests were celebrating Wei Yan's birthday. After Chun Yu left, the place returned to its original state. Although they felt something was off about Chun Yu, it had nothing to do with them. They were only responsible for eating, drinking, and having fun. Chapter 161. In the capital city, Yi family. In a courtyard, Yi Yuan-Tian, who had just hung up the phone, had a very gloomy expression. He did not expect things to escalate to this extent. He had just received news from other members of the Wei family that Wei Yan had a fierce confrontation with Chun Yu and had been admitted to the intensive care unit, where he still had not woken up. Once I get what belongs to me, I will settle everything then. Yi Yuan-Tian's gaze was deep as he looked towards Binhai City, with a hint of coldness on his distinctly angular face, leaving no one able to guess what he was thinking. Young master, I'm here. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yi Yuan-Tian. It was as if it had emerged from the darkness, and anyone present would feel it was quite incredible. I have something to deal with and can't go to Binhai City for now, so I'm sending you there. I remember you've always wanted to go back, right? Yi Yuan-Tian turned around and said Dana. Upon hearing this, the tall figure trembled slightly and hesitated, saying, But, young master, your safety. Don't worry. I have my ways. You just need to go. Yes, young master. Chapter 162. However, Tong Lia's expression dimmed immediately. It was only in that moment of lowering her head that Chun Yu didn't notice. I'm already married. I must go back, Tong Lia said firmly. What? Chun Yu thought Tong Lia was being so obedient to leave a good impression, perhaps to compete for his favor later. Unexpectedly, this made things awkward. Chun Yu frowned. What can you do when you go back? Do you think the Wei family in Wei and will accept you knowing about you and me? Are you sure you want to be beaten to death? No one could tolerate their wife openly having an affair, especially in a big family that values honor extremely and does not allow personal disgrace to happen. Therefore, Tong Lia's outcome would likely be being expelled from the Wei family, and facing various schemes would not be impossible. Moreover, it was highly likely she would no longer receive support from Wei Entertainment, and her future would be very bleak. However, Tong Lia shook her head and stood up to take her leave. It seemed she was quite resolute. Chun Yu did not stop her, but made a call to have Abiao follow Tong Lia. Chapter 163. Annie, please don't joke around. Xuanning and Chun Yu are impossible. He definitely wouldn't believe that Lu Xuanning could be taken by Playboy. That was too far-fetched. After saying this, Ji Xing turned to look at Lu Xuanning with deep affection, saying, Xuanning, do you remember the things we did when we were young? My parents often went on business trips, and you would come and play with me. We were innocent and happy with whatever we did. You even said you wanted to marry me when we grew up. Now we are all grown up and can choose our own lives. I hope to be with you. Ji Xing's eyes sparkled, conveying endless longing. Although he had dated many foreign girlfriends over the years, What he missed most was the days spent with Lu Xuanning. Upon hearing Jixing's words, Lu Xuanning couldn't help but fall into memories of their childhood. She felt somewhat touched. At that moment, a scoff was heard. Jixing, how old were you when you and Lu Xuanning separated? 7 or 8 years old. Isn't that just a childish game? You still believe in that? I really worry about your IQ. How can you still be obsessed with childhood times? It's clear you are immature. And someone like you wants to covet my daughter-in-law? Huh. Chapter 164. Just as Lu Yuanfang was worried about the situation getting out of control, a familiar voice rang out from outside. The Lu family is really lively today. I think I heard someone calling my name. What is up? The abrupt voice echoed through the living room. Hearing the voice, Lu Xuanning instinctively looked up, and indeed, the figure gradually overlapped with the person she missed in her mind. Chenyu. Hi, Xiao Shui. It's been a while since you've seen me. Have you missed me a bit more? Sigh. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Chenyu flicked his bangs and said arrogantly. After that, he naturally reached out to hold Lu Xuanning's little hand. This scene made Jixing want to explode with rage, but Chenyu seemed to ignore him completely, as if he were viewing the world through a filter. Lu Xuanning struggled a bit with her little hand, but couldn't break free from Chenyu's grip. There are so many people here, Lu Xuanning reminded Chenyu softly, especially in front of both their parents. She wanted Chenyu to be more cautious. What are you afraid of? You are my girlfriend. Isn't it natural for a boyfriend to hold his girlfriend's hand? Or do you think this isn't intense enough? How about a kiss or a hug instead? Chapter 165. Chenyu laughed. He had heard more than once that he was a playboy. Chenyu now somewhat understood why the protagonists in novels could slap the faces of supporting characters so decisively. They all seemed brainless. They didn't even investigate the things he had recently done, casually judging someone based on preconceived notions. People who did such things weren't good themselves. Therefore, Chenyu had no psychological burden when dealing with such supporting characters. Instead, after slapping them, he would even take a step back to show respect. What playboy? You say I'm a playboy. Do you have any evidence? Chenyu waved his hand and said with a smile. Jixing was so furious that he didn't even want to discuss any evidence with Chenyu. Everyone in Binhai City knew who the #1 licking dog young master was. Besides having a wealthy family, he had nothing else. Someone like you could never attract Xuanning's attention. Zhang Huilan and Chun Youfa were displeased. They were still here, and to insult their son in front of them. Did he think he was invincible just because he was a foreigner? Did he not know who ruled Binhai City? But at that moment, Jixing didn't care about anything else. After all, he wasn't developing in the country. If it came to it, he could just leave. So there was no need to fear the so-called first family of Binhai City. Chapter 166. Not only Lu Xuanning, but even others did not have a good opinion of Chenyu. Among the 4 major families, the Lu family and the Chun family had quite a bit of business interaction, and everyone knew each other well. Chenyu studied painting? What a joke. Apart from indulging in pleasure, they couldn't believe Chenyu would have any other skills. This wasn't to belittle Chenyu, but the fact was clear, unless he was a prodigy with innate talent, the chances of that were too slim. Guidance? You're not worthy. Chenyu shook his head with a smile. Having acquired god-level painting skills, he could already be considered the best painter on earth. Even Van Gogh and Da Vinci were nothing but trash in front of him. Trash might be an exaggeration, but Chenyu's level was undoubtedly higher than theirs. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenyu's teacup spilled. The tea soaked the beautiful painting. In some areas, the ink began to deviate from its original color and charm due to the water. A good painting turned into an unrecognizable mess, losing its original aesthetic. Seeing this scene, Jixing was instantly furious. This was one of the few paintings he was proud of, and it was ruined by Chenyu just like that. Chapter 167. Lu Xuanning's face showed a shy expression, mixed with surprise and delight. Who wouldn't want their boyfriend to be the best? Ding. The destined female lead Lu Xuanning's favorability towards the host is 1. Ding. The destined female lead Lu Xuanning's favorability towards the host is 1. The long-lost sound of dings made Chenyu feel a pleasant surprise. The prompt indicated that when the female lead's favorability towards the host reached over 90, the system would reward the host with a special reward. Chenyu showed a delighted expression. He didn't expect there would be such hidden benefits. Moreover, he clearly heard the system specify female lead, not just the destined female lead. This meant that as long as Chenyu raised the favorability of these female leads to over 90, he could receive new rewards from the system. Chun Yu excitedly rubbed his hands together, starting to look forward to it, assuming the rewards would be worthwhile. The painting was so good. It was the best painting he had ever seen in his life. For an ordinary painter, creating a landscape painting that looked decent was possible. But to convey an artistic conception was quite extraordinary. Chun Yu's painting not only had artistic conception, but could also compete with various masters of landscape painting and undoubtedly win first place. Chapter 168. I had long asked Chun Yu to give up painting, but he insisted, saying he wanted the world to see his hard work, so we reluctantly agreed. Unexpectedly, this kid really had some talent in painting. His works were not embarrassing at all. As soon as Zhang Huilan saw that old Master Lu praised her son's painting, she hurriedly spoke up. Although she didn't even know when Chun Yu learned to paint, that didn't stop her from bragging about her son. Anyway, her son was the best, and she could say whatever she wanted. A smile that couldn't be contained appeared on Zhang Huilan's face. Chun Youfa's usually serious face also rarely showed a proud expression, as if the painting was created by him personally. Truly talented at a young age, he really was talented. Old Master Lu was genuinely astonished. Over the years, he had seen countless geniuses, but none could compare to Chun Yu, at least in the field of painting. Even he felt ashamed when he looked at Chun Yu's painting. "Grandpa, this is the video of Chun Yu painting. I just recorded it," Lu Xuanning said proudly. Chun Yu receiving such high praise from Grandpa made her feel a sense of shared honor. Chapter 169. When Chun Yu finished talking with old Master Lu, a piano melody began to fill the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Upon listening, Chun Yu couldn't help but be speechless. Wasn't this the piano piece he played in front of Tang Yin? Last time, an old man even tried to get him to teach him piano, so Chun Yu had a vivid impression of it. The beautiful and melodious music flowed out, continuously cleansing everyone's ears. The music was very natural, sometimes urgent, sometimes slow, but never felt abrupt, as if it was the perfect piece. Many people in the hall fell silent, entering a whole new world along with the music. Jixing's long fingers danced on the piano keys, as if they were performing a graceful dance. Both the skill and emotion were truly remarkable. Lu Xuanning's eyes also flickered. The piece was indeed beautiful. Although it wasn't played by the piano prince himself, it couldn't hide the merits of the piece, making her unable to help but be enchanted. Lu Yuanfang and others nodded in satisfaction. If Chun Yu hadn't come first, Jixing might indeed have been the best match for Lu Xuanning. Chapter 170. Jixing finally met his idol and was very excited inside. "My idol looks much better than those male stars." Although it was just a photo showing a bit of his face without makeup, it outshone all those so-called male stars' meticulously edited pictures. Lu Xuanning remained silent. Jixing kept marveling, saying that from now on, he would be the piano prince's most loyal fan. Usually, Jixing looked down on those so-called young fresh meat stars, but the piano prince was different. The unique aura of the piano prince was appealing to people of all ages. Even he felt a bit inferior. He didn't think he was as handsome as the piano prince, but that was fine. After all, the piano prince was his idol. It was normal for idols to be better looking than their fans, right? Jixing was still thinking about when to visit his idol, but Lu Xuanning's remark, "Don't you think this piano prince looks a lot like Chun Yu?" ended his thoughts. Jixing's face instantly froze in place. "What? Is the piano prince actually my son?" Zhang Huilan was stunned for a moment, then rushed over and snatched the phone from Lu Xuanning's hand, glancing at the half-visible photo. Chapter 171. The helicopter landed in a spacious courtyard, and a person stepped down. Tian Xiao was preparing to welcome Yu Wentian, but Wei Yin and Wei Yin were both confused. After confirming the model of the helicopter multiple times, they verified it was indeed Yu Wentian's. But the person stepping down was someone else. Young Master Yi Wentian had business in the capital and couldn't come for the time being. However, he had entrusted all matters in Binhai City to me. "My name is Tang Long, and I will fully represent young Master Yi Wentian from now on." Tang Long stood at 185 meters tall and was very robust, making Wei Yin and Wei Yin appear like children in front of him. The two of them exchanged glances for a long time before accepting this fact. Before long, Wei Yin exclaimed, "Brother Long, that scoundrel Chun Yu has crippled my hands and feet. You must tell Tiangu to kill that scoundrel for me, or I won't have peace of mind." Wei Yin was also in tears, saying, "Yes, Chun Yu is too arrogant. Please ask Tian Xiao for help." A trace of disdain flashed in Tang Long's eyes. They were just two useless people. If it weren't for their slight usefulness in Binhai City, Yu Wentian wouldn't even look at such an insignificant family. Chapter 172. These people are retired soldiers, highly value integrity, and will certainly vow to protect your safety at all costs. If uncontrollable events occur, let them take the fall for you. Chenyu nodded in satisfaction. Well done. He hadn't lost his original caution despite his success, which pleased Chenyu greatly. If Chongjun had forgotten himself, just because he had some money, Chenyu would have to consider whether to replace him. Chenyu did not concern himself with the affairs here. He wasn't that idle. Countless scenes of the strong bullying the weak play out every moment in the world. But only human nature remains unchanged, making it difficult to completely eliminate such occurrences. So, instead of doing such good deeds, he might as well research how to become stronger. Of course, if the person being beaten was a stunning beauty, Chenyu might be a bit interested. After parking the car, Chenyu and Chongjun headed to King Lawman. Not long after they disappeared, a few thugs gathered around the luxury car, their faces gradually revealing excited smiles. Look, it's a Rolls-Royce. I didn't expect someone would park a Rolls-Royce in such a place. We're in luck, brothers. Chapter 173, the Xuanji Gate, is a mechanism technique passed down from King Lawman. Although it is called a mechanism technique, it has long been lost, leaving only a door as the ancestral sign. Even if they were to create an identical door, they might not be able to replicate it. The Xuanji Gate is a very special door equipped with a device to detect strength. Only those with a strength exceeding 1,000 pounds can forcibly open the door. Otherwise, complicated passcodes are required. In real life, those with a strength of 1,000 pounds are extremely rare. Some could take on 10 opponents, but that's not because they are strong. It's simply that they understand some special techniques for exerting force. Their inherent strength remains the same. Thus, no one has been able to open this door for over a decade. Even the current doormaster, Zhuo Bufan, only has strength close to 1,000 pounds. And as he ages, it seems unlikely he will surpass that number. No one took this door seriously. But unexpectedly, someone forcibly blasted open the Xuanji Gate. And the loud noise made them hardly believe how much strength the person who broke it had. Chapter 174, if this continues, he will surely be beaten to death. Little brother, the beating is done. Shouldn't we stop now? A fragrant breeze blew in. In front of Chun, you stood a beautiful woman, whose physique and looks were quite decent, especially her pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to lure a man's soul. Who are you? Are you also one of those who kidnapped my sister? Chun Yu frowned. No matter if the other party was a beautiful woman or even a stunning beauty, as long as she dared to touch his bottom line, she would have to die. Therefore, as long as Xi and Jing answered affirmatively, Chun Yu wouldn't mind dealing with one more person. No, how can you think that? I am infatuated with you at first sight. How could I harm your sister? The only one taking on the task is Black Tiger. I've never collaborated with that brute. Xi and Jing was about to say something teasing to Chun Yu. If it's none of your business, then get lost. Chun Yu ruthlessly dismissed her and then turned his gaze back to Black Tiger. Xi and Jing was left dumbfounded. She never expected Chun Yu would treat her this way. Chapter 175, just the thought of the name Shura was enough to astonish Zhuo Bufan and the other hallmasters. But what Chun Yu pulled out next nearly made them wet themselves. A blood-red dagger was drawn from behind Chun Yu. It was a double-edged blood blade, both sides curved, glinting coldly and looking extremely eerie. If they weren't mistaken, this dagger was the famous weapon exclusive to Shura. Shura had once used this dagger to assassinate the leader of a small country. At that time, it caused a stir among countless underground forces. After all, someone like Shura, who was extremely capable in single combat, is rarely seen in modern times. To rush in with a dagger and kill a national leader, then escape unscathed, can you believe it? Ordinary people would likely dismiss it as a tall tale, yet it had actually happened in reality. It was this battle that made the name Shura resonate worldwide, and that strangely peculiar dagger became Shura's exclusive weapon. Shura, it really is Shura? My God! The hidden Shura in Binhai City is actually the young master of the Chun family. Chapter 176, before everyone had time to react. Black Tiger pulled out a dark object from his waist and pressed it directly against Chun Yu's head. At that moment, Black Tiger felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but laugh a few times to ease his nerves. Damn, I thought he was something impressive. Just a Shura. Can he really withstand bullets? Now, kneel down immediately, or I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. The Black Tiger held a black revolver, the muzzle aimed directly at Chun Yu's forehead. As if the moment he pulled the trigger, Chun Yu's head would be instantly pierced. Zhuo Xiaowen's lips couldn't help but curve upward a bit, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of amusement. To dare to act like a Shura in front of her was truly a death wish. Once she exposed Chun Yu, She didn't believe he could survive surrounded by so many hall masters of the Qinglong sect. The others were also in shock. This was Shura? He was so easily held at gunpoint by someone. Was Shura really this weak? Deep questions arose in their minds. After all, even Shura was just an ordinary person. If hit by a bullet, he would die too. Chapter 177. You are. Zhuo Bufon's face showed a look of confusion. Seeing that Zhuo Bufon still refused to reveal the truth, Chen Yu smiled, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. The 5-spice powder caused unbearable pain every midnight, and only once a month was there an antidote to relieve the poison. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Sect Master Zhuo? Chen Yu's words instantly drained the color from Zhuo Bufon's face. He felt his knees in front of Chen Yu, crying and saying, Shura, no. Chen Xiao, you have to believe me. I'm really not lying to you. Although I was controlled by that bastard Chendaran using the 5-spice powder, I had no part in dealing with the Chen family. Under the immense pressure of Chen Yu's aura, Zhuo Bufon didn't even think of resisting. He immediately spilled everything. Seeing Zhuo Bufon confess, Chen Yu smiled and said, Sect Master Zhuo, you're not being honest, lying in front of me. Since you are Chun Daren's lapdog, how can I trust that what you're saying now is true? Otherwise, how about I dig out your heart to take a look? I've heard that a person who often lies has a black heart. Chen Yu's words frightened Zhuo Bufon, causing him to sweat profusely and repeatedly bow in apology to Chen Yu. Chapter 178. If I could have a playful moment with Chen Yu, Xi and Jing thought it would be perfect. Hall Masters, from now on, he will be our Qinglong sect's Vice Sect Master. Anyone who sees the Vice Sect Master is equivalent to seeing me, understand? Zhuo Bufon announced loudly. The crowd was taken aback again. What the hell? What happened? They had only been out for a few minutes, and the Qinglong sect suddenly had a Vice Sect Master. Some quick-thinking individuals immediately shouted, the Sect Master is wise. The Vice Sect Master is mighty. The Qinglong sect will thrive forever. The others quickly reacted and began to worship together. This was a big shot. Not to mention, if other forces knew that Shura was in their Qinglong sect in Binhai City, the Qinglong sect status would definitely rise to a new level. So this matter was nothing but beneficial for the Qinglong sect. Chen Xiao, here is this gold token. With it, you can command all members of the Qinglong sect. Chen Yu examined the triangular gold token in his hand, showing a hint of interest. It seemed he had stumbled upon an underground force, and all in all, it was quite good. Vice Sect Master? Xi and Jing stammered as she spoke. Chapter 179. I've never seen someone so arrogant. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Light as a swallow, Zhuo Xiaowen rushed towards Chen Yu at an incredible speed. When she was about 3 or 4 meters away, she leaped into the air, her back foot ready to strike Chen Yu's head. Chen Yu remained calm. He extended a hand and grabbed her ankle as if holding a piece of cotton floating down from the sky, rendering Zhuo Xiaowen immobile in midair. Damn it, let go. Seeing Zhuo Xiaowen struggle in vain, Chen Yu smiled and voluntarily released her. Are you convinced? If not, come again. Experiencing one setback was nothing for Zhuo Xiaowen. She summarized her first experience and concluded that Chen Yu was very strong, which didn't necessarily lead to a conclusion, and then used various techniques to attack Chen Yu. She tried all sorts of tricky angles, even using dirty tricks. However, what left Zhuo Xiaowen feeling powerless and the onlookers terrified was that Chen Yu didn't move at all. With just one hand, he toyed with Zhuo Xiaowen, who could match a hall master in a fight, as if she were a child. Clearly, Zhuo Xiaowen had attacked first. But once she got close, the rhythm of the battle was entirely led by Chen Yu. Chapter 180. This is called being aloof from women? Do you have a misunderstanding of this term? Despite all the dissatisfaction within, Tang Long still wore a grin on his face as he sat down and greeted Qin Hang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hang finally reacted. Oh, you're Tang Long sent by young Master Yi? With his smile fading, Qin Hang finally returned to normal. What do you want from me? Tang Long straightened his outfit and hurriedly said, well, I have a business opportunity that I don't know if young Master Qin is interested in. Business opportunity? In the past, Qin Hang might have been excited, but with his mind filled with Su Xingyue, he showed little interest. He quickly sent a message to Su Xingyue. I ran into someone from a Yi family in the capital who said they wanted to give me a business opportunity, heart. Su Xingyue immediately informed Chenju. Qin Hang encountered someone from a Yi family in the capital who said they wanted to discuss a business opportunity. Love you lots. Sitting in the car, Qin Yu happened to receive Su Xingyue's message, and his expression became quite interesting. No wonder you, Su Xingyue, were able to captivate the infatuated Chunyu in the novel. It seems that even after switching to another person, you could still charm him. Chapter 181. The sharp-tongued woman is named Li Wen. She is one of the heads of the Wuda boxing gym, usually managing the miscellaneous staff and overseeing various affairs in the boxing gym. Zhang Ruolin, who reported here 2 days ago to work part-time, falls under her supervision. She was quite unhappy because Zhang Ruolin was too beautiful. As the only woman in the boxing gym, she should have received the highest treatment. However, since Zhang Ruolin's appearance, all the men had been fawning over her, and she had instead become the most ignored one. It would be impossible for her not to resent Zhang Ruolin. Have you cleaned this table? And this one? There's actually a speck of dust on it. How can you expect the customers to sit here? Are you useless? Can't you even handle such a small matter? How will you have the face to collect your salary later? Various sarcastic remarks spilled from Li Wen's mouth. Zhang Ruolin showed a helpless expression on her face, but could only grit her teeth and continue. There was no way around it. This job was really important to her. Zhang Yifan had just recovered from her illness, and Zhang Ruolin refused to let her go out to find work, so she went out to find a part-time job herself. Chapter 182. Nanji's face revealed a trace of a wicked smile. He had tasted countless women, but it was the first time he had seen an exceptional woman like Zhang Ruolin. The greed on his face visibly expanded. He couldn't help but walk closer and scrutinize Zhang Ruolin carefully. TSK, 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 truly a gem. Suddenly, Ngu reached out to touch Zhang Ruolin's face. However, before he could extend his hand, a large hand firmly grasped his fingers. Ngu frowned, wanted to pull his hand back, but found it rather impossible. He felt a bit horrified. After all, he was a boxer, and almost all his strength was concentrated in his hands. Yet even so, he couldn't break free from Chunyu's grip. Let go. I didn't make a move on you right away to give you face. If you're looking for death, I don't mind helping you. He had fought countless underground fights and could be said to have stepped out from a pile of corpses. The look in his eyes towards Chunyu carried a hint of hostility. Although Chunyu could grab his hand, he didn't believe Chunyu would be his opponent. He thought it was his own state that limited his performance. Chapter 183. Kneel, you bastard. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on Li Wen's face. Li Wen covered her face, pain almost driving her insane. Master, why are you hitting me? Did you get the wrong person? You should be hitting that pretty boy. He was so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can our martial arts boxing gym stand in the future? We will be laughed at. But in response to Li Wen, there was another slap. Slap. The strength of the King Longman's master was not to be underestimated. Li Wen flew backward, crashing into a table, her hair a mess, looking quite pitiful. Then, Master Jiang immediately ran respectfully to Chunyu and returned the golden order to him with both hands. Young Master Chun, your esteemed presence here is truly a failure on my part to welcome you properly. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. The once confident Master Jiang appeared like a weak little lamb before Chunyu, very obedient and submissive. However, before Chunyu could speak, the fainted Ngu suddenly let out a hiss and climbed up. Seeing Master Jiang, he was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Master, you're here. That's great. It was this kid who dared to hit me. You must avenge me. Chapter 184. The last pretty boy was the deputy master of King Longman. He didn't believe this one was any different. He had already found out that there was only one new member in King Longman, which was Chunyu. So, everything before was just an accident. I absolutely hate pretty boys the most. Kid, behave and let me give you a beating. Otherwise, I won't let you off. One of Nanji's hands was still wrapped in a bandage, but the other hand was still functional. Li Wen also had a face full of resentment. The two of them hated the pretty boy to the bone. If it weren't for Chunyu, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just asking a question. It won't take too long. Huh. Li Wen spat on the ground, a hint of hatred on her bruised face. Ngu, let's take out our anger on him together. I have the same intention. The two of them crept closer to Xiaofan. 1 minute later. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. If you keep hitting, you'll break him. Young hero, sir, no, dad, please stop hitting. Spare us. We won't dare again. The cries were heart-wrenching, invoking pity. After entering the martial arts boxing gym, Xiaofan directly walked through the long corridor and entered the spacious venue on the underground floor. Chapter 185. Luo Tian was determined. For him, only winning the championship was truly meaningful. Everything else was a loss. Moreover, the person he most wanted to challenge was actually that one. Luo Tian's gaze turned towards Chunyu, who was sitting on the podium. Xiaofan, who had earned the title of strongman, became the dark horse of this boxing competition. Leaping into prominence, the originally closing bookmaker immediately opened a stock for Xiao Fan. Many people's eyes were fervently betting on Xiao Fan. Although boxing competitions also emphasize skills, under such a crushing trend, if the skills weren't too poor, losing was nearly impossible. This was what many people thought. Meanwhile, those who had bet on others were all pounding their chests in regret. Damn it, why did they bet so early? They should have bet on Xiao Fan. If they had known Xiao Fan was in the ring, they would have definitely bet on him. In just a few minutes, Xiao Fan's stock skyrocketed, and almost all who were hesitant immediately bet on him, including some big bosses who stuffed large sums of money into the bookmaker's hands. The bookmaker wore a bitter expression. The last thing they wanted to see was such a crushing situation because then, at that moment, there was simply no chance of winning. Chapter 186. Even Xiao Fan's gaze was involuntarily drawn in. Even he didn't bet $1 billion. Someone actually bet $1 billion on this unimpressive guy. Should we say it's just as expected of a wealthy family? Such extravagance right off the bat. Next, let's have our contestant Luo Tian compete with contestant number 9 on the ring. Contestant number 9 was probably familiar to everyone. He was a strong competitor who had previously ranked 9th in the Boxing King competition. Speaking of Luo Tian, the host paused for a moment before continuing. He is the one with the largest single bet. Someone bet $1 billion on him. The atmosphere in the venue was pushed to a climax by the host's rhythmic voice. Don't block me. I want to record this historic moment. Haha. I can't wait to see contestant number 9 knock out that loser Luo Tian with one punch. It's going to be a big laugh. No need for a punch, just getting on stage. That kid will probably be scared shitless and run home to find his mom. Ha! The crowd burst into laughter. Kid, do you know who I am? Chapter 187. Furious. Xiao Fan directly deleted Chen Yu's UC. Seeing Xiao Fan's anxious look, Chen Yu felt confused. I'm just looking at the UC browser. What does it matter to you? Chen Yu was pondering, thinking that the shock department was not a problem either. Could be that he had offended Xiao Fan somewhere. After returning the phone to Chen Yu, Xiao Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he noticed a headline news notification pop up on Chen Yu's phone. Shock. In ancient times, there were gold diggers, and now there are dung diggers. The cover featured a photo of Xiao Fan holding feces. Xiao Fan instantly collapsed. Finding an excuse, he quickly fled the scene. Brother Xiao Fan, don't forget about my 200 billion. I'm almost broke and just waiting for your help. Xiao Fan stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. He swore he didn't want to stay with Chen Yu for even a moment longer. Chen Yu scratched his head, feeling inexplicably confused. It was just a few news ads. Why was the protagonist so scared? But when Chen Yu saw the figure in the news, he wondered why it looked so much like Xiao Fan. Could the feces hold to be the real Xiao Fan? In the following match, the atmosphere of the boxing championship reached a climax. Chapter 188. Luckily I didn't bet on that idiot Luo Tian. Yes, if I had bet on Luo Tian, I might have lost even my underwear. What do you count for? I've already mortgaged my house and invested all my wealth in Xiao Fan. I'm just waiting for a comeback. What? This time, we're going to make a fortune. In the past, Johnson and Mu Nan were top competitors in the boxing championship. And every time they bet, there was a tendency for balance. After all, their strengths were about equal. But now, with the addition of Xiao Fan and Luo Tian as two uncertain factors, especially Xiao Fan, who had an absolute crushing posture, the situation became one-sided, with the majority betting on Xiao Fan. Only Chen Yu was betting on Luo Tian, being called a wasteful thing. Betting on Luo Tian was no different from giving him money. However, Luo Tian's next move left countless people dumbfounded. Luo Tian's eyes were fixed on Xiao Fan's lower region. With swift movement, one hand shot towards Xiao Fan's lower area, targeting the point of energy. Chen Yu knew that in the middle of the novel, Xiao Fan would encounter a major crisis. Chapter 189. The atmosphere at the venue was extremely awkward, with only Chen Yu's cheers ringing out. The others were more like numb puppets, mechanically clapping. They couldn't figure out this kind of fighting style, no matter how hard they thought. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. It was only when he was pushed off the ring that Xiao Fan reacted. Immediately, a surge of immense anger filled him. He was Xiao Fan, a dignified Azura. How could he be ambushed by a man? The key was that he hadn't reacted in time, resulting in an accidental hit. Chen Yu quickly stopped the furious and nearly irrational Xiao Fan, fearing he would really kill Luo Tian. Brother Xiao Fan, you can't be a sore loser, right? Hitting people isn't the right way, Chen Yu said with a smile. Xiao Fan's eyes twitched slightly, showing some anger on his face. Get out of the way. Even if I don't kill him, I have to teach this damn guy a lesson today. He was truly disgusted. Luo Tian's strength was clearly far below his, yet he was able to suppress him with such despicable means. If Luo Tian didn't play tricks, he was confident he could completely overpower him. Brother Xiao Fan, you're wrong here. We value the principle of being a person. Everything should be done amicably. Chapter 190. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you stopping this wolf dog, the Martial Arts Academy would have been in big trouble. The leader of the security guards, a burly man, spoke respectfully to Chunyu. Although he was the head of security, he was actually the boxing champion from the last time, with considerable strength. Even so, he couldn't stop this seemingly mutated wolf dog. He didn't take ordinary wolf dogs seriously at all, but this one was too bizarre. He exerted all his strength, but couldn't hold it back, yet Chunyu resolved it effortlessly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. On the ring, Luo Tian looked at Chunyu with increasingly fervent eyes, inwardly sighing that the deputy sect master was indeed impressive. Xiao Fan was also stunned. He originally thought Chunyu was just a spoiled rich kid, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Of course, if he exerted all his strength, he could achieve that too, but he had been practicing martial arts since childhood and had trained for over 10 years. So it was normal for him to have high martial arts skills. Looking at Chunyu, dressed in designer brands with no signs of wear and tear, yet possessing impressive strength, it was simply unbelievable. Chapter 191. Out of nowhere, a wolf dog had appeared. Later, even a person with a gun came to assassinate him. And Chunyu was also impressed. He glanced at the dark sky, where it seemed that thunderclouds were drifting, as if telling of heaven's injustice. Silently, he gave heaven the middle finger. Damn, young Master Chun, I'll take you back. Jiang Yi, after dealing with the little tail, rushed over, attending to Chunyu. If he served Chunyu well, perhaps his career would see a huge turnaround. In fact, as the Hall Master, Jiang Yi was not among the most influential figures in the Qinglong sect. However, if he could curry favor with Chunyu, the deputy sect master, the situation would be vastly different. The sect master never mixed personal affairs with public ones, but the deputy sect master might. Chunyu saw through Jiang Yi's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. If you come with me, you probably won't survive the night. The way of heaven was unjust, trying every means to kill Chunyu. And Jiang Yi was undoubtedly a very good stepping stone. Young Master Chun, you must be joking. With you around, who could hurt me? Jiang Yi said, feeling embarrassed. He had seen Chunyu's performance, especially his graceful movements while dodging bullets, which were countless times better than his. Chapter 192. Seeing someone was saved, Chunyu didn't bother to care anymore. 10 million? I really don't take it seriously. For him, 10 million wasn't much. Just going out for a meal or buying a gift would cost more than that. However, for safety's sake, Chunyu also wanted to see how this guy's medical skills were. The little girl's condition was not optimistic. Common medical methods would not only fail to cure her, but could even directly endanger her life. Oh no, originally thinking it was just a simple external injury treatment, Bai didn't expect that the little girl also had an underlying illness. Although the disease could not be detected, it made the already grim situation of the little girl even worse. Wrong. Compared to the injury, her heart condition should be prioritized. Otherwise, once the heart disease relapses completely, it would be too late. Sure enough, the little girl's breathing began to quicken, and her complexion worsened, enduring immense pain. Chunyu's voice made Bai In very unhappy. Are you the doctor, or am I? Don't you think I know better than you? Bai's expression was grim. He was just an ordinary oral doctor, someone who usually just went through the motions. Suddenly being asked to save someone with such severe illness and injury was indeed a challenge for him. Chapter 193. Oh, so you're also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Bai's face showed surprise. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine looks good, but is not effective, let alone someone as young as Chunyu, who had only learned a little at most at his age. Miss Lin, you're in a hurry and randomly seeking help. If you let this kid treat your daughter and something goes wrong, don't blame me. The onlookers also showed expressions of shock. Yes, Miss Lin, take our advice and don't let this young man treat her. We've already called the police, and the ambulance will be here soon. This young man is so young. If his teacher knew, they would be furious. They pulled Lin Yin and pointed at Chunyu. Chunyu's silver needles were inserted one by one into the little girl's body, some of them appearing as if they were going to pierce through her head, which was terrifying. No one stepped forward to pull Chunyu away, fearing they would get involved in a homicide case. Lin Yan's beautiful face was tense, her thin lips tightly biting down. Her daughter, Inin was her only family, and she couldn't imagine how devastated she would be if she lost her. But for some reason, after seeing Chunyu's calm and composed face, she felt a little more at ease. Chapter 194. Chunyu knew that the way of heaven was targeting him again. If he didn't leave, it would unleash endless attacks on him. At that time, more innocent people would be dragged in, which was not the scene Chunyu wanted to see. Once the atmosphere on the scene was controlled, Lin Yin instinctively searched for Chunyu, but he had already disappeared. Cough, cough, help me. Bayan was hit by the debris from the exploding car, lying on the ground like a hedgehog, struggling painfully. Strangely, he was the only one injured. No one else was harmed. If Chunyu were here, he could easily conclude that. It was clear that the way of heaven was coming for him, and the only ones closest to him at that time were Lin Yin, In, and Bayan. The miserable Bayan spoke unclearly, and it seemed that the corner of his mouth had been cut by a piece of metal, making it hard to look at. But despite his desperate pleas, no one came to help him. Someone help me. I'll give 1,000,000 to whoever helps. In desperation, Bayan could only use the check Lin Yin gave him as a bargaining chip. But just as he took out the check, it was ignited by a flame that came from nowhere. Chapter 195. Isn't that right? In Chunyu's hand, he waved a broken straw. For the first time, the black-clothed man was filled with rage at such humiliation. Seeking death, he drew a snow-white dagger and rushed at Chunyu, the dagger flashing with numerous afterimages. The black-clothed man gave Chunyu no chance to fight back. His fists and feet were exceptionally powerful, sealing off every inch of space around Chunyu. Who are you? Chunyu dodged while asking. I never waste words on the dead. The black-clothed man shouted and aimed to capture the defenseless Chunyu. How much did the person who hired you to kill me give you? I'll double it. How about that? Chunyu tried to sway the black-clothed man's thoughts. Not interested. Unfortunately, the black-clothed man was not deceived. Instead, he aimed the dagger at Chunyu and prepared to stab him. A hint of impatience flashed in Chunyu's eyes. Damn it, does he really think I'm easy to bully? Chunyu flipped his hand behind his back, a white bottle appearing in his hand, and sprinkled it forward. Countless tiny particles spilled out. The black-clothed man was plunged into darkness. An endless spiciness surged from all directions. His eyes and skin felt as if they were on fire. Chapter 196. Boom! The black-clothed woman was about to reveal the truth. The ground shook, and Chunyu lost his balance. Fortunately, he leaned against the sofa, or he would have fallen. Looking at the time, it was 11:55. That means there were 5 minutes left. As long as he could hold on for these 5 minutes, the way of heaven would have no way to act against him. Boom! It felt as if the whole world was trembling. What is happening? Untie me, you bastard! The black-clothed woman sensed something was wrong and shouted. This was greatly beyond Chunyu's expectations. He thought he had figured everything out, but he didn't expect the damned way of heaven could even control earthquakes. Instinctively, he wanted to grab the black-clothed woman and run out, but he found that his supernatural strength was no longer there. With his current strength, it was still too difficult to pick someone up with one hand. Pig-like woman. He glanced at the black-clothed woman's fleshiest area. Chunyu hugged her and quickly ran outside. Just as his foot stepped out, the house collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chunyu felt relieved. If he hadn't been quick, he might have been buried inside. Boom! It was as if the earthquake was targeting the villa. It collapsed with a loud noise, bricks and rubble scattered everywhere. Chapter 197. Congratulations to the host for drawing a smartphone. Chunyu, just a broken phone? It's the 21st century now. Who doesn't have a smartphone? Chunyu felt that this damn system was definitely up to something. However, driven by curiosity, Chunyu opened the phone's introduction first. Black Eye brand smartphone. A super smartphone that is 200 years ahead of the world. Seeing this introduction, Chunyu finally suppressed the urge to insult the system's ancestors. He selected the item from the system package, and in the next second, a stylish black phone appeared in his clothes. The black phone case was adorned with simple yet attractive runes, combining elements of fantasy and science fiction. At least it looked good. Just as he was about to click on the phone to use it, a chime sounded. A brand new voice emerged in Chunyu's mind. Ding. Connected to the brainwaves of the phone owner Chunyu. Would you like to proceed with the connection? Note, after the connection, the owner can control the phone through brainwaves. Yes. As Chunyu's voice fell, a wonderful feeling arose, as if he had signed a contract with something, but it was just a one-sided contract. Chapter 198. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes shot out a burst of anger, staring at the security guard in front of him. It seemed like this was the case. But I see you still don't dare. Aren't you holding an invitation? What is wrong? Is the King Longman this week? Or has the King Longman already been defeated? Chinyu turned around again and casually said, his expression very indifferent. Luo Tian couldn't stand it. He said he could, but he actually looked down on the King Longman? Damn it. Exactly. Not letting me in. Isn't that looking down on our King Longman? Slap. Luo Tian's big hand directly slapped a security guard standing there, leaving a red mark on the guard's face. The guard hurriedly shouted and ran to the back, his hat falling to the ground. Someone's fighting. Hurry up and come out. Someone's fighting. After shouting a few times, a bunch of people rushed out from inside. This is not an ordinary place. A crowd had already gathered at the entrance of the restaurant. Making trouble here is equivalent to looking for death, right? The people participating in the auction were all looking over there. Others had already rushed up. Chapter 199 in front of them. Xiao Fan was also stunned. Then, his face turned ugly. He stared fiercely at Chunyu and shouted, Chunyu, what are you doing? Although his relationship with Chun Yu was not one of enemies, Xiao Fan was still very annoyed with Chunyu. After several encounters, it was always this guy who was obstructing him, which made him very angry. Unexpectedly, he would still do this now. Why do you think you can tear up my 2 invitation letters? Sorry, they've already been torn, Chunyu said dismissively. Then he stared at Xiao Fan and continued, Didn't you just say you can't enter without an invitation? Then you two shouldn't go in either. I think young Master Xiao should abide by that, right? Xiao Fan's face darkened even more, snorting coldly, and said nothing. The woman in front of him also glared at Chunyu with displeasure. Ding! Host successfully countered Xiao Fan, luck value 100. The host dealt critical damage to Xiao Fan's heart, destiny value 1. Huh, this can increase destiny value? Chunyu didn't expect that. At this moment, Chunyu felt very uncomfortable because he had been suppressed by the heavenly way for a long time. Chapter 200. Chunyu nodded and readily agreed. You can rest assured. I will definitely put in effort this time. Our relationship is still pretty good. Tang Tian was delighted. Then when I have good things, I'll let you know. Good. Chunyu nodded again. Tang Tian immediately felt relieved. If he could get Chunyu to set a trap for such a large sum of money, that would be a good thing for him. Having a big guy is great. After chatting a few words with Chunyu happily, Tang Tian went to where there were more people. He needed to find some more talents. Otherwise, today's auction wouldn't go well. After he left, several women immediately surrounded Chunyu. After all, many people knew Chunyu's name. Who wouldn't want to get closer to such a rich guy? It was said that he spent 200 million on a guy who put a green hat on him. He really is a big spender. When encountering such a big spender, people were naturally crazy in front of him. Young Master Chun, you're so handsome. Young Master Chun, I'm Lu Huizi. Here is my business card. Can we go out and have fun tonight? Young Master, do you like me? I really like you. Chapter 2, I want to write. Let us do it this way. Less small talk. Let us start the auction now. Tang Tian simply said and retreated to the back. This time was originally for the auction. So soon a beautiful woman stood up in the middle, wearing a chi pao, with an excellent figure, beauty, and temperament. Next, we have our first item, a blue and white porcelain. Wow. When they heard this, the people in front were stunned. Directly blue and white porcelain? This is indeed a good item. For people, this was really a bit terrifying. Compared to the things around them, this blue and white porcelain was the most expensive. Moreover, blue and white porcelain has a great collection value. As long as it's at a suitable price, it has great investment prospects. On a large screen, the specific era of this blue and white porcelain and some other institutions' appraisals were written out. Since it was put up for auction, the item must be real. No need to say. After the beautiful woman briefly introduced it, she looked at the crowd. Now we will start the auction for this blue and white porcelain, starting price 20 million. Wow. The people below became restless. Chapter 2, O2, huh? At this moment, Chunyu walked up decisively. He walked straight to Yuan Schwerer, knelt on one knee, and looked at Yuan Schwerer with deep affection. From the first time I saw you, I felt deeply in love with you. Perhaps there is some distance between us, but I believe distance is never a problem. A pile of words came out directly. The people present were stunned. What the hell? What is this? A confession? People were dumbfounded, not expecting Chunyu to do this. However, after thinking about Chunyu's identity, there was another wave of excitement. This Chunyu is really interesting. Really impressive. How many people have such means? Is this guy planning to spend a few hundred million on someone else? Why do you care about others? If others have money, they can spend it however they want. It's none of your business. Everyone had their own opinions. Many people were jealous of Chunyu, most feeling sour. Whenever they encountered Chunyu, people felt very angry. Everyone was also from a wealthy family, equally rich, and their status was not low. They had knowledge. But in front of this guy, they always lost a lot. Chapter 203. She couldn't say anything. As for Chunyu, she definitely couldn't refuse. After all, he had helped her this time, and he even left a flow. The reputation of a rogue is not good. Just as she was thinking about what to do, Xiao Fan said again, "Let's go, Schwer. Let's go over there." Xiao Fan said again. He wanted to make this Chunyu look foolish. "Forget it. I'll just stay here. And besides, I'm not familiar with you." Yuan Schwerer finally said. Huh? The whole venue was dumbfounded. This was a rejection of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly. Then he adjusted himself and said, "All right, that's fine. I was being abrupt, but Chen Xiao, you should also get up. Some women are not someone like you can pursue." People chuckled, finding Chinyu truly laughable. But just as Xiao Fan was about to praise Yuan Schwerer a few times, he saw Yuan Schwerer directly helping Chinyu up. "I don't want this, you take it, and don't pull this kind of stunt in the future." Yuan Shuetui said, her face red. "We're even now." She whispered again. "Okay, since you don't want it, then forget it. I have no problem, but let's keep in touch." Chapter 2:0 for the auction above continued. After all, Xiao Fan was the destined male protagonist, and naturally, he had many people around him. There was no need to say more. With such a handsome and wealthy guy like Xiao Fan, people naturally liked to be near him. More importantly, his taste in the items above was excellent. This naturally attracted a lot of people. Next was our segment for picking up bargains, which we had prepared. Everyone could bid on all the items here. Some real and some fake, and this was prepared for everyone, hoping everyone would like it. The beautiful host above smiled slightly and said. The crowd below suddenly became excited. This was a test of one's eyesight. Many people were eager to try. Where there are women, there are show-offs. And now was a perfect time to flaunt. It was even a great opportunity to showcase oneself, and people began to have their own opinions about some of the items above. The first item was a piece of bronzeware. The second was a small bowl. The third was a painting. The fourth was Yuan blue porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. Chapter 2:05. The expressions of the crowd began to contort. Another 70 million? Do you really think money is that easy to earn? People were speechless. This guy was saying such things, making it seem like they were going to die. Watching others spend money was also a painful thing. The people present were very angry, but no one dared to say much. For them, it seemed that this had little to do with them. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed tightly, and the few people in front of him began to persuade him. Xiao, forget it, don't get angry. No need, Xiao. Let it go, this price is unnecessary. Exactly. Xiao doesn't need to compete with this person over such an item. Let him take it. One by one, they began to persuade him. In the eyes of many, this price was too high, completely unnecessary. Xiao Fan didn't speak. His face turned extremely dark, as if it could drip water. In contrast, Chinyu smiled and said, "Is this item mine again? Is it that simple?" Huh? Xiao Fan's face suddenly turned furious, shouting angrily, 100 million. Wow. The whole venue fell silent. Chapter 2:06. A golden cylinder was directly showcased in front of the people, and under the lighting, such a bright color appeared before everyone. It was truly perfect. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. This item was actually a golden cylinder? They all crowded around to take a closer look, continuously expressing their surprise. My goodness, this item seems to be very old. It's not an ordinary item. Just from these carvings, they're vivid and unique. Definitely not an ordinary object. This is an antique, covered with wood, instead protecting what's inside. So exquisite. Yeah, I completely didn't see it. This kind of item is amazing. At this moment, everyone changed their expressions, filled with excitement. Chinyu didn't say much, while Xiao Fan's face darkened even more. Looking extremely ugly, completely defeated, and lost thoroughly. No face left. He had just said that this item was not a good one, but now it was a slap in the face. Chinyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Ding, the host successfully slapped the protagonist's face, increasing luck value by 50. Chapter 2:07. Chen Xiao. This matter is very significant, and the location over there is quite remote now. If you want to take it, the price here won't decrease, and it might even increase a bit. Are you still willing? Tang Tian's thoughts began to stir. If Chinyu really wanted to acquire that piece of land, he felt it could still be negotiated. Now they were facing increasing financial troubles due to that piece of land. And even with this auction, there was still a significant gap. If they could sell a large part, that would be great. It doesn't matter, just say it directly then, but I want the whole, not a part. Otherwise, it loses its meaning. Chinyu chuckled a few times, looking very pleased. Tantian not that. Okay, if possible. I'll get back to you with a proposal as soon as I can. This was a price reaching several billion, and he couldn't decide. All right, contact me then. Chinyu got up, waved his hand, and walked out directly. In his view, he certainly wouldn't let these people see his thoughts. That piece of land's price was not high now, but as the high-tech zone moves toward that direction, that place would become very desirable, with prices increasing several times. But there wouldn't be any significant changes in the next 2 years. Chapter 208. After Han Shui got out of the car, she saw that Chunyu had actually brought her here. Her face turned red again as she said, I was just joking. Really? I don't care anyway. I took it seriously. Chunyu said lazily. That doesn't count. Why doesn't it count? You are my girlfriend now. Chunyu teased a few more times. Although Chunyu wasn't clear about what this woman was up to, from her attire, it was evident she was not an ordinary person. I can give you a lot of money. Give me a lot of money? Do you think I lack money? I can give you billions. Han Shui's expression turned tense. She didn't dare to enter this villa, fearing that Chunyu might have some thoughts about her. Billions? Is that true? So generous? Chunyu didn't expect that such a woman would casually offer him billions. This surprised him. Of course. Han Kuyuhuri denuded. And you can transfer the money to me. Chunyu said again. Billion sounds good. Han Shui took out her phone and said, Give me your account number. Chapter 209. She opened it. Ding, random gift package. Host is ready to open. Open. After speaking, a card suddenly appeared in front of Chunyu. Luck card, 5 minutes of extreme good luck. Is this possible? Chunyu was astonished. Is there such a benefit to luck value? Huh. Chunyu felt a surge of happiness. He took a few steps, but didn't notice anything particularly unique. At that moment, Chunyu received a phone call. Young Master Chun, the stocks on your side have skyrocketed. Should we sell now? Sell directly. Chunyu nodded. Then his stocks were sold directly, making him a profit of $1 billion. Is it that good? Haha, I'm rich. Chunyu felt excited. He directly opened the mall again and clicked on a random gift package. Ding, host task assigned. Host task. Increase wealth by 200 million within 3 days. Otherwise your own wealth will shrink by 2 billion. What? What the hell did you say? Chunyu thought he misheard. 200 million in 3 days? That's impossible. He had experience spending 200 million in 3 days, but making 200 million seemed unlikely to him. Chapter 210. At this moment, the old man sitting in the wheelchair smiled, showing no signs of worry. Dad, but Schwer has always been mischievous. What should we do if this goes on? I have already suspended her card, and I estimate she will come back after today. Han Chumping said. His daughter had run away, leaving him helpless. The old man glanced at him and snorted coldly. How can a child raised like this succeed? I think Han Shui is much more capable than you. I believe our Han family will really need Han Shui to take charge in the future. You are too lacking. The old man said angrily, pointing at his son. Han Chumping looked aggrieved. Dad, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Don't you know? If you hadn't arranged that marriage for Han Shui, do you think she would have run away? The old man said displeased, still staring at Han Chunping. After discussing this matter, Han Chunping sighed, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. There's no way, in our generation of the Han family, there's only Han Shui, with no descendants to inherit. Our generation is obviously much weaker. If we don't unite with some forces soon, we might be pushed out of the 7 major families. Chapter 211. At this moment, a voice rang in his mind. Ding, you spent 200,000 net income within 3 days, negative 200,000. This made Chunyu feel uncomfortable. His daily expenses were quite large. Although this wasn't a big deal for him usually, he needed a net income of 200 million in 3 days. This is not an ordinary number. Chunyu couldn't think of anything else at this moment, constantly pondering how to make 200 million. The 2 women in front of him didn't notice Chunyu's pale face and walked inside. Han Shui still said, Sister Xuaning, such an expensive place. Did we come the wrong time? It's fine. Lu Xuaning looked back at Chunyu and smiled. He has money. He's a well-known spendthrift. After saying that, she laughed a few times. For Lu Xuaning, she was also quite wealthy. But she didn't clearly distinguish that Chunyu had spent a lot of her money in the past. But the money on this membership card was indeed Chunyu's. Back then, it was to please her. Chapter 212. An unfamiliar person. This guy had slicked back hair, a shiny head, and walked with a certain air, looking quite impressive. However, in Chunyu's eyes, he was just a fool. Are you the ones who had someone beat up my brother? Chunyu asked. This matter definitely has to be addressed to the main family. There was no question about that. At this moment, Chunyu stared at this person, his expression gradually darkening. Many people in front were from the city, and when they saw Chunyu, their expressions changed. After whispering a few words in this man's ear, he smiled slightly and said, "So it's young Master Chun. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's a pleasure." No need to be so polite. What's going on? Are you all planning to beat up my brother? Chunyu suddenly asked. These people quickly shook their heads. This Chunyu, the spendthrift, was not someone they could provoke. Not to mention this person's issue, even the Chun family was not easy to bully. Now that the Chun family was getting bigger and better, who would dare to shout at the only young master of the Chin family? That would be seeking death. Chapter 213. Not bad. Keep up the good work, but some things can't be solved with money, especially when it comes to dating. Remember, it's not about money, Chinyu happily said. Lu Dawei quickly took notes. Then they all walked outside. In the hall, a manager stood there. When he saw Chunyu and the others, he stopped them and said with a serious expression, "You few will have to stay for a moment." The manager said. Chunyu looked at the manager coldly and said, "What's wrong? Can't we leave?" We have no choice. We hope you can understand. Is it that person with the surname Chi? Young Master Chun, no. You know I'm young Master Chun. Now get out of my way, or I won't be polite, Chunyu said with indifference. Just now, this guy didn't come out to stop him, so he knew that this guy must be with those people. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Since he is someone else's lackey, Chunyu naturally wouldn't feel sorry for him. With a slap, he directly struck. Get lost. Chapter 214. Can anyone be a doctor now? This is simply a joke. Do you think there are no people in our huaxia? A person this big probably can't even recite the decoction formula, right? I estimate he can't even tell the medicine apart. One by one, they criticized Chunyu. Chunyu glanced at these old men who were decades older than him, then looked at Han Chunping in the distance, and said coldly, "Is this your way of treating guests?" Han Chunping glanced at Chunyu, then slowly stood up, smiling as he said, "This young brother is joking. Since you also came from our side, you naturally have such qualifications. Is that so?" "I don't think so," Chunyu said lightly after surveying the room. Han Chunping frowned slightly. This matter could be big or small. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he couldn't show it. He looked at the old man in the distance, and seeing the old man nodding, Han Chunping continued, "Young brother, please take a seat." "No need. Do you still need me to see patients? If not, I will leave now." "Damn, I came here to see a doctor. Do you think I really came for this little money?" Chapter 215. When it came to the issue of the exam paper, many people looked puzzled. The questions on this paper were very unique. Only someone who was an expert in traditional Chinese medicine could answer them. And there are only a limited few in our country. Yes, this score of 90 points is too difficult. People sighed. For them, this score was challenging. Han Chunping nodded in agreement. At that moment, someone in front said again, "Such difficult questions, how many points did this person score?" "He actually became our first place. President Han, please introduce him to us again." This person sneered a couple of times and then said, "I have another suggestion. I have some doubts about his medical skills. I think President Han should be more cautious, so I want to challenge him to a medical contest." "Who?" The people in front squinted their eyes, looking very pleased. Finally, someone stood up. They were very displeased with Chunyu, and now that someone was coming out to challenge, they definitely wanted to make Chunyu look bad. Han Chunping was a bit troubled. Although he was worried, thinking about this person's score made him feel even more uncomfortable. Chapter 216. Young brother, do you have any thoughts? At this time, Han Chunping also spoke, looking at Chunyu. The others also looked at Chunyu and found that at this moment, this person had not spoken at all. "Of course I have," Chunyu said lightly. "Oh, what are your thoughts? Speak freely," Han Chunping said hurriedly. "It's nothing much. Just that the old man's days are numbered, so you should prepare for his funeral," Chunyu said lazily. What? Han Chunping's face darkened, and the people around also looked over with expressions of anger. "How can you joke about treating illness? If you don't understand, you can leave. The old man is currently in good health. His complexion is rosy. How can you say he has only a short time left? How dare you say that? It's really nonsense. You call yourself a doctor? I see this person is just a quack," they all said. Chunyu ignored these people, and Han Chunping was also a bit angry. However, the old man in front chuckled and said, This is quite interesting. Everyone doesn't need to say it like that. The young man dares to speak, which already shows great courage. I think, why not give him another chance?" Chapter 217. He believes the other party will agree. After arriving here for the first time, Chunyu knew that this should be the Han family in the capital, one of the 7 great families. Extraordinary strength. He was naturally very cautious. The most important thing was that later, Xiao Fan had many supporters in the capital, which was not good for him. If he could secure just one, it would be a great favor. If the other party disagreed, he wouldn't see patience. After all, he wasn't a saint. In Chun Yu's view, if I treat you and even cured such an important patient, shouldn't you be grateful to me? After looking at Chun Yu for a long time, Old Man Han squinted and smiled. You have such great ambitions. The capital is different from ordinary places. You don't have to worry about that. My Chen family is destined to have a place in the capital in the future. Chen Yu said again. Chen family? Old Man Han continued to look at Chen Yu. Are you from the Chen family? Of course, Chen Yu, the young master of the Chen family. Chen Yu directly revealed his identity. Such matters couldn't be hidden. After hearing his words, the old man's eyes moved slightly, and a hint of aura emerged faintly. Chapter 218. Chen Yu's mindset collapsed. What the hell is this? He was very angry. Even if the protagonist had a destiny to support him, it shouldn't be like this, right? With this, how many years would it take for him to step on this protagonist? Chen Yu really couldn't take it anymore. Now, although he was fine, the protection of this protagonist was truly unbearable. After the money was settled, Han Chumping also came up. All right, the money issue has been arranged for you. Han Chumping no longer had that kind of momentum. Now that his father's illness had improved a lot and his mental state was good, he didn't dare to offend such a little divine doctor again. In his view, Chen Yu was indeed very impressive. You are from the Chen family. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the Chen family. Yes, but compared to the Han family, we're still a bit lacking. I will need your help in the future. Chen Yu didn't say much and exchanged a few polite words. The Han family's strength was impressive, and Chen Yu was also clear that even if he saved the old man, it wouldn't change much. His own family was too small in front of such a big family. He didn't overdo it. Let's go. Let's go see how Old Man Han is doing now. Chapter 219. Hee, who says otherwise? Even if the Chun family is rich, they can't withstand such a toss. Tang Tian also laughed a few times and said, today's matter is still a bit troublesome. This guy actually offended Xiao Fan too. There will definitely be many troubles in the future. Xiao Fan? Yes, last time at that auction, Xiao Fan took a liking to a woman, but unexpectedly, he was blocked by Chun Yu, which was quite embarrassing for Xiao Fan. Tang Tian was quite interested when he talked about this. Xiao Fan's strength is quite remarkable. It's best not to provoke him. At this moment, Yuan Tian also spoke up. I know, there are many forces in this coastal area, but once our power accumulates, your status in the Yi family, young Master Yi, will be quite impressive. Haha, that's natural. Yuan Tian was very pleased to hear this. So shall we do it this way? Just sell it to him. This piece of land isn't of much use anyway. Also, if there's an opportunity recently, let's try to connect with Xiao Fan. We can work together to take advantage of this big spender. Chapter 220. Chun Yu clapped his hands, looking satisfied as he gazed at the people lying on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Chi Hung. Chi Hang's heart suddenly tightened. What do you want to do? He hurriedly stepped back, but it was too late. Chen Yu had already grabbed his shoulder and threw him to the ground. Chen Yu approached. Previously, I didn't trouble you, yet you took the initiative to come find me now. What is the matter? Do you feel those expenses were a bit wasted? Chen Yu said calmly. Chi Hung, from the Chi family in the capital, naturally knew this, and later on, there were many dealings between Chi Hung and Xiao Fan, with this guy being Xiao Fan's lackey. But now things were different. Chun Yu wanted this guy to become his own lackey. This person had many uses. Chi Hang's face was filled with fear, his complexion extremely pale, and he said in a panic, what do you want? I'm from the Chi family. I can give you any amount of money. Chi Hung was genuinely scared. Now he realized this person's strength was no simple matter. He regretted what he had done. Had he known, he wouldn't have come to trouble this guy. Chapter 221. There's no reason without cause, and neither will the Chi family give up on this project. So they wouldn't just send you. Impossible, I fought for this from my grandfather. Chi Hung directly shook his head. Although you are the young master of the Chi family, don't you realize? Your strength isn't the strongest. On the contrary, you are the weakest among a few people. Do you think they would send you? Do you really believe that? If you don't believe it, you can ask your father if the Chi family sent someone. Chen Yu added. Chi Hang's face turned even more surprised, shaking his head repeatedly. Go ahead and ask. Chen Yu stood there. Chi Hang made a phone call. Dad, I have something to ask you. Who from our family came to Binhai? Indeed, someone went. It's Uncle Lu. Just pay attention and cooperate with him, and show a bit more in front of your grandfather. Let him know you're doing well too. All right. Chi Hang's face turned dark as he hung up the phone. How is it? Do you believe it now? Chen Yu said coolly. He was very clear about the thoughts of these aristocratic young masters. Chapter 222, since it won't be a problem, then it's much simpler. Uncle Lu, don't worry, I can't promise other things, but this matter, we can definitely take it down. Xiao Fan assured. Lu Qianxing nodded in satisfaction, saying, Good. You have guts, truly someone recommended by your master, with considerable strength. Rest assured, if you have any issues here, just tell me. In real estate, although we aren't number one, being second is completely qualified, and now we just need to worry about Longsheng Real Estate. Longsheng? Xiao Fan frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of this name before. It's a real estate company from the capital, but the relationships are complex, and this person's background is too deep. If we really encounter them, we can't take them down forcefully. Lu Qianxing frowned. He came this time also because of this matter. It was very important for him. Therefore, he hoped to secure this deal. But as of now, the difficulty is quite high. Well, I'll listen to Uncle Lu, but rest assured, my strength here is still pretty good. I can do some things in this regard, and, if necessary, I also want to meet such a person, as this is also a good thing for us. Chapter 223, damn it. Chen Yu thought of this and felt a bit angry. But which project? Qi Heng asked again. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. You just focus on this real estate project. Now, try to contact the top 10, as you think that's your last hope. All right. Qi Heng nodded. He found Chen Yu's analysis very reasonable. Then the two of them started drinking. Qi Heng was quite satisfied with Chen Yu, and they drank quite a bit. Just as they came out of there, they happened to run into someone familiar. When Chen Yu saw it was Yuan Shuer and Yi Ling, he was also taken aback. Yi Ling's expression changed as she said, What are you doing here? Step aside, don't block our way. Why can't we be here? Chen Yu said calmly. He was truly speechless about Yi Ling. This person was really excessive. It seemed he hadn't provoked her, but she was always looking for him, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 224, back in his own room. Chen Yu felt quite awkward. Just now, he actually mistook someone? The scene in his mind kept replaying the earlier moment. However, in the end, Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh a few times. Not bad. This woman turned out to be so intriguing. Unable to resist, Chen Yu felt a slightly thrilling sensation. It was as if he had done something wrong, but hadn't been discovered. Next, he didn't dare to continue going over there and could only go back to sleep. The next day, after waking up, Chen Yu first went to the Han family's place. Now, old Han's health needed proper care. When he arrived, Han Chumping wasn't there. He must have gone out to handle some matters. The Uncle Zhong beside him looked at Chen Yu and said, The old master is upstairs. I'll go up then. Chen Yu nodded and walked upstairs. Han Lao's health has improved a lot now. After seeing Chen Yu come up, he smiled and said, You're here? Yes, I came to check on your health and to give you treatment. This will still require a long time for recovery. I don't feel anything. With you taking care of me, I am quite at ease. Chapter 225, Sect Master, our business at the club has dropped significantly. Someone said. Also, over at the port, our business has been heavily taken away. It's really difficult for us right now. If we don't take some action, it will be really tough. One after another, they expressed their concerns. At this moment, Zhuo Bufan also frowned. He glanced at the people below and finally focused on Chen Yu. Chen Yu felt speechless. Why was he being targeted again? Zhuo Bufan looked at Chen Yu and said, Chen Yu, what do you think? Chen Yu had no choice but to stand up, look at everyone, and said, My suggestion is simple. Dissolve the Qinglong sect. What? Impossible. One person stood up immediately in opposition upon hearing Chen Yu's suggestion. The others looked at Chen Yu with some dissatisfaction. The Qinglong sect has a history of over 100 years. Dissolving it now would really be too embarrassing for us. We cannot abandon our ancestors' legacy. Yes, they all opposed. Chen Yu remained silent. Zhuo Bufan sat there, his brows still tightly knitted, and looked at Chen Yu, saying, Continue. Chapter 226. After leaving there, Chen Yu received a call from his father, asking him to come back. He hurried home. He rarely went home these days. The reason was simple. Aside from the pressure to marry, there were matters regarding inheriting the family property, which Chen Yu was reluctant to accept. He already had quite a bit of assets himself and did not want to spend his father's money. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother, Zhang Huilan. Upon seeing her son, Zhang Huilan said, Son, how have you been lately? I've heard a lot about you. Is your money enough? Do you want to take a few $100 million? Chen Yu felt speechless, but was used to his mother's pampering. I don't need it, Mom. Is there something you want from me? Is there a problem at the company? Who knows? You can ask your dad when he gets back. He hasn't returned yet, but will be back soon. He insisted you come home, Zhang Huilan said. Looking at Chunyu with a pained expression, she added, son, you've lost so much weight recently. Are you short on money? If you are, you must tell Mom. Even though we don't have much, we can still provide you with a few $100 million. Chapter 227. But Dad, that piece of land is not ordinary and has high requirements. The government reportedly has some conditions that need to be met, including guaranteeing the employment rate. That's easy to say. For us, our company has a high employment rate, and we can open a factory there. It's not a problem, Chen Youfa said, but I still think it's not a good idea. Chen Yu replied, huh? Chen Youfa looked at his son curiously. What's wrong? We can gather our factories there, and it will become an industrial park. Once we have other industrial collaborations, it will be bustling with tens of thousands of people. Chen Yu shook his head. He knew this idea wouldn't work. Many companies would consider it because it was the simplest solution. However, in the previous novel's plot, one critical reason Xiao Fan succeeded was that a huge logistics transfer station was built there. This was why it became the largest logistics hub outside of the capital. Chapter 228. After finishing his thoughts, Chen Yu turned and left. Staying at home didn't feel meaningful, and since his parents were doing well, he didn't want to linger. After Chen Yu left, Zhang Huilan began to cry. Chen Youfa, feeling emotional, said, I didn't expect our son to finally wake up. He used to be such a spendthrift, but now he has finally realized something. God is truly kind to our Chen family. If Chen Yu knew how his parents viewed him, he would probably spit blood. He naively believed that his parents cared about money, even thinking they were somewhat pretentious. Of course, none of this mattered. Chen Yu returned to his villa. It was now 9 in the evening. After he got back, Lu Xuanning still hadn't returned. Whereas Xuanning? Chen Yu asked. Han Shui, who was watching TV, quickly replied, Sister Xuanning just called me. She said she was busy at the company and seems to be having dinner with some people to discuss matters. So, she asked me to let you know. Han Shui had become much more sincere in front of Chen Yu. Chapter 229. What should have been a journey of nearly 20 minutes was cut down to just 10 minutes due to his speed. Once the car stopped, Chen Yu and Han Shui rushed inside. However, they were stopped by someone at the door. Sorry, sir, you need to park your car properly. Chen Yu threw the keys over and glanced at the person, saying, you park it for me. Also, who is your manager? Get them to come out. Chen Yu shouted into the lobby. Huh? Many people in the lobby turned to look. Soon, someone stepped forward. Upon seeing Chen Yu, he said, What's the matter, sir? The manager felt somewhat displeased, but seeing that Chen Yu had arrived in a sports car before, which indicated his strength, he didn't dare to show too much dissatisfaction. At least he couldn't express too much displeasure outwardly. Chen Yu rarely came to places like this, as it wasn't considered a high-end place. Where's Lu Xuanning? Is she at this location? Chapter 230. Upon seeing this, Chen Yu was completely taken aback. This woman was quite fierce. Han Shui glanced at the manager, saw that his head had gotten injured, and stepped back in fright, her face pale. Chen Yu felt speechless. This woman is truly capable of causing trouble, but this manager really cannot leave. If this matter is said to have nothing to do with this person, he wouldn't believe it either. Chen Yu directly stared at the person from just now, glanced coldly at the manager in front of him, and said coldly, Stay here for me. If anyone dares to leave, I will make them pay. Chen Yu's expression was very indifferent, and at this moment, a chilling aura emanated from him. Hua Yunfei, who was in front of him, also felt somewhat uncomfortable, a chill running down his back. He looked up at Chen Yu and slightly furrowed his brows. His strength is good, but unfortunately, this woman is the one I, Hua Yunfei, have my eyes on. If you dare to act against me, then you're still a bit weak. Hua Yunfei appeared very relaxed, completely unconcerned. After Su Sheng was hit like this, his face was extremely awkward, looking pained as he held his head and walked over to Hua Yunfei. Chapter 231. The person opposite and Chen Yu's fist collided heavily. After their fists struck, two dull sounds echoed. Then the two separated again. At this moment, Chen Yu felt a surge of power and his heart stirred slightly. Both of these individuals had decent strength. Of course, they were still a bit weaker than him, but they were quite formidable, clearly showing that their strength was significantly different from the usual people he encountered. Practitioners. Chen Yu's brows furrowed tightly, and he clenched his fists again, charging at one of the opponents. Without any hesitation, for Chen Yu, today was about finding someone to fight with, and since they dared to treat him like this, he would definitely not spare these people. Chen Yu's fists became even more ferocious at this moment. He charged forward proactively. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the two individuals in front changed slightly, all looking at Chunyu in disbelief. They never expected Chunyu to be so powerful. Chapter 232. Chunyu looked at him and said, "Tell me the specific situation." Hua Yunfei nodded and replied honestly. The Li family is the largest family in the entire capital city, so generally speaking, in the business world, there will be some interactions with the Li family, especially with this project. Why? Chunyu furrowed his brows. This was something he found very puzzling. This project isn't very big. Although a few hundred billion is not small, such projects are commonplace in the capital. Why are all the prominent families in the capital involved this time? Is it because of the geographical location of this place? More importantly, this area is close to the capital, which makes it significant to the people in the capital, and it seems to be related to the heirs. Heirs? Chunyu was surprised again. He was somewhat knowledgeable about this aspect. The development of major families often requires heirs, so they would determine the second generation of heirs in advance, which helps avoid internal conflicts within the family. Chapter 233. After Han Shui and Chunyu left, they got into the car and quickly returned home. Han Shui supported Lu Xuanning. After returning, Chunyu directly carried Lu Xuanning into the room. Han Shui hurriedly asked, "Is everything okay?" "It's fine. You don't need to worry about this. Just sleep well." Chunyu replied. Han Shui nodded as she watched Chunyu carry Lu Xuanning inside. She was somewhat tired today and went straight to her bedroom. Han Shui was a bit surprised by Chunyu's performance today. She didn't expect him to be so manly, so masculine. A smile appeared on Han Shui's face. Meanwhile, Chunyu had already placed Lu Xuanning on the bed. At this moment, Lu Xuanning began to feel warm all over, although she was unconscious. Her body started to move. After Chunyu adjusted Lu Xuanning, he saw her hugging him again, and he once again pried her hands away and inserted a silver needle. Soon, Lu Xuanning quieted down a bit, truly seeking death, actually drugging her. Chapter 234. Huh? What? Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Han Shui became anxious and hurriedly asked, "Is my grandfather's condition really serious?" "Of course." Chunyu nodded. "However, I'm watching over him now, so there isn't any major problem. You don't need to worry too much, but I think you should go back and check on him. And by the way, bring the money you owe me." Han Shui rolled her eyes at Chunyu, feeling quite anxious, and then said, "I'll go back today." Han Shui was very worried about her grandfather. He had raised her since she was little, so their bond was very strong. Soon she left. In the room, only Lu Xuanning and Chunyu remained. "What happened yesterday?" Chunyu asked. He had not inquired about this matter. That guy did it on purpose. Su Sheng and my company were originally in a partnership, and I thought there was something going on, but who knew it would turn out like this? Lu Xuanning was also furious. "I've already made him leave Binhai, so don't worry." Chapter 235. A party? Chunyu seemed to have never heard of it. "I haven't heard of it." Chunyu said. "You haven't heard? That's impossible. As the young master of Binhai, you actually don't know?" Qihing thought Chunyu would know. After all, he was local, and the Chen family was so wealthy. Chunyu should definitely know, but he never expected that Chunyu actually didn't know. "Are you going to attend?" "A lot of people will be there this time. Almost all the young masters from prominent families will be attending. It seems to be to welcome the young masters from the capital." Qihing said again. "Is that so? Then I'll go." Chunyu replied. In that case, he could definitely go, but he didn't expect that no one would notify him. Damn, this is too disrespectful to him, right? Chunyu felt a bit irritated. Who is hosting this time? It seems to be someone named Xiao Fan. He should be quite powerful in your area now. You should know him. I don't know him. This guy has always been beneath me, so it's normal that he didn't invite me this time. Chunyu said, "Dan Dan." It's not surprising. Chapter 236. Inhaling a pungent perfume smell, Chunyu glanced at the person and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to buy something? Whether I buy it or not is none of your business. You definitely can't afford it. I'm worried that if you try on the clothes and damage them, you won't be able to compensate." The person laughed a few times and then mocked. "You're wearing clothes worth hundreds of thousands? How many years will it take you to earn that back? If you don't have money, don't come here. This is not a place you can just stroll into." "What's wrong? Are you saying only you can come here? Aren't you just driving a Mercedes?" Chunyu said lazily. "Hee, with just that one car. You can't afford it either. What's wrong? Are you trying to compete with me on who has more money?" Wu Wei sneered and directly said to the woman behind him, "This guy wants to compare wealth with me." The woman laughed a few times and said, "He definitely doesn't have more money than you, Mr. Wu. What money can this guy have? A poor loser who can't even afford a car is trying to buy such expensive clothes?" The two laughed, and many people around looked over. Chapter 237. After Yuan Shuer explained, the people in front were stunned. They all looked at Chun Yu again. No one expected it to be like this. Guo Wei's face instantly turned ugly. Impossible. Hee, if you don't believe this, fine, but now that the items have been bought, please pay up. Another woman following Yuan Shuer said directly. Guo Wei's face turned pale, and he snorted coldly before turning to leave. Phew. The people in front laughed a few times. They all felt that Guo Wei was truly shameless and brazen. But for many, this was normal. Such a price was indeed hard to come by. And this was 5 million. Not a small amount, not something you can just take out casually. Since there were no issues here, people began to disperse. Chun Yu looked at the two women and then said, "What are you doing here?" "I'm shopping here. Didn't expect to run into you." Yuan Shuer also said. Between Chun Yu and Yuan Shuer, she always felt a bit indebted. After all, it was Yuan Shuer who asked Chun Yu for help back then, and they ended up being laughed at by everyone. Chapter 238. Bai Lan also respectfully said, "Hello, Brother Chun." Chun Yu nodded. Looking at Chi Hong, he said, "You came quite early." "Yeah, I just happened to pass by," Chi Hong said. Bai Lan beside them didn't say anything, but she still felt a bit puzzled. She didn't know this person, but she didn't expect Chi Hong to be so respectful to him. However, looking at that car, it didn't seem to be anything special. Not like someone very powerful. "He didn't invite me, but now that I'm here, it might be a surprise," Chun Yu said with a smile. Chi Hong also chuckled a couple of times. This was somewhat interesting. Generally speaking, Xiao Fan is a pretty good person, and I've heard he is quite loyal. Wouldn't do this, but unexpectedly, he didn't invite Brother Chun. "Ha, it's just a small contradiction. He's like that. A hypocrite," Chun Yu said. Dan Dan. Bai Lan was surprised. Didn't expect this person wasn't invited, but it seems like he is quite familiar with Xiao Fan. She had heard of Xiao Fan, who seemed to be a well-known figure in Binhai, and most importantly, he was a rich second generation, having built his company himself. So many young masters liked him. And even in the capital, he was somewhat known. Chapter 239. Bai Jianchu was furious when he saw this scene. He didn't expect such a guy to show up at this time, and he didn't even take him seriously. "Get lost," Bai Jianchu said again. Chun Yu stood there, shrugged, and smiled slightly. "You want me to get lost? And I just do? Who are you? So fond of giving orders?" This is interesting. After seeing this scene, Bai Jianchu also realized that this guy was with Chi Hong. He was less angry and turned to Chi Hong, saying, "Not bad, Chi Hong. Now someone is backing you up. Quite interesting." Chi Hong didn't say anything, glanced at him, and said, "Brother Chun, forget it. This is my own matter. I'll handle it well." Chi Hong knew that Bai Jianchu was not easy to deal with, and most importantly, Bai Jianchu was the only heir of the Bai family. So his status was completely different. Therefore, when the two of them had a big fight back then, Chi Hong admitted defeat, and in the end, he even pretended to be sick, which was why he became a laughingstock. Chapter 240. Upon hearing this, people were once again astonished. However, they nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. Indeed, this spendthrift was the most favored in the Chun family. No matter how much money was spent, the Chun family would be willing to do so, which made many people feel quite emotional about Chun Yu. With such a pampering father, who wouldn't want that? Generally speaking, these rich kids are not very lax. The discipline is relatively strict. Although there's a lot of money, it wouldn't be that much. Spending billions like Chun Yu had never happened before. Therefore, Chun Yu's reputation was not given for free. It was truly spent. After hearing Chun Yu's words, Bai Jianchu also coldly said, "Are you saying you can spend money?" Bai Jianchu knew he was at a disadvantage in this regard, so he was looking for another way to regain his face. Otherwise, wouldn't it be truly embarrassing? How could a prominent young master in the capital be insulted by such a guy? This was something he never expected. Chapter 241. Is this how two young masters are? Now, it's already a sum of 10 billion. Isn't that too exaggerated? At this moment, Bai Jianchu's face also turned ugly. He knew this guy had really donated money. Now he had already contributed 400 million, while the other side had 600 million. "Don't worry, I will contribute 1 billion more than you otherwise. Others will think I'm bullying you, and that wouldn't be good," Chun Yu slowly said. Looking at Bai Jiashu, who was lost in thought, he slowly said, "You can't be giving up now, right? This is from a young master of the capital, isn't it? Can't even come up with this little bit of money?" At this moment, Bai Jiashu's face looked even worse. The only money he had available was 10 billion, which came from his personal company's funds. If he used it all up, his company's cash flow would be gone. "Forget it." Bai Jiashu gritted his teeth. "I don't believe you actually have that much money." Bai Jiashu said again, I'll give you another 5 billion. Phew. After this statement, the crowd exploded. Chapter 242. Muronwana looked at Chunyu, smiling as she said, as expected of the young master of the Chun family, you just arrived and already know about your impressive feats. Chunyu chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, it's nothing much. They insisted on comparing donations with me. I think donating is a good thing, so I just donated a bit of pocket money. After Chunyu finished speaking, Chi Hung had a speechless expression. Pocket money? Tens of billions is considered pocket money? At that moment, Chi Hung truly realized how terrifying Chunyu was. By comparison, this young master from the capital didn't seem like much. However, he was in a good mood today, especially since Bai Jiashu and the others were having a worse time, being slapped in the face, which made him very happy. He was even more surprised to see that Chunyu knew some prominent people. Muron Wanner and Yuan Shuer came from well-to-do families in the capital. Moreover, both of them were quite famous. Chi Hung recognized them and greeted, Muron Wanner, Miss Yuan, you both are here too. Of course. Since the young master of the Chi family is here, we definitely had to come. Chapter 243. Lian smiled and said, there's no need to rush this matter. We'll talk about it later. However, since this person is here, we should give him some trouble. Huh? Bai Jiashu glanced at him and said, how do we do that? This guy is tough and quite strong. This left Bai Jiashu feeling helpless. A young master from the capital couldn't even handle this person. It made him feel quite uncomfortable. Isn't he rich? Then why not give him a fortune? Just spend the money, right? At this moment, Lian said, well, sometimes certain things are useless. But said that in the past, there was some conflict between him and Xiao Fan. If he let Xiao Fan step in, maybe this matter would go better. Lian squinted his eyes. Bai Jiashu looked at Lian and said, I'll handle my own matters. This is a good opportunity. Besides, isn't he just one person? What is there to be afraid of? Since we're here, if we can't even handle a young master here, wouldn't that be embarrassing for us? Chapter 244. At this moment, Chunyu was still sitting there, completely unaware of these events. Just then, his system suddenly transmitted a voice. Ding! Host, system task. Slap the protagonist in the face. Gain 5 destiny points, and additionally receive a gift package from the store. Huh? A task at this moment? Chunyu was speechless. He really couldn't understand the system. Not long ago, he was nearly killed by this heavenly fate. If it weren't for his cleverness, he might have already died. Now that things had just calmed down, and it was back again, can I refuse? As the voice sounded, if the host refuses, there will be a punishment mechanism, and destiny points will decrease by 10. What if I fail? If you fail, destiny points will decrease by 20, and, simultaneously, the protagonist's destiny points will increase, while the host's luck points will decrease by a specific value. Isn't this too unfair? Chunyu was furious. With this, isn't it just bullying? Is it just because the other party is the protagonist? This system made Chunyu even suspect that he was just a toy for the other party. The other party's restraining effect on him was too great. Chapter 245. After speaking, Xiao Fan wiped his face, tidied his clothes, smiled slightly at the people in front of him, and said, it's fine. We all have our issues at times. Perhaps this is just a test for me. After calmly finishing this sentence, the people nodded in agreement, praising Xiao Fan. But at that moment, another voice sounded. What a shame. And you're still saying this, Xiao Xiao. You really are something. Chunyu stood there, still speaking lightly, not hurting anyone, but most importantly, he was smiling. He smiled very happily. This made Xiao Fan's heart fill with immense anger, but he couldn't act. If it were any other time, he would have already attacked. Isn't he just some guy? You don't need to worry about this. Xiao Fan said again, then turned to the others and said, everyone, just chat here for now. I'm going to change my clothes. After speaking, he turned and walked out, heading to the back. Chunyu chuckled a couple of times, looking quite pleased. Chapter 246. Huh? At this moment, the others were all looking at Chunyu. Some people didn't know Chunyu very well, but they were curious about Chunyu's earlier rude behavior. This person is actually into stocks? Everyone was now looking at Chunyu. Xiao Fan had a smug expression. Aren't you impressive? Then I'll let you see what you can do. I heard you bought quite a few stocks recently. I think you should have some strength in this area, right? Xiao Fan said a few more words. Chunyu lazily glanced over and said lightly, actually, I haven't. I just bought randomly. Randomly bought? Then you can still share some insights with us. After all, you're so rich. Why not give it a try and play with stocks? Xiao Fan said with a smile. The others also looked at Chunyu. Lian and Bai Jiashu's faces turned cold. They were quite angry with Chunyu. This time they came here and several times they were being overshadowed by this person, which made them very annoyed. They're the young masters from the capital, yet they can't even handle a local like this. Isn't that embarrassing for them? Chapter 247. Such a good company had previously even reached a market value of over 10 billion, but now it has decreased significantly. Therefore, this company is in a terrible state, and not many people are willing to invest in it. It's quite difficult. So at this time, for many people, this situation is really challenging. In people's eyes, buying the stock now is like giving away money. For more than half a year, this stock has not made any progress. Yuan Schwerer saw that Chunyu was ignoring her and said, "You were really too impulsive this time. This company has now become a shell company. Many people have left. Even though the company was doing well before, it's useless now. It's fine." Chunyu nodded. "What are you doing this for? You're really too impulsive. Others are doing it on purpose. I know it's fine. I have money. This amount isn't much for me," he said again. Yuan Schwerer rolled her eyes at Chunyu and said, "But you don't have to be so wasteful. It's fine." Chunyu reassured her. Chapter 248. Huh? Chunyu glanced a couple of times, then said with a serious expression, "All right, if you win, I'll marry you." "What?" Yuan Schwerer turned red and rolled her eyes at Chunyu, lowering her head. After a long time, she finally looked up and said, "If I win, you will listen to everything I say." "Okay." Chunyu finally nodded. To him, this was nothing. He was sure he would win. Earlier, he had already opened the gift pack he just received in the mall. It showed a newspaper. The newspaper recorded an event from a certain day in a novel. And it just happened to be today. It was about a stock of Chunka skyrocketing hundreds of times overnight, making a group of people wealthy. And now, Chunyu had stumbled upon this. He originally intended to buy it, but at that moment, with Xiao Fan's comment, it became a smooth sale. Xiao Fan said a few more words, then after observing people's reactions, continued to speak to Chunyu. "What if your stock doesn't rise?" "So what? If it doesn't rise?" "It doesn't rise. Are you saying that if I win, you'll kneel before me?" "I've heard that before, and he never knelt down. So, I don't believe you people." Chapter 249. The time is almost up. It's about to be 3 hours, but there's still a long way to go, and there are no signs of a rise. Xiao Fan was very pleased. "That's right. After 15 more minutes, you'll be done for." Xiao Fan looked at Chunyu in the distance with a cold smile. "Letting you be happy for a while. Soon you'll know my prowess. You still want to play these games with me? Once this happens, it will be a huge embarrassment for Chunyu, and that would be a really good thing." He felt very confident, and Xiao Fan believed he would definitely win. 15 minutes to rise? Is that even possible? 15 minutes. 10 minutes. Huh. Xiao Fan saw the time was almost up, and then walked over. "It's almost time to start." Xiao Fan approached. "Chin Xiao, can we start looking at your stock now? I think it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Xiao Fan's voice was loud. Everyone heard this and turned around to see the scene. For Chunyu, this was truly a troublesome matter. Chapter 250. Yuan Schwerer rolled her eyes at Chunyu. She didn't expect it to be like this. She had worried for a long time, and now it seemed this guy was just joking. "But your investment is too big, right?" Yuan Schwerer asked again. "It's okay, although I have some money, it's not a lot, just a little pocket money." At that moment, Yuan Schwerer didn't know what to say. So pretentious. This was simply infuriating. Is this pocket money? As a rich kid from the capital, Yuan Schwerer had seen a lot of money, even handled funds over 100 billion, but this was the first time she had seen such an arrogant spendthrift. Money flows like water. However, it seems this really is different. Looking at it this way, he must have made quite a bit of money. But isn't this too coincidental? Yuan Schwerer still worriedly said, "If you know some insider information, this could be very troublesome." I know, but don't worry, I don't know anything." Chunyu was completely unconcerned. What's there to worry about? He definitely didn't need to worry about anything. Chapter 251. The other side was slightly silent. And after a long time, they said, "Do you have a conflict with him?" "Huh." Xiao Fan was curious and said, "There's no conflict. What's wrong?" "Uncle who?" "Since there's no conflict, then there's no need to inquire. But if possible, you can be friends with him. His future power will definitely be substantial. And building a good relationship with him will be very beneficial for your future." But Uncle who? Isn't there something wrong with the situation?" Xiao Fan was stunned when he heard the other person actually praising Chunyu, then asked again. The person on the other side replied, "How could he have a problem? You don't need to investigate him. Many of his investments are very extreme, and this time is just a coincidence. We've already clarified it. Don't go against him. You're not his opponent now." "What? I'm not his opponent?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was bewildered. He was a bit doubtful about life. In Benhai, he indeed hated this guy the most. Chapter 252. Regardless of what the other party has, since it's the first meeting, Chinyu also gave him enough face. Just in case it might be useful in the future, this is also not bad. He, indeed a member of the Chun family, speaking straightforwardly. Then it's settled. Please send my regards to your father. Truly, a young talent has emerged, very impressive. Su Guowei didn't show any favoritism or dissatisfaction. He glanced at Chinyu, nodded, and then looked at the others. Faced with such a legendary figure, everyone naturally came up to greet him. Su Guowei did not refuse, and each person exchanged a few words. For him, the people here were quite familiar, although he wasn't clear about them at first, but after some inquiries, he understood. Everyone came up to get familiarized. Of course, he gained a better understanding of Xiao Fan's connections. Many still valued Xiao Fan greatly. The fact that this tycoon directly stepped in to mediate was quite a big deal. Moreover, he addressed Su Bobo directly, indicating that their relationship was quite good. This money from Uncle Su is a loan from you. I will definitely pay you back in the future. At this moment, Xiao Fan said earnestly, filled with gratitude. Chapter 253. Outside, in a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, a middle-aged man sat respectfully beside. Hey Yuan, who do you think among these people is the best? Su Guowei, who had just come out, smiled and asked. It should be Xiao Fan. Back then, the strength he displayed was quite impressive, and he has such a deep background. So this matter is definitely different. The man named He Yuan replied, seriously. Hee, you're talking nonsense, He Yuan. Just now you came in with me. No need to be so biased. Among these people, of course, that kid from the Chun family is the best. Su Guowei chuckled. He Yuan could only smile along. Young Master Xiao Fan is also good. He is good. I have watched him grow up since childhood. Ever since the old man asked me to take care of him, I've seen him grow. He really is impressive and hasn't let down the old man's cultivation. Now he can achieve such things here, which has exceeded many people's expectations. Among the younger generation, he has done very well and can compete with those guys in the capital, but I didn't expect that there would still be such a guy in Binhai. Chapter 254. Muron Wanner stared at Chinyu, her face leaning in close, a fragrant scent wafting towards Chinyu, making his heart flutter. Really don't know? I don't know. Chinyu felt a bit flustered. He found this woman somewhat overwhelming. You don't know, huh? That's great. Then this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't let me see you at that project meeting. What project? Is it that good? I want to get involved. I have hundreds of billions that I need to spend. Chinyu pretended to ask curiously. Muron Wanner couldn't help it anymore. You have hundreds of billions? Let me see. If you do, then support me. Muron Wanner said again. Chiheng in front directly spat out his food. Support Muron Wanner, the #1 lady boss in the capital? Are you crazy? But he knew that Chinyu actually did have hundreds of billions. In fact, it was even more than that now. Thinking about how he had just received 100 billion from Su Guowei, he was amazed. So impressive. Chiheng didn't speak at this time. He just focused on eating. He thought it was better not to get involved in this matter, planning to follow Chunyu's lead in the future. Chapter 255. After finishing the meal, a few people prepared to leave. Today's meal was quite good, and everyone had become more familiar. Through this exchange, Chinyu learned more about some connections in the capital. Once outside, they all prepared to leave. Muron Wanner looked at Chinyu and said, be careful recently. They will definitely make a move on you. Having been accustomed to life in the capital, she was very clear about these matters. I understand. Chinyu nodded, expressing his gratitude. All right, we're leaving. After saying this, Muron Wanner took Yuan Schwerer and left directly. As they were leaving, Chinyu's reminder to remember his promise made Yuan Schwerer's face turn red. After watching these people leave, Chiheng also expressed his gratitude to Chinyu, Brother Chun. I'm leaving too. See you tomorrow. If there's any situation, I will notify you in advance. If you need help, just let me know. That's for sure. By the way, you don't need to sell that stock. I estimate its market value will exceed 200 billion. Just consider it an investment. After hearing Chinyu's words, Chiheng nodded even more. This way, his profit would exceed 100 million. Chapter 256. Were the people from other places saying? Didn't they agree to cooperate with us before? Other forces have already gone silent. They even went directly to seek peace with the Qinglong sect. Damn it, shameless. This person cursed a few times. What on earth is going on? At this moment, the person continued to ask. It should be due to a newly joined hall master. Because of his presence, the Qinglong sect has made such a decision. Moreover, the Qinglong sect is very powerful now, directly taking over many shops. Half of the entertainment venues in Binhai are already in their hands. What? Upon hearing this, the person almost jumped up from the sofa. What are you all doing? You can't even handle such a matter? Boss, this matter is too difficult. Difficult? It's difficult, but must be done. Bin Hai must be entered. This is a good opportunity for us. Also, since that Chun Yu is causing trouble, find someone to take him out. The middle-aged man's eyes were fierce. Chapter 257, You've been too domineering. The Li family, and by family's power, is strong. If they make a move against your Chun family, it will be troublesome. I know, but some things cannot be compromised, and I also believe that those big families won't target a junior like me, Chun Yu said with a smile. Regarding this matter, he actually had no worries at all. The reason was simple. He had money. I have money, so I have nothing to worry about. As long as I protect myself well, in Chun Yu's view, he fears no one. Now that his strength is also improving, as long as he protects his own territory. Even if others want to come in, it will be very difficult. Now Chun Yu is doing just that. For now, as long as he protects the territory of Bin Hai, he won't encounter any major issues. Han Hunping smiled slightly. Chun Yu was indeed open-minded about this matter. These large families would not act lightly. Many times, matters between the younger generation are still handled by the younger generation. However, you should still be cautious about Xiao Fan. His strength is not weak. The fact that Su Guowei intervened yesterday already indicated many issues. Chapter 258, Inside a villa, several people were sitting there. Lian was in the middle, with a few others behind him. Li Xiao, what should we do about this situation? It seems a bit troublesome. One person said directly. Now that many people are involved, we need to act quickly. Otherwise, this project will end up in someone else's hands. That's right. We must act in advance and not let the other side take it directly. Exactly. Many people have come for this project, and we must take action first. The group continued discussing while looking at Lian. After hearing this, Lian responded, We're currently preparing for this matter. We must secure the project. But this seems quite difficult. It doesn't look good for us, and the Bai family is very well prepared, Li Xiao. Don't worry. I've already started negotiations. And this time I found a partner. Who? People were curious upon hearing Li An's words. Xiao Fan. Lian replied. Chapter 259. Upon hearing this, the people present looked at Hua Yunfei with curiosity. Hua Yunfei, what does this mean? Zhu Jian asked. I think there's no need for this. His strength is considerable. If we act recklessly, isn't that too careless? Hua Yunfei initially wanted to mention what happened that day, but held back in the end. If he said it, wouldn't he be in the same troublesome situation as Qi Heng? Seeing Hua Yunfei become somewhat nervous, Zhu Jian showed a look of disdain. Hua Xiao, really? You're afraid of such a person? Let me tell you, the people I found this time are not ordinary. They hold a high position in Bin Hai and are part of the underground forces. When these people act, it's very reliable. Besides, we just want to teach him a lesson, not take his life. Even if someone finds out later, it's no big deal. Everyone nodded in agreement. They felt this matter was indeed quite good. Some people needed to be taught a lesson. Lian glanced at Hua Yunfei and said, You don't need to worry about this. There's no problem. Chapter 260, is that all? It can't be. He never expected this. To him, it seemed something was off. How could it be so quick? He looked at Qi Heng with confusion and asked, Found it? Yes, found it. This matter is quite simple. Qi Heng said with a puzzled expression. Isn't this nothing? Any heir from a family in the capital has such channels. Chun Yu felt a sudden pain in his heart. This was really too much. What does this mean? Does it imply he is incapable? This is truly excessive. After looking at Qi Heng, Chun Yu continued, Then tell me. Here's the thing. I just learned about a logistics company that is currently in deficit, about 5 such companies, and the losses are quite significant. The efficiency isn't good either. As for the other large logistics companies, buying them out is unlikely. Qi Heng stated directly. He guessed that Chun Yu would say this. And it must be to find some relatively loss-making logistics companies. Do you have specific data? Give me a copy. Chapter 261 currently. The company isn't very large, but we have many contact points in the capital. Although they're somewhat rudimentary, they exist. Initially, things were quite good, and our business volume was large, but now, with the pressure from major companies, our business volume has dropped significantly. Therefore, after several months of continuous losses and a cash flow break, we have ended up in this situation, Lu Hao said awkwardly. Chun Yu nodded and said, How about this? For your factory, including some of your company, I'll give you 1 million. I want to take over. Additionally, there's one condition. I want you to continue being responsible here, but you'll just be working for me. Don't worry. I won't treat you badly. Huh? Lu Hao was surprised upon hearing this. But our factory isn't worth that much now. We've completely run out of funds. and many stations have already been canceled. No problem. This amount of money is nothing to me. Chen Yu waved his hand, looking at Lu Hao. I'm planning to invest tens of billions here, so get ready to work hard. This is your opportunity. Chapter 262, Chen Yu glanced around, not paying much attention, and then punched out. The sticks of a few people struck Chen Yu's body. He blocked with one arm and kicked up with the other foot. One person flew out, hitting the ground hard. Simultaneously, he grabbed another person and punched him fiercely, showing no mercy. He was indeed very angry. He never expected these guys would attack him, looking for death. These individuals were not even a match for Chen Yu. After a few punches, they were already lying on the ground. The remaining people were still somewhat scared, looking at Chen Yu with panic on their faces. But following the shout from the bald man, they charged at Chen Yu again. The remaining few were no match for him, yet they still charged forward with determination. At this moment, there was no opposition. All of them turned pale. They were all knocked to the ground by Chen Yu's punches. One punch for one person. It was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, all of them were lying on the ground. Chapter 263, huh? The person opposite, Zheng Sheng, suddenly became very angry and said, "Are you looking for death? You actually say this. Do you think I really can't do anything about you? Not at all. What's wrong? Are you angry now? Really? You are surprisingly easy to anger. This is not good. It can easily make you upset." Chen Yu still had a nonchalant expression, looking completely unconcerned. The few people in front could no longer hold back and directly stepped forward, shouting at Chen Yu, "How dare you speak to our boss like that? You're asking for death." After saying this, the two of them rushed up. Whoosh! Their fists came crashing down towards Chen Yu. Both of them were decent fighters, and it was clear from the start that they were a bit stronger than those previous guys, but they were still too weak. In front of Chen Yu, this was completely too easy. He directly went up to meet them, throwing a punch effortlessly. He knocked one of them aside and then landed a punch on the face of the other. That person fell to the ground, unconscious. The next person charged in to throw a punch at Chen Yu, but before he could even touch Chen Yu, a punch had already struck him. Chapter 264. Originally, Han Shui thought that Chen Yu would take her words to heart today. She had been tangled up about it for a whole day, but now it was finally over. However, she still felt a bit disappointed. Rubbing her head, she decided not to think about it anymore. Chen Yu went upstairs and continued to search for information online regarding this matter. This was still very important to him. Just then, suddenly, a voice from the system came through. Ding! Host task. Spend 10 billion in 10 days, with no increase in value. What? You wanted to spend money? Are you crazy? After seeing this, Chen Yu was left speechless. No words? Although he was a rich second generation, he didn't spend money like this. Why force him to spend money for no reason? Moreover, he happened to need to spend money at this time, so it was a bit painful for him. This made him feel quite helpless. This was simply too much. He could choose a gift pack in them all. Is this the only reward? This is unfair. Host. The system is very fair. This is to balance your wealth with that of the protagonist. Your wealth has overflowed recently, so it needs to be reduced. Chapter 265. There were two streamers. One was this person, and the other was another one. The female streamer shouted instantly, "Brothers, give me some votes. This time, we must win. This is Yinner's first time getting first place, and if we lose now, I'll 1T get my reward. Brothers, come on. We are currently in first place, and if we win this PK, we can snag a lot of points from the other side, and there won't be any problems. Brothers, let us go." The streamer named Yinner kept shouting while speaking. The crowd below was also spamming the chat. "Come on, we will definitely win. We can do it. We will take this PK." The atmosphere was quite intense. Meanwhile, Chen Yu directly entered the opposing live broadcast room. The opposite side also had a beautiful woman soliciting votes. When she saw Chen Yu enter, she quickly welcomed him. "Welcome, the world is mine, brother." Chen Yu typed directly, "Do you want to win?" Shen Shui was taken aback, then nodded, "Of course I want to, but it's not easy to compete now. However, since we've come this far, I believe everyone is willing to fight with me." Chapter 266. Shen Shui's expression became even more unpleasant. "Lu Ge, there's no need to be like this. You've gone too far," she said directly. She actually had some connection with Yinner. When Yinner first came to this streaming platform, she had been the one guiding her. But now that Yinner had gained strength, how could she act like this? Shen Shui continued, "Lu Ge, please leave our live room." Lu Chuang said lightly, "What's wrong? I have your management. Are you going to kick me out? You better think it over." Lu Chuang looked disdainful. Shen Shui's expression became even worse. But she didn't know what to say, just staring at the guy opposite. Get lost. You've lost this battle. Chen Yu said directly. Whoosh. The live room exploded again. The fans below were shouting, get lost. Out. Scram. They were all cursing Lu Chuang. Shen Shui looked a bit displeased. She knew Lu Chuang's strength was quite impressive, and he was very wealthy, a big tycoon in real life, so winning against him was definitely impossible. Lu Chuang replied, whoever is timid is a grandson. Chapter 267. At this moment, Yin'er on the opposite side sent him a message. What should we do, Lu Go? Should we continue? Yin'er was very unconvinced. When she first came to this platform, she was indeed beneath Shen Shui, but now she had completely surpassed Shen Shui, and being suppressed like this made her very uncomfortable. Lu Gu, push another million, she said again. Lu Chuang gritted his teeth and directly pushed another million in. It was immediately sent out. People cheered again. At this moment, Lu Chuang continued, let them keep going, I won't back down. He felt that this was about enough. His face couldn't just drop like that. After all, he was a big tycoon, especially on such a platform. So at this moment, he would definitely speak up. However, this matter seemed to be quite troublesome. The guy opposite seemed to be really fierce. This made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Spending money like this truly hurt his heart. In fact, for Yin'er, he was just playing around, so spending so much now was already making him a bit unhappy. Chapter 268. Excuse me, but I don't think I know you? Chen Yu hurriedly stopped the person. Haha, it's no problem. It's no problem. Han Lao's illness was cured by you. That is the best introduction. Who are you? Haha, I am Guo Huaichuan. You're Guo Lao. I am honored. Chen Yu hurriedly clasped his hands. It turned out that the old man in front of him was Guo Huaichuan, a national master. He definitely couldn't be negligent. It's nothing. I just happened to pass by. Old Han invited me over, so I came. Old Guo also said, then welcome to our Bin Hai. Chen Yu continued. Come on. Let's sit inside. After Old Guo finished speaking, he directly pulled Chen Yu inside. Inside, Han Chumping was not there, but Han Yuan was. Upon seeing Chen Yu arrive again, Han Yuan's expression was cold, and he simply greeted him before falling silent. Old Guo then directly took Chen Yu's hand. Come, hurry and sit down. Chen Yu sat down. I have already seen your treatment method, and it is indeed very appropriate. I really didn't expect there to be such a doctor now. Old Guo said happily. I wouldn't dare, with you here, Old Guo. How could I be so reckless? Chen Yu modestly replied. Chapter 269 Han Yuan looked at Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong, this matter is not my fault. Kneel down. Uncle Zhong's furious voice came again, his eyes fixed intently on Han Yuan across from him, and an aura instantly spread out, exuding a strong sense of ferocity. Han Yuan felt the menace from Uncle Zhong, and his expression changed. However, he still did not kneel down and continued to look at Uncle Zhong. The next moment, his legs were forcefully pushed down by force, causing him to kneel on the ground. Dr. Chun, can you be insulted like this? You bring humiliation upon yourself. It's good that you apologize. Hurry and apologize to me. Uncle Zhong stood up, staring at Han Yuan with a serious expression. Old Wu stood by and said nothing. He didn't have a good impression of Han Yuan either, but since he was from the Han family, he didn't want to say much. Instead, he felt that this kid, Chen, you seemed a bit unreasonable. This is a threat. He glanced at Chen Yu again. Chen Yu appeared completely indifferent, as if to say, this matter has nothing to do with me. Han Yuan could only coldly say, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Hurry and get up. I was just joking. No need to take it seriously. At this moment, Chen Yu smiled and helped Han Yuan up. Chapter 270. After leaving here, Chen Yu went directly to a club. Chi Hung asked him to come over. Chen Yu still didn't know what was going on. When he arrived at the door, someone was already there to greet him. Chen Yu followed them in. Inside, Chi Hung and some other young masters were present. It turned out to be a gathering. Chen Yu looked at Chi Hung, who said, let me introduce you to my people. It's fine, we're all friends. Chen Yu nodded and then sat down. The others were also looking at Chen Yu. Many people already knew Chen Yu's identity and understood that this prodigal was not that simple. Everyone greeted him. This person is quite wealthy. What is important is that he dares to spend money. These people are friends of Chi Hung. And Chen Yu also gave them face by nodding. Chi Hung saw that Chen Yu was not angry and said with a smile, Brother Chen, for now on you'll be our big brother, you know? Everyone was surprised. It should be known that Chi Hung's power is not simple. Yet he is so polite to Chen Yu. Everyone was taken aback. Chi Hung continued, Brother Chun's strength is impressive. I think you all know what to do, right? Chapter 271. People's breaths became tighter. No one dared to speak. This really disrespects young Master Wang among the people from the 7 great families. Although the identities of these young masters are quite prominent, there are still some they dare not offend, and this person in front of them is one of them. The reason is simple. This person's identity is too special. Although he is not among the few great families, he is definitely someone in the entire capital that no one dares to touch. Moreover, he has a title, the #1 young master in the capital. Who would dare to act recklessly against such a person? Therefore, people were very afraid, but of course, none of this was important. What mattered was that someone had once been dissatisfied with him and even sought someone to act against him. But that person's family disappeared overnight. And this was a big family, a $1 trillion group, completely vanished in one night. Under such circumstances, who would dare to act recklessly? Therefore, everyone was very polite to him. Now, people were sweating for Chunyu, and many who attended this gathering were somewhat angry. They just came to get to know Chunyu, after all. Chunyu's strength had impacted them greatly before, and they also felt that Chunyu's strength was comparable to theirs, and there were places where they could be useful. Chapter 272, is this really over? This is too easy, right? For a moment, Chi Hong did not understand. In his impression, young Master Wang was not so easy to talk to. How could he just let it go now? This does not match his character, right? Wang Mian directly turned around and walked out, and the people behind him snorted a few times and followed him out. Bai Jielu also sneered a few times and walked out proudly. In his view, he had already achieved his purpose. This Chunyu had offended young Master Wang, and the subsequent troubles would definitely not be few. After these people walked out, the people on their side finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many sat there, still in shock, while some stood up and said, "Sorry, I have something to attend to and need to leave." After one person left, others followed suit and began to leave. Chi Heng's face looked very bad. This matter was originally his invitation to Chunyu, but unexpectedly, these guys did not give him face at all. In the end, only the 2 of them were left. Chi Hong was extremely angry, unable to maintain his composure, and finally, with a face full of guilt, said, "Brother Chun, this matter is my fault." Chapter 273. The man across from him, after hearing this, also said, "I can inquire about this matter for you, but Chi Hong, your family has already sent someone over, so you need to be more attentive and strive to help secure this project." Okay, second uncle. Chi Hong was slightly moved. "All right, let us leave it at that. I will reply to you shortly." "Good." After finishing, Chi Heng hung up the phone. Chunyu sat there, still drinking, seemingly unconcerned. Moreover, he seemed to be playing with something that looked quite interesting. Then he leaned over and saw that Chunyu was actually watching a live stream. "Brother Chun, you also play live streams?" Just playing around." Chunyu chuckled a couple of times, then focused his gaze on a live streaming room in front of him. This live stream room belongs to Shen Shui. At this moment, Shen Shui is singing, and the comments below are filled with flower emojis. When people saw Chunyu enter, they immediately started spamming the chat. "In this world, I am king. I'm here, king. Brother Wang is so imposing." Instantly, the entire live stream room exploded, and the comments flew up. Shen Shui was also very excited and hurriedly shouted, "Welcome home, Brother Wang." Chapter 274. Don't sell your stocks, keep holding on to them. There is still a lot of room for appreciation, Chunyu reminded Chi Hong. Chi Heng nodded, "I won't sell." "Brother Chun, whenever you sell, I will sell too." "I won't sell," Chunyu said afterward. "Huh, not selling? Why?" Chi Hong was surprised to hear Chunyu say this. "I'm keeping them. I might acquire this company later," Chunyu said calmly. Wow. Chi Heng's heart shook again. If he had heard Chunyu say this before, he would definitely have mocked him, but now he wouldn't dare. This person is really too wealthy and has such strength. Moreover, in his view, Chunyu has a great vision, so Chi Hong decided to follow Chunyu wholeheartedly. While they were chatting, soon his uncle sent him some information. "Brother Chun, here is the information." Chi Hong looked at the data with a happy expression. "That's right. Our 2 families are indeed in big trouble now. Our price war subsidies are too severe, so we are facing some difficulties." Chapter 275. But since this woman has spoken up, he naturally has to fight back. No need to say more. He definitely has to do this. And Yanran immediately looked guilty and said, "I'm really sorry. I hope you could be more tolerant." After speaking, she looked at Chunyu in front of her and said, "You are General Chun from Dayu Investment Bank?" "Yes," Chunyu nodded. "Your strength in our investment bank is truly impressive. I have always wanted to meet you, but never had the chance. Now I have the opportunity." Chunyu directly sat down on a nearby chair. And Yanran also said, "General Chun, you are accomplished at a young age. I really didn't expect that. Are you the same? At such a young age to be in this position is not simple. Chinyu smiled. He really didn't expect the other party to be a woman. Looking at the woman opposite him, Chinyu got straight to the point. We are here to discuss cooperation with you. Hearing Chinyu say this, and Yinran nodded. I completely trust the strength of your investment bank. But how are you planning to cooperate? Acquisition. Chapter 276. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Chi Hung was speechless. Every day is just spending money, no time. This is really too extravagant. After thinking for a moment, and Yinran said, okay, but I also need some funds to improve my life. That can definitely be arranged. After all, you have such a large share in the company. So let's give you 500 million, and the rest can be converted into shares. Chinyu waved his hand. And Yinran nodded. Business was already going well, so her expression was naturally not too bad. She took a serious look at Chinyu. He should be a few years younger than herself, but he appeared very steady and casual. If she hadn't confirmed it earlier, she would find it hard to believe that this person in front of her is actually the chairman of the recently prominent Dayu company. Was all this investment under his leadership? That's really too exaggerated. Is the company yours? And Yinran couldn't help but ask, which one are you referring to? This one? Or my company? Chinyu asked, and Yinran almost spat blood. She had reason to suspect that this guy was pretending. Clearly, he was asking about the other party's company, and he was acting confused on purpose. Chapter 277. Since they agreed to have a meal after chatting a bit, and Yinran's mood improved a lot, and she led the two of them to a certain place. Now she was also familiar with Chinyu and Chi Hung. After going downstairs and arriving at the underground parking lot, they got into a red BMW. The few of them headed to a nearby restaurant. Let us eat here. They have private rooms that are quieter. Okay, sounds good. Chinyu nodded. He didn't mind and glanced at Chi Hung behind him. Chi Hung also said, Brother Chun, the environment here is indeed nice, and it's hard to book a table. It seems Missin is quite familiar with this place. And Yinran smiled and said, it's nothing. It's just our family's property. Upon mentioning this, and Yinran felt a bit embarrassed, saying it was just a small restaurant. Chi Hung almost spat blood again. Another extravagant person. This restaurant can rank among the best in the capital, and she being so humble, this woman is too much. As for the family, Chi Hung didn't know much, but since this restaurant was theirs, their strength must be considerable. Chapter 278. Chi Hung frowned. Looking at the few people opposite him, he was furious, his hands clenched into fists, staring at them with eyes full of anger. Seeing this, Chinyu also looked at the few people opposite him. The leaders were a man and a woman, followed by a group of friends. The man in front wore a proud expression, full of arrogance. Chu Xiaohua, shut your mouth. What's wrong? Are you still sulking over that incident? If I had known she was your woman, I wouldn't have touched her. I truly made a mistake as an older brother. Chu Xiaohua laughed, and the people behind him laughed even louder. Chinyu knew this must be the guy who had put a green hat on Chi Hung back then. No wonder Chi Hung was so furious. Why did you leave her in the end? Chi Hung shouted angrily. Oh, I say, Chi Xiao, are you really that infatuated with this kind of woman? I heard she has found someone else now. If you like her, you can go after her again. Isn't she just a broken shoe? Chi Xiao, just move on. But don't do that kind of thing again. Your family can protect you once, but they can't protect you twice. Chapter 279. Sorry. Chinyu hurriedly apologized, his face showing both regret and a hint of panic, before quickly rushing to his room, appearing very flustered. The man glared twice, then helped the woman open the door and walked in. Upon seeing the man enter, Chun Yu's expression instantly darkened. Something was wrong. He sensed immediately that the woman was not drunk but was drugged. After seeing the man go inside, Chun Yu leaned against the door of that room and listened carefully to the sounds inside. Sure enough, some noises came through. Chun Yu knocked on the door. The door opened. It was the same man from before who, upon seeing Chun Yu, coldly said, What do you want? Looking for trouble? Oh, nothing much, buddy. Is that lady inside a pickup? Chun Yu grinned and lit a cigarette. The man glanced at Chun Yu, took the cigarette, but still coolly said, Don't meddle in this kind of stuff. Get lost. After saying that, he attempted to close the door, but Chun Yu blocked it again. Come on, teach me. Get lost. The man impatiently said, trying to close the door again, but Chun Yu prevented him from doing so. Chapter 280. Brother Chun, can you treat illnesses? Chi Hung was greatly surprised. He never expected that Chun Yu could actually treat illnesses. A little, Chun Yu nodded. Then can you check if I have any illness? Chi Hung smiled. You? Chun Yu carefully looked at Chi Hung's face, then asked him to extend his hand for a pulse check before shaking his head. The condition is not very good, Chun Yu said with a serious expression. Huh? Chi Hang's face changed upon hearing this. What's wrong with me? Brother Chun, don't scare me. You have a bit of kidney deficiency, Chin Yu chuckled. Chi Hung let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, Brother Chun, don't scare me like that in the future. I can't take it. Then, Brother Chun, can you prescribe me some medicine? No need, just exercise more, drink less alcohol. No need for medication, Chin Yu replied. Chi Hung nodded, secretly deciding to exercise more. Soon, the vehicle arrived, and Chin Yu got in. Chi Hung did not follow, but reminded Chin Yu to be careful and to contact him if needed. Before long, Chin Yu was taken to a villa. Outside, and Yanran was already waiting there and walked up to him upon seeing Chin Yu. How is the situation now? Chin Yu asked proactively. Chapter 281. You know medicine? And Haixing said coldly, You've been deceived, but you can't deceive me. Hurry up and get lost, otherwise, be careful, I might just arrest you. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have acted already. Arrest me? I haven't committed any crime. So why would you arrest me? Or do you think you have that kind of authority? What? Is the police station run by your family? Chin Yu said lazily, showing disdain. Arrest him? Who are you trying to scare? Chin Yu scoffed. And Haixing was furious, but had no way to refute. At that moment, a few people approached from behind. Looking at Chin Yu, one person stepped forward, his face serious, and asked, You know medicine? Yeah, what is it to you? Is that a problem? Chin Yu rolled his eyes at the old man. The elder self-deprecatingly smiled and slowly said, Since that's the case, I'll ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, I'll believe you. Otherwise, don't say you're a doctor just because you've learned a little bit. Others nodded in agreement. Yes. Overly arrogant. Today's youth are too impetuous. Elder Fu was right. Young people now think they are impressive and completely disregard us. Chapter 282. Upon seeing someone come in, one person walked up, nodded at an Haixing, gestured, and then looked at Chin Yu. This is the doctor who just arrived. Let him take a look. This is Expert Liu from the Capital Hospital, and Haixing politely introduced. Expert Liu glanced at Chin Yu as he entered, feeling puzzled. Is such a young person here to see a doctor? Can he even treat illnesses? However, he couldn't say much and stood to the side, casually saying, The elder has just finished taking medicine and is lying down. Let him rest for a while. No need, you all can leave now. Chin Yu waved his hand. Huh? You want us to leave? Lu Xingping frowned and looked at Chin Yu again, feeling somewhat displeased. I'm at least a senior expert from the Capital Hospital. What gives you the right to shout at me? This made him quite unhappy. Are you sure you can handle this? What if the elder's condition worsens? Lu Xingping said again at that moment. I will handle it well, Chin Yu replied. Lu Xingping snorted coldly. Are you sure? Mister, and what do you think? If it's okay, I'll leave first. I want to get involved in this matter. Chapter 283. If this goes on, the elder's stomach certainly won't be able to handle it. It's already at the brink of collapse. If you's like this, isn't it taking a risk? Yes, we can't do that. People began to speak again. In their view, this prescription was indeed a bit too harsh. It was 3 times more than a normal prescription. Using medication like this was too terrifying, right? Wouldn't this harm someone? Who would dare to use such a large dose? What else? Chin Yu said lazily upon hearing these people talk. To him, this was just how it was. He was a bit angry. In his view, the medicine was just like that, and it was originally a minor illness, but after so many people looked at it, it became a major illness. The reason was simple. There were too many medications, so the elders simply didn't want to take them, and taking them would only cause nausea. Therefore, what he was doing was also to get a large amount of medicine down, directly resisting the feeling of appetite, and then directly letting the elder's stomach react again. Only after there was a reaction would it get better. Chapter 284. The people around all looked over. Many were surprised. Although their financial strength was not bad, 10,000 was still quite a lot. Sorry, I don't need it. Chin Yu said. Don't need it? Wei Yuan sneered and continued. 20,000. No response. 30,000. 40,000. 100,000. Wei Yuan directly stated a very high number. The people in front were somewhat moved. This was indeed a very high figure. But Chin Yu in front of him still didn't move, continuing to eat. Wei Yuan suddenly felt a bit angry and said directly, How much do you want to leave? I see you are quite wealthy. So you shouldn't be short of this money, right? How about 1 million? A furious response for a beautiful woman. What do you think? Chin Yu said with a smile. He figured out that this guy must have come for this woman. Wei Yuan was taken aback and then coldly said, Don't be ungrateful. Well, it's fine. I don't really care, Chin Yu said again. Wei Yuan's face turned ashen, and he said coldly, Okay. The people around them sighed. Directly 1 million? This is really a tycoon. Chapter 285. As soon as he finished speaking, A slap landed on his face. The Wei family? What the hell is that? Dare to lay hands on me? Do you think your father would dare? Do you even know who I am? Chen Yu shouted angrily. So it turns out it's the Wei family. I'm familiar with them. Chen Yu knew the old man of the Wei family well, often visiting their home. But he didn't expect that there was such a character in the Wei family. Wei Yuan was chased around by Chen Yu. Who are you? Wei Yuan hurriedly asked. I am Chen Yu, do you know? Chen Yu? I don't know. Wei Yuan just spoke, but then he reacted. The prodigal son of the Chen family? I curse your mother. A slap landed on Wei Yuan's forehead again, leaving him looking wronged. Isn't that what others say? He just repeated it. But now that he knew, he hurriedly said, Brother Chun, my father and Uncle Chun have a relationship. Please spare me. Wei Yuan now realized that he had provoked a troublemaker. He really didn't dare. Chen Yu looked at this guy and said, Why haven't I heard of you? I usually study in the capital and don't come back often, so you wouldn't know me. If I had known it was Brother Chun, I wouldn't dare. Chapter 286. Chu Xiaoxiao was walking behind, and a few minutes later, the two of them arrived outside a villa at the same time. You're here? Chu Xiaoxiao stared at Chen Yu with a cold smile. You won't be here, will you? Chen Yu countered. Of course I'm here. Chu Xiaoxiao said disdainfully and then walked inside. After seeing Chu Xiaoxiao go in, Chen Yu found it quite funny. Could it be that this woman knows him? Or is she here to find Han Shui and Lu Xuanning? It's possible. After Chu Xiaoxiao went in, Chen Yu followed behind. Chu Xiaoxiao turned around and coldly said, Why are you following me? I'm going home. I'm not following you. He said directly, Going home? Then why are you following me? Chu Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, looking serious. This is my home, Chen Yu said. Chu Xiaoxiao was even more furious. How could this possibly be your home? Hurry up and leave, otherwise, I'll call security right now. Chu Xiaoxiao's tone became much colder. Seeing that this guy was actually following her made her very angry. Go ahead and call. Chen Yu laughed a couple of times, standing there without a hint of worry. Chapter 287. This is conjunctivitis. Chen Yu looked at it and said seriously. In traditional Chinese medicine, this disease is called Tianxing Qi Yin, caused by the wind virus invading the body's eyes. This disease shouldn't be a big problem. Pay attention to hygiene, and it should be fine in 2 to 3 weeks. Other people can also recover from this illness. Chen Yu added. He was a bit curious about why this woman came to him. After hearing what Chen Yu said, Chu Xiaoxiao believed him, knowing that this guy really had medical skills, and said, That's how it is, but I must cure my illness soon. I have a big concert coming up, and I must perform, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. A concert? You're a celebrity? Chen Yu said in surprise. Chu Xiaoxiao was speechless. She almost jumped up. If it weren't for her careful dressing this time, she would have been recognized long ago. But unexpectedly, there was still someone who didn't know her. She felt like she could spit blood. Han Shui hurriedly said, Sister Xiaoxiao is a powerhouse. She sings very well. Chapter 288. After saying that, he wrote a prescription for her to take first. After putting on her clothes, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that her eyes were much better, with no pain at all, and she felt very comfortable, much better than before. Great! My illness has finally made significant progress. She turned to look at the tired-looking Chen Yu and felt a movement in her heart. Thank you, she said somewhat shyly. Earlier, she had some complaints about him, but now she had lost that thought. In her view, she no longer had such thoughts. Chen Yu waved his hand, and Lu Xuanning helped Chen Yu onto the sofa, saying with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine, just need to rest for a bit, Chen Yu said with a smile. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Soon, sounds of snoring could be heard. The three women glanced at Chen Yu and quietly walked out. In a certain standalone villa, Xiao Fan sat on a leather sofa, looking at a person in front of him, slowly saying, What's the situation now? Chapter 289. No, I was just asking casually. Since Sister Yinran has already sold it. I'm happy for you, but you have to take care of me more in the future. Of course. And Yinran said again. After finishing the call, and Yinran snorted. No wonder Chen Yu would say that. It turns out this guy is somewhat hypocritical. If he wants to inquire about news, he should just say it directly instead of beating around the bush. He almost got blinded by his appearance. It turns out Chen Yu is more reliable. If Xiao Fan had heard this comment at that moment, he would have probably spat blood. He never expected that this Chen Yu was actually promoting him. Even in a very small circle, many people already think Xiao Fan is a hypocrite. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan hurriedly went to prepare and discuss countermeasures. This project must be secured. In his view, only by doing so can he have the strength to compete in the capital in the future. This is a springboard. He wants to win over everyone and make people look at him with new eyes. Chapter 290. Lu Xuanning directly raised her glass, signaling Chu Xiaoxiao to do the same. They toasted. The director, standing nearby, darkened his expression upon seeing this. Wasn't this disrespectful to him? Someone stepped forward. Hey, we are all friends, just sitting together. What's the big deal? Is it that hard to give some face? Chu Xiaoxiao, you're also in the circle. Wouldn't you give the director some face? Or do you think the director's face isn't worth much? This person stared at Chu Xiaoxiao with a cold expression. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The director then smiled. Don't say that. Chu Xiaoxiao is someone who has just become popular and has great potential for development. Don't scare her. It's fine, Chu Xiaoxiao. If you really don't want to, then forget it. I'm not the kind of person who forces others. Chen Yu felt speechless. This guy was really disgusting. Wasn't he this just an invitation to leave? How shameless could he be at this age? He understood that this was a common occurrence in the entertainment industry. But seeing Chu Xiaoxiao like this, Chen Yu still stood up. Chapter 291. Soon, they arrived at another private room. This room was large, and there were still a few people drinking inside. When the door opened, everyone looked up, and one person shouted loudly, "Director Mu, have the people been brought here?" "They are here," the person behind him hurriedly said, then moved aside. He also added, "However, there's someone who doesn't want to let them in." "Oh, really? Who dares?" The person's face darkened as he looked into the distance. Several people around him stood up and said, "Yeah, who dares to act wild here? Looking for trouble?" At this moment, Mu Hai was sitting on the sofa, looking at the person in the middle, smiling as he said, "Mr. Fan, the person has been brought to you." Then let them come over." Mr. Fan looked up at the people in the distance, narrowing his eyes. "And if anyone causes trouble, just throw them out." "Mr. Fan said fiercely. A few people at the door immediately approached, grabbing Chen Yu and trying to drag him out. Chapter 292. At first, he went to Yinner's live stream to gain some attention, then intentionally used this excuse to directly go to Shen Shui's live stream, and then began to shower her with gifts. Everyone thinks, why would someone choose to do this in such a situation? What is his motive? I saw a comment below that said it well. Yes, he's doing this to give fans to Shen Shui. Look at Shen Shui's live stream now. It's doing great. The popularity has risen, and quite a few people are giving her gifts. Previously, she had only a few struggling peers left. Personally, I think this account should belong to Shen Shui's union. What? Pay me? Dude, that's a hush money. The male streamer said such things, and the fans below were all typing, agreeing with the streamer's view. Chen Yu found it somewhat amusing. He is a union account? That is something. However, this guy is pretty good. After wandering through a few live streams, Chen Yu learned some situations. Chapter 293. Keep going, just relax. How can he surpass us with such a big gap? It's really ridiculous. No need to be afraid. This person said again. The fans in the entire live stream started spamming. Damn, we are not afraid. We will win. We must be first. They began to renew their subscriptions and shower gifts. Meanwhile, Chen Yu walked into a few other live streams and also started to shower them with gifts. Each live stream received 20,000 in gifts. Wow, he directly spent 1 million. Now everyone was suspicious. Even the official staff across the platform was astonished. What is going on? Who is this person? A person sitting in the office looked at this situation in the live stream, his face full of surprise. In his view, this matter was indeed somewhat difficult to explain. It's unclear. This person's recharge is private, and we cannot see their account. Plus, it's an overseas account. So that's how it is. All right, let us leave it at that. Chapter 294. Although she really wanted to be first, there was nothing she could do. Sometimes, in the face of money, there's just no way around it. The entire live streaming platform began to ridicule this account again. At this moment, Chen Yu was unaware of this. He had just gone to take a shower. When he returned and saw that the other side had raised 10 million in votes, he was also astonished. He initially thought the other party would stop, but it turned out they were still voting. This is really impressive. However, it's a pity. After all, the opponent is his own. After looking at the data, Chen Yu directly spent another 20 million. Wow. After these gifts were sent out, the entire platform went crazy again. Everyone rushed to Shen Shui's live stream. Shen Shui was now very excited, quickly thanking him. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for taking care of me. Chen Yu smiled and said, how about I get close once? After he said this, the fans below also started to spam. Get close once. Shen Shui, give us some face. Chapter 295. There's trouble now. Many outside forces have come and should be trying to seize this territory. Buffon frowned. This matter is not easy to handle. Recently, their King Longman had already had many disputes with them. New forces? Are they strong? Chen Yu asked. Their strength is good. Is there difficulty? Many powerful characters are involved, and I feel this matter is not simple. Zhuo Bufan continued, sitting on a chair beside him, with a look of fatigue on his face. Previously, they had fought us for a lot of territory, but were driven back by us. However, recently, many newcomers have arrived, including quite a few experts. Experts? That's right. I'm finding it a bit difficult. Huh. Hearing Zhuo Bufan say this, Chen Yu frowned. If even Zhuo Bufan is finding it difficult, the strength of these guys must be extraordinary, which makes this situation complicated. What kind of people are they? Their accent sounds like they're from the north. And those people are ruthless, showing no concern for anything else. Zhuo Bufan said, some of our people were captured and directly beaten to a pulp by them. Chapter 296. They are from the Qinglong sect. Do they still have this kind of strength? I don't know when so many of them came out and attacked us, causing serious losses. Immediately gather the manpower to fight back. Tian Lei hung up the phone. At this moment, Xiao Fan's expression also darkened. After glancing a couple of times, he coldly said, what exactly is going on? Now that they have come, the Qinglong sect is here to seek death. I'll take care of them shortly. Tian Lei said angrily. He had just promised Xiao Fan, and now such an unexpected situation had arisen. Do you need my help? Xiao Fan asked. No need. It's just a Qinglong sect. I'll go out myself. Tian Lei replied calmly. As one of the 8 hall masters of the Heavenly Gate, he was already accustomed to such matters and naturally didn't think it was anything serious. After speaking, Tian Lei clasped his fists and excused himself, heading toward a certain place. Meanwhile, Chun Yu stood in a basement, looking at those people in the distance, coldly saying, capture all these people and bring that skilled guy from just now over here. Chapter 297. In their eyes, the Heavenly Gate has little to do with them. They only trust Chun Yu, because their good lives now are largely related to Chun Yu. In the evening, as night slowly descended, cars began to line up outside this large venue, and a group of people walked towards an entrance. Chun Yu watched those people from a distance. Leading them was Tian Lei. As soon as he learned about this situation, he immediately brought people over. The Qinglong sect actually dared to counterattack. This was something he had never encountered before. To him, it was simply ridiculous that this guy could still be so infuriating. It was truly laughable. Did they really think that the Heavenly Gate was so easy to deal with? Extremely laughable. Just wait and see. Tian Lei strode down, and the people behind him followed. After coming down and looking at Chen Yu across from him, Tian Lei stepped forward. Did you smash my venue? Your venue? This is our territory. More accurately, the entire Binhai is the territory of the Qinglong sect. Chen Yu said lazily, his gaze fixed on Tian Lei. Chapter 298. In every direction, a shadow could be seen. So strong. When people saw this scene, they were all astonished. At that moment, Tian Lei charged forward. The two figures faced each other closely. The light of blades began to flicker. The people around were still fighting, and at the same time, Chen Yu and Tian Lei were not interfered with at all. Chen Yu struck with his knife, Tian Lei dodged, and the two exchanged blows, seemingly unable to discern who would win. Just then, a sudden aura appeared behind Chen Yu. He quickly retreated, almost falling to the ground, and barely managed to dodge. Huh? What is going on? He turned his head and saw another person had arrived, directly blocking his escape route. 2 hall master-level figures. Chen Yu's brows furrowed tightly. What to do now? He definitely couldn't fight them off, and there was no way to escape. What should he do? Seeing this, Chen Yu felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 299. What? Tian Lei is dead? How could this happen? When Xiao Fan, who was resting in the villa, heard this, he jumped up. The person reporting saw Xiao Fan's anger and trembled, quickly adding, it was a conflict with the Qinglong sect, and he was beaten to death. All the people in the Heavenly Gate were captured. What? The people in the Heavenly Gate are not opponents? Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. What kind of sect is the Heavenly Gate? Moreover, he knew Tian Lei's strength. He was not someone ordinary people could deal with. And a lot of experts from the Heavenly Gate had come this time, and they couldn't handle it. When did the Qinglong sect become this powerful? Xiao Fan's face darkened. This completely disrupted his plans. Originally, he was prepared to rely on the Heavenly Gate to open up the underground forces in Binhai and directly control the Heavenly Gate. But now it seemed impossible. How did it come to this? This is quite a trouble. Most importantly, the Heavenly Gate has suffered a defeat, and that's not good. What is the situation outside now? Xiao Fan asked again. I don't know. The Qinglong sect has already sealed all the passages, and we have no idea of the specific situation. Chapter 300. Ah? For a moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red. She quickly shook her head. I'm not. Han Shui lowered her head and said softly, I'm not either. Oh, but it's fine. That kid Chen Yu is not a bad person. Zhang Huilan still said. The few women's faces turned even redder. At this moment, Chen Youfa also coughed softly and said, Xuening, you take good care of this side. We'll go out first. If anything happens, just let me know. Okay, uncle. Lu Kuening noted erkevli. Then Chen Youfa walked out, heading directly to an office. Zhong Haiguo was still working. Upon seeing someone enter, he looked up. Dean Zhong? Chen Youfa said. Hello, you must be Director Chun, right? Zhong Haiguo quickly stood up. Although I don't know this person, I often see him on TV, so I hurried over to say hello. Yes, hello. Chen Youfa shook hands. Then he asked, how's my son's condition now? It's stable now, no problems. I think he just overworked himself. In the future, you should let your son take more care of himself. Don't worry, our hospital will definitely cooperate fully. Chapter 301. Lu Xiwening also stood up. Lu Xiwening. On the side, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly said, Chu Xiaoxiao. I know. You're a big star. I really like your songs. Is that so? That's my honor. Chu Xiaoxia Zipli. Although she's a big star, she certainly can't compare to the children of these wealthy families. She probably knows a bit about Han Shui's identity. A woman who can get Han Shui's attention is definitely not an ordinary wealthy family member. Understanding the situation, Chu Xiaoxiao stood aside. This seemed a bit strange to her. This is a battle between the main wife and the concubine. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a bit annoyed. She glanced at Chen Yu lying there and felt unhappy. This guy actually attracts women everywhere. What kind of person does he attract? Each one more beautiful than the last. She could tell from Yuan Shuer's eyes that this person probably has feelings for Chen Yu. After looking at Chen Yu a couple of times, Lu Xiwening suddenly smiled. You're here to see our Chen Yu too. Yuan Shuer was taken aback and then said, Yeah, I came to check on him. He is also my partner. Really? Our Chen Yu hasn't mentioned it. Turns out he knows such a beautiful woman. Lu Xiwening continued. Chapter 302. Han Shui seemed to want what happened back in a certain place. They were like that too. But this is a hospital. Could kissing really feel different? Han Shui's mind was filled with various images, all of them from that earlier moment. Soon, Chu Xiaoxiao came back. The three women walked in. Han Shui's face was still red. Chu Xiaoxiao looked curious. What's wrong? Han Shui, are you okay? I'm fine. Han Shui hurriedly said. Lu Xiwening next to her also didn't speak, and Chen Yu kept his head down, looking at his phone. Soon he could also go out. Chen Yu had recovered some strength and walked outside. Accompanied by several women, Chen Yu went directly toward their villa. Back home, Chen Yu still called his parents and then received a call from Chi Hong. Brother Chun, are you okay? I'm fine. Everyone said you had an accident. You scared me to death. Chi Hong said. It's fine, don't worry. Chen Yu replied. I'm going to Ben Hai tonight. After I arrive, I'll come see you. Chapter 303. The other party completely couldn't tell there was anything wrong. So terrifying. Chen Yu continued to charge up. He was knocked down again. He didn't know how long it had been, but at this moment, Chen Yu was able to last for 5 minutes. Of course, his movements had become much faster. Chen Yu was very excited, but in the end, he still lost. However, now it seemed to Chen Yu that this was really great. Now that he had this training room, wouldn't his strength improve even faster? This is amazing. Chen Yu charged up again, and soon, in one movement, he stepped forward and struck the old man. Host system assessment completed. First phase successfully passed. Passed. First phase? Chen Yu walked towards the back. In the second room, there was still an old man. But this time, the old man seemed to have become a bit fiercer. At the same time, he was exuding a certain aura. The gathered aura slowly spread out, allowing people to feel that this person's strength was extraordinary. Chen Yu looked at this person and asked, Are you my second examiner? Chapter 304. Brother Wang is domineering. This is Brother Wang's true strength. He confronts the official without coddling them at all. Brother Wang is back. For others, it's the end. Now there's a good show to watch. The other party actually dared to speak against the officials. This is the first time. In the past, who would dare? Brother Wang is Brother Wang. He won't coddle anyone. Now let us see if the officials will bow down. People began to express their thoughts. The entire live streaming platform was buzzing with excitement. The popularity of Shun Shui's live stream skyrocketed instantly. Who bullied you? I heard that while I wasn't around, many people were cursing me. Is that true? After Chen Yu spoke, the fans in the live stream began to respond. Yes, Brother Wang, there were many. That Liu Yang is one of them. That Guo Wei is too. Anyone from that camp has been cursing many times. It was like that before you came. Brother Wang, just ban them. Let them get off this platform. The fans yelled. Chapter 305. Is this all the strength you have? I think it's nothing much. Indeed, I don't see much power. You are just making random boasts. Do you know who you're facing? Brother Liang. Do you know who he is? He is a real second-generation rich kid. Not someone like you can compare to. Haha, really embarrassing, actually boasting. Now it's fine. The platform didn't give him any face at all. A group of people flooded into Shen Shui's live stream, all mocking Chenyu. Shen Shui was so angry that she directly banned many people. Don't worry about it, Chenyu said lightly. After finishing, he continued, I'm telling you, the management of the Jiutian platform, just wait for today's incident. If you favor them, fine. I'll let you know what's tough. After Chenyu finished speaking, many visitors in the live stream expressed their disbelief. In their eyes, this was impossible. At this moment, Shen Shui and some other hosts standing by Chen, you looked a bit nervous. They were hosts on this platform, and they certainly wouldn't dare to say such things. However, Shen Shui stood up at this moment and said angrily, Management, what are you doing? Don't you know that our brother Wang is a real boss? Aren't you clear about who he is? And this is from someone who has spent tens of millions on your platform. You actually treat him like this? I think you have really gone too far. Chapter 306 this time, he is really angry. How dare they treat him like this? Do they really think he has no way to deal with it? Ridiculous. However, we will still have a lot of trouble here, and it's too difficult. Shen Shui said. After hearing such a statement for the first time, Shen Shui was still very shocked, but soon, she calmed down. This is unlikely, too difficult. Such a thing is almost impossible to accomplish. You have to know that the competition on the platform is very fierce. Their platform is already in the first position. And this is not a small traffic platform. How could such a big problem suddenly arise? Chenyu was looking at the materials Qi Heng sent him while still looking surprised. He didn't expect that Qi Heng actually had such a hand. What was sent over were some scandals about big anchors and some irregularities in the live streaming platforms. This is where it can hit the live streaming platform. No need. Just wait. And by the way, if you can follow me to other platforms. In the next 2 days, you can contact some people, and if they are interested, they can follow along. You don't have to worry about the breach of contract. Chapter 307 giving up now? That is too much of a pity, right? However, he still picked up the phone and called someone. Director Dong. After receiving Liu Chang's call, the person on the other end was excited and hurriedly said, General Liu, are you looking for me for something? Let me tell you something. Liu Chang said. What's wrong? Is the amount down? If that's the case, that would be really great. After we get this share for our live streaming platform, we can go public directly. Dong Zhiping was excited. No, our company is withdrawing its investment. Liu Chang said. He still didn't quite understand. The return on this investment is actually very high, but why would his boss do this? Dong Zhiping on the other end was also confused. Upon hearing Liu Chang's words, he jumped up directly. Why? General Liu, we were talking nicely before, and the conditions we gave you were very favorable. You should be clear about this. As long as we go public, it would be a very good thing for you. Dong Zhiping said anxiously. He was really panicking now. They had reached such a stage, and this was a big deal. Chapter 308 Chenyu went directly to Liu Hao's side. Now the entrance of this factory is no longer a chaotic mess. It looks pretty good. Chenyu was also surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that Liu Hao could do this well. This is really unexpected. There are still some people at the entrance delivering goods, and it seemed that their business was also doing well. In just over 10 days, they managed to get things so lively. However, it seems that something is still not right. Why are there so many people here? Is there trouble? Shouldn't they be delivering goods now? Aren't you delivering goods? Chenyu asked. Both sides of the road were blocked, and now we have no way out. Besides, they keep checking inside, and there are often people coming over to stop us, which is really excessive. Someone said angrily. Exactly what is going on? Now that things have finally improved a bit, there are still people causing trouble? It said that the boss offended someone. I heard that brother Liu offended the people from this urban village. Someone came up and said mysteriously, offended the people from the urban village? Chenyu frowned. Chapter 309, you can't say there's a problem and then point fingers here. Do you think we're easy to talk to? You're checking, which is normal. But if you are deliberately making things difficult, I will report it to the higher-ups, saying that you are obstructing our production and seriously threatening our project. Chenyu said. Sure, go ahead and ask. The leader sneered. The person in front had a look of disdain, saying, "You go find someone. This is your problem. We found problems during our checks. Who are you going to find?" They completely didn't care. Isn't it just a broken logistics company? Chinyu glanced at them and directly took out his phone, dialing a number. "Director Chong? I am the chairman of Dayu Investment Company. I am currently facing a significant problem with the project here, and I may find it very difficult to file here because someone is always causing trouble for my company. So I am considering withdrawing from our Binhai project." Huh. At this moment, the person sitting in an office looked shocked. Dayu Company moving away from Binhai? This is a huge loss. What on earth is going on? Where are you now? Chapter 3:10. I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Chong Junin walked up enthusiastically at this time, shaking Chunyu's hand and smiling, saying, "Your Dayu investment has been a banner of our Binhai, and I still hope you can continue to shine for our Binhai." "Of course," Chunyu also said. After chatting a few words with Chunyu, Chong Junin looked around and said to the person behind him, "If this company has any difficulties, feel free to bring it up." "Yes." After finishing, Chong Junin stood up and walked directly outside. This matter is not a big deal, but he still wanted to come over. "Wait a minute, Director Chong." Chunyu called out. "General Chun, do you have any other questions?" Chong Junin asked. "When is this project scheduled to start?" "It is in the next couple of days. You should prepare well if you're interested." Chong Junin glanced at Chunyu and then said, "As the young master among the richest in Binhai, you must know about this project." So Chong Junin didn't hide it and said it directly. "Okay, I understand." Chunyu nodded. Chapter 3:11. Before Chunyu could say anything, a handcuff was already snapped on his arm. Self-defense? People who fight always say that. Fong Min was not polite at all, looking directly at Chunyu, happily saying, "Today you can't escape my grasp. Behave and confess, or else you will have a hard time." Other police officers also walked up. "Take all these people away," Fong Min said. Although it was just a short fight at the scene, Lu Hao and the others had bruised faces. When Lu Hao saw his boss being taken away, he hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with him. It was us who acted." Fong Min glanced at Lu Hao and coldly said, "I'm not blind. With your abilities, you dare to find someone to take the blame? Keep a close watch on this person and make him confess." After saying that, she ordered someone to detain Lu Hao as well. Chunyu felt speechless. How unfortunate was this? He was actually going to the police station now. He really did nothing wrong. They attacked our people, and I was just defending myself. Defending yourself? You knocked someone out cold? Chapter 3:12. Fong Min's face turned red with anger as she pushed Chunyu. "Get away from me. Don't you like to hit me? Why did you just lay hands on me? Using extrajudicial punishment? Huh?" Chunyu didn't step aside. Instead, he moved closer to Fong Min. Fong Min struggled to break free, but couldn't. "What's wrong? Now you want to leave me? You weren't like this just now." Chunyu acted like a rogue, deliberately glancing at Fong Min's chest and swallowing hard. This wasn't just an act. It was genuinely impressive. He hadn't noticed any advantages of this woman before. But now he realized, damn, this was really something. Fong Min was even angrier, but had no way to escape. She couldn't push him away. After struggling a few times with no success, her eyes turned red, and she suddenly started to cry. After seeing this, Chunyu quickly stepped aside, panicking. "No, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything to you." He hadn't expected Fong Min would actually cry, which left him feeling both amused and helpless. Chapter 3:13. After a while, he would definitely go to the capital. As long as the project was completed, there wouldn't be any issues here. After leaving, he saw Lu Xuanning and the other two girls, as well as Chi Hung, who had also arrived. "What's going on? Is everything all right now?" Chi Hung patted Chunyu's shoulder and asked. "It's fine. What could possibly happen? This is nothing." Chunyu smiled. Han Shui, who was nearby, pouted and said, "But you still scared us. Chunyu, can you not worry us like this in the future?" Sister Xuanning was almost in tears. Chunyu looked at Lu Xuanning, holding her gently, and said softly, "I'm sorry for worrying you. Please be more careful in the future and don't make others worry." Lu Xuanning whispered, her eyes starting to glisten with tears. Chunyu nodded in agreement. Chu Xiaoxiao remained silent, but stayed there. After chatting a bit, Chunyu turned to Lu Hao, who had just come out with him, and said, "All right, you go handle the logistics company matters. I'll take care of the remaining person." Chapter 3:14. Hui only then realized his collar was being roughly grabbed again. "Take him away." With that command, Hui was directly dragged away by two people towards the outside. No one else dared to move. In such a situation, who would dare to act? That would be seeking death. The leader glanced at the others, waved his hand, and angrily said, "Take these people away too. Bring them along." After saying that, he walked straight out. In a private room of a nightclub, Chun Yu and Chi Hung sat there, along with a newly appointed hall master. Hall master who? Congratulations on becoming the hall master. Hall master Chin joked. I'm nothing in front of you. Hui quickly replied. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about this much younger person in front of him. This person's strength was far superior to his, and his status in the Qinglong sect was very high. Moreover, he was from the Chun family. With such an identity, he couldn't compare at all. However, he didn't expect to have the fortune of meeting Chun Yu today, which made him very happy. Chapter 3:15 Huh? Are you saying this project is definitely difficult, and all the prominent families are keeping an eye on it? Exactly. Chi Hung nodded. In the previous novel plot, this project was ultimately taken by Xiao Fan. Although not much was said, it was clear that Xiao Fan took control of the underground forces in Benhai, then targeted the Chun family to secure this most important project, leading to that guy's rapid rise and gaining much attention. It seems this project is a starting point in the capital. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu said, Zhumai has been bought by them. It looks like they are also planning to go this route. That's right. They indeed want to go this way. I feel this logistics matter is similar, so our project overlaps with theirs. Chi Hung suddenly realized something. No problem. The project definitely isn't as good as ours. Chen Yu said, Jinghai is very large, so in this regard, they can't compete. Plus, during this time, he has merged several logistics companies and has been doing quite well. Chapter 3:16, Are you Fan Yunbiao? Lian stared at the person in front of him. Fan Yunbiao nodded, Yes, young Master Li. Although he didn't know this person, he understood that he should be from a prominent family in the capital. Therefore, Fan Yunbiao was very honest and didn't dare to say much, just standing there waiting for the young master to speak. Do you know Qinyu? Lian asked. Fan Yunbiao was taken aback and then replied, Yes, I know him. What is your relationship like? It's not bad. Fan Yunbiao said. Are you here to cause trouble for Brother Chen? Fan Yunbiao thought to himself. It seems this person has some issues with Brother Chun. He had heard some things before. I heard that your Fan family has a good relationship with the Chun family. Is that right? Lian asked again, squinting his eyes. Yes, young Master Li, but I haven't had much contact. I've been studying in the capital. I see you're not bad. How about it? Do you want to follow me for some fun? Lian said leisurely while sipping tea. Just now, Lian saw this person greeting Qinyu, so he had an idea in his mind. Chapter 3:17 Han Shui and Lu Xuanning had already gone upstairs. He didn't know what they were doing. All right. After Qinyu pulled out the needle, he said something. He could feel everything below, which made him very uncomfortable. This woman had no idea. When Xu Xiaoxiao heard Qinyu say he was fine, she finally came back to her senses and hurriedly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to thank him, she suddenly saw a certain part of Qinyu sitting there, straight and upright, and her face instantly turned red. I'll go upstairs first. She hurriedly fled. Qinyu glanced at himself below, looking aggrieved. I really can't be blamed for this. You call me like that on purpose. Who could stand it? After cleaning up the needle, Qinyu washed up and prepared to go to bed. He didn't know what the three women upstairs were doing. Ever since Han Shui came to their house, and now Xu Xiaoxiao had also arrived. Qinyu hadn't shared the bed with Lu Xuanning for a long time. It was tough, feeling wronged. Qinyu returned to his bedroom and then opened a live stream. He casually lay there and started watching. He had subscribed to Shun Shui's live stream. At that moment, Shun Shui was singing. Her voice was beautiful, and with some movements, it showcased her natural charm and emotion. Chapter 3:18. The revenue issue here is indeed a big problem. Their income seems to be lacking a lot. This is really troublesome. This made him consider releasing the skinny monkey. At that moment, someone reported in. Is that so? Follow up. Chen Chao hurriedly said. After tracking, they saw Qinyu wandering around. What is he doing? Someone asked. Probably just wandering around. Chen Chao replied. What should we do? The streamer over there has started cursing, and releasing the skinny monkey might lead to a big fight. Someone suggested. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chao finally nodded. At this time, once the skinny monkey's live stream was opened, people started spreading the word. Meanwhile, Qinyu was already talking to the skinny monkey. You don't have to stream anymore. Just wait until the time is up. After I finish setting up the live streaming platform in the next couple of days, you can come help. Qinyu said. Okay, Brother Wang. The skinny monkey nodded hurriedly. This was a great opportunity. After Qinyu finished speaking, he added, I will directly transfer this money to your live stream, and then you can withdraw it. Chapter 3:19. Qinyu was speechless. He expected this kind of thing. What if I don't like this? Qinyu asked. If you don't like it, the host can stay here. Qinyu was speechless. This was really too much. In such a situation, to actively ask for money was one thing, but now even cultivating here had become a big problem. Winning against this person was very difficult for Chunyu. I'm not good at this, Chunyu said as he approached. Just then, this person took the initiative to attack, throwing a punch. Chunyu fell directly to the ground. What? No martial ethics? Chunyu got up, angrily scolding. Why did you attack me first? If you're within attack range, of course you have to attack. The person replied. Chunyu then charged forward without holding back. If he couldn't fight back, he would just get hit. Chunyu was already used to this kind of situation, so he continued. Then I 1T hold back. Chunyu threw 2 punches, but the opponent easily dodged, which completely caught Chunyu off guard. Chapter 320. We are actively giving up our currently high-capacity factories and some other malls. These will all be transferred out, Chunyu said directly. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Chunyofa was a bit taken aback. Generally speaking, his son wouldn't take care of his affairs, and it was rare for him to come to the company. Now that he had personally come, it seemed something serious was happening. Why sell? These industries are our pillar industries. Chunyofa looked confused. These industries could be said to support the greatest development of their entire family. Without them, they would have been in trouble long ago. Moreover, previously, they managed to acquire these industries largely thanks to their son's help. It was clear that their son had a good outlook on these industries, and the facts proved that these industries were indeed good. At least for now, they were quite good. But why do this? Currently, the profits from these industries were still very high. If they just threw them away, wouldn't that be a pity? We can't keep them. They should be sold now. Someone must want them. If we wait, we will have trouble later. Chapter 321. Your strength has increased so much? Old Zhong asked directly. A lot? Chunyu was also surprised. During this period, he had been practicing in the training room in the system, and he didn't know how much he had actually grown. He just felt that he was in great spirits now. A significant increase. That's not normal. Have you only been practicing recently? Old Zhong continued to ask. I haven't done much, just ordinary practice. That's a bit strange. Your strength is already at a level where you can spar with me, Old Zhong said curiously. Is that so? Chunyu pretended to be very surprised. Indeed. Old Zhong nodded, still puzzled. Perhaps this guy was a martial arts prodigy. The old man is inside. You can go in. After thinking for a while and not coming up with a reason, Old Zhong let Chunyu go in first. Upon entering, Han Lao was standing by the window, looking at the scenery outside. Chunyu stood there silently. After a while, Han Lao turned around, looked at Chunyu with slightly squinted eyes, and said, I heard that Binhai has been very lively lately? Yes, it's indeed lively. Many people have come. Chunyu nodded. Chapter 322. Recently, we have a project here. The Shanghai City Project. This project involves a large amusement and residential commercial project, and it is said that it will invest nearly 100 billion. So we can let him do it this time. At this time, Xiao Fan said. But, young Master Xiao, isn't this project great? Someone asked, confused. I heard that there has indeed been some increase over there. This is a good project. A few people around also chimed in. A good project? That place isn't worth such a huge investment. Xiao Fan shook his head. This place isn't good at all. Right now, there's absolutely no need to invest. The location is too remote. If we really secure this place, it could lead to significant problems in the future, especially if it's along the route an airport. That would be even more troublesome. Xiao Fan continued. He was very clear about this and had come up with a plan over the past few days. As long as he could get Chunyu involved here, then this project would not be included. Chapter 323. Is our association short on funds? Chunyu asked. Yes, we're short on funds. You should leave. It's pointless for you to stay here with such a shortage. At this moment, someone else said, It's fine. I can solve the money issue. Chunyu said directly. Is it just money? Are you short on funds? The others looked at Chunyu in surprise. Dong Chuwu was also taken aback and then asked, Do you have a way? Our association's funds are quite limited. I'll donate 100 million. Since he was asked to be here for this, Chunyu could only comply. Moreover, this could help a lot of people. Promote medical skills. 100 million? People's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Chunyu. What? I said 100 million. Do you think that's too little? Then let's make it 200 million. Chunyu added. People gasped again. This guy was crazy, directly offering 100 million. Had he lost his mind? They began to doubt Chunyu's identity. This was impossible. 100 million, just like that? It took a long time to gather even 10,000, let alone this much. Everyone was stunned. The first to react was Dong Chiwu. Chapter 324. That's even better. I have no issues on my side. It's just money, right? Chinyu said with a happy face. Don't worry, 100 billion investment is nothing to me. If this goes well, we can all make a lot of money. Chinyu said with a smile. Song Xiaohua felt a surge of pride. How foolish. To dare choose such a project, this guy is finished now. Seeing Chinyu being so enthusiastic towards him, Song Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm also willing to invest some, but I don't have much money. No problem, we're all friends. Just giving me this information is enough for me. Rest assured, if we make money this time, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Chinyu patted Song Xiaohua on the shoulder. Song Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, That's the least I can do. Should I contact the people over there now? Song Xiaohua asked again. Sure. Chinyu squinted and smiled, feeling a cold laugh in his heart. Isn't it just this? Did you think I wouldn't know? In the previous novel's plot, this Song Xiaohua had caused them a lot of trouble. Now he's really come? Chapter 325. He could tell that on the other end of the phone, Lu Xuanning's tone seemed a bit tense. What's going on? Chinyu asked urgently. This was a critical moment. With Xiao Fan and other young heirs around, he didn't know what kind of unexpected events might occur. So, Chinyu directly asked, Come over here. We've run into a bit of trouble. Give me a location, and I'll come right over. Chinyu said directly. Huang Lei, who was driving, had already stepped on the gas. Lu Xuanning gave a location, and they headed straight there. In a club, Lu Xuanning and a few other women stood together, glaring at the men opposite them, their faces filled with anger, especially Lu Xuanning, whose face had turned extremely angry. Is there no law? How dare you lay hands on us? You won't have a good ending. Lu Xuanning sohtet angridi. At this moment, the man opposite glanced at Lu Xuanning. His eyes filled with excitement as he laughed several times. I just love your spirit. So, how about it, little girl? If you come with me tonight, I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Plus, I can give you $1 million. What do you say? Chapter 326. Chinyu charged directly at the man on the other side, throwing a punch at one man's head, knocking him out cold. The following men were directly grabbed by Huang Lei, who sent them flying with a few punches. Huang Lei's eyes were locked on the man opposite, exuding a strong, killing intent. The people with Guo Wei were stunned by the sudden appearance of these men. Then they looked at Chinyu, frowning. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Guo Wei shouted angrily. Chinyu glanced at him and then looked at Huang Lei. Huang Lei nodded and walked straight up to Guo Wei. He slapped him hard while grabbing the dazed Guo Wei by the collar, pulling him right in front of Chinyu. After kicking Guo Wei's leg, he fell to his knees. Wow, the people opposite were stunned. What do you want? How dare you lay hands on young Master Guo? Someone shouted from the other side. Huang Lei rushed over again, throwing a punch that made the man's face unrecognizable, looking quite terrifying. Chapter 327. Tang Long could only nod and then called Yi Wentian. After explaining the situation, he nodded several times and hung up. Young Master Yi is coming right over, Tang Long said. Chinyu nodded and then looked at Guo Wei, coldly saying, First, break this guy's leg. Huh? Tang Long's face changed dramatically. Huang Lei behind him was also stunned, but then he stepped forward and stomped down hard. A piercing scream erupted as Guo Wei, lying on the ground, clutching his legs, screamed, his forehead drenched in sweat. The people around were already pale with fear. Who had experienced such a scene before? This was too wild. Now, people finally understood. This person was actually Chinyu, the prodigal son? He really was arrogant. However, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The largest family in Binhai City, and he was one of them. Money was not an issue at all. The crowd stood there, not daring to make a sound, fearing that even a slight movement might anger the young master. If their legs were broken too, it would be a loss that wasn't worth it. Chapter 328. A beauty at the front desk called out to Chinyu. Chinyu turned to look. I'm not, Chinyu said awkwardly. As the owner of the company, it was rather amusing that he couldn't even enter the company. Do you have an appointment? No. Chinyu shrugged and said, I'm here to see He Changjun. To see Mr. He? If you don't have an appointment, you can't enter. The front desk beauty said with a faint smile. All right, I'll call and ask him. Chinyu could only call He Changjun. But just as he took out his phone, he saw a person walking over with a serious expression. As soon as he approached, he pointed to the front desk and said, Wang Li, why aren't you working properly? What are you doing? The reprimand was very stern. The front desk, named Wang Li, hurriedly said, Director Liu, no, this person is here to see Mr. He. Here to see Mr. He? Liu Yiming looked Chinyu up and down, then sneered and continued to Wang Li. Doesn't he know he needs an appointment to see Mr. He? Doesn't he understand such a basic rule? Also, don't bother with people like this in the future. Do you think he looks like someone who can meet our Mr. He? We must be cautious of idle people. Chapter 329. Huh? After hearing this, Lu Yiming laughed a couple of times. Haha, just you? Who do you think you are? Grab this person and throw him out. We don't need people like him in the company. After Lu Yiming finished speaking, everyone else sprang into action. The security guards rushed over to subdue Chunyu, but he kicked them away. In Chunyu's eyes, these guards were nothing. They were easily knocked to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. At that moment, Lu Yiming felt even more pleased. Great, now that you've resorted to violence, you're done for. However, Chunyu was still unclear about why this guy wanted to attack him. Is he crazy? I don't think I provoked him. Lu Yiming said lightly. Call the police. Hurry up. The people around looked at Chunyu with surprise, not expecting someone to cause trouble here. Just then, Chunyu's phone rang. Upon seeing that it was he, Changjun, calling, he answered immediately. Chapter 330. After giving a few instructions, Chunyu nodded. Basically, these matters were almost settled. Now he and Xiao Fan were basically facing each other directly. As long as he could win this time, it would definitely be a heavy blow to Xiao Fan. That would be easy to say. By then, this guy would probably become a penniless fool. After thinking for a moment, Chunyu continued to observe the scene. For him, it didn't matter. It was just one of those things. After talking with He Changjun for a while, Chunyu went out again. Yi family. After returning, Yi Wentian's face was ashen. He was extremely angry about the matter. Father, Chunyu has gone too far. Guo Wei was actually beaten and had his legs broken. We must take revenge, and he has taken a lot of money from us. Yi Wentian was furious. I already know about this. Yi Xiaoxing said. Then what should we do? Dad, we can't just let them bully the Yi family like this, right? Haha, that 1T happened. The Chen family is already in trouble. Don't be fooled by their current arrogance. After a while, they won't be like this anymore. Chapter 331. They believed that this project should be handed over to Xiao Fan, and given the current strength of Benhai, there were no other candidates besides these two families. Just as people were discussing, Xiao Fan arrived. Dressed in a tailored suit, he looked spirited, and as soon as he entered, there was a round of cheers. There's no denying that Xiao Fan was indeed very handsome, and more importantly, he was talented and strong. In less than a few months, 100 billion group had already appeared before everyone's eyes. Too strong. This was simply a diamond bachelor. Who would want to have a bit of connection with Xiao Fan? Many women at the scene cast flirtatious glances at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled a few times and politely greeted everyone, which drew another round of cheers. Many people began to praise him. As soon as Xiao Fan arrived, a crowd immediately gathered around him, all eager to converse with him. It must be said that Xiao Fan had very good connections. Many people took the initiative to greet him. In no time, Xiao Fan became the focal point in everyone's eyes. Chapter 332. People were stunned. What is this? A place like this actually cost more than 20 billion? The main point is that it was purchased by the Chen family. The Chen family's strength had greatly declined. Their assets sold off significantly. How could they afford this? People began to doubt. Many even thought this was absurd. After the 25 billion came out, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and looked helpless. I lost. You won. I'll transfer the money to you. No need to continue, right? However, it was also unnecessary to keep going. Everyone began to find excuses for Xiao Fan. After all, they had just said that this project belonged solely to him, and now it was indeed a bit awkward. Of course you have to give it. When have you ever beaten me? Chunyu still looked arrogant. The people around were speechless. This Chunyu was truly too arrogant. In business, harmony was fundamental. Yet he relied on his wealth and behaved so arrogantly. Could this last long? Thinking of the recent situation of the Chun family, people couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Chapter 333. Xiao Fan, we also need to prepare. Now this Jinghai Mall has a significant impact on our purchasing. What should we do? Lian, dragging his weary body, sat in Xiao Fan's office. A ray of sunlight from the floor-to-ceiling window shone in, making Lian feel a bit more comfortable. I have asked Yinran many times, but she has always remained tight-lipped. What exactly did Xinyu give her in return? At this point, Lian was very angry. I have also asked, but there's no way. Even the attitude of the family is quite thought-provoking. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Originally, Xiao Fan thought there was still room for maneuver in this matter. After all, he had a good relationship with the Yin family, and his grandfather had helped the Yin family a lot in the past. But now it seems that this matter is still a bit troublesome. Jinghai, as the largest e-commerce platform, is indeed developing much better than their Jumai. So what should we do? The project in the new park is about to start. Once the bidding begins, our company must deliver results. Otherwise, this matter will be hard to say, Lian said. Let me think about it, Xiao Fan said. Chapter 334. No need to save. What I need you to do is to ensure we maintain the #1 position. No problem. And Yenren nodded directly. The company was founded by her, so she was naturally very clear about these matters. Additionally, I will gradually launch some other things. Our mall will undergo a revision. Revision? And Yenren frowned slightly. Suddenly revising under such circumstances is not a good thing. I will have someone send you specific details of the changes. Take a look, and then implement them for me. Okay, but this matter still needs to be handled with caution. You'll understand once you see it. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he sent over a document he had prepared earlier, which was a specific module based on some malls from the future. After receiving Chen Yu's materials, and Yenran began to read them carefully. At first, and Yenran didn't think much of it, but as she delved deeper, her expression changed to one of shock. Some of the ideas in it were truly extraordinary. How could an ordinary person have such insights? Chapter 335. This piqued the curiosity of internet users. Many opened them all, and quite a few even started shopping. Then one netizen expressed excitement. No way, mine actually arrived in a day. So fast, my goodness, it took only 1 day. That's right, this really exceeded my expectations. Is this what they call e-commerce? It's really fast. Jinghai is impressive. The netizens here praised Jinghai enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Jumai had long been exposed, and many customers who had bought items began returning them. It quickly became a focal point of criticism. Sitting in the office, Chenyu looked at the fluctuating data on the screen and smiled slightly. And Yenran glanced at Chenyu and said with a smile, "This is your doing, right? Just now, there were counterfeit goods, and the media directly reported it. Who else could it be but you? It's what they deserve." Chenyu replied calmly. He then added, "Now we need to manage the logistics well. The logistics segment is also crucial." "I know." And Yenran stretched and said, "For nearly half a month, she had been with Chenyu, and she truly didn't expect that Chenyu's insights into problems were so accurate and directional, which made her very impressed." Chapter 336. Over here, the overall situation has basically stabilized. For Chenyu, there are no more issues now. In this competition, their mall directly won. Without a doubt, it is the #1 e-commerce platform. This incident also showcased the strength of the e-commerce sector, so Jinghai's valuation has seen a significant increase. In Binhai, the Chen family's influence has declined considerably. Many people are unaware that this e-commerce platform belongs to Chenyu. So many are now spreading rumors that the Chun family is gradually no longer the #1 family. Of course, it is indeed true that under the joint efforts of the Li family and other families, the Chun group has sold off many assets, and even the number of employees has significantly decreased. Now it is finally stabilized. Chi Hung sighed in relief. Now it's just the beginning, Chun Yu said seriously. Recently, the Chen family has encountered considerable obstacles, especially lately, as the pressure has been increasing, leading many to believe the Chun family is finished, including people within the family. Chapter 337. Huh? Hu Yuan's face suddenly darkened. This guy actually said he doesn't know me? Although I didn't have such a big reputation before, I am at least a member of a second-tier family, and I've met him quite a few times. Chenyu, you have quite the audacity. Hu Yuan finally couldn't hold back. Huh? What do you mean? Are you famous? Isn't it normal that I don't know you? Chenyu looked at Hu Yuan and said, deliberately showing a doubtful expression and shaking his head. Huh? This made Hu Yuan even angrier. Chenyu, remember this. You are no longer the young master of the Chun family. Do you still think your Chen family is the same as before? Hu Yuan pointed at Chenyu angrily. So what do you mean? Chenyu slowly walked over. What do I mean? Driving a broken car to such a gathering. Don't you feel embarrassed? Is that so? Chenyu approached. Hu Yuan also said calmly, "Of course, if you don't have money, how about this? Squat down and crawl through my legs. I guarantee I can get you the latest Lamborghini sports car." Chapter 338. Isn't this choice great? Chenyu narrowed his eyes and said, seeing Chen Yu smiling at him. Su Xingyue's expression darkened again, and she coldly said, "I am now a member of the Qin family. What nonsense are you talking about?" Huh? Chen Yu laughed. He then prepared to walk directly inside. At that moment, Qin Hang stepped forward. "Chen Yu, stop right there," Qin Hang said angrily. Naturally, Qin Hang harbored great resentment towards Chen Yu. From the very beginning, there had been significant animosity, and the conflict between the Qin and Chun families had caused heavy losses for the Qin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a position now, feeling inferior among the other wealthy young men. And now the Qin family still had to look to others for support, especially since he himself had to follow behind Xiao Fan. What's wrong? Feeling wronged? Is it uncomfortable to follow Xiao Fan? Chen Yu said, since you're not feeling well, why not follow me? I can definitely give you a good position here. You think you can compare with young Master Xiao? What are you? Just a spendthrift. And now the Chun family is about to be ruined by you. Yet you still have the face to speak arrogantly here? Chapter 339, but Chun Yu remained silent. Seeing that Chun Yu was not speaking, Yuan Shui'er felt a bit annoyed. Do you see? Shui'er, this is his true face, eating and running. Moron Wanner continued. Chun Yu was almost going crazy. He really had no way to deal with this woman. I've just been too busy lately. Busy flirting with others. I know. Moron Wanner added more fuel to the fire. Chun Yu was really about to explode. With this woman around, he truly didn't know what to say. He really couldn't compete with her. He could only remain silent. Why are you here today? Yuan Shui'er asked at this moment. She also knew that there were some conflicts between Chun Yu and Xiao Fan. He invited me, so of course I came. Chun Yu said lightly. But what if he does something to you? Yuan Shui'er asked. It doesn't matter, I don't care anyway. Chun Yu replied. He had already guessed this matter. There would definitely be a beginning between the two of them, and this approach was not bad. Chapter 340, this large birthday party. Chun Yu knew about it from the novel's plot, and, at that time, it was Xiao Fan who got Yuan Shui'er, of course. This was after taking down the Chun family, and after this, the Chun family completely withdrew from the competition among the aristocratic families in Binhai. Chun Yu thought about the plot of the novel, while also wondering if this guy would propose to Yuan Shui'er like before today. That seemed unlikely. After all, the two of them hadn't interacted much. However, Chun Yu also noticed that the plot seemed to be moving in the direction of the protagonist, and the system was still biased towards the protagonist. This made him very helpless. System, what impact does the change in the novel's plot have on me? The change in the plot is a good thing for you as the antagonist, of course. It can also trigger some other unforeseen events. Additionally, your rewards have increased, but it may also lead to changes in the protagonist's destiny value. Changes in the protagonist's destiny value? Chun Yu asked in confusion. It means that if the changes are moving towards the protagonist's direction, then you will be impacted and your destiny value will decrease significantly. And you will also face some other task arrangements that are unfavorable for you. Chapter 341, after Chun Yu finished, the few people who were beaten also stood up, pointing at Chun Yu and cursing continuously. But for some reason, no one came forward, not even the security personnel in the hotel. Standing upstairs, Xiao Fan and Lian watched this scene, and Lian smiled faintly, saying, Xiao Fan, why aren't they arresting him? With this, that guy will lose all his face. Haha, don't arrest him, let him continue like this. Now, the Qin family has very few partners to cooperate with. If this continues, people will definitely become more disgusted with him, and then the Chun family will be in trouble. Of course, I don't want the Chun family to go down like this. Oh, Lian cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Fan. It seems young Master Xiao has other ideas. Doesn't young Masterly have any? Just let them walk away with hundreds of billions? Isn't that too much a loss? Haha, of course not. There have already been reports about some matters within the Chun family, even regarding many things about Chen Youfa. If it can be successful, Chen Youfa will be arrested. Chapter 342, in a place like Binhai, it is surprising that two talents came out at the same time, which surprised Suguwei. People sat here chatting, discussing some recent matters, especially after hearing that Chun Yu directly purchased a part of Shanghai City, which brought about a wave of laughter. Everyone here has connections in the capital and already knew the inside information. But they didn't expect that this matter was still a trap set by Xiao Fan for Chun Yu. Xiao Fan, you really have a way. Spending 1 billion directly caused the other party to lose several hundred billion. And if they continue to invest, it will probably cost even more. The Chun family is probably finished. This is indeed ridiculous. This Shanghai City project is wasted. The Chen family is really unlucky to encounter such a spendthrift. In less than 2 months, this Shanghai City project will be over. As long as the flight routes are established, this Shanghai City will become an abandoned project. Several people were talking. At this moment, Su Guowei frowned slightly. He knew about the Shanghai City project and the inside story, but he was also very curious as to why Chen Yu dared to take it on. Chapter 343, welcome everyone to my birthday party. Your presence is a favor to me, Xiao Fan. Today we gather in Binhai, and I hope that from now on, We can all get along well. Xiao Fan said seriously. The people below applauded. Xiao Fan looked decent and seemed very upright, and he was also very cultured. So many women gazed at him with admiration. Xiao Fan looked at the crowd, smiled slightly, and said, "Since today is such a joyful occasion, I'll say one more thing. Since you are all here today, from now on, we will all be partners and work together." With this statement, everyone was very happy. Xiao Fan and these other young masters from the capital were quite good, and they were people in the circle. As long as they could establish some relationship with the Daxiao group in the future, their business would grow even larger. Moreover, so many heavyweight figures were present today, giving everyone a more direct understanding of Xiao Fan. They all nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 344. Xiao Fan smiled again in his heart. This is the effect he wanted. With this, Chunyu would continue to attract everyone's ire, and if this went on, the Chun family would probably be finished soon. After Chunyu finished speaking, everyone cast angry glances at him. Thus, Chunyu walked out. The banquet continued, and people had become much more harmonious. Outside, Yuan Shuer looked at Chunyu and said worriedly, "Are you being too impulsive in what you're doing? There's no need to tear our faces apart now. There's no need to hide anything. If we do this, won't they think the Chun family is doomed?" Chunyu chuckled, appearing completely unconcerned. "But after this, your Chun family will really be in a difficult position." Muron Wanner beside him also said the same. "There's no need to worry about that. The Chun family doesn't have much of an industry left, just this project in Shanghai City." At this point, Chi Hung suddenly said, "Oh right, I almost forgot." Chi Hung slapped his forehead and said anxiously, "We're in big trouble, Brother Chun. This Shanghai City project needs to be disposed of quickly. It said that the flight routes pass through there, and it's already been confirmed." Chapter 345. Chunyu was truly angry at this scene. He never expected the system to be so shameless. "I want to exchange," Chunyu hurriedly said. "There's no time left. If I don't exchange now, I might be in big trouble." Ding! The host has received the master-level gift package from them all, valid for 5 minutes. Damn it! Only 5 minutes. Chunyu immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his spirit changed at that moment. More importantly, he could now even sense the location of the other party. Wow, is this master level really that powerful? Chunyu adjusted his breathing and jumped out. The moment he jumped out, a gunshot rang out. Then came a series of intense gunfire. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Where is he? The person was actually gone? They never expected such a thing to happen. At that moment, a swoosh sound came, and a dagger was already at a person's throat. The dagger pierced through. This person lay flat on the ground. Several people turned around and began to shoot into the surrounding darkness, but still, there were no results. Chapter 346. The next day. After Chunyu woke up, Lu Xuanning and the others had already gone to the company. After yesterday's events, Lu Xuanning and her team were much more cautious. After having a bit of food, Chunyu was just about to go out to find his family when he received a phone call. It was his father calling. "Come over now," Shin Yofa said in a deep voice. "All right." Chunyu didn't ask any questions and got up directly. He left the house and headed to the company. When he arrived at the company, he learned the specific reason. It turned out that the company had actually started holding a board meeting. In a large conference room, there was constant arguing. "Chairman Chun, you have to give us an explanation for this matter, right? Brother Chun, we all followed you here. But now with the company in this situation, everyone is very worried. Chairman Chun, we think there should be a revote. We feel you don't need to be in this position anymore. Otherwise, our company might be doomed. Yes, Brother Chun, why don't you step back and give up this position? And then our company can still develop." Chapter 347. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Chun Yofa looked at the crowd below, then waved his hand and said solemnly, "What you said is correct, but so what?" As the head of the Chun family and the first family in Binhai, Chun Yofa was naturally imposing. When he spoke, everyone quieted down. He Weigua, being questioned like this, showed a slight panic on his face, but then continued, "Not much. I just think if you leave, it would definitely be the best thing for the company. You want me to withdraw from the board? Of course. Selling the company is your best choice now. As for your other shares, you can keep them. If anyone wants to sell, I can take them at the value set by Chairman Chen." He Weigua continued. The crowd began to hesitate, unsure of what to do. Many of these people were veterans in the company. Their shares weren't much, but they still held some, and right now, the company's problems were indeed significant. Chapter 348. No way, this project can still continue. It's a good project. Chunyu said again. Huh, this project can continue? Chun Yofa was curious. On this route, There are some places that have some impact, which poses great problems for the flights. So I've already made some applications with the authorities, and after passing through a nursing home, the living conditions of the local residents aren't good either. Considering all aspects, this should be no problem. If you go to the government now and propose to actively develop a piece of land and donate a large school, I think this flight route should be able to change. Is that possible? Shin Yofa was excited. As a seasoned businessman, he certainly understood what this meant. If this happens, the value of this place would increase significantly, and it could even lead to a substantial increase in the local area. Without hesitation, Shin Yofa stood up and went straight to the government, ignoring Chunyu. Chapter 349. Zhang Weishan glanced at Chunyu in front of him and then stopped looking. In his view, Chunyu really didn't understand anything. Chunyu scanned the scene and continued. Let's stop. This is not acceptable. It poses significant harm to the human body. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Weishan shouted angrily. His self-developed product was being criticized like this. He was very angry. Don't say that. Is this product really that bad? I've used it, and I think it's quite good. It's the best on the market. It is good, but that's only short-term. In the long run, there are significant problems. The medicinal properties in it can harm a person's skin. You're talking nonsense. Hearing Chinyu say this, Zhang Weishan was even angrier. General Manager Liu, is this still my decision? If it is, let this guy leave now. Otherwise, I'll leave. Then go ahead. Chinyu said. Zhang Weishan was taken aback, then put down his things and turned to leave. Chapter 350. A few people were chatting together online, and when they saw Chunyu, everyone was very happy. Chunyu noticed that the popularity of several people's live streams was like this, and he said, I'm here. Everyone has suffered. Hearing Chunyu say this, Shan Shue's eyes turned red, and she said, Brother Wang, it's up to you. I've been waiting for you. Well, it's fine. Let's go play on another platform. Chunyu said at last. The others all nodded. Now their contract with the official side had expired, and they had been waiting for Chunyu. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, the audience at the scene became excited. Shan Shui even said, Really? But where are we going? She had known about this for a long time, and now she wouldn't think it was a big deal. It was because of Brother Wang that she had this situation now, so go to another platform was fine with her. Someone will talk to you later. Chinyu said directly. He had assigned Lu Chong to handle this matter. The investment side of DU had also started working on it a month ago, and a live streaming platform had been built. Chapter 351. After this person finished speaking, the others all burst into laughter. It must be said that for many, this was indeed the case. Everyone had already turned this matter into a joke. Meanwhile, in the distance, some elderly people were sitting together, watching the scene with smiles on their faces. Old Li, your kid did quite well this time. Not bad, but compared to Xiao Fan and this guy, it's still a long way off. Xiao Fan is indeed impressive. He truly has strength. After hearing Old Li's praise, the old man beside him nodded. There are indeed some talents in Benhai. Besides Xiao Fan, it seems that the guy from the Chun family is also interesting. I wonder how it will turn out in the end. I think Xiao Fan is not capable. At this moment, an old man shook his head. Everyone looked over, seeing an old man in a wheelchair, smiling and saying, Old Han, are you here to join the fun too? Of course, I've been in Benhai all along. Why wouldn't I come? Besides, I'm not dead yet. I'm doing quite well. Chapter 352. After the phone call was made, it left those shouting people dumbfounded. They knew clearly that these companies belonged to them. Are you going to sell their stocks? One of the fat men sneered a few times. In his view, even if the Chun family's strength was good, it was no longer the same Chun family as before. Do they still think they could dominate? You think you're qualified? The fat man stepped forward, a mocking expression on his face, looking directly at Chunyu and saying, Is it you? Do you think you're qualified? You don't really think your strength is strong, do you? Are you going to suppress our company? Then I want to see how you do it. At this moment, a voice spoke up again. Su Wei stepped forward. After learning about this matter, he looked displeased. Moreover, now he was on Xiao Fan's side, so he had no worries at all. In his view, the Chen family had long lost all status in Benhai. It was really funny that so many people were still following them, saying this was simply too ridiculous. Chapter 353. Then I'll join the fun too. By Jiashu stepped forward, standing in front of that person. After seeing this, Su Wei became excited. The young master from the capital actually stood on his side, which made his heart surge with excitement. Seeing Bai Jiashu step forward, everyone was surprised. Chi glanced at Bai Jiashu, then looked at Chi Hung with a gloomy face. In this situation, there was no room for the other side to fight back. Of course, the happiest was Su Wei. He stepped forward and continued. Aren't you trying to suppress us? Come on, keep going. Don't just talk. Chi Hung looked at Su Wei and sneered, saying, You think you're qualified? What? Do you think it won't affect you at all? Then you can try. Chi Hung said. He still believed Chun Yu's words. Since Chun Yu said it was possible, it meant these people were not even in Chun Yu's eyes. At this moment, Chun Yu remained silent, standing there as if he didn't care about such verbal provocations. Just then, Su Wei received a phone call. Chapter 354, is it going to fail? Do you have that kind of strength? Xiao Fan walked up, staring at Chun Yu. This situation made him quite displeased. Originally, this matter made him uncomfortable, as he had been in a price war with Chun Yu and Jinghai. And now there was a scandal of counterfeit goods on his side, which left Xiao Fan in a difficult position. After finally stabilizing the situation, he certainly hated Chun Yu to the bone. But unexpectedly, this person still said such things. Immediately, he stood up without any courtesy and said, Let's see how strong you really are. Even if you have Jinghai now, it won't do you any good. Are you sure? At this moment, Chun Yu raised his head with a smile. Even with so many young masters in front of him, he showed no fear. Of course, Xiao Fan coldly replied, his eyes revealing a faint murderous intent, which vanished the moment he looked at Chun Yu. Xiao Fan had already done most of the preparations. In his view, it was nothing. It was just such a matter, and he had already understood clearly with the higher-ups that this project was exclusively his. Did other people want to participate? Chapter 355, you don't need to worry about that. They can't do it according to our plan at all. And moreover, this time I'm directly preparing to poach all their personal stores. What? Poach them all? Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Chi Hung was stunned. What is wrong? Is it not possible? Chun Yu smiled and said, Do they even agree? Do they have any doubts? Chi Hung was extremely surprised. If all these stores moved to Jinghai on the same day, then Jumai would definitely be finished. No need to say more. Moreover, once the news gets out, it will affect the project, and the project can only be taken over by them. In the face of interests, no one would be unwilling. Besides, I believe in our mall. Chun Yu said seriously. Their mall is already very well developed now. Originally, there were some weaknesses in logistics, but recently, Chi Hung has improved a lot, which has led to a tremendous change in their mall. This time, Chun Yu directly spent nearly 50 billion on the recruitment plan. Chapter 356 thus, his business empire is becoming more and more stable. Xiao Fan was thinking about how to take action against Chun Yu in the future because he had been feeling too stifled during this period. Many people were still present, waiting for the project's conclusion. This is a major project, and it has garnered national attention. Therefore, everyone is watching to see who will ultimately take it over. In an office somewhere, dozens of experts were examining various proposals, each carefully reviewing them. An elderly man in the middle was intently staring at these proposals, comparing two of them. Lu Yang, which of these two do you think is the best? Which one can bring the most vitality to this region? At another table, someone was still researching the latest proposals. Upon hearing the elderly man's question, he hurriedly turned around. Old Lu, these two? Liu Yang quickly approached, looking at the two proposals on the table. After seeing the names of the two proposals, Lu Yang understood. Old Lu, these two proposals are indeed good, and both companies are performing well. However, in this regard, I still believe Jinghai is better. Jinghai's development is much better than Jumai's. Chapter 357, huh? People looked at Chun Yu, feeling that he was being too excessive. Although Jumai is not as good as Jinghai now, is still decent. You have to be responsible for what you said. Xiao Fan stood up at this moment. Of course, I am responsible. Didn't you say you have over 10,000 stores? Now tell me how many you actually have in front of the media. Chun Yu said coldly. Xiao Fan sneered a few times and said, Of course, over 10,000. Is that so? But according to my investigation, there are only 100 or 200. Are you saying the rest is a lie? Chun Yu said again. Huh? What? Impossible. Everyone was stunned by Chun Yu's words. Haha, Chun Yu. I thought you could come up with a good excuse, but unexpectedly, you said this? Our shops have long exceeded 10,000. If you need, I can open our website for you to see right now. Xiao Fan was even more pleased. ISNT this promoting his mall? Even better. All right, let's take a look. Chun Yu said again. Fine, let me show you our mall. Xiao Fan said happily. Chapter 358, the sudden occurrence of this situation left everyone a bit dazed. No one expected it to be like this. A project that had already been confirmed unexpectedly encountered problems. Moreover, Chun Yu even questioned the project team face to face. Wasn't he this intentionally putting the project team in a difficult position? Many people felt that Chunyu was too arrogant. After all, this is the project team. Openly questioning them is just asking for trouble, right? Now he even launched some attacks on Jumai, as if there really were major issues on Jumai's side. Many people were very surprised. The scene had long been chaotic. Major media outlets, after Chunyu's remarks, had surrounded Xiao Fan's side completely. To the public, this matter was not that simple. Chi Hung, who was beside him, looked at this scene with a worried expression. Brother Chi, is it okay for us to do this? A lot of elders came this time. If they become repulsed, then we. It doesn't team matter. They can think whatever they want. That has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our job well. Chunyu said slowly. This is their problem, and it has nothing to do with us. Besides, we can't let them take advantage of us for free. Chapter 359, the situation in Binhai, was also nearing its end. This time, Xiao Fan's defeat will definitely lead to significant changes, but he must not leave Binhai. This guy must be made to roll out. Chunyu thought. Now the plot of the novel has been altered by him. So the characters in the later plot are not closely related to Xiao Fan anymore. However, Xiao Fan's strength should not be underestimated. He is extraordinarily capable, and if he moves elsewhere, he will also have significant development, especially with Xiao Fan's background, which makes Chunyu very wary. It seems he must keep a close eye on Xiao Fan's movements. Chunyu initially thought that a series of blows to Xiao Fan would be enough to make him suffer, but who would have thought that this time? Xiao Fan could actually have Lian swallow up Chen's family's assets under his name, which was unexpected for Chunyu. Damn, these guys are really troublesome. As for their family's matters, Chunyu will definitely resolve them. Once this project is confirmed and the Shanghai City project is launched, he will start settling accounts with these guys. His funding is currently limited, so he needs to stabilize things as much as possible. After thinking for a while, Chunyu began to open his phone and started watching the live broadcast. Chapter 360 the next day. After getting up, Chunyu went straight to the company. There are many matters to attend to at the company, and he needs to handle them well. For Chunyu, it cannot be helped. Now is a critical moment, and many things indeed require his personal attention. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. He cannot let Xiao Fan and his gang find any openings. Arriving at the company, as soon as Chunyu sat down, Lu Chong walked in. President Chun, we have a problem with our logistics. Although Lu Chong's expression did not change much. His personal visit made Chunyu realize that this must be a significant issue. What happened? Chunyu continued to ask. Our logistics transportation has been interrupted by many people in the middle, and once it leaves Binhai and reaches other places, there are always unexpected incidents. I initially thought it was an accident, but now it has happened repeatedly. This has had a significant impact on our transportation efficiency. Lu Chong said straightforwardly. Chunyu's face immediately darkened. The mall is closely tied to logistics, especially logistics, which is crucial. Chapter 361. Could it be that the spendthrift is really just pretending? Thinking back to the previous times, Tang Long's various taunts at Chun, you made him feel a bit nervous. Go ahead, then I'll leave first. You can handle this yourself. Chunyu said before walking away. He knew that Tang Long would definitely agree. For Chunyu, this wasn't a big problem, but he also knew very well that he couldn't show up for such matters. In the original plot of the novel, this piece of land had major issues and ultimately fell into the hands of the Yi family. In the end, it was also through this piece of land that Xiao Fan caused the Yi family to suffer heavy losses. Then he successfully took down the Yi family, leading to him becoming invincible in the entire coastal area, which resulted in Xiao Fan's smooth sailing in various places afterward. Damn it, Chunyu couldn't take it anymore. I'll snatch your opportunity first. Now, because Chunyu secured the Shanghai City project, it allowed Xiao Fan to obtain that piece of land. So as soon as the demolition of that land began, problems would arise, and Xiao Fan would be in big trouble. This was a great opportunity. Chapter 362. Then let us find him. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Lu Xianming behind him quickly glanced at Fan Zhongyan and asked, where is he? Go find him now. Okay, I'll go find him now. Fan Zhongyan nodded quickly. This important person's illness was the most urgent matter. He turned and hurriedly ran outside. The middle-aged man glanced at his father lying in bed and slowly said, you must find him within an hour. Yes, Lu Xianming replied seriously. Also, be ready for surgery at any time. If we can't find him, we'll proceed with the surgery. But the risk is very high. It has to be this way. The middle-aged man stated. We'll do our best. Lu Xianming continued. He didn't dare to be reckless in front of this person. Even though his status in the capital's hospital was not low, he didn't dare to voice any doubts or opinions. The middle-aged man glanced again and turned to his secretary behind him, saying, "Go find this person for me. I need to locate him." "Yes." The secretary replied seriously and then turned to leave. The search for the person had already begun. Chapter 363. What do we do now? Lian said solemnly. "If he engages in a price war, then we will too," Xiao Fan replied. "But we can't compete with them right now." Lian frowned. This isn't good. The previous project already gave me a headache because Xiao Fan's interference caused us to lose our qualification, which really upset me. But who would have thought that there would be such an issue now? If the mall project fails now, I'll lose credibility over there, which is what I'm most worried about. If that happens, I'll be in real trouble. My influence in the family will drop dramatically. It's okay. I'll handle this, Xiao Fan said seriously. Enough is enough. They dare to play this game with us? I'll have their deliveries blocked. Damn, this is so frustrating. Lian continued to curse. Xiao Fan stared at the screen and coldly said, "This is useless. It's just temporary. He must have other ways. And we can't go too far. That will draw unwanted attention, which is bad for us. So we just sit here and wait? This guy Chunyu is bullying us like this, and I want to take it lying down. I have to let him know our strength." Chapter 364. After Gu Yin'er finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Fan and said, "If there's anything, you can still talk to me. I'll help you as much as I can." "I will. But this time, it's impossible. It's too far for others to come." "No problem. The person from the Qin family is nothing to me," Gu Yin'er replied at this moment. "Don't underestimate him. Chenyu is quite strong, slightly weaker than me. But I estimate he is about on par with me now. So when you make your move, you must do it casually. Otherwise, he might see through it." I understand." Gu Lian nodded. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he turned and left. Watching Xiao Fan's departing figure, Gu Yin'er's expression gradually softened. Who would have thought that a beautiful boss in a bustling city was actually a killer and a top assassin on the dark web ranking? After Gu Yin'er tidied up her shop a bit, she also walked out. Chunyu was still directing things at the company while also discussing some other precautions within Yanran before settling down. Chapter 365. If you take the initiative, then later on, you might face a lot of trouble. The most important thing is that it will make others underestimate you. And in that case, you will have truly wasted this chance. Many people see it this way, and it's important to know that for many, this is an opportunity. But now Chunyu has directly sent this opportunity away. It's really a bit ridiculous. Many people thought this way. But at this moment, Chunyu said again, "I have no other requests. The condition of the elder's illness has nothing to do with me. I don't have full confidence. After all, this elder's identity was different, and Chunyu certainly wouldn't take on that responsibility. This was inherently unrelated to him." Su Rongxing looked at Chunyu in surprise and then nodded. "No problem. This definitely wouldn't have anything to do with you. Just watch boldly." Su Rongxing was very clear about this. For now, only this person could hope to cure his family's elder, so he certainly wouldn't say anything. "Good." Chunyu nodded and then glanced at the people behind him, saying, "You all go out now. Also, Dean Fan, bring me an alcohol lamp and a pack of needles." Chapter 366. He felt a bit of heartache seeing Chunyu like this. In the next moment, Chunyu's expression became even worse. His whole body began to tremble. Damn it, this is really too hard. Chunyu was still stubbornly resisting, squeezing out the last bit of breath from his body. "It's almost over. I must hold on, or else all my efforts will be in vain." Chunyu knew clearly that if he let go now, the blood clot would reach all parts of his brain, and that would be the end. He had to hold on. Gritting his teeth, Chunyu again channeled his breath into the affected area, pushing out a bit of the blood clot. His speed had slowed significantly, but for Chunyu, it was already a very extreme effort, and at this moment, he had no better method. It had to be this way, regardless of the circumstances. It was definitely like this. At this point, Chunyu was holding on, but outside, people were already terrified after seeing him spit blood, especially the few nurses nearby, who couldn't help but start to twitch. Chapter 367. Fan Zhongyan walked over and looked at Chunyu, asking, "How are you feeling now?" "I'm hungry. There aren't any other issues," Chunyu replied. He was just fatigued. There was nothing else. Fan Zhongyan nodded. Indeed, it was like that. He then addressed Lu Xianming in front of him, saying, "Director Lu." Lu Xianming looked at Chunyu and said, "You rest here for a while. Soon, Minister Su will come to see you." "Okay." Chunyu nodded. He roughly guessed the identity of this person was different, but he didn't expect it to be this different. However, since things had already turned out this way, he wouldn't say anything more. Soon, Su Rongxing walked in. "How are you feeling now?" He asked seriously as he approached the bed. Well, I feel good. I just need to rest for a bit. How's Grandpa Su? Chinyu asked. No problem. My father is doing very well now. He is in good spirits, Su Rongxing replied. All right, once I recover, I'll prescribe 2 doses of medicine for him to recuperate, Chinyu said. Chapter 368. After wandering around for a while, Chinyu didn't say anything more. For him, it wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, on another platform, Shinbo's expression was grim. How many have they reached now? They've already surpassed our online numbers. What? How many people do they have? They just went online not long ago. At this moment, Chunbo was extremely irritated. What can we do, President Shin? They have Jinghai Mall driving traffic. So we can't compare. Someone said awkwardly. Are they really that fast? Yes. After hearing a confirmation, Chunbo's expression turned serious. The situation seemed really difficult. Now, his financing had also encountered trouble, and with such a competitor, it was truly frustrating. After thinking for a moment, he continued to speak to someone in front of him. Keep a close eye on their movements. No matter what, we must poach their people over here. This is a critical moment for financing. Don't let any issues arise. Chapter 369. Chinyu looked up and was surprised to see a woman speaking to him. Chinyu was taken aback and smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. This woman seemed to have quite a temper. He hadn't said anything, yet she was addressing him like this. However, from her posture, Chunyu could roughly guess that she should be from the military. He didn't feel anything unusual about this. It was normal, given her distinguished background. Of course, Chinyu still didn't know who she was. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Su Lao smiled and continued. Yin, don't scare him like that. He's a big man. There's nothing to scare him about. Su Yin's pretty face showed a smile, seemingly pleased with her earlier comment. Chinyu glanced at the woman and then said to Su Lao, It's fine. Are you Chinyu? Su Yin asked, staring at him. Yes, Chinyu replied honestly. There's nothing different about you. I thought you were someone important, but I've heard you spend money like water. You're quite the qualified spendthrift. Su Yin continued. So how do you know medicine? Chapter 370. Su Lao's face was filled with smiles, and there was more appreciation in his gaze towards Chunyu. Little Chun, your medical skills are truly remarkable, far surpassing those old men in the bureau. You're really impressive. Come on, how about I take you to the bureau? They will definitely be happy to see you. Chunyu's heart stirred suddenly, but he shook his head and said, I think I'll pass. I'm not cut out for that. I'm not very principled, and I'm afraid I might embarrass you. Su Lao smiled again, holding Chunyu in even higher regard. Generally, at this point, most people would be unable to resist agreeing, as that place was not somewhere just anyone could go. Once you were there, your status would naturally be significant. But Chunyu was actually unwilling to go and even said he was afraid of embarrassing himself, which was a polite refusal but left a good impression. It's fine. If you don't want to go, then don't. Let those old guys be envious. Now, show me what's wrong with my back. Now that Chunyu, this little miracle doctor, was here, he naturally had to take a good look. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste? Chapter 371. The area was overgrown with weeds, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. Litter was scattered everywhere, and the place was in disarray, clearly showing that it had long been deserted. Chunyu was unfamiliar with this place, but he had already begun to change. He was feeling the environment around him, and his spirit was highly focused. In his view, since someone had brought him here, they must have been prepared. Chunyu leisurely walked to a wide area and shouted, Come out. I'm here. He shouted loudly, and soon someone appeared. On top of the pipe, 2 people stood, hands on their heads. Slowly take off everything you have on you and throw it out. One person, holding a submachine gun, pointed it at Chunyu and shouted angrily. Chunyu directly threw down his belongings. The person looked at Chunyu for a moment and said flatly, Not holding a gun? No, Chunyu replied. Another person walked up, checked Chunyu's body, nodded, and then shouted at him, Go follow us. Chapter 372. When people looked, they did not see Chunyu's figure at all. It was too fast. Chunyu's movements just now were like a ghost, shocking many people's hearts. The expression on Yishio's face also turned grim. He did not expect to encounter such a prominent figure at this time. It must be said that such a person was quite a headache for him. From the moment he made his move, he sensed this guy's terrifying power. Not simple. Yishio hurriedly shouted to the people around him, Everyone, get your act together, quickly, gather together. At this time, the best way was to gather together. Otherwise, if this guy kept taking action, it would be over. Yishio's aura also emanated out. A small team around him had already gathered. This was his small team. which had been following him for a long time and had considerable strength. They all obeyed Yishio's orders and came over. One person held a submachine gun, eyes scanning the area, ready to fire at the slightest movement. It must be said that these few people had quite a strong oppressive force. At this moment, Chenyu was in the dark, but as soon as he moved slightly, a gunshot rang out. Chapter 373. If he had known this guy's strength was so extraordinary, how could he have let those two women go? Originally, he hoped to get a considerable sum of money through those two women. But now it seemed like a complete loss. He did not expect that a waste in the eyes of everyone would have such terrifying skills. And he had never heard that this person's strength would be so formidable. Now Yishio lay on the ground, unable to move. Just now, the punch from that person had seemingly shattered his entire chest, and his muscles felt as if they were being torn apart by a meat grinder, causing him immense pain. Yishio felt the waves of pain from his nerves and stared at the person across from him, then continued to look at Chenyu. Who exactly are you? How could someone like you appear in such a place? Is that not allowed? Chenyu smiled faintly, staring at Yishio. Talk. About what? Yishio asked. Talk about who ordered you to kill me. Of course, that's not important to me, but I'm very curious. Chenyu looked at Yishio, half squatting, completely unconcerned about Yishio being covered in blood and still bleeding. Chapter 374. Chun, you felt really tired after a day. After the medical treatment last night and the events of today, if it weren't for the system, he really wouldn't know what to do. This made Chenyu suddenly worry more. He had a lot of responsibilities to bear now, but the pressure on him was increasing. Everyone needed care, which worried him greatly. If something unexpected happened one day, it would be really bad. Chenyu clenched his fists tightly. Now he needed to gradually establish his own power. All along, he had been relying on his family's influence to develop, but now, the Chen family had been severely hit, and those who used to follow him had long since left. This made Chenyu feel that he should establish his own power. Currently, he had the Qinglong gang underground, which was not a big problem. And now the Qinglong gang had already transitioned into the entertainment sector, so there was no need for any worry. As for Zhuo Bufan, he was still very trustworthy at the moment. He was a reliable person, and the remaining one was Qi Hong. Chapter 375. Chenyu nodded. Then looking at the empty table, he said, You didn't cook? I can't. Han Shui said awkwardly. She was still waiting for Chenyu to cook. Chenyu helplessly had to go cook himself. Han Shui sat there watching Chenyu, occasionally giving him a few instructions. Finally, some dishes were ready. Han Shui started eating directly, without waiting for Chenyu. Soon, after a whirlwind of eating, several plates were clean. You really can eat, Chenyu said, staring at Han Shui across the table. Han Shui looked aggrieved and said, I didn't eat that much. Besides, it doesn't matter if I eat, I don't gain weight. Not even in my chest. After saying that, Han Shui glanced at her chest a few times. Huh. Chenyu also glanced over, exclaiming in surprise. Can this be a form of bragging? However, Han Shui's chest was indeed quite large. She actually complained it was small? This was too much. Han Shui's figure was slightly plump, but because her height was not low, she looked like the type that men liked, especially with her two mountains that seemed about to tumble, which looked very appealing. Chapter 376. In the hospital room, Old Su was chatting with someone. When he saw Chenyu arrive, he waved directly. Come over, Old Su said with a smile. Chenyu approached, greeted Old Su, and then greeted several other elderly people. When they saw Chenyu, these elderly people all looked surprised. They all knew Chenyu, and Chenyu recognized one of them, Old Han, and greeted him too. Old Su looked at Old Han and asked, Old Han, do you know him? Yes, I know. Old Su, I thought you were talking about someone else. Turns out it's this guy. You should have said earlier, if you need him, I could have brought him over directly. Does this guy still dare to act recklessly? Old Han said. Old Su chuckled a few times and said, The flood swept through the Dragon King temple. It turns out we are all in the same boat. That's right, we're all in the same boat. If anyone needs anything in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Chenyu said. The other elderly people nodded again. Such a statement was significant, directly saying everyone meant that all were in the same boat, which was something people were very happy about. No matter what, he still considered their feelings. Chapter 377. He had known about this matter for a long time, and very early on, Xiao Fan had already started making arrangements. Their family's old man had also specially sought someone, so he was able to get involved. This was the highest level circle in the capital, very different, and compared to ordinary circles, this should be the most prestigious circle in the entire capital. The most important thing is the invitation from that young master in the capital. Ordinary people have no chance of coming. Even among the prominent families, very few can attend. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lian also chuckled a few times but didn't say much. In his view, Xiao Fan is his partner now, and he genuinely believes that cooperation with Xiao Fan is indeed possible. Their company is still quite large, and the results of their collaboration have been significant. They have already acquired a substantial portion of the Chun family's assets. Lian's status in the family has risen sharply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this banquet. This is a great opportunity that must be seized. Lian looked at Xiao Fan and said seriously, "We must not underestimate the scale of this event. So we need to be fully prepared and ensure that there are no issues." Chapter 378, Chunyu nodded. He could see this point as well. It was also for this reason that Chunyu readily agreed. He was well aware that, given his current situation, it was not easy to say. Moreover, he knew that this would likely lead to many people causing him trouble. "So, just handle this matter properly for me." Su Yin added, "Isn't it unnecessary for me to go? Is it because this young master from the capital is looking for a partner?" Chunyu probed. This is something that happens later in the novel's plot. Su Yin stared at Chunyu with wide eyes and slowly said, "Who told you that?" She did not expect Chunyu to know so much. The identity of that person is something even ordinary prominent families wouldn't have the qualifications to know. Yet Chunyu knows. Su Yin was extremely shocked at this moment because this was a significant matter, and he even knew about the selection of a partner. Most importantly, although the Chun family is a prominent family in Binhai, they're completely insignificant in a place like the capital and would never be involved with the top-tier wealthy families. Thus, Su Yin was very surprised in such a situation. Chapter 379, after getting out of the car, Chunyu followed Su Yin closely. In this situation, he certainly didn't dare to wander around. If he got caught, it would not be fun at all. Once they arrived home, there was only a maid present, and Chunyu relaxed a bit. Su Yin went upstairs, changed into a dress, and then came down. When Chunyu saw that Su Yin had changed into a skirt, he was stunned. This woman actually has a dress? Over the past 2 days, Chunyu had only seen Su Yin in tight-fitting clothes, looking like a man. Not to mention showing off any other parts, not even her legs. He thought she was conservative. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in the capital, she had become more feminine. Su Yin noticed Chunyu staring at her and shot him a few glares. "What's wrong? Haven't you seen a woman before?" Although she scolded him, she felt very pleased inside. Chunyu explained, "It's not that. I just didn't expect you to look so good in a dress." Now, wearing a dress, Su Yin completely revealed her charm. "Let's go." "Where to?" Chapter 380. Others gathered around, all looking surprised, not expecting that Chunyu actually had such a skill. Su Yin glanced at him sideways and then commented, "What is so special about that? Isn't it just 2 characters written?" Dr. Chun is indeed skilled. I'll accept this prescription. If Dr. Chun needs any help, I will certainly do my best." Xiao Lei smiled and accepted it. People didn't think much of it, but they were still quite surprised that Chun, you could write such characters. They looked at Chunyu with new eyes. Of course, everyone was not overly enthusiastic. After all, Chunyu was just a doctor. After exchanging for a long time, people did not find out that Chunyu had any background, so naturally, they somewhat neglected him. In their view, Chunyu was nothing special. Perhaps he was just close to Su Yin. Meanwhile, people continued to discuss other matters, including topics about Jinghai. "Well, Lin, what kind of place is Jinghai? It's so impressive. Jinghai is indeed doing well, much better than Jumai." Chapter 381. They knew that Jinghai had not raised funds for several rounds in a row, which surprised them. Because the internet is very costly, they also did not expect that the boss behind Jinghai would be so wealthy. So, when they learned that it was Chunyu, they were all astonished. But soon they became much calmer. Since he was Su Yan's friend, they should have guessed some things, but they did not expect him to be the boss of Jinghai. Although everyone had respectable identities, they still showed great respect when facing Chunyu, the owner of a 100 billion company. They were all second-generation rich kids, relying on their families, but Chunyu was different. He relied on himself, and they envied him for that, at least in terms of wealth. They had already fallen behind quite a bit. "All right, let us split it evenly," Xiao Lei said with a smile. "Brother Chun, we won't be polite then." "Huh, we are all friends, but my price will be a bit higher, so everyone can decide for themselves. If you're willing, invest, and let's make money together." Chunyu said. "How much?" someone asked. Chapter 382. If something remarkable happens at this banquet, it would be a great thing for them. However, unfortunately, it seems that this matter is still hard to say at present. Who knows what will happen next? For them, everyone attaches great importance to this gathering. After everyone finished sharing their thoughts, they looked at Su Yin. Su Yin said lightly, I didn't bring anything. I was just here as an extra. I never intended to participate in any banquet here. Ha! With Chen Yu here, would you think of anyone else? Someone teased. Su Yin also pinched one of the beautiful women in front of her, her face flushing slightly. He'll go too. Su Yin continued. Him? People were even more surprised. Isn't he invited by Jun Xiao? No, I asked him to come as my dance partner, Su Yin said. At that moment, no one said anything. Actually, everyone understands Su Yin's thoughts and can roughly guess what she is after. Su Yin, does your uncle know about this? Chapter 383. After clarifying things, Chen Yu felt no pressure about this matter at all. For him, this Jun Xiao really had nothing to do with him. To him, this person's existence meant nothing. After getting dressed, he naturally headed towards the banquet. A charming blue phantom slowly arrived at a large entrance. Through the car window, Chen Yu could see a few brightly lit buildings in the distance, which should be the venue for tonight's gathering. However, this place is really huge. Could it be that this is all their family's property? Chen Yu gasped. In the valuable land of Beijing, there could actually be such a mansion? This is truly a wealthy family. This is nothing. Such properties are common among some prominent families in Beijing. Seeing that Chen Yu still looked surprised, Su Yin said lightly, This is the first time I've heard of it. It's really not small. Chen Yu was seeing such a large area for the first time, even on television. Such scenes were rare. In a vast estate behind the main gate, there was a cypress road leading straight to that area. Chapter 384 in the distance. A few people stood there with grim expressions, especially Xiao Fan, who was wearing a blue suit. He did not expect that Chen Yu would also come. Did they invite him? Xiao Fan curiously asked, glancing at Li Enli, and also looked in that direction and said they probably wouldn't. What identity or status does the Chen family have? It seems he was invited, but who invited him? Su Yin? Upon seeing Chen Yu chatting with Su Yin and appearing to have known each other for a long time, he was filled with curiosity. This is unlikely, right? What status does the Su family have to be involved with him? He asked nothing. A person in front also said disdainfully. In his view, with Chen Yu's capabilities, it was impossible for him to enter the real circle of Beijing, let alone know such people. It should be known that their families are merely prominent on the surface. But the Su family is immensely powerful and has an impressive network, making any comparison between them meaningless. Chapter 385 Prodigal. He's the boss of Jinghai. How can you call him a prodigal? Besides, only those with money can be prodigal, right? How do you know about his situation? After rebutting, Xiao Lei then asked. That Xiao Fan said so. They all know each other from Binhai, and Li knows him too. You should keep your distance from this guy. I've heard his character is not good. At this moment, that person said again. Xiao Lei's expression darkened. What does that mean? Not a good character? Xiao Lei didn't see it that way. Based on his years of experience, he was very interested in Chen Yu and thought he was quite good. As for those matters, he had heard some things. He glanced a few times at Xiao Fan and Lian, feeling extremely displeased, and slowly walked over. At this time, Xiao Fan and Lian were still together, promoting the matter about Chen Yu to others. Upon seeing Xiao Lei, Lian respectfully said, Brother Xiao, how's the Li family's kid doing? I heard you organized a gathering. Xiao Lei approached with a smile. He was already in his 30s, almost 40, so naturally, people would treat him with respect. Chapter 386 Chen Yu thought this way, but Bai Jiashu did not. Upon seeing Chen Yu arrive, he was very pleased. Previously, it was difficult for him to act in Binhai, but now it was different. Now he was in Beijing. Remembering how this guy had tricked him out of a lot of money, the more Bai Jiashu thought about it, the angrier he became, leading to this scene. Aren't you impressive? Today, I'll publicly teach you a lesson, so you know what it's like. Haha, I wonder who it was. Turns out to be Bai Jiashu. What is up? Want to give me 10 billion again? I remember that 10 billion was given to you by someone else. What's going on? Have you paid it back? At this moment, Chen Yu looked very relaxed, as if he were not angry at all, standing there calmly. He appeared completely indifferent. People looked over, wanted to know what was going on. However, they were all surprised to find that Chen Yu actually knew Bai Jiashu. It seemed this person's strength was indeed not simple. Everyone knew that since he could make Bai Jiashu hate him like this, he must be extraordinary. You don't need to worry about that. What's wrong? Can't mix in Binhai anymore. So now you're coming to Beijing? This isn't a place for you. What right do you have to be arrogant? And I heard that your Chun family is finished now, right? Chapter 387, this matter ended just like that. And now people had a new understanding of Chen Yu. This was just the beginning. Before even entering the venue, people had already formed a rough understanding of this first prodigal son from Binhai. Meanwhile, Lian and Xiao Fan also looked grim. Neither of them expected Chunyu to attend this banquet. They really had no good feelings towards Chunyu. Moreover, just now Xiao Lei had said that, which made them feel a bit embarrassed. They had just called him a prodigal. But now he was the behind-the-scenes boss of Jinghai Mall. Such strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. Chunyu's situation was not a secret to these people. And soon everyone basically understood his strength. Once they realized that Chunyu was actually the boss of Jinghai Mall, people became much more proactive. Now that Jinghai's development had exceeded their expectations, it had become quite reliable overall. Many people were optimistic about Jinghai's development, so several approached Chunyu to greet him. Chunyu politely exchanged a few greetings, but did not make any other moves. Chapter 388. You guys don't know anything. Xiao Lei cursed while watching. Unlike others' views, he found Chunyu's actions somewhat surprising. Normally, people wouldn't dare to act this way out of fear, and it was precisely this reason that made this guy so arrogant. If they couldn't even speak up about such matters, wouldn't that be too cowardly? Xiao Lei admired Chunyu a few more times, thinking to himself that if Chunyu could get through today's events, he would definitely support him from now on. He had a vague feeling that this person's strength was not simple. What he was doing was establishing authority, showing everyone that they thought life in Jinghai was easy. How many people were watching? Xiao Lei continued. Now that he had shares in Jinghai, he was certainly on Chunyu's side. Moreover, he found Chunyu quite interesting, surprisingly. He had even gained the tacit approval of the Su family, which was quite difficult. Of course, this was largely related to having saved the old man. After returning home from dinner, Xiao Lei had already investigated Chunyu's background and learned about the recent events involving the Su family, naturally understanding that the Su family owed Chunyu a significant favor. Chapter 389. What are you doing here? Chunyu also asked. He didn't expect to run into acquaintances here. He originally thought Chi Hung would come, but later found out that Chi Hung had no intention of coming at all. Now that Chi Hung had his own career and was busy, he had long lost interest in this circle in the capital, so he didn't think of coming, leaving only Chunyu by himself. If he can come, why can't we? Mu Rong-Wanner rolled her eyes at Chunyu and then stared at Su Yin, saying, What's going on? So you and Miss Su are together now? What happened? No longer with your fiancé? Mu Rong-Wanner's words were sharp. Chunyu didn't know how to respond and could only say, No, I'm here to help. I know you like helping women. Mu Rong-Wanner said playfully. Yuan Schwerer in front bit her red lips and remained silent, but her face didn't look good. Chunyu didn't know how to answer. Su Yin glanced at Chunyu, feeling a bit annoyed, not expecting that this guy had attracted so many people. Chapter 390. People had gathered together and started chatting in their own circles. I have to say, this scene was quite shocking for Chunyu. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying scene. There must be so many people. However, he could also sense that there were indeed many upper-class people in the capital, as well as many from prominent families, including some from outside the city, which was quite a lot. However, the aristocratic families in the capital occupied the vast majority. Everyone gathered together, discussing various recent events, including business dealings. I have to say, this place was a huge social hub. Here, you could meet many people, which was a rare opportunity for many, which is why many socialites like to attend gatherings of successful upper-class individuals. If one gained some recognition, that would be quite nice. Of course, those who could come here were all quite capable. Ordinary people would hardly catch Jun Xiao's eye. Chunyu knew very little about this person, only that there was such a character in the original novel. Chapter 391. Su Lu gritted his teeth and said, This is your own doing. Hee hee, always at your service. Chunyu replied with a smile. He had no aversion to Su Lu. Instead, he found him quite likable. This guy was straightforward, directly expressing his dislike. And such people generally didn't have many ulterior motives, which Chunyu considered a good trait. As for being arrogant, most people would think so. Even now, others felt that they were here because of Su Yin. But in fact, Su Yin had asked him for help. This favor was still a bit significant for Chunyu. It made him feel a bit uncomfortable. You have to know, coming here like this wasn't easy to explain. If this continued, the trouble would only get bigger. This could become his biggest headache in the future. He had come to terms with it now. The plot developed this way, and he had no choice. Plus, he knew that even in the future, this guy would definitely support Xiao Fan. Chunyu had long given up on that idea. Chapter 392. After chatting about various matters, people were now waiting for the arrival of the guest of honor. There were still many things to do. For everyone, getting to know each other was quite a good thing. So at the entire banquet, everyone was quite happy. Of course, there were also many beautiful women. For many, this was quite nice. Xiao Fan had already gathered a crowd around him. I have to say, Xiao Fan had a strong personal charm, spoke with good timing, and many people came over to greet him, so everyone had a good impression of this Xiao Fan from the countryside. The most important thing was that this guy was now the owner of the Jumon Mall. Naturally, many people were discussing this topic with Xiao Fan. With his vast knowledge, he quickly attracted many people, especially women. Xiao Fan's handsome appearance and eloquent speech naturally attracted women. Lian in front also smiled and said, "I say, Brother Xiao, you have too much charm with women. What are we supposed to do?" Hee, of course, it's because of young Master Li's arrival. Chapter 393. Chun Yu's words made many people feel that this guy was indeed not simple. Being publicly addressed like this and still maintaining composure was quite rare, and it could be seen that this guy indeed had emotional intelligence. In contrast, Yin Hai seemed much rougher. However, no one said anything. The Yin family's strength was not simple. They had their reasons for being arrogant. You have to know that their Yin family was currently a major player in the internet traffic, only slightly behind WeChat now. I have to say, since they did it that way, it was indeed impressive. However, many people still sighed. What was wrong with Yin Hai? Why did he have to do this? It really painted a poor picture for this outsider. Did he deserve it? A young master standing there said dismissively, looking at Chun Yu. Zhang Wei. Don't say that. This guy really isn't simple. The Jinghai Mall will not be lacking in the future, unless he messes it up himself. Then there's nothing to be done. Mess it up? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Chapter 394. For such a matter, it indeed made everyone feel that it was quite extraordinary. At this moment, Yin Hai had already stopped talking. How about this? Should I donate 100 million first? To set an example for you? Chun Yu still wasn't ready to let this opportunity slip by. In fact, he was somewhat angry at this moment. Not only because of the Yun family, but also because of those guys in the capital. They were born with an air of arrogance, which he found very unpleasant. In his view, the strength of your family is your background, but what you're doing now is a bit of a fox borrowing a tiger's might. Chun Yu certainly wasn't afraid. His money was his to spend, so what was the big deal? Chun Yu should be the toughest person in the room after all. After all, it was his own money. Yin Hai remained silent. He really didn't dare to respond. Sweat was already forming on his forehead. He was a loss, not knowing what to do. Chun Yu continued, "Also, what if you can't compete? It's better not to say certain things casually, don't you think?" At this moment, Chun Yu's gaze became much colder, like a chilling knife, sharp and directly aimed at Yun Hai across from him. Chapter 395. Is just being okay enough? Su Yan looked at Chun Yu. What else should I do? Chun Yu looked at Su Yan. Su Yan chuckled and said, "Well, your answer took me by surprise. So how should I respond? Should I scold him? Or what? Let's forget about it," Su Yan proactively said. In her view, this matter was unnecessary. After all, Jun Li's identity was different. She needed to be more cautious. Now Jun Li was also starting to mingle around, and applause occasionally erupted from the crowd. Chun Yu knew this was not intentional. It was genuine recognition. The moment he saw this person, Chun Yu realized that this person was quite capable and indeed flawless. Even Xiao Fan was no match for him. This was quite surprising to him. Over there, Xiao Fan also took the initiative to shake hands with Jun Xiao. "Hello, Yun Xiao," Xiao Fan said. After being tormented by Chun Yu, Xiao Fan now appeared much more seasoned, though he had also lost much of his original character and was not doing well in Binhai. Chapter 396. Now, in the venue. Xiao Fan had clearly become the focus of everyone's attention. After all, his relationship with Jun Li was quite good. Xiao Fan was also very happy. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time. The focus of the entire venue was finally on him. He really liked this feeling. He even intentionally glanced over at Chun Yu a few times, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. This guy finally wasn't stealing his spotlight anymore. Normally in Binhai, no matter where he walked, he felt that this guy was around, which made him very frustrated. There was nothing he could do. This guy always jumped out to take his limelight. But now it was finally much better. This issue was basically no longer a problem. Looking at the people surrounding him, Xiao Fan knew that they were actually here for Jun Li, but he didn't mind, because he also understood that perhaps only by relying on Jun Li could he make further progress. Xiao Fan smiled and tried to build good relationships with others, also attempting to expand his social circle. It must be said that his personal charm was still quite strong. After several exchanges, many people were already willing to engage with him actively. Chapter 397. With a few words, everyone in the room looked at Xiao Fan. In fact, Quite a few women were interested in Xiao Fan. After all, someone like him was quite remarkable. But now it seemed nonsense. Xiao Fan was directly provoked. This guy was intentionally trying to ruin him. Xiao Fan said coldly, "Chen Yu, this is the capital, not a place for you to run wild. You should consider where you are today. I know you have deep resentment towards me, but your actions today are truly excessive. Do I have resentment towards you? That's really laughable. Didn't I lend you money? Are you brave enough to say that? How did I treat you before? Don't you know? But you, just because you're doing a little better now, have started to forget your roots? You shouldn't act like this." Chen Yu still pretended to look aggrieved, appearing to carry a tragic emotion. People watching this scene were surprised. It seemed that these two had some history. "So you're saying I borrowed money from you?" Chen Yu asked again. Xiao Fan's face darkened. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 398. People were continuously presenting items they thought were quite good. Antiques, collectibles, ceramics. Buddha statues, calligraphy, paintings, and various rare treasures were all in abundance. It was like a competition, one after another. The flow was unending, dazzling to the eyes. Everyone took out their belongings, and Junli expressed his gratitude. He also warmly shook hands with others and occasionally chatted. People certainly respected Junli. After all, he was the top young master. At this moment, Xiao Fan also took out a large blueprint and handed it to Junli. Upon seeing it, Junli smiled and said, "You're too polite. It's nothing, Jun Xiao." Xiao Fan replied. No matter what, today he had gained some fame. Starting from today, he had a bit of reputation in the capital. This was very good. It should be noted that this would greatly facilitate future business dealings, and he had already signed some contracts with many people, which was enough to resolve their current difficulties. From now on, you don't have to call me Jun Xiao. Just call me Li Ge. Chapter 399. When he saw him for the first time, he thought this guy would be respectful like others, but from his gaze, he didn't see any respect, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. But as things progressed, he became even less happy, and the current situation made him even more irritated. Although he was known for his good temper, only he knew that he could not tolerate such things. He would not allow others to treat him this way. Time and again, is he really not a bit angry? At that moment, Junli remained silent and did not stop the insults from others. In his eyes, Chen Yu was truly arrogant. How could he not even give himself a little face? At this time, Xiao Fan saw this scene and became even more pleased, hurriedly saying, "Li Ge, I think we should kick this guy out. He is just here to cause trouble." In Xiao Fan's view, this scene was Chen Yu digging his own grave. There was no need to say anything. In such a situation, what else was there to discuss? Chapter 400 course. He also knew that this Chen Yu was not simple. Since he said this, it should mean he had noticed some issues to a large extent. He continued, "Then tell me your opinion. This is not Old Fu's work. Although I don't know where Old Fu's painting is, this one is definitely fake." Chen Yu said seriously. Whoa, the crowd erupted again. Fake? This guy really dares to say that. People's views on Chen Yu had changed significantly. This Chen Yu dared to say anything. Moreover, his actions were extremely reckless. This was indeed the case. He actually publicly claimed it was fake. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's face darkened even more. Impossible. I had many experts authenticate it. How could it possibly be fake? Xiao Fan was indeed very cautious. He consulted several experts, and only after they all said there was no problem did he bring it here. Chen Yu chuckled and said, "Impossible? That's really laughable. Do you think everything is, as you say? If that were the case, it would be too simple. Experts can make mistakes sometimes." Chapter 4. Owen. Is it even possible? People were still in doubt. They didn't understand this matter. However, there were still voices questioning it. How can you judge a painting like this? How could you possibly tell? At this moment, a voice came out. People didn't speak, but they looked at Chen Yu, as well as at Fu Yuan in front. At the scene, only Fu Yuan had the most persuasive authority. What he said is not wrong. Fu Yuan said again. Everyone dared not speak after hearing this. They didn't know what to say. Could it really be true? This Chen Yu actually understood? More importantly, this guy Chen Yu actually had a genuine piece? My God, that's too exaggerated. They thought Chen Yu was just guessing randomly, but unexpectedly, it was real. Could this guy really tell? At this moment, Fu Yuan was also very excited, standing there, slowly looking at the painting, as if he was completely immersed in it. This painting was indeed real, and it was painted by his grandfather. He had been searching for this painting for a long time, and now he had finally found it. So at this moment, he naturally felt it was very good. Chapter 402. Chen Yu was suddenly a loss for words. He could only remain silent. With these two women here, He really didn't know what to say. In this situation, Chenyu found it difficult to speak. After Su Yin and Yuan Schweder finished, Su Yin said again, since he wanted so much, "Then I'll give it to you." Yuan Schweder said nothing, but it was evident that she was somewhat displeased. Chenyu simply stopped talking. In this situation, it seemed that speaking was not a good idea. In the end, Yuan Schweder didn't say anything and walked straight out. Chenyu turned around and looked at Su Yin, only to find that she had also left. Huh? Both of them left? Chenyu looked helpless. This matter had nothing to do with him. So why did they both leave? However, the banquet was also coming to an end, and after all the incidents involving Chenyu, this banquet concluded quickly. Moreover, Junli had obtained the best item, and his mood was quite good. After the meeting broke up, people left one after another. After Chenyu came out, he was alone. There was no way. His reputation was not good, and not many people were willing to pay attention to him. Now Su Yin had left, and Yuan Schweder was nowhere to be found. Chapter 403. As everyone was secretly murmuring and filled with envy for Chenyu, another sentence came out. "Aren't you afraid that once you come, you won't be able to leave?" Whoa! Everyone gasped. Wow, what kind of fierce words are these? People turned to look at Yanran, filled with envy. In their eyes, she was indeed a stunning beauty. It was unbelievable that such a woman had her eyes on such a person. This was really too exaggerated. Chenyu honestly said, "I never said I wanted to stay here." "Then where else can you go? To other women?" Chenyu's heart raced again. At this moment, the people around him were almost spitting blood. This conversation was too stimulating, right? Not just one woman. The blonde guy who had just spoken to Chenyu also looked at him with admiration. Chenyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He could only say, "No, I just came over to talk to you about some things. Is it about business? Or did you come specifically for me?" And Yanran smiled again, her charming demeanor causing the people around her to become excited once more. It must be said that such a scene still left many people a bit stunned. Chapter 40. For then she rolled her eyes at Chenyu and quickly stood up. Chenyu did the same, hurriedly getting up. The two of them walked toward the company. Upon arriving at the company, all the supervisors were already there. When they saw Chenyu and Yanran enter, they all stood up. If only Yanran had entered, they might not have done so, since this was a night meeting and people would become more relaxed. But when they saw Chenyu, they dare not. They all knew that the person in front of them was their big boss. Moreover, they were well aware of the issues with their own mall, which was facing a lot of external pressure, including financial difficulties. Currently, Jinghai was being squeezed out by some people. This was something that made many people very unhappy, because in their view, there was no problem on their side. And now Jinghai is indeed doing the best. But who knew that seeing everyone standing up? Chenyu smiled slightly and signaled for everyone to sit down. Chenyu found a spot and sat down, and Yanran sat in front of him. Chapter 405. Damn it. This is really excessive. Such a good thing has been messed up by this guy again. It's really infuriating. At this moment, Xiao Fan said angrily. Lian, holding a girl beside him, said lightly, "What's the big deal? Let him keep jumping. When the time comes, he'll know our strength." Xiao Fan glanced at Lian and said, "How's it going over there? There are already many people working on that side, so we won't have any problems here." Lian replied in a low voice. After glancing at Xiao Fan again, he said, "You should be clear about this. As it stands now, as long as we let this matter develop for a while longer, it will be infinitely magnified by us, and by then, Jinghai will be finished. Is that possible?" Xiao Fan asked doubtfully at this moment. He really felt that it was too difficult, and it didn't seem very likely. After all, under such circumstances, such a big problem has already arisen. If there are indeed other issues, then he would be in trouble. Chapter 406. He was very clear that he definitely couldn't go to the capital now. Although there were some people's help in the capital, it ultimately wasn't his own. Even if someone helped, it would still be looked down upon by many, and he could only leave. The capital is not suitable for him right now. Xiao Fan knew very well what he had to do. As an outstanding person, Xiao Fan naturally understood why he was doing this. Leaving the capital was beneficial for him without any harm. Moreover, he didn't want to continue entangling with Chenyu here. It was pointless. Since NT gained any advantage in Benhai, he might as well change places. Lian said, "What about things here? You manage it well. Our cooperation will continue. After all, I hold a considerable share in Jumai, but I also want to develop elsewhere. Of course, young Masterly can go too." Haha, that sounds good, all right. I'll follow your lead. As long as you go, I can also invest a bit over there. However, the environment there is still somewhat different from ours. Lian continued. Chapter 407. However, for Chenyu, none of these were important. What mattered was that this matter was deliberately created by someone. meaning that others might have participated in it. This was intended to create a huge trust crisis for their mall. This was too scary. Chen Yu didn't expect this matter to be so big. Now contact everyone in this data and let each person choose freely while also doubling the compensation. This is our stance, Chen Yu said seriously. Everyone nodded. This matter was frustrating for many, because many people knew that their hard work contributed to the mall's current development, and with the company doing well, they naturally had good income. Now that someone was messing with it, wasn't that ruining their livelihood? Everyone was very serious. Regarding this matter, Chen Yu was also involved. He slowly looked at some of the data above and conducted many studies, finally finding some clues. Chapter 408. Don't run around, just stay here. Don't let me not find you later. If you mess up this plan, it wouldn't be good for your company. I know. Chen Yu nodded. Don't just nod. Remember, when we get to the place, be smart and know what we are here for, right? We are here to find goods. And they are big goods. Chen Yu nodded again, making Chun Fei in front of him speechless and glare at him a few times. Interview. This guy was really enough. He didn't show any attitude at all. She didn't understand why the company allowed such a person to follow. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? She had no choice but to let Chen Yu stay in front of her. There was no other way. It had to be like this now. Otherwise, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Who knows what this guy might do? Remember, we're here to find sources of goods. Have the shops on your company's side been set up? All right, everything has been arranged. You can rest assured, Chen Yu said. Chapter 409. In the end, Chen Fei had no choice but to agree. She didn't have a better way at the moment, so this was fine. The two began to stroll around the mall. Every time Chen Yu reached a stall, he would inquire about many things, even buying a few pieces of clothing. Chen Fei was very curious. Why are you buying clothes? You're the owner of an online store. If you don't even understand these clothes, then naturally no one will believe you, Chen Yu said lightly. But how do you know so much? Chen Fei was very surprised. After walking around, she suddenly found that Chen Yu actually knew a lot, even about some niche clothing, including materials and other aspects. I manage clothing, so I naturally know more, Chen Yu explained. Oh, I see. Chen Fei nodded. So what do we do now? Chen Fei asked again. For now, we'll just do this. Today, as matters are done, we just came to get familiar with the place. Tomorrow, we'll find a good shop and directly discuss buying in bulk, especially since we also need to find other online store owners like us. Chapter 410. People followed Chen Yu's arrangements. The next day, Chen Yu and Chen Fei continued to go to the mall they visited yesterday. As soon as they entered, they saw someone greeting him, clearly recognizing Chen Yu. Chen Yu also responded warmly. How is it going? Did you find a place? Of course, I found a place, but it's still a bit lacking. I want something long-term, preferably customizable, directly from the manufacturer. Otherwise, I don't like it much, Chen Yu said directly. After hearing Chen Yu's words, the person in front frowned and said, Isn't this a bit too difficult? You should have some understanding of the situation here, right? I have some understanding, but there's no choice. What I want is quite special. And I heard that you have it here. Chen Yu lowered his voice a bit. We don't have that. The person shook his head. No, don't joke around. Others say you have it. I came here specifically for this item. If you don't have it in stock, you can introduce me to someone else, and I won't skimp on the benefits for you. Chen Yu squinted his eyes and said. The person looked at Chen Yu and asked, Do you run an online store? Chapter 411. Chen Yu glanced at the shopkeeper and said lightly, Then you can go ask, but how long will it take? Very soon, you can rest assured, the shopkeeper said excitedly. Then hurry up. After speaking, the shopkeeper hurriedly left. At this moment, Chen Fei looked at Chen Yu and whispered, How did you know this shop would work? I don't know, but these shops should all have connections. Some people might be willing, while others might not dare. It just depends on themselves. Chen Yu explained, then looked at Chen Fei and said coldly, Now is the critical moment. You must listen to me. In the upcoming time, we might be directly invited to the factory, so you need to be careful. At any moment, don't let them see any clues. You know nothing about the clothes, understand? You are just my woman. Chen Fei nodded repeatedly. She could feel that things were indeed different, and since it was like this, it was clear that there were significant problems. Thus, it was clearly not easy to discuss these matters. After sitting there for a short while, someone walked over. Chapter 4. 12 people followed Chen Yu's arrangements. The next day, Chen Yu and Chen Fei continued to go to the mall they visited yesterday. As soon as they entered, they saw someone greet him, clearly recognizing Chen Yu. Chen Yu also responded warmly. How's it going? Did you find a place? Of course I found a place, but it's still a bit lacking. What I want is the long-term kind, preferably customizable, directly from the manufacturer. Otherwise, I don't really like it, Chinyu said directly. After hearing this, the person in front frowned again and said, isn't this a bit too difficult? You should have some understanding of the situation here, right? I have some understanding, but there's no choice. What I want is quite special, and I heard that you have it here. Chinyu lowered his voice a bit. We don't have that. The person shook his head. No, don't joke around. Others say you have it. I came here specifically for this item. If you don't have it in stock, you can introduce me to someone else, and I won't skimp on the benefits for you. Chinyu squinted his eyes and said. The person looked at Chinyu and asked, do you run an online store? Chapter 413, when the people saw Chinyu's black card, they all looked surprised. A black card. It seems this guy really has some power. For such a scene, it clearly made many feel quite different. You have to know that such a symbol of identity itself indicates that this person is really wealthy. In this case, everyone naturally had no worries. You have to know that, in many cases, this is obviously different. Chinyu's operation shocked Chunfei. Is this guy really that rich? He can actually be this wealthy? Soon, the fat man directly took the card and swiped a sum of money. He then respectfully handed the card back to Chinyu. He certainly thought very highly of Chinyu. In his view, Chinyu was very generous, and previously, he had even given him some money. Compared to that, this guy was truly impressive. For now, this was already enough. At this moment, Wang Su was also in a good mood. If this deal went through, he would earn a considerable amount, and if it continued long-term, it wouldn't be long before he became wealthy, no longer needing to deal with small orders like now. Chapter 414, after the fat man finished the call, he came over and said to Chinyu, all right, let's go. After speaking, a vehicle arrived to take Chinyu and them straight to the factory. Chunfei leaned close to Chinyu, feeling a bit nervous. Chinyu glanced at Chunfei, signaling her not to worry. As long as they didn't have any problems, these people wouldn't do anything to them. Moreover, against these people, they were still lacking a lot. Soon, the vehicle arrived at an industrial park on the outskirts. Inside was a large factory, quite spacious, with what seemed like 4 or 5 workshops. From a distance, they blended into one. Walking through, Chinyu was still quite surprised. A factory like this could actually exist in the industrial park. You guys are quite powerful. Chinyu smiled and said. The fat man in front laughed and said, of course, otherwise, do you think we would still be in business? However, regarding this factory area, you should understand that there are some things you may not be able to know. No problem. I don't care. You just need to ensure the quality for me. What I want is quality. Chinyu waved his hand and said. Chapter 415 regarding this matter, it was clearly the case. They now knew the specific source of goods. And for these people, this was a good opportunity to capture them. There was no rush now. I need to see who is behind this. For Chinyu, if it were just like this, it would still pose significant troubles for his future mall. If these guys continued to commit fraud, it would be very difficult to resolve the problem in many cases. Therefore, under such circumstances, it clearly required a great determination to act. Regardless of how, this matter made Chinyu feel it was an opportunity. For him, such an opportunity was undoubtedly the best. As long as he could secure this deal, it would be a severe blow to Li Yin. I see that you guys have a significant problem, Chinyu said directly. We have only found an outsider for now, which is far from enough for us. We need to find the people behind this. However, this task is very difficult, and we don't have much time. If someone on the other side reacts, we will be done for, right? Chapter 416. Chinyu looked at everyone and smiled lightly. It's okay. I just want to avoid some trouble. We're all here for work, and I think everyone is doing great in this matter. At this moment, Chinyu said another sentence. Everyone felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say. After all, his identity was there. A few of them looked embarrassed. Chunfei looked at Chinyu and quietly asked, are you really the chairman? Is Jinghai yours? Yes. Then you're very rich, huh? I guess it's okay. Chinyu smiled. He didn't expect Chunfei would ask that. After Chunfei laughed, she realized there were some issues with her words and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, no, I didn't mean that. What I meant was I wasn't implying that at all. In Chunfei's view, she really wasn't sure how to express herself regarding this matter. Haha, it's fine. I know what you want to say, Chinyu said. Chunfei was quite nice, and Chinyu wasn't angry with these people at all because everyone was busy. Chapter 417. When the people in front of Chinyu saw his black card, they were all astonished. A black card? It seems this guy really has some power. This scene made many people feel quite different. After all, such a symbol of status indicates that this person is indeed wealthy. With that, everyone naturally had no concerns. It's clear that this is different in many ways. Chinyu's action startled Chunfei. Is this guy really that rich? Can he be this wealthy? Soon, The fat man directly took the card and swiped a sum of money. Then he respectfully placed the card back in Chun Yu's hand. He thought very highly of Chun Yu. In his eyes, Chun Yu was very generous, having given him some money before. Comparing it this way, this guy is really impressive. As of now, that was already sufficient. At this moment, Wang Su was also in a good mood. If this deal goes through, he would earn a considerable amount. And if this continues long-term, it wouldn't be long before he became very wealthy, no longer having to deal with small orders like he was now. Chapter 418, in an office. The waiter who had just appeared in Chun Yu's room was now reporting the specific situation to Wang Su, who was sitting in the boss's chair. Brother Wang, there's no problem at all. When I went in, that woman was taking a shower. Okay, got it. Wang Su nodded and directly threw several bills on the table in front of the person. Take it. Brother Wang, take it. This is what you deserve. Thank you. Brother Wang. The waiter hurriedly took the money from the table, then slightly bowed and left. As he left, another person walked in. Brother Wang, are we doing this a bit too big? Should we tell Brother Lu? What if he finds out? What the hell? Don't you think about how hard we're working here, day and night, just to earn a little money? Look at them. They don't care about anything and are already making a lot of money, not even considering us at all. Wang Su was extremely angry when he thought about this. This situation was already like this. For him, it was hardly a big challenge. Chapter 419. After finishing things on this side, Chun Yu received a call from Chi Hung. Chi Hung inquired about the situation and had just learned about Chun Yu's matters. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he didn't ask too much but reminded Chun Yu to be safe. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fei looked at Chun Yu with a complex expression. How could someone so young become such a person? Huh, what is wrong with me? Chun Yu chuckled. Chun Fei realized her words were inappropriate and then said, It's nothing. I just think you're too impressive. It's something that ordinary people couldn't achieve. What's so great about it? I was forced into it. Chun Yu replied. Indeed, it was because of the pressure from the system that he would act this way. Well, I didn't expect that one day I would be working on a case with such a wealthy person. At this moment, Chun Fei said helplessly. She didn't dare to say too much now. Suddenly, she felt like there was a gap between her and Chun Yu, not knowing how to explain it. After thinking for a while, Chun Yu said, I'll call Wang Su out today. Let us take him down first. Chapter 420. Brother Lu, I have something very important to discuss with you. I've come to your side. It's said to be related to matters in the capital. I don't quite understand. Wang Su said, initially impatient. His expression suddenly became serious as he continued. Someone has come? Yes, a few people came, saying they were here to do business. I'm currently stabilizing them, so I feel there is something suspicious about this, which is why I wanted to report to you. Wang Su said, while looking at Chun Yu. He was genuinely afraid. If this guy really decided to take action against him, Wang Su felt he could be killed. That kind of fear arose naturally. Are you outside now? Yes. Brother Lu, can I meet you? Wang Su asked again. Go mean. I'll have someone come and get you. The person directly said and hung up the phone. Outside, Wang Su and Chun Yu were both waiting. Wang Su looked at Chun Yu, visibly nervous, and said, I don't know what you plan to do, but please don't involve me. Wang Su was tense all over. Just follow my arrangements. This time, I won't let you face too much trouble. Chapter 421. With a command from Lu Hai, others rushed forward to take action against Chun Yu. Wang Su was delighted to see this scene. At this moment, Chun Yu sneered twice, looking at the first person who rushed up, then slightly moved his body and smashed a punch directly at this person. The speed was very fast, and Chun Yu's fist directly hit this person's face. Whoosh! This person flew out immediately. The others were shocked when they saw this. No one expected it could be like this. For many, this was too exaggerated, right? However, there were still others who rushed up. A few people had not even touched Chun Yu's body before they were sent flying again. These people were simply no match for Chun Yu. They all fell to the ground, and some even fainted. Chun Yu lazily glanced at the few people lying on the ground and said lightly, Now you know, right? Lu Hai's face had already turned extremely anxious. He knew very well the strength of his subordinates. Ordinary people were simply no match for them. Lu Hai never expected that this guy would have such strength. Chapter 422. If I choose you, can I make a request? Lu Hai finally sighed and said, Say it. I hope my family is safe. If your family hasn't done anything heinous, I can arrange for them to be sent abroad. As for other matters, my help is very limited. You should know better than I do how this road actually works. Lu Hai noted that, in the end, he was still willing to choose Chun Yu, because he knew that someone like Li En would largely become a pawn for him. And at that time, his situation would be even worse. Just cooperate with me here. Now you will be sent to the police station. I hope you can cooperate. Okay. Liu Hai, note that. After scanning a few glances, Chen Yu made a call. At this moment, Chun Fei was still awake, waiting, and then saw Chen Yu's call, hurriedly answering. Where are you now? In the western district of the city. Come over. Also, contact the police station here to come investigate this matter. Now. Where's Wang Su? Chapter 423. What is going on? Upon learning such news for the first time, and Yin Ran sat in her office chair, her face filled with anger. Why are these people still appearing? You all hurry up and get in touch. Also, the Public Relations Department, take out the plan we had previously prepared. I will contact Chen Yu now. After giving her secretary some instructions, and Yin Ran directly dialed Chen Yu's number. After receiving the call, Chen Yu said directly, I know. I have already arranged for someone to explain the situation here. You need to handle this matter on your side and clarify it. But we need you here. You need to come back now. I understand. I will return immediately. Chen Yu nodded. He really needed to go back. He didn't expect that Lian would actually dare to do this. Isn't he looking for death? He was waiting for Liu Hai to confess. As long as he could connect with the Li family, there would be no major issues. Let him bounce around for a while longer and see what he would do then. Chapter 424. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Chen Yu was staring intently at a stretch of wilderness in the distance. His whole body was rapidly moving, and he seemed to feel a power bursting forth from within. The people in the distance also opened fire simultaneously, shooting at Chen Yu. Gunfire was everywhere in the wilderness. The sound could be heard from every direction. Under such circumstances, the others became much more cautious. In this situation, it could almost be said that they knew Chen Yu was undoubtedly going to die. There is absolutely no possibility of escape. Altogether, someone shouted from an unknown direction. People from all sides rushed in, holding machine guns and ruthlessly sweeping fire. The bullets sprayed from the machine gun formed a long stream of fire, heading straight for the distance. Rat-tat-tat. The intense sound of gunfire reached Chen Yu's body. Chen Yu hurriedly moved, simultaneously firing his gun at a certain spot. A figure instantly collapsed. Chapter 425. For such a scene, it made the other few people even more furious, and they all began to shoot again, but it was useless. Chen Yu escaped again. Of course, gunfire followed him. A few figures also began to move. The strength of these people was not ordinary. Each of their attacks allowed the opponent to see some difference in strength. This time, Chen Yu's actions directly exposed his position, so people would definitely not let such an opportunity slip away. Everyone rushed forward. Soon, one person reached Chen Yu's front and thrust a dagger directly at him. This person was very excited, a slight smile on his lips. In his view, this Chen Yu was merely fast in skill. Compared to him, he still fell short. Now he was catching up, right? The dagger was heading straight for Chen Yu's neck. Chen Yu instantly felt a strong killing intent and quickly flipped to evade the lethal strike, simultaneously throwing a punch at this person. This person also threw a punch back, and both retreated a few steps. Chapter 426. For such a scene, it clearly made Chen Yu feel very uncomfortable. While running, his body was still injured. Now his spirit was starting to feel a bit unwell. The few people closely pursuing him were getting closer and closer. Chen Yu's mind was constantly considering what to do. System, do I have any other skills? Chen Yu had no other way out. He could only turn to the system for help. Otherwise, he would really be finished. Answering the host. The system has an emergency protection mechanism. Then why didn't you say it earlier? The host had not reached the point of needing protection before. Then hurry up and start the protection. Chen Yu looked speechless. It's still not necessary now. The host's current conditions haven't reached that point. What? Not yet? Chen Yu was even more speechless. No way. It's already like this and still nothing? This is just too exaggerated. For such a scene, it made Chen Yu feel incredibly uncomfortable. If that's the case, this is really too much. Chapter 427. I think we could be friends. Chen Yu had a sincere expression. Looking harmless. With you? The person opposite glanced at Chen Yu and slightly lowered his head, seemingly pondering something. Don't worry, I'm definitely very sincere. There is no one like me. I would never have ill intentions toward friends. Chen Yu continued, becoming much more serious at that moment, his tired face filled with sincerity, even managing a slight smile. However, that smile turned ugly again as the man spoke. I thought about it, but I still can't do it because I've already taken this task. The person opposite said calmly. Just because you took the task doesn't mean you have to do it, right? No, my master said that since I accepted the task, I must do it well. He said earnestly. Then looking at Chen Yu, he added, you really are quite good. Hearing this, Chinyu quickly replied, right? I feel the same way. I see you as a good person. You didn't make a move just now. That really shows you're a friend. Chapter 428. Regarding this matter. Chinyu originally intended to take this person down directly, but it seems that there is no good way to do that now. He could only proceed according to the situation. For Chinyu, this person was now impossible to deal with. He should be killed. I want to know who sent you here. It can't just be because of task. Chinyu said with a smile in the end. Since it's impossible, Chinyu was much more straightforward. After hearing Chinyu's words, the person looked at him and slowly said, of course, that's unnecessary. I can take this opportunity to kill you, and that would be the best thing. Ha ha ha. Chinyu chuckled a few times. He could tell that this guy was not simple. To say such a thing, it seemed that this situation might have some significant differences. But who would have known it would turn out like this? For such a matter, it was already very different. So, no matter what, under such circumstances, there would be no impact at all. Chapter 429. Haha. Chinyu also laughed a few times. Finally, he understood. It was indeed so. He almost got fooled. It turns out that this matter is not very related to Xiao Fan. Or rather, those people were sent by Xiao Fan. But perhaps this was all done by Junli, and only that person could do it so thoroughly. Moreover, this situation actually brought in someone from the hidden world. After thinking of these things, Chinyu was considering the subsequent plot developments in the novel. Suddenly, he had some memories. That's right. Junli was indeed a disciple from a hidden sect. A disciple of Tianmen Mountain. Huh. So this guy actually used such great power to kill me at this time? This is too exaggerated. At this moment, Chinyu was thinking about some matters regarding Tianmen Mountain, hoping they would be useful to him. Didn't the elder Tian Shu tell you my true identity? Chinyu suddenly said with a cold smile. Originally prepared to take action. Zhongli was stunned when he heard Chinyu's words. Elder Tian Shu? Chapter 430. Is this person really my master uncle? Once he thought of this, Zhongli's face turned very ugly. If this is true, then he has really finished. The other party's status is too high. He can't afford to have any other thoughts. Zhongli stared at Chinyu, who was standing there, and said again, it's impossible. Why has no one mentioned you before? Isn't that normal? Since I entered the world, very few people have known about me. Chinyu lazily replied and looked at Zhongli, saying, Zhixian's injury is hard to say, but it's not without a way to treat. He doesn't need to be like this now. Chinyu continued to pretend to be very profound. In his view, since the other party believed it, then so be it. Moreover, he also knew the situation of Tianmen Mountain. For him, this matter was not a big problem. You should know, for Chinyu, this was nothing. Are you really? At this moment, Zhongli already believed it. He looked at Chinyu and then asked. Chinyu had a serious face and coldly said, I suspect you are still preparing to kill me, right? Perhaps you think that killing me is the best choice? Chapter 431. What to do next? At this moment, Chinyu was hesitant. He didn't know what to do. In such a situation, it was really hard to say. Right now, as long as this guy doesn't leave, it's a big problem for him. What to do? Chinyu's heart was in turmoil. Even though he had already deceived this guy, he still couldn't leave. Your strength is good now. But forget it, it's not a big problem. Just continue practicing. Chinyu glanced at the person and said slowly, his face showing a hesitant expression, and finally couldn't help but shake his head. This scene was seen by Zhongli in front of him. He looked at his master uncle and asked, Master uncle, what is wrong? It's nothing, you say? There is nothing serious. Your practice of the technique is quite good, and you've made great progress. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any issues, but you are different. What's wrong with me? When you practice the technique, there is something different from others. Haven't you noticed recently? It seems like you've had some abdominal pain lately. Chapter 432. In the end, Chinyu still didn't make a move and let Zhongli go directly. For him, killing this person now was not advisable. Even Chinyu had thought about it long ago. Junli might actually hope that he killed this person. If he did kill him, wouldn't that mean he fell into this guy's trap? It was only when he saw that this guy had really left that Chinyu finally relaxed. His entire aura quickly wilted. In the end, he just lay down on the ground, gasping for breath. For Chinyu, this was the closest he had ever been to death. He never expected to encounter such great danger. If it weren't for his knowledge of the novel's plot and some characters in the subsequent stories, he really wouldn't have known what to do this time. Damn it. It seems that he needs to quickly improve his combat power. Although Chinyu's strength was decent now, it still fell short compared to those top-tier individuals. He was far behind, not to mention those hidden world figures. Now, people from the hidden world were slowly appearing. These characters were originally supposed to appear hundreds of chapters later, but now they were starting to show up, indicating that some changes in the characters had led to certain events occurring ahead of schedule. Chapter 433. After hearing in Yinran's words, these people didn't say anything. The scene calmed down a bit, and many media outlets were looking at Yinran, wanting to ask her some questions, but she directly refused. In Yinran's view, this matter was nothing. It was clearly orchestrated by those people. She had seen through it long ago. Otherwise, the media wouldn't have said anything. This was just a trap set up by those guys. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so shameless. Now, Jinghai was actually under a lot of pressure from public opinion. They had already started making various efforts. A large portion of the counterfeit goods had been returned, and they had offered a good compensation. But these guys were seizing on some issues from the shops to amplify the impact, even attempting to bring down Jinghai directly. Truly shameless. Therefore, and Yinran did not give those people a good face at all. This was something they had deliberately created. Why should she give them a good face? Chapter 434. Xiao Fan looked at Lian, a bit surprised, and said, "You really think far ahead? Hee, this is necessary. And I can see that we must unite everyone in the entire capital now. That would definitely be a good thing for us." Lian said seriously. He had long realized that such a matter was definitely not easy to discuss. All right, then let's contact some other people for financing, let them join in, and we can start to squeeze Jinghai's market space. Xiao Fan said directly. E-commerce, to a large extent, is about acquiring traffic. He knew this would not be easy. Right now, Jinghai's traffic was significant, and they couldn't compete with it. However, the counterfeit goods scandal would certainly create a huge impact. For such a scene, it was hard to say because no one knew how it would turn out. After all, in such a situation, it was the best opportunity. Jinghai was now at the center of public opinion. Chapter 435. Do you really think there are a lot of counterfeit goods in Chunyu's Jinghai Mall? Xiao Fatty said. Su Yin coldly replied, I don't think this is normal. Someone must be doing it on purpose. But why isn't Xinyu here now? He definitely won't run away. So don't worry. I've investigated. He went to a small town in the south to look into the counterfeit goods issue. Su Yin said Dunan. However, what I'm afraid of now is that someone might cause trouble and lead to some evidence disappearing over there. Are you saying someone might hide it? That's very possible. Su Yin added. Given Jinghai's current situation, Qinyu's absence might make it hard to hold on. If Jinghai really wasn't well regarded by consumers, it would be tough. Would anyone really do that? Xiao Dong asked in astonishment. That's completely normal. Do you think no one would do that? They don't need to do anything. Just delay for a few days. Su Yin sneered a few times. Chapter 436. For them, the platform's blockade was a terrifying thing. It should be known that this was their traffic entry point. And now, if this large entry point was blocked, it would be a huge loss for Jinghai. What to do? At this moment, and Yinran was really starting to panic. What's going on? It wasn't like this before. And Yinran asked her secretary. I'm not sure either. We were just notified that this seems to be quite unexpected for us, said the female secretary. Have you figured out why? Ask that company over there. Don't we have a few years of contract with them? How could this happen? It seems the contract was terminated. I'm going to find our company's supervisor to report to you. After saying that, the secretary hurried out. A few minutes later, a man walked in. President in. What's going on? The contract has been terminated. Terminated? Why? And Yinran was shocked. Chapter 437. What if it can't be done? If it can't, your destiny value will drop by half. What? Xinyu was speechless again. This is really heartless. He even started to doubt what kind of system this was. Was it the protagonists? It seemed to be helping Xiao Fan everywhere. After thinking for a while, Chun, you could only exit the system. Then he heard some sounds. Huh. Images of what happened before he fainted flashed in his mind. It seemed that while he was walking, he encountered two people surrounded by a pack of wolves. So Chinyu rushed up, fought, and finally saved those two people. However, he was already exhausted, plus he had serious injuries, so he collapsed directly. After hearing the sound end, Chinyu slowly opened his eyes. His head felt a bit painful, and when he opened his eyes, a handsome face came into view, with a look of joy on it. Upon seeing him, the cherry lips slightly moved, and a voice emerged. Chapter 438. Thinking of this, Chinyu became very angry. What kind of situation is this? With this happening, how is he supposed to act? Such a situation undoubtedly made him feel very uncomfortable. He understood that those guys would take action. For such a scene, it was simply too difficult. There was no need to say more. He was very clear about the conduct of those aristocratic families in the capital. While he was thinking, he saw Gu Yin'er coming in, holding a pile of food. And Chen Yu felt a wave of happiness again. Forget it. Let's eat first. This was, of course, the most important thing for Chen Yu. This is quite a lot. Chen Yu said, you eat first. If you don't have enough, just say so. Don't be polite. Gu Lianer said with a smile. Chen Yu didn't hold back, nodded, and began to gobble down the food. While eating, Gu Lianer couldn't help but laugh a few times at Chen Yu's appearance. By the way, do you have internet here? Chen Yu asked. This place was relatively remote, so he wanted to inquire whether there was internet access. Yes. My grandfather bought me a computer to avoid me being too lonely. Really? Can I take a look? Chapter 439. A man standing there looked at Gu Lianer, snorted coldly, and then slowly said, I'm doing this for your own good. If this place is demolished, you have plenty of money to do whatever you want, right? Why not let it be demolished? The person who called Dongzi, after speaking, glanced at everyone and continued, Boss Huang said today is the last day. I hope everyone can be conscious and proactive. If you all step aside, this matter will be good for everyone. Why should we? Dongzi, this matter has already been discussed, and we are unwilling. You need to take your people and leave now. Gu Lianer said in a deep voice. That's impossible. I've already come. And this matter was initiated by Boss Huang. Today is the last day. At this moment, Dongzi replied again. For him, this matter was very troublesome. Boss Huang was urging them, and clearly, this scene was somewhat difficult to handle. If it wasn't demolished, he wouldn't be able to collect his money. Therefore, Dongzi naturally hoped for the demolition to happen. Only if it was demolished would it be best for him, as he would receive a sum of money. Chapter 440. Chen Yu didn't take this matter seriously. In his view, it was nothing. No matter how it was said, it was not good. Looking at the current news online, Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh a few times. Even though there were significant problems appearing in Jinghai now, Chen Yu was not worried at all because Jinghai's model was very mature, and moreover, with him around and having money, he wasn't afraid. As for traffic, Chen Yu's gaze was also focused on some online analyses, and he found them even more amusing. These people's analysis was that if Jinghai lost those traffic entrances, it would be finished and might even face closure. Various self-media were analyzing this, and they seemed very knowledgeable. Chen Yu watched with great interest, thinking these guys were really ridiculous. The gap between Jumia and Jinghai was no longer just in terms of goods and quality, but also in operational models. Jinghai's operations were too mature now, so Chen Yu was very confident. As for traffic entrance, Chen Yu was even more confident. For him, there was definitely no problem. He was very clear that later, their live streaming platform would become another massive entity. Chapter 441. How do you plan to handle this matter? Chen Yu said directly. I can't do anything about this. I'm not the boss. The upper management is urging me fiercely, and I really have no way to handle it. Besides, we've already paid for this, and they are unwilling to leave. The fat guy also said with a face full of grievances. After hearing this, Chen Yu coldly said, I can't care about that, but I must tell you that this place is definitely not going to be demolished today. Hero, this matter really has nothing to do with us. I truly have the will, but no power. At this moment, another voice spoke up. After hearing this voice, Chen Yu continued, Are you sure? Then I'm truly powerless. I'll hand you over to them. Huh? No. At this moment, the fat guy said again. Of course. He didn't dare. He didn't know what those guys would do to him. What do you want? Hero, this matter has nothing to do with you. So you don't have to worry about it, right? Chapter 442. The fat guy began to get nervous, hunched over, and said with a trembling voice, No? What? Is it still not resolved? What are you doing? If you can't solve this matter today, just get lost. Another furious shout. This made Huang Wei, who was standing there, change his expression drastically, and he started to tremble. In his view, this matter was simply too big. Boss, listen to me. I really can't do anything. What do you mean you can't? Aren't they just a bunch of country bumpkins? Can't you solve such a small matter? An angry roar came from the phone on the other end. I'm encountering some troubles here. Huang Wei continued. What troubles? If today's demolition can't go through, it could be a big trouble for me. The voice on the other end of the phone said, Someone here wants to see me. Seeing you is seeing you. What does that have to do with this matter? Besides, do you think I can just meet anyone casually? Boss, I really have no choice. I'm being forced. Huang Wei said, almost in tears. Chapter 443. This is nothing. This matter won't have any issues at all. We can do a lot as long as it relates to the Yang family. Sell all the stocks related to them and apply pressure. Let the Yu company step in. Chen Yu said seriously. However, our company is indeed large, but our influence in the south is insufficient. Go discuss with He Changjun from Dawa Company. They must be made to close down today. Chen Yu said directly. This is his first move. Suddenly, Chen Yu felt that this seemed to be a good opportunity. A chance to open up a situation in the south. For him, his strength is almost limited to Binhai. As long as he goes out of Binhai, it seems that no one recognizes him. So, in such a situation, Chen Yu still hopes to develop better. Now it's good. He can try to see how the south is. Yes, I will go find General He now. Lu Chang nodded. Remember, my matters cannot be disclosed to others. Good. Lu Chang nodded again. For Chen Yu, the people he can use are actually very few, and now their Jinghai company is still in a muddy situation, which is very difficult for Chen Yu. Chapter 444. Gui Yuheng also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Huang Wei said angrily, "Officer, take the people back first." Gui Yuheng glared at Huang Wei. If it could be that simple, wouldn't he know? The problem is that this is a troublesome matter. Officer, do you think this matter should continue? Chen Yu said lightly. Gui Yuheng glanced at Chen Yu, then turned to the people behind him and said, "I heard you just fought here. Look at your injured people. Take all of them away." Wow. The people present became excited. Why? They started it first. Exactly. That's right. We are just protecting ourselves. We won't leave this place. Voices rose one after another. Everyone was very unwilling to leave. What is this? They started first, and now they still want to investigate them? For a moment, the scene became chaotic. For such a scene, it was definitely very difficult. Gui Yuheng, seeing such a scene, felt a bit helpless. He really didn't know how to handle such a situation. Chapter 445. What on earth is going on? Why did such a situation occur? Have those companies already been contacted? Yang Zhongwa said sternly. Sitting in the middle of the conference room, Yang Zhongwa was in a very bad mood. There were many materials on the table, and everyone looked extremely serious. They indeed saw this as a very complicated matter. Moreover, this matter was not something they could solve. It was the other company's initiative to terminate the contract, and they had no good way to deal with it. What is going on? Why did such a situation occur? Yang Zhongwa asked again. The people below were silent. No one knew what to do. In their area, these companies had almost covered all the channel materials, making it impossible for them to find other alternative companies. President Yang, our procurement department is already discussing it, but there is nothing we can do. The other companies refuse to ship. I have a relative who is a senior executive in a company. I heard that our company offended someone, and it's quite serious. Chapter 446. Lu Quan beside him looked disdainful. He was very clear about the strength of his little brothers. As of now, there should be no problem at all. He didn't believe Chen Yu had the ability to deal with his people. Just as he thought, in a flash, Chen Yu's fist came smashing down. He did not retreat at all and felt no pressure. To him, this was nothing. These guys were indeed somewhat capable of fighting. But for Chen Yu, it was completely insignificant. It was incredibly easy for Chen Yu to take action against these people. The first person to come up, with a fist that seemed to cut through the wind, looked very fierce. At this sight, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. In people's eyes, they had not been taken down largely because of Chen Yu. Without Chen Yu's help, they really wouldn't know what to do now. With so many people charging at Chen Yu, everyone started to move. One by one, they directly smashed towards these people. Everyone was very angry. They had no good feelings towards these guys at all. The scene became chaotic again. Chapter 447. It seems like you made me say this. This matter has nothing to do with me. Chen Yu laughed. Looking for death. Lu Quan shouted coldly, and his body moved. In a moment, a punch was already in front of Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu sneered, taking a step back and delivering a heavy punch. Lu Quan reached out to block, but then he felt a wave of intense pain, and his whole body flew out, crashing heavily to the ground. With a wow, Lu Quan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, staring in shock at Lu Yu across from him. I said, I have the final say here. Do you want to continue? Chen Yu said lazily. Lu Quan said nothing, and several little brothers went over to help him up. At this moment, Lu Quan felt as if a big hole had opened in his chest, causing excruciating pain. Quick, take me to the hospital. After saying this, several people pulled him away to go to the hospital. But at this moment, a figure blocked their way again. You hit someone and just walk away? Chen Yu looked at Lu Quan. What do you want? 10 million, and you can leave. Otherwise, I'll break your 2 legs. Whoosh. The people in front were stunned. This person is too arrogant. Chapter 448. Yang Zhongwa was still in a state of distress over his company's issues. He had just returned home and found his father. Dad, the company is in trouble. Many companies have started to blacklist us. What is going on? Yang Zhongwa asked his father with a puzzled expression. Since his father stopped managing the company's affairs, he had been in charge. But who would have thought such a thing would happen? Now, the company was facing such a big problem. For him, He didn't know what to do. The trouble at the company was significant, and Yang Zonghua found himself unable to handle it. He had no way to deal with such a situation. The elderly man in front slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Zonghua, saying, "Who acted against you? You haven't offended anyone recently, have you?" "Dad, who could I offend? And who has such power?" Yang Zonghua looked aggrieved. Such a big matter left him puzzled. Their Yang family was suddenly targeted, and they didn't even know who was behind it, which truly shocked them. Chapter 449. Not being able to see Chinyu was what Xiao Fan worried about the most. In his view, as long as this guy didn't show up, he would feel extremely uncomfortable, because this situation posed a huge threat to him. What if this guy came back? No way. He had to hurry. As Xiao Fan was contemplating his next move, he realized he couldn't let Jinghai hold out until Chinyu returned. He had to act quickly to take over Jinghai. The key figure was this in Yanran. However, after several attempts to make contact, Xiao Fan felt that in Yanran was not easy to deal with at all. He was somewhat puzzled that in Yanran was so difficult, showing no room for negotiation regarding money. Fortunately, they had already poached quite a few people, which made him very happy. If he waited a few more days, as long as Chinyu didn't come back, he was confident he could cause Jinghai to suffer even greater losses. After drinking with these young masters for a while, everyone left. After they left, Lian and Xiao Fan went to another private room. "I see you still seem troubled. Is it about Chinyu?" Chapter 450. What should we do next? Chi Hung asked. Right now, the company is facing such a big problem. The logistics cannot have any issues, and as for other matters, I don't know. Our traffic has dropped quite severely, and Yanran said with a frown. Now, all the families in the capital are starting to suppress our company, which may not be good for us. What should we do? Chi Hung asked again. If it doesn't work, we can only look for Chinyu at this moment. And Yanran said. In his view, it seemed that this was the only way. After saying this, Chi Hung also said, "Let us give it a try." And Yanran gritted her teeth and said, "In such a situation, we can only look for Chinyu. Otherwise, Jinghai might really not hold up any longer." After all, in this situation, it's definitely not easy to say. You must understand that Jinghai is being attacked from all sides, and without a flow of traffic. It's really tough. Chapter 451. For this scene, Chinyu felt comforted. Lu Chong was doing a decent job taking responsibility for this matter. After casually logging into an account, Chinyu entered Shun Shue's live broadcast room. Shun Shui was currently in a PK battle, and upon seeing a certain name, she became excited and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wong is here?" Chinyu typed a line. "Yeah, I'm here to see you all. We're doing well now, but we also feel a bit embarrassed. Our platform is still quite limited." Shun Shui quickly replied. All of them were on some guaranteed salary, which was stable, and every month that salary was paid reliably, making everyone happy. "Brother Wong, how have you been lately?" Shun Shui asked. In her view, her brother Wong should be a big boss, so he might have more things to deal with. Now that Shun Shui had switched platforms, she still felt quite good. Although there were fewer people, the change in pace was also a good thing for her. We'll have a large influx of traffic soon, so you guys need to do well. Also, you should start looking for some people. Our resources here will definitely be good, and money is not a problem. Chapter 452. Father, this can't be true, right? How could he possibly have that kind of strength? At this moment, Yang Zongwa still looked incredulous. In his view, this was completely impossible. How could such a guy be so powerful? He hadn't heard of anyone like that in a small town. "Let us go together," Yang Lao said solemnly. "No need to say. You must be over there." The two set off directly toward the small town. At this moment, Chinyu was still busy writing various plans and preparing some other matters, which he had let in Yanran and the others handle. His plans still needed someone to implement them, and in this respect, Yanran was doing quite well. So he didn't have to worry about anything else. Just as Chinyu was still writing, several cars slowly drove into the small town from the street outside. A few people got out of the car. Huang Wei, who had already received the news, stood there waiting for his boss to arrive. As soon as he saw someone get out, he hurried to greet them. Chapter 453. Stop talking nonsense, Yang Lao scolded. Then he looked at Gu Yin'er and continued. We have no intention of making things difficult for this gentleman. We just want to have a chat with him. Sha? About what? Gu Liane Askit in confusion. It's all fine. We merely admire him, and we have a small matter that requires his help. As for your demolition, I can guarantee right now that we can negotiate, including with the demolition funds. Or you can completely refuse to demolish. Yang Lao said directly. You want to demolish? That is certainly possible, but I think you're aware that often the money we offer is too little, which makes everyone reluctant to demolish. So, I will try my best to accommodate everyone's wishes. Yang Lao said seriously. Gu Yin'er looked at Yang Lao and muttered, "You seem much more comfortable than this guy. Then I'll trouble you." Yang Lao said with great joy. Gu Yin'er didn't say anything and directly walked up to the second floor. Chapter 454. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, everyone was stunned. No one expected it to be like this. This was really a bit too exaggerated. He directly said the Yang family was finished. At this moment, Yang Zhonghua's face turned ashen, staring at Chun Yu with great displeasure. In his view, this was simply too much. You're going too far. We came here to discuss things with you. Don't think we are afraid of you. Yang Zhonghua said angrily. In his eyes, this was simply too exaggerated. How could someone like you say that the Yang family is finished? Who do you think you are? You even wanted to kneel? Looking for death. Then why are you looking for me? Chun Yu said lazily, not wanting to engage with these two. They came here to inquire about their matters. But now, this guy seemed very arrogant, so he naturally wouldn't bother with him. How do you know our Yang family is in trouble? Elder Yang said calmly, looking at Chun Yu. Chun Yu smiled faintly and said, You don't need to worry about that. Is there nothing you can do now? Chun Yu still had a cheerful demeanor, showing no sign of fear towards the people in front of him, and he remained calm, completely not showing any tension. Chapter 455. Dad, don't listen to this guy. He is doing on purpose. I think this guy is a fraud. Let me find someone to deal with him. Yang Zhong was said angrily. He felt deeply insulted by Chun Yu and thought he had to regain his face. Otherwise, he would be finished. In his view, with his identity and status, losing so much face in public was unacceptable. What would he do in the future? Shut up. At this moment, Elder Yang said angrily. Even in such a situation, his son still couldn't see the reality? Face. Is that really so important? If the entire family is lost, that would be the real issue. Thinking of this, Elder Yang became very angry. After finishing his words, he glanced at everyone and then at his son, saying, "Kneel down and apologize." Wow, everyone was shocked again. No way. Is it really like this? My God, people were stunned. No one expected that this was actually true. If it really came to this, it was indeed somewhat unexpected. Did they really do it? Could it be that this guy in front of them really has some power? Chapter 456. Right now, such a thing is completely possible. It should be noted that in the current situation, this undoubtedly made him feel somewhat incredible. The opponent's strength was far superior to theirs. Moreover, the current situation was very passive for the Yang family. Elder Yang was silent, deep in thought. What I want is for your Yang family to submit to me. If you can't do that, I'd rather not have your Yang family. Chun Yu said again. Elder Yang remained silent. This was a multiple-choice question. He knew some things about Chun Yu. He was very ruthless in his actions, just like now, completely unafraid. To be honest, he envied such people, but now he had to consider their family. I need a guarantee. Speak. I need to ensure that in the future, our Yang family will also be your first choice. Of course, as long as there are no mistakes on our side. That can be done. In this area, your Yang family will definitely be the first. And your Yang family will be even bigger in the future. Chun Yu said again. He felt that this was the best approach. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang nodded. Chapter 457. Everyone in the team began to take action. Many people were now full of confidence. And Yin Ran was also gradually improving the functions on this side. In a very short time, most of their things had already been set up. What to do next? We don't have an entrance for traffic. At this moment, a market director said with a worried expression, and Yin Ran glanced a few times and said, "It's nothing, just promote it directly. We can advertise everywhere possible. The advertising budget is in the scale of billions." After Yin Ran finished speaking, the director gasped. "Isn't that too much?" "Not too much, based on the national scale. I want to ensure that the whole country knows we are preparing to subsidize nearly 10 billion for this video aspect, getting everyone involved." And Yin Ran continued. "Okay, I can organize this. Just take care of this advertising matter." And Yin Ran was now full of confidence. From Chun Yu's plan, she thought it was too mature. She was even thinking that these big families in the capital were really ridiculous. Chapter 458. Haha, they are actually creating a live streaming platform. They really have no vision at all. Lian mocked. Although live streaming platforms are very profitable now, it should be noted that if the content is not good, it would actually be detrimental. After Lian finished speaking, he added with a mocking tone, "Xiao Fan, I think they are not planning to compete with us in this area. Should we enter subsidies?" Lian was still very pained. Such a large subsidy, although the effect was very obvious, had already made him very distressed. This was a huge outflow of money. Such a big investment made Lian feel extremely pained. Are they still continuing? Xiao Fan asked. Still continuing. Then we continue too, Xiao Fan said. Since the other side was still going, it meant they hadn't admitted defeat. They're still subsidizing? How much money do they have now? Xiao Fan looked surprised. Even after all this, the other side still had the strength to do other things? Chapter 459. Now Elder Yang's view of Chun Yu had long changed. He had become more sophisticated. In his eyes, Chun Yu's strength was no longer just like this. After seeing how Chun Yu handled things, he realized that this young man's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. As for making choices among the families, Elder Yang had never done that. Even so, what if he swallowed our Yang family afterward? Wouldn't that be a huge trouble for us? Yang Zongguo continued. Isn't it like that now? The Yang family is already under their control. Do you think they can't really shut you down? In this current situation, if it continues for another 3 to 5 days, our Yang family will be finished. At this moment, Elder Yang said sternly, stop thinking every day about wanting that little bit of assets from the Yang family. With your little assets, do you think you're something in their eyes? Elder Yang said angrily. He truly felt that his son was hopeless. He never expected that his son would turn out this way. Just for a bit of immediate small profit, he completely couldn't see the larger benefits behind it. Chapter 460. Can I really do it? Gu Yin'er asked again. Don't worry. Since I said you can, then you can? Chun Yu nodded seriously. Gu Yin'er has many other characteristics, and as for other matters, Chun Yu believes Gu Yin'er can do even better. For now, he doesn't have a suitable candidate. Just manage here for the time being. I don't have a suitable candidate. All right. Gu Lian nodded eifly. That's just how her personality is. She never says much about such matters. Since it's something she wants, Gu Yin'er will definitely fight for it. Therefore, she never had any doubts about this. Because in her view, this is completely feasible. But I don't want shares. That's not acceptable. You must have shares because it's necessary. Otherwise, no one at the company will take you seriously. You need to understand this. Chun Yu continued. He didn't have too many thoughts on this matter. All right. Gu Lian nodded again. Don't worry. Just do your best. I can rely on you for the matters here. Chun Yu said with a smile. Chapter 461. That's right. From now on, she is the person in charge here. Chun Yu nodded. Good. Yang Zhonghua, standing nearby, also said. Let's transfer the matters here directly. Take out the documents, and I will have someone transfer the money to your account. Okay. Thank you, President Chun. Yang Zhonghua hurriedly said. It's nothing. I won't treat your Yang family poorly here. Chun Yu said again. All right, President Chun. I will definitely help you. Yang Zhonghua nodded. Soon, people came to check some data, and after a while, all the data was verified. In the end, they directly gave the Yang family 2 billion. This shocked Yang Zhonghua greatly, because in his view, their company was not worth that much money at all. Isn't this too exaggerated? Follow me, I won't let you suffer. Chun Yu reiterated. In reality, money is, of course, the most tangible thing. Yang Zhonghua nodded, and he began to feel excited. Chun Yu didn't say much more. For now, he knew that the Yang family wouldn't make any major moves. Just stabilizing the situation was enough. Chapter 462. What a shameless person. Has it really gone this far? After seeing this, Do Lily was furious. She never expected that this person would follow her all the way from the airport to here. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? With quick steps, Do Lily headed upstairs. The person who came to greet Do Lily was still puzzled, not understanding why this executive, who had just arrived from out of town, was in such a rush. Even if it was for work, there was no need to be so direct, right? Do Lily quickly went upstairs, and she could no longer see that perverted guy, which made her feel much more at ease. In her view, this was simply too absurd. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Upstairs, and Yanran was still busy, and at this moment, her secretary pushed the door and entered. Do Lily strode in. President in, the person has arrived, the secretary said. At this moment, and Yanran raised her head and looked at the person in front of her, her face instantly lighting up with joy. You finally came. Chapter 463. Was the trip smooth? While walking, and Yanran asked. Not bad. The environment in the capital is also good, but the only thing that annoyed me was that I encountered a pervert on the plane. Oh, is there such a thing? And Yanran asked curiously. Yes, President In, you have no idea how perverted this person is. He actually followed me all the way and ended up at our company. Do Lily said angrily. Came to our company? And Yanran frowned. This would be a big deal. If this person is really a pervert or something, then we need to be cautious. Is he still here? I'm not sure. I don't know if he is still here. However, when I came up, he had also arrived at the company below, Do Lily said. He came too? Do you remember what he looks like? And Yinran asked seriously. Of course. All right, let's go. We need to check it out right now. And Yinran directly grabbed Do Lily and walked. Do Lily could only follow behind as the two of them headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Yinran also informed some people in the company, and the security department below began to take action. Chapter 464. Ha ha ha. Chunyu was directly amused by Yinran's words. You look good. Whether your makeup is on point or not, it doesn't matter to you. No, this is so embarrassing. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I be so embarrassed? Now, this is troublesome. How will I manage the company in the future? People have seen this. It's so humiliating. Haha, it's fine, Chunyu said with a smile. After Yinran tidied up her makeup, she slowly moved away. At this moment, the security captain walked up slowly and asked in a low voice, President In, who is this? He is the chairman of our Jinghai, also known as Chunyu. President Chun, and Yinran said loudly. The people in the hall were stunned. What? This person is actually President Chun? He's their big boss? Is this the Chunyu? The prodigal son from Binhai? The people in the company were astonished. Everyone had long known many things about their boss, especially from some small media outlets. But no one expected that their boss would appear like this. In the distance, Do Lily frowned. Chapter 465. In that case, the expenses here might be significantly higher. At this moment, Do Lily exclaimed in surprise. This is not a small expenditure. No worries. Anything below 10 billion is not a problem. It's best to first attract a large number of celebrities to live stream, to start drawing some people in, Chunyu replied. However, the cost of gaining traffic is quite high, and if some uncontrollable issues arise, it may not be good for the live streaming platform. It depends on us. We need to establish some mechanisms that match this to guide such matters. More importantly, in the future, this will become our traffic entry point, and right now, there is only this opportunity. Chunyu was very clear on this point. The future development of Kuaishou and Douyin is rapid, so developing such an app now is obviously the best choice. Is this really possible? Even though Lily had some doubts. Such a big investment, if it doesn't work out, it would really be over. I've never done such a big plan before. You don't have to worry about that at all. Just focus on your own work, and don't be afraid to spend money. Right now, the company has nothing but money. Chapter 466. Suzanne noted that, although she didn't understand, since Chunyu said so, it meant there was definitely no problem with this matter. In that case, Jumai is going to be troublesome. That's good. I've never thought highly of Jumai anyway. It's really enough. And that Xiao Fan, who looks decent, has also been attacking Jinghai in various ways after you left. Even going to great lengths to poach people. He seems like a hypocrite. Su Yin criticized Xiao Fan again. Chunyu chuckled. You can't blame him for that. Who told him to run into me? Haha. Su Yin also smiled happily. Now that Chunyu was back, the problems here would not be too serious. After chatting for a while, everyone went out to eat as a way to welcome Chunyu back. The news of Chunyu's return quickly spread throughout the capital. In a private room, several people sat together. Lian spoke first. This matter is not easy to handle. What do we do next? What's the big deal? Didn't he just come back? What major actions can they take now? An 100 billion subsidy? Do you think that's possible? We've also experimented with live streaming and selling products. That's not feasible. Chapter 467. The beautiful woman said a few simple words before leaving. Chunyu and the others also walked up and sat on the stone bench. It was quite comfortable. Chunyu sat there, looking at the scene before him, feeling much more at ease. The others also sat down. Wait a moment. A few more people are coming, Su Yin said with a smile. Is it the fat guy? Chunyu asked with a laugh. Yeah, he insisted on coming, but this time he also helped a lot. He had a falling out with his family. Chunyu felt a bit moved. This fat guy usually doesn't show much, but when it matters, he really comes through. At this moment, Chunyu was grateful. He and the fat guy hadn't known each other for long, but he didn't expect that even so, the other party was willing to help him, which speaks volumes about their trust. Do Lily was attending such a gathering for the first time. She initially didn't want to come, or rather, she felt she didn't fit in, but unexpectedly, she was forcibly dragged here by Yinran. Su Yin looked at Do Lily and smiled. Is this the person you brought over? Chapter 468. In such a situation, people were greatly surprised. Indeed, they rarely encountered such things. One must say that such an investment amount was really large and unexpected for many. They didn't expect it to be like this. 100 billion investment. And it seemed like there would be more in the future. This was too exaggerated, right? Thinking of this, people gasped in astonishment. Isn't that amount a bit too large? At this moment, Xiao Dong hurriedly said, such a large amount, they can't swallow it. Not really. There will still be additional investments later. This is just the beginning. In Chun Yu's view, the larger the live streaming platform grows, the better it is for them. Moreover, Chun Yu knew that as long as the promotion was increased and controlled well, there would be no problems at all. If approached using methods from later generations, this would actually be the best approach. There were no issues at all. The crowd was even more astonished. All right, everyone, take a look. This time I'm going to make a big fortune, Xiao Dong said with a smile. Chapter 469. One must say that no one expected that a spendthrift from Benhai would develop to this extent. It even led to the entire aristocracy in the capital taking action to suppress him. Such strength was indeed too exaggerated. People were now very willing to cooperate with Chun Yu. Chun Yu briefly shared his current thoughts about the live streaming platform. People didn't know much about it. So at this time, they could only follow Chun Yu's arrangements. Xiao Dong was completely unconcerned. He had long since made up his mind about this guy. When the rumors about Chun Yu's incident first surfaced, he was a bit nervous, but now, that nervousness was gone. This is nothing at all. In his view, this matter was completely without any issues. All right, let's drink. Xiao Dong directly picked up his glass and said. Everyone raised their glasses in response. Do Lily, who was beside them, was left in a daze. She never expected that her boss would be so formidable. Suppressing the entire aristocracy in the capital? That's too crazy. However, even so, Jinghai was still doing very well at the moment. After discussing the matters, everyone began to drink, reminisce, and occasionally talk about recent news. Chapter 470. Yen Rui felt a wave of surprise. She never expected that Chun Yu would really know at this moment. This was a clear hint. Sir, you truly are a great talent. I'm flattered, Chun Yu said with a smile. After sitting down, he didn't continue to say anything. Things have come to such a point. He has said what he needed to say and done what he needed to do. If the other party still doesn't understand, then there is nothing he can do. Su Yin glanced at Chun Yu and said, don't praise him. Every time you do, something goes wrong. No way, Chun Yu said, feeling embarrassed. Yen Rui looked at Chun Yu and then bowed. Please, sir, come with me. Rui has something to consult with you. The crowd was even more surprised. Even Su Yin at that moment was stunned. However, Su Yin didn't ask. It was a sensitive issue, and no one wanted to say too much. They all wondered if Chun Yu had noticed that Yen Rui was unwell. At this moment, Chun Yu nodded and followed Yen Rui as they walked to the back. For Chun Yu, this scene didn't feel anything unusual. After the two of them left, those nearby quickly began to discuss. Chapter 471. After all, this is a prominent family, which prevents others from claiming they're trying to ingratiate themselves. Moreover, saying this is also to dispel the other party's doubts. After all, this kind of matter is a significant privacy issue, and not many people know about it. So, if it were to be revealed, it would indeed be quite troublesome. No matter how one looks at it, this situation made Chun Yu feel a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Yen Rui had started to urgently contact her family. After making a call to her parents, she returned. All right, now please come with me to my home. Sure, Chun Yu nodded. He indeed wanted to visit the Yin family, as their strength could greatly benefit his future development. More importantly, he couldn't let Xiao Fan get ahead. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Xiao Fan's strength was still quite formidable, and he was currently being courted by the prominent families. After saying that, the two got up. As for Su Yin and the others, after a brief conversation with Chun Yu and Yen Rui, they left first. Everyone understood, as it was clear that they had urgent matters to attend to, even though they didn't know what it was. Chapter 472. The middle-aged man sneered and said, Rui, your parents are not here now, so I won't pursue this matter, but you still need to be more careful in the future. What illness can someone so young see? Yin Kongcheng said lightly. After glancing at Chun Yu, he no longer looked over. Many people nearby also turned to look, puzzled. Yen Rui felt somewhat wronged. She came here for her grandfather's sake, yet now she was being misunderstood like this. It made her very uncomfortable. In her opinion, this matter shouldn't have been like this. Shouldn't they at least discuss it properly? But now, she had called them here, yet they asked her to leave, and most importantly, it was hard for Chun Yu to say anything. Sister, in the future, try not to bring too many people home. A young man nearby stood up in agreement. Yen Rui glared at him and said, Yen Wenhua, this matter has nothing to do with you, right? How does it not relate? You came to find someone to treat Grandpa, but who did you bring? Someone so young. I doubt he can even treat a simple cold. Chapter 473. How have you been feeling lately? Chun Yu asked. Very well, Yin Wenhua replied indifferently. After that, he impatiently continued. Aren't you here to treat me? Then come on, take a look. Why are you asking these things? No need to check. Your troubles are quite significant right now. You've not been eating well lately, often have no appetite, and feel weak all over, right? Sometimes, when you focus on something for a long time, you even get headaches, correct? After a few sentences, Yin Wenhua's expression began to change. What does my illness have to do with my eating? He continued. His heart was starting to feel tense. He never expected that what this person said would actually be true. Indeed, his body had been experiencing some issues lately, which he found difficult to discuss. Am I really sick? At that moment, Yin Wenhua started to doubt himself. In his mind, this situation was indeed a bit hard to explain. But he clearly had just undergone a physical examination recently. Chapter 474 Yin Kongsheng was completely stunned. Even the others present didn't expect that this person in front of them had such capabilities. He knows the old man from the Su family? My God! Especially after Su Rongxing's words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. It was obvious that Su Rongxing was deliberately saying this to back the young man. Whoa, this young man's identity is not simple. Thinking of this, the crowd's mood became tense again. Minister Su, we didn't mean it that way, Yin Kongsheng hurriedly said. Su Rongxing glanced at Yin Kongsheng and said lightly, it doesn't matter. He doesn't rely on you to survive. This Minister Su, who is this? Yin Kongsheng immediately asked. At this moment, he truly dared not act recklessly. With Su Rongxing's intervention, he certainly didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Who it is doesn't matter. Even if it's someone else, are you all going to treat them this way? Su Rongxing didn't explain, but instead said. Upon hearing this, Yin Kongsheng's heart sank. His expression instantly became serious. Wenhua, come here, he called in a deep voice. Yin Wenhua walked over. Chapter 475, huh? Chen Yu's face immediately darkened. No way. I didn't know about this. Chen Yu hurriedly explained. This kind of matter can't be taken lightly. If this old man gets angry, I'm done for. Did my granddaughter not mention it to you? No, maybe she forgot. Chen Yu certainly couldn't take the blame for this. Taking the blame is something that should be done at the right time. In this situation, he certainly didn't dare to act recklessly. This must be Su Yan's doing. If that's the case, wouldn't it make others think he was very arrogant? Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled a few times and said, I guess it was my granddaughter's idea. Seeing that the old man was not concerned about this matter, Chen Yu felt relieved. It was probably because she was too embarrassed to say anything. Chen Yu explained to Su Yan, it's really nothing. But you knew I was back and didn't come to see me. That's unacceptable, right? The old man Su stared at Chen Yu and said, Huh? Chen Yu's head felt heavy again. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. A casual remark could be a lethal strike. I wanted to come, but I was afraid of disturbing your rest. Chen Yu replied. Chapter 476. When others do things, he certainly has to show appreciation. Chen Yu was well aware of this. For now, he certainly had to thank the Su family. The Su family had done a lot behind the scenes, and he still had to acknowledge it. The old man chuckled, looking at Chen Yu, and continued, as the company grows, it also needs to take social responsibility into account. You need to understand our country's policies, and most importantly, you have now become an entrepreneur. You must realize that some responsibilities have now fallen on you. I've learned a lot, Chen Yu nodded seriously. This could be considered a commitment. For Chen Yu, this indeed felt like a burden. As for other matters, you don't need to worry. No one in the capital's aristocracy dares to lay a hand on you. Just focus on what you need to do. Okay, I understand. I will definitely work hard, Chen Yu promised. In his view, this was inevitable. At the moment, the environment in the capital was not very friendly to him, and naturally, after finishing up here, he would leave. Of course, mainly because he had no other choice. Xiao Fan was still his primary target for retaliation, and in his view, that was unavoidable. Chapter 477. Chen Yu didn't say much and directly got up. This matter still made him very annoyed. He had just returned and encountered such a situation, which was quite obvious. It might have been a deliberate attack against him. There was no need to say more. It was indeed so. Chen Yu felt those people were very shameless. Even after everything, they still dared to act against him. That was truly shameless. He wouldn't think there was anything wrong with such behavior. Wasn't it just suppression? I just need to focus on my own things. After finishing his conversation with the old man Su, Chen Yu was no longer too concerned about this matter. To him, it was nothing at all. After getting dressed, he went straight over. Upon arriving at the company, he heard some arguments. Then he saw some people standing there, pointing fingers, seemingly very dissatisfied with their company, bringing up various complaints. Huh, Upon seeing this, Chen Yu's face darkened, and he became furious. He strode over. Chapter 478. Lian felt very happy at the thought of Chen Yu's misfortune. Of course, they thought that the event they organized would attract many celebrities to participate. Not likely. At this moment, Xiao Fan looked smug. Ha! No wonder you and Su Jiao have been so close lately. I see the reason now. Su Jiao's strength is indeed impressive. I didn't expect that. Lian suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, this is nothing. Chen Yu wants to compete with me. But he's still lacking. Just because they can support it now, I've also made quite a few moves in Binhai recently. Let's see how he handles it. Xiao Fan said casually. Are you talking about that project? Of course, it should be starting soon. The Xinghu project is not a simple one, and many historical sites are in this area, so this part is very important to many people. If he tears it down, he's asking for trouble. Xiao Fan felt much more relaxed. Isn't that difficult? Difficult? At this moment, Xiao Fan smiled mysteriously. Chapter 479. Another announcement that surfaced directly overturned Chen Yu's situation online. Even the celebrities who were chasing the trending topics felt quite helpless. A rising star from a certain entertainment company looked distressed. What's going on? I've prepared for a month for a trending topic, and now it's all been squeezed out? Looking at the trending searches, he felt like crying. He wasn't even in the top 5, and out of the top 10, 9 were about Jinghai, along with news about Chen Yu. Chen Yu, of course, had no idea how explosive this news was. To him, it was nothing. But what he didn't know was that because of his identity, his contradictions had sparked a huge discussion online. Is this person a prodigal son? Is this really a prodigal son? He created such a large company. Is this person really that exaggerated? So legendary. I heard he was even greened by someone before. This is my idol. Suddenly, there were many people online who admired Chen Yu. And Yanran came over to tell Chen Yu after seeing this news. Chapter 480. Have you heard? Some items on the Douyin platform are very cheap. It seems so. There's a subsidy now. I bought some too. These things are too worth it. This is the same as Jinghai. This boss is really impressive. Voices of discussion instantly spread. As the heat in Chen Yu's live stream continued to rise, the news began to spread throughout the entire internet. It could be said that tonight was a carnival for Chen Yu. Many people, under such generous subsidies, also began shopping. Of course, many were attracted by these interesting videos. After just finishing a live stream, Chen Yu had already started to rest in the backstage. And Yanran looked at Chen Yu excitedly and said, people's enthusiasm is very high, and it has also directed a batch of people to our Jinghai side. Now our sales volume is skyrocketing. You're amazing. It's okay. For now, our results are indeed good, but that's secondary. We need to maintain the growth on Douyin. But what comes after that? Develop short videos. Chapter 481. I'm not too sure, but for what I know, the Douyin platform has faced overwhelming resistance. That's too much. Su Yan's face turned serious. She still plans to make use of her social circle, hoping to increase some traffic for Douyin, at least to boost its popularity a bit. But it seems unlikely now. Thinking of this, Su Yan felt quite helpless. I can't do anything about it. I don't have that kind of influence. But if you want, I can introduce you to some people in the entertainment industry. All right, let's talk about it then. Su Yan nodded. Su Yan, what are we doing here now? Lu Cece asked when she saw that Su Yan still had no intention of leaving. I'm waiting for a guy to come out. I help him a lot today. How could not properly thank me? Su Yan said. Who is it? Lu Cece asked curiously. You'll know when you meet him. Su Yan replied with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Yu appeared and sat down on the nearby sofa. You looking for me? Chapter 482. In the last life, Xiao Fan gained significant fame at this charity gala. But the situation is different now. He has already gained the upper hand. So, under such circumstances, this is clearly a good situation. Most importantly, he's going to slap this guy in the face. At this gathering, Xiao Fan was very active. But now, with his participation, what more could Xiao Fan do? Chen Yu looked down on him. In his view, it was nothing at all. Tonight is his main event, and he must make Xiao Fan embarrassed. Seeing that Chen Yu seemed to be lost in thought with a faint smile on his lips, Su Yan asked, What's up? Oh, nothing, just thinking about some things, Chen Yu replied with a smile. At such galas, there are always things auctioned off, and even a small auction. This time, it was evidently significant. This is a charity gala that attracts everyone's attention. For Chen Yu, it is also a way to retaliate against these prominent families in the capital. I heard that today, some other investment industries have started to increase their investments in small videos. Will this have some impact on us? Chapter 483. Charity Gala. As the largest charity gala in the capital, today can be said to be a feast. Many people are paying close attention to this gala, and for the major families, it is also an opportunity. Of course, the more important reason is that this is an annual grand event held by several major families. In such a grand gala, if someone can stand out, it will undoubtedly be the most praised. And it should be noted that under such circumstances, it will undoubtedly become the focus of many people's attention. In the evening, the perimeter of the Royal Hotel had long been sealed off. Today, the Royal Hotel is undoubtedly the most dazzling. Many media outlets are following and reporting, having set up early outside, waiting for people to arrive. Today, Xiao Fan arrived in a suit, accompanied by a beautiful woman. When the media saw this, they were all surprised. Isn't that Su Jiao? My God, who is that man? Is he your boyfriend? The diva actually has a boyfriend? That guy seems to be the owner of Jumai Mall. One piece of news after another emerged. Chapter 484. Everyone had no good feelings towards Xunyu. Let this guy show up? Isn't that just making him more arrogant? Since he likes to show off, let's let him do so this time, Lian continued. Zhao Yuan also stepped forward, saying, Li Xiao, do you have any thoughts? Nothing too big. It's a charity gala after all. Naturally, the one who donates the most shines the brightest. Let's let him have his moment, Lian chuckled. But even if we let this guy show up, he probably won't get what he wants, right? Besides, this guy really has quite a bit of money. Li Ming also said, they all had no good feelings towards Xunyu. An outsider, time and again, has made them lose quite a bit of face. This time, we can't let that happen. Someone said, of course we won't let that happen, but we need to have other ways. Besides, this time, there will be other people appearing. What is Xunyu? He's just being brought out first, Lian said with a smile. Don't you like to show off? Chapter 485. Hello, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, your Jinghai Mall has now dropped from the top position. What do you think about that? Do you have any good remarks on the current development of your Douyin? Voices began to inquire in unison. Su Yin placed one hand on Xunyu's arm. Although it looked very natural, she was actually quite nervous inside. This was very embarrassing for her. In such a situation, it was undoubtedly something she rarely faced. Girlfriend? That's not something I can tell you. If so, I'll let you know first, Xunyu said, causing the other media to become excited. This guy is really bold, isn't he? So, is there no other movement in Jinghai now? I heard your mall is planning to move. Of course, it's going to move soon, within a day or two. The business environment here is not good. I think it's better to move, Xunyu said lightly, seemingly unconcerned about other issues. In Xunyu's view, he was speaking the truth. Chapter 486. Hubei looked at Su Jiao in front of him and said, who are you? Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. You are Xiao Fan? Haha, that's right, it's me, Xiao Fan said. I've heard of you. Your strength is pretty good, and you're just as famous in the capital as Xunyu. Hubei said, at this moment, his gaze shifted to Su Jiao. Su Jiao, you actually came too. Since Hu Xiao is here, of course, I have to come. I want to see such a grand event, Su Jiao said with a smile. Is he your boyfriend? Hubei continued. Yes, that's right, he is my boyfriend, Su Jiao replied directly. Then she looked at Xiao Fan, who stood up and smiled, saying that's right, hello. Hu Xiao. Xiao Fan knows a bit about this person. He has a significant industry in a certain province in the south. Such a person can be easily befriended. Moreover, this person is also not fond of Xunyu, which makes Xiao Fan feel more comfortable. That Xunyu, you say he is very powerful? He has money and is arrogant, completely disregarding anyone else, Xiao Fan said. Chapter 487. This is fine, I don't care. Anyway, this matter isn't that important to me. Xunyu smiled and didn't say much. Although this matter isn't very significant for Su Yin, it is different for the entire Su family. It is indeed quite important. One must understand that once a family's heir is determined, basically all resources will pivot towards that side. For the heir, this is a very good thing. However, it is also a huge test, as you may face many more problems. There could even be many dangers involved. Xunyu sipped his drink while observing the people around him. In the previous novel's plot, Xiao Fan was indeed not simple. He navigated among the children of various prominent families with ease, especially at this banquet, where his fame increased greatly, earning him much respect from many and even acknowledgement from numerous heirs. This is indeed not simple. However, as it stands now, Xiao Fan's strength is still quite average. Although he has a decent status compared to these aristocratic youths, he is still just an ordinary heir, which places him at a significant disadvantage compared to those true heirs. In this comparison, Xiao Fan does not have that much of an advantage. Chapter 488. But in such a situation, he really couldn't say much. Xiao Fan felt extremely frustrated but had no way out. Should he really compete with this guy? He certainly couldn't match in donations. If he forced himself, he would only end up embarrassed. Isn't that just self-inflicted humiliation? But now Xiao Fan was very annoyed. He felt he had suffered an unfair loss. Standing there, he glanced at Qinyu a few times and ultimately said nothing. The people around also found it hard to speak, but they could feel that Qinyu was not simple. Indeed, he was as arrogant as rumored. This was a banquet with many youths from across the country and numerous entrepreneurs present. How could he act like this? This was simply too much. At this moment, Su Jiao also walked up dissatisfied, saying, "Qinyu, don't go too far." Xiao Fan could tolerate it, but she couldn't. So, she stepped up. Upon seeing Su Jiao step forward, Qinyu smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Fan, saying, "No way. Xiao, you actually need a woman to speak up for you now?" Chapter 489. No need to rush. The more he does this, the more trouble he will be in others' eyes. Xiao Fan maintained his usual expression. Even though he was feeling quite bad, he wouldn't show it. He never expected that Qinyu would openly challenge him, and he had even backed down. There was nothing he could do. When it came to donations, he really couldn't compete. If it continued like this, it would definitely become a troublesome matter. He had no way to handle such a situation. Xiao, we need to deal with this guy properly," he said. Just let him continue to be arrogant," Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. This scene really angered him, but he felt powerless. Bai Jiashu looked at Xiao Fan and said, "If you need any help, I can assist. We don't need to act for now. And you don't need to be angry over such a person. Your position in the Bai family is unshakable, so what are you afraid of?" At this moment, Xiao Fan smiled and said, he had heard a bit about Bai Yuan. He was considered a waste, having failed in many business ventures and lacking social skills. So he had no competitiveness at all in the entire Bai family.